Deep in the mountains there was no sound except the wind. Xiao Pojun sat cross-legged on a green stone, his coarse cotton clothes rustling in the wind. Above him an old pine tree rustled its needles, and occasionally a few crows flew by cawing, making one's heart feel uneasy. He had been sitting here for 3 days. Not training, but waiting for death. He had reached the peak of martial arts in this life, internal and external styles, boxing and weapons. There was nothing he didn't know. He left his mountain village at 18. By 30 he had defeated all opponents under heaven. At 40 his manuals were copied eagerly, and at 50. After 50 no one paid attention to him anymore. Why? Because what he said others couldn't understand. Concepts like entering the Tao through martial arts, releasing inner energy, sensing Qi. When he was young people thought he was divine. When he grew old they deemed it madness. This old man, he's probably gone crazy from training. He was strong when young, but now. TSK. Xiao Pojun had heard these words at least 80 times, if not 100. At first he couldn't sleep from anger, but later he got used to it. Eventually even his disciples left. They opened their own schools, profited under his name, and said, "Master is old, confused, no one understands what he says." Xiao Pojun opened his eyes and looked down the mountain. The sky was burning orange, the sun about to set. Mountain wind poured into his collar, chilly, carrying the scent of pine and rotten leaves. He took a breath, his chest tight. Not from illness, but from a lump in his heart, unable to rise or fall. Was this life worth it? He had fought the battles he should, taught the people he should, written the things he should. But in the end he was alone in this wilderness, waiting to die with no one to even bury him. He remembered an old carpenter from his childhood village whose craftsmanship was so good that his furniture could last 3 generations. But before dying the old carpenter burned all his tools, leaving nothing. When asked why, the old carpenter said, "These little skills of mine, whoever inherits them will suffer. Learn them and you'll end up like me, a beast of burden for life." Xiao Pojun didn't understand back then, but now he does. The old carpenter burned his craft, his own martial arts couldn't be burned. But what good would passing them on do? Pass it to an ungrateful disciple who would use it to bully others. Pass it to a good person who would be burned as a demon. The mountain wind howled like someone crying. Xiao Pojun closed his eyes, his mind flashing like a movie, from watching street performers in his childhood village to studying under a master to founding his own school. Scene by scene, vivid and clear. Finally his mind settled on a face, that of his favorite young disciple, also the first to leave. Before leaving he stole a newly written manual and sold it for 200 silver taels. "Master, don't blame me. Your stuff is just a keepsake. I sold it so at least your life's work will leave a name." Leave a name. Xiao Pojun opened his eyes and laughed a laugh more bitter than a cry. What use was a name? He wanted someone to understand him, to take over his skills and continue the path. But in the end he couldn't even find someone to talk to. In the distance wolf howls echoed, dragging long notes through the valley. The sky was completely dark. Xiao Pojun felt his body becoming lighter, as if about to float. He knew the time had come. The oil of this life had burned dry. His last glance was at the stars. Tonight there were so many stars, dense like spilled sesame seeds. One star was especially bright right above him, flickering as if greeting him. Next life. Xiao Pojun opened his mouth, his voice like a mosquito. Next life he'll still practice martial arts. For those who understand. His vision went black and he knew nothing. Ouch. Old woman Wang, be gentle, this is the Prince Consort. If you kill him, can you afford it? Pa. What Prince Consort? Even the dogs in the princess mansion bark better than him. Look at him, hasn't woken in 3 days, probably fainted from hunger. A starved Prince Consort, a laughingstock. Xiao Pojun was awakened by the sound of voices. No, not awake, he felt movement near his ears. He tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids were as heavy as lead. His nose caught a smell, mold, dampness, and a sour stench like leftover food from days ago. Where is this? The two women's voices continued. All right, stop looking. If someone sees us gossiping here, you'll be in trouble. Let's go. What's there to fear? No one has come to this broken courtyard in 3 years. The princess has long forgotten him. If you ask me, it's cleaner if he dies, saves face. Let's go. Footsteps receded and a creak of a door closing. Xiao Pojun finally opened his eyes a slit. The first thing he saw was a broken ceiling, black wooden beams covered in cobwebs. The paper window had holes, letting in thin rays of light, illuminating dust dancing in the beams. He moved his fingers, feeling the hard bedboard covered with a thin lumpy mattress. No. This wasn't the deep mountain nor the green stone where he had sat for 3 days. He opened his eyes wide and struggled to sit up. His whole body ached, bones felt disjointed, and his stomach growled. He was truly hungry, hungrier than had ever been. This Before he could finish, his mind exploded with a boom. Like a hammer hitting his crown, a flood of images poured in. A groom in red robes escorted by officials pushed into this broken courtyard. A woman dressed in luxurious clothes stood at the entrance, looked at him with eyes cold as ice, then turned and left. He stayed there for 3 years. Every day the food was either spoiled or cold. The servants called him Prince Consort to his face, but behind his back cursed him as useless. 3 days ago, the original owner of this body, starving, went to the kitchen to steal food. He was caught, pushed, and hit his head on the steps. Xiao Pojun, no now Xiaoi, sat on the bed stunned. He raised his hand and pinched his cheek. It hurt. Truly hurt. Not a dream. When the images in his mind settled, he looked down at his hand. The skin was delicate and soft, completely different from his old bark-like hands. He touched his face, smooth, no wrinkles. Heaven, you really let me start over. Xiaoi remembered the star he saw before dying, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He wanted to laugh but couldn't, wanted to cry but couldn't either. While he was lost in thought, his stomach growled again. He turned to look at the broken table beside the bed. It was empty, not even a broken bowl. No wonder he was so hungry. The original owner had fainted from hunger. He supported himself on the bed to get down, but his legs were as weak as noodles. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he plopped back down. His head was spinning and his vision darkened intermittently. At that moment, footsteps came from outside, followed by a creak as the door was pushed open. An old woman in coarse clothes entered with a black bowl of watery porridge. Seeing him on the floor, she paused, then sneered, "Oh, awake. Just in time, don't lie there pretending to be dead, wasting food." She plopped the bowl on the broken table and turned to leave. Xiaoi stared at the bowl of porridge, then at the woman's retreating back. The porridge in the bowl swayed, a few grains of rice at the bottom, barely different from water. He opened his mouth to say something, but his throat was dry as smoke, not a word came out. The old woman, without turning, said, "Don't be picky. This is all you get. It's left over from the kitchen, would have been thrown away, but I'm being generous. Eat it, or don't, up to you." The door slammed shut. Xiaoi sat on the floor staring at the bowl, not moving for a long time. Outside, dogs barked and someone shouted in the distance. Sunlight leaked through the broken paper window, drawing white stripes on the floor. He suddenly smiled. This time it was a real smile, not a bitter one. Before dying in his past life, he had said he would practice martial arts again in the next life, for those who understand. Heaven had given him a chance, though the start was a bit rough. Xiaoi pushed himself up from the bed, his legs trembling. He staggered to the table, picked up the bowl, and downed the porridge in one go. It was cold, tasteless, like drinking water. But when he swallowed, he felt the blood in his body warm up. Alive, there was still hope. He put the empty bowl on the table, walked to the window, and pushed open the broken window. Outside was a small courtyard, weeds up to his knees, broken wood piled in the corner, the brick wall chipped and worn. In the distance, a few decent buildings could be seen with upturned eaves and carved corners, a world apart from his broken courtyard. Xiaoi took a deep breath, smelling the scent of grass, earth, and a hint of smoke from somewhere. He looked up at the sky, blue and bright, the sun directly overhead. The stars of his past life were gone. The sun of this life was quite dazzling. Xiaoi narrowed his eyes, a grin forming on his lips. Princess mansion, huh? Wasteful Prince Consort, huh? Alright, I accept. But this time I'll live my own way. Xiaoi stood by the window for a long time, his legs growing numb. The sun outside was warm, casting a cozy glow over. He squinted for a moment, then turned and sat back on the bed, not because he wanted to, but because he couldn't stand any longer, his legs trembling. This body was far too weak. He looked down at himself, thin as a beanpole, no flesh on his arms. He pressed his thigh, it was soft and left a dent. TSK. Xiaoi clicked his tongue, a bitter taste in his heart. In his past life, though old, he was strong, could eat 3 bowls of rice and strike 10 sets of punches. Now he was out of breath after a few steps, like a sickly person. He closed his eyes, trying to sense this body. Dantian, empty. Meridians, blocked. Bones and muscles, loose. Nothing. Xiaoi opened his eyes, staring at the cobwebs on the ceiling, lost in thought. Well, start over. Footsteps came from outside again, this time lighter, unlike the previous heavy steps. Consort. Consort, are you awake? A young girl's voice, timid and tentative. Xiaoi didn't answer. The door was pushed open a crack and a head poked in. It was a girl of 15 or 16 with 2 buns, wearing a worn blue cloth dress, a round face and round eyes like a little rabbit. She saw Xiaoi sitting on the bed, startled, then quickly pushed the door open and trotted in. Consort, you're really awake. You scared me. You slept for 3 days, I thought. She stopped mid-sentence, covering her mouth as if she had said something wrong. Xiaoi looked at her. Thought what? The girl blushed, lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes. Thought you wouldn't wake up. Xiao didn't speak, just looked at her. The girl was uncomfortable fidgeting with her clothes. I am Chunlan, am in charge of bringing meals to this courtyard. The day before yesterday it was Wang Posey, I only learned today that you were awake. Xiao answered. Chunlan looked up, stole a glance at him, then quickly looked down. Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. Wang Posey talks a lot, but she's not bad-hearted, it's just. She stammered, unable to continue. Xiao knew what she meant. They all looked down on this useless consort. I drank the bowl of porridge earlier, he said. Chunlan's eyes lit up. Would you like some more? I still have half a steamed bun saved from this morning. It's cold, but it's more filling than porridge. She regretted it as soon as she said it, her face turning red. I didn't mean the porridge is bad, I meant. Xiao waved his hand. Go ahead. Chunlan was startled, then her face broke into a smile. She turned and ran out. At the door she stopped, turned back. Consort, wait for me, I'll be right back. She was gone, her footsteps tapping like a young horse. Xiao looked at the door, left ajar, a slight smile tugged at his lips. This girl was different from Wang Posey. After a while Chunlan returned holding an oil paper package, out of breath. Here, Consort. She opened the oil paper package, revealing half a coarse flour bun, indeed cold and hard. Xiao took it and took a bite. The bun was hard, difficult to chew, but when he swallowed, a warmth spread in his stomach and he felt comfortable all over. Chunlan stood by, watching, her eyes bright. Xiao swallowed the bun, looked up at her. Something else. Chunlan shook her head, then nodded, her voice low. Are you really okay? That day you fell, I went to the kitchen to find help, but they said you fell by yourself, they wouldn't call a doctor. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. Xiao paused in his chewing. What happened next? Then Wang Posey carried you back, said you shouldn't die at the kitchen door, it was unlucky. I came to see you every day, but you wouldn't wake up, I didn't know what to do. Chunlan wiped her eyes, sniffled. Xiao didn't say anything, just continued chewing the bun. After finishing half the bun he felt stronger. He patted the oil paper clean and handed it back to Chunlan. Chunlan took it, hesitating. Consort, are you thinking too much? The princess. She didn't mean it, she just what? Chunlan struggled for a moment, then blurted out, she has someone in her heart. Xiao looked at her, waiting for more. Seeing that he didn't respond, Chunlan thought he was angry and quickly explained. I don't mean to say you're bad, I mean. Oh, I don't know how to say it. Anyway, don't take it to heart. That Zhang Yulan, Lord Zhang, is good-looking, but his heart. I heard he can only write a few poems, nothing else. Not like you. She stopped abruptly. Not like you, like what? Like him, holed up in this broken courtyard for 3 years, unable to even eat his fill. Chunlan wanted to slap herself. Xiao, however, laughed. You said Zhang Yulan is the princess' sweetheart. Chunlan nodded, then quickly shook her head. No, the princess never said that, it's just rumors among the servants. But that Lord Zhang is always coming to the mansion sending poems and paintings to the princess, and she doesn't drive him away. Xiao just said Chunlan looked at his face cautiously, asking, Consort, are you not sad? Xiao looked at her. Do you think I should be sad? Chunlan was taken aback, scratched her head. I don't know. I just think anyone in your place would feel bad. Xiao didn't answer that, instead pointed outside. Is this courtyard just for me? Chunlan nodded. Yes, just you. There used to be an old eunuch taking care of things, but later he left too. Left? They said he was transferred somewhere else. Chunlan's voice grew even smaller. Actually, he was driven away. They said the person he served was not respectable, and so he was not respectable either. Xiao understood. Even the servants couldn't stay in this courtyard, leaving him alone, Consort, to fend for himself. He looked at the room, a bed, a table, a crooked cabinet, several holes in the window paper, large water stains on the walls. Chunlan followed his gaze, then said softly, Consort, maybe I can help you clean up. Xiao looked at her. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Chunlan bit her lip, thought for a long time, then shook her head. I'm not afraid. You haven't done anything wrong, why should they treat you like this? Xiao looked at her, then suddenly asked, how much is your monthly wage? Chunlan was startled, not understanding why he would ask, but answered honestly. 300 coins. Is that enough? It's enough. I'm alone, I don't have much to spend on. Xiao nodded. From now on, bring me 2 meals a day. It doesn't have to be fancy, just enough to fill me up. Chunlan blinked, not understanding what he meant. Xiao continued. I may be a useless consort, but am still a consort. When I turn things around, I won't let you down. Chunlan looked at him stunned, not knowing what to say. The consort before her seemed different from before. The former consort always kept his head down, afraid to speak to anyone, and would hide when he saw people. But now, she couldn't quite say what was different, but the way the consort looked at people, his eyes were like knives, making the heart race. All right. Chunlan stammered. I'll bring them every day. Xiao nodded and waved his hand. Go ahead. Chunlan responded, turned and walked out. At the door she looked back once. Xiao had already lain down, eyes closed as if sleeping. Chunlan gently closed the door and stood outside for a moment. What did the consort mean by when I turn things around? A man locked up for 3 years, could he still turn things around? She shook her head, couldn't understand. But somehow she felt a glimmer of hope. Inside the room, Xiao wasn't asleep. He lay on the bed, eyes closed, going through the memories of this body in his mind. The original owner was also named Xiao, 22 years old. His father was a teacher, his mother died early. His father raised him, taught him to read, hoping he would pass the imperial exams. But before he could, his father died. Xiao was alone, dirt poor, scraping by in the capital. One day he was selling calligraphy and paintings on the street when the eldest princess carriage passed by. The princess for some reason saw his calligraphy, praised it, and rewarded him with 2 taels of silver. Just like that, Xiao was remembered. Then, things got strange. Someone whispered to the emperor that the eldest princess had taken a fancy to a poor scholar and would marry no one else. The emperor, hearing this, said then let her marry. But the princess knew nothing about it. By the time she found out, the imperial decree had already been issued. She protested, cried, begged, but it was useless. The emperor's word was law. So Xiao became the consort, bewildered. On their wedding night he never even saw the prince's face and was shoved into this broken courtyard. He was stuck there for 3 years. In those 3 years the princess never came once. The servants, seeing he was a nobody, bullied him as they pleased. He ate leftovers, drank cold water, had no charcoal in winter, no fan in summer, no one to care for him when sick, no one to ask when hungry. 3 days ago, desperate with hunger, he went to the kitchen to find something to eat. He was seen, pushed his head, hit the steps, and he passed out. He was unconscious for 3 days, and when he woke up he was a different person. Xiao opened his eyes, staring at the cobwebs on the ceiling. The spider was still there, clinging to its web, motionless, dead or asleep. Xiao suddenly felt a kinship with the spider. Both were stuck in this broken place, left to fend for themselves. But the spider had no choice, it could only stay here. He was different. In his past life he fought his way out of a mountain valley, unbeatable. Even if he had to start over, he could still fight his way out. It was just a broken courtyard. Just a princess. Just a Zhang Yulong. Xiao closed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. Wait and see. After Chunlan left, the courtyard fell into complete silence. Xiao lay on the bed, not a sound from outside. No barking dogs, no human voices, not even the rustling of the wind. This dilapidated courtyard was quite remote, separated from the entire princess mansion by a wall, as if it were a piece of discarded junk, neglected and forgotten. He stared at the cobweb on the ceiling. Moonlight seeped through a hole in the window paper, illuminating the web where a spider remained motionless in its usual spot. Suddenly Xiao felt a twinge of pity for the spider, guarding this broken web every day. How many bugs could it catch? Then he thought, isn't he the same? Staying in this broken courtyard, waiting to die from hunger, illness or old age. He sat up, crossing his legs on the bed. In his past life he would meditate every night. This was a habit formed over decades, unshakable. Even during the 3 days he spent waiting for death in the deep mountains, he still meditated daily. It wasn't about training, it was a habit. Xiao closed his eyes, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Inhale, exhale. His breathing became slower and longer until eventually between each breath a vast amount of time seemed to pass. This was the turtle breathing technique, the first skill he had taught to his disciples in his past life. Many disciples found it too slow, unable to sit still, and gave up within a few days. But those who truly practiced it knew that this technique was the most nourishing. Once Xiao's breathing slowed down, his entire body relaxed. His shoulders eased, his back loosened, and his legs felt limp, as if he were sitting in water drifting with the current. Then he began to practice inner vision. Inner vision was not about seeing with the eyes but with the heart. He sank his attention deep into his body, inch by inch. First he examined his flesh. This body was in terrible shape. Too thin skin stretched over bones, every part felt bony. The muscles had long since atrophied, soft and lacking any resilience. Next he examined the meridians. The meridians were blocked. Stuck tight. Run meridian, do meridian, chone meridian, die meridian. 12 primary channels, 8 extraordinary ones, not a single one was unblocked. All blocked like a little path that hadn't been walked for years, overgrown with weeds and piled with stones. Finally he focused on the dantian. Xiao directed his attention to the dantian 3 inches below his lower abdomen. Empty. There was nothing there. No, it wasn't empty, it was dead silence. Like a dry well devoid of water, not even a frog inside. Xiao was not anxious. In his past life it didn't take a day to cultivate the dantian. It took over a decade of hard work accumulated day by day where drops of water would eventually wear through stone. Now this body had to start from scratch. He continued to guard his dantian, remaining motionless. He didn't know how long had passed, perhaps half an hour, perhaps an hour. Xiao's breathing had slowed to the point of nearly being imperceptible, his body like a piece of dead wood coiled on the bed. Just then he sensed something. Very light, very faint, like the white breath exhaled in winter, dissipating in the blink of an eye. But Xiao felt it. It was a wisp of qi. It wasn't the qi nurtured in his dantian, it was from outside, seeping in like mist, slowly penetrating through the pores of his skin. Xiao's heartbeat skipped a beat. There was vital energy in this world. In his past life, the core of his late life philosophy entering the Tao through martial arts was to sense the vital energy of heaven and earth. But at that time no one believed him, they all said he was crazy. Where did the vital energy between heaven and earth come from? It was all nonsense made up by alchemists. But Xiao knew it truly existed. After a lifetime of practice, at the age of 60, he sensed the external vital energy for the first time. He was overjoyed, thinking he had found a new path. Little did he know, when he spoke of it, no one believed him. Later he repeatedly verified it, confirming he wasn't insane. But so what? To those who didn't believe, it was useless no matter how much he explained. Xiao suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to guard his dantian. That wisp of vital energy penetrated in following the meridians. But the meridians were blocked and couldn't pass through. That wisp of vital energy turned a few circles at the blockage before dissipating. Xiao didn't lose heart. He continued to guard. After an unknown amount of time, another wisp of vital energy penetrated in. This time it didn't take the same path as before, it chose a different route. But it still got blocked, turned a few circles and dissipated. The third wisp, the fourth wisp, the fifth wisp. A night passed and he didn't know how many wisps of vital energy penetrated his body nor how many had dissipated. But Xiao could feel it, there was a tiny bit of difference in his dantian. Like a hint of moisture emerging from the silt at the bottom of a dry well. Just a little bit. But for a well that had been dry for 3 years, this hint of moisture was hope. Xiao opened his eyes. It was already dimly bright outside, dawn was approaching. He sat on the bed, his whole body sore as if he had fought all night. But his eyes shone brightly, gleaming in the darkness. There was vital energy. There is vital energy in this world. That makes things much easier. Xiao got off the bed and stood on the ground. His legs were still weak, but this time he felt a sense of assurance. With vital energy he could practice. If he could practice, he could recover. If he could recover, then. He glanced at the broken window, the daylight outside was getting brighter. Then he could go out. Xiao's lips curled slightly, lying back down on the bed. Footsteps approached from outside, the sound of clattering Xunlan had arrived. Prince Consort. Prince Consort, are you awake? I brought you food. Xiao closed his eyes and remained silent. The door was pushed open and Xunlan entered with a bowl. Seeing Xiao lying there, she placed the bowl on the table and murmured softly, he's asleep again. She stood for a moment before turning to leave. Xiao opened his eyes and watched her silhouette. This girl was quite punctual. He sat up and picked up the bowl. It was still millet porridge, thick and containing a few red dates. He finished it in a few bites and lay back down. Sleeping during the day, practicing at night. That's how it would be. In the following days, Xiao lived like a monk, eating and sleeping in a monotonous cycle. By day he lay in bed to restore his strength, by night he rose to sit in meditation. Xunlan delivered his meals twice a day, punctually arriving and departing. Sometimes she wished to converse with him, but seeing his indifferent demeanor she tactfully withdrew. 7 or 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. One night Xiao meditated as usual. The warm current in his dantian had grown slightly thicker than when he first arrived. It had expanded from the thickness of a single strand of hair to that of 2 strands. Though still meager, it was at last something. Xiao opened his eyes and rose from the bed. Meditation alone was insufficient, he needed to move. This body was too frail, mere rest would take forever to yield results. He pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. Outside pitch darkness reigned with no moon in sight. A few sparse stars dotted the sky, their faint light insufficient even to illuminate a mosquito's path. Xiao stood firm in the courtyard, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Baji Quan, the opening stance. He stepped left with his foot, bent his knees slightly and sank his body downward. Clenching his fists, he drew them to his sides. Standing posture. This was the fundamental skill in his past life. He taught his disciples nothing but this for the first 3 months. Those who could endure it would be taught further, those who couldn't were dismissed forthwith. But back then his disciples were all robust young men, well fed and full of vigor. Unlike this present body, which began trembling after merely a short while of standing. Xiao gritted his teeth and persevered. 1 incense sticks time. 2 incense sticks. Sweat poured down his face, dripping onto the ground. His back was soaked through, clothes clinging to his skin. His knees ached, his thighs ached, his waist ached, every part of him was in pain. Yet he did not move. In his past life he could maintain the stance for 3 hours. In this life, no matter how diminished, he could not collapse after just 1 incense stick's time. After a while longer his legs shook like a sieve and he could no longer hold on. Xiao released the stance, collapsing onto the ground with heavy gasps. After panting for a long while, he lowered his head to look at his legs. They were limp like noodles. But the warm current in his dantian had grown stronger than before. It was effective. A grin spread across Xiao's face. He pushed himself up with the help of the ground, returned to his room and lay down. The next night he resumed the stance. The 3rd, 4th, 5th nights, day after day, the same routine. The duration of his stance grew longer, from 1 incense stick to half an hour, then to a full hour. His legs no longer trembled, his back no longer ached, and his sweat diminished. The warm current in his dantian had thickened from the size of a little finger to that of a thumb. One night after completing his stance, Xiao felt energy surging through his entire body and itch deep in his bones, urging him to move. He glanced around, the darkness obscured everything. The wind blew from over the courtyard wall, carrying the scent of fresh grass. Xiao took a deep breath and began to practice his forms. Baji Quan, the small frame. He had performed this set of movements for decades, able to execute it even with his eyes closed. But this body was too weak, he dared not move quickly, so he proceeded slowly, one move at a time. Opening stance, mountain split, palm probe, collapsing fist. By the 3rd repetition Xiao felt his blood run hot. The warm current in his dantian ascended through his meridians, bringing comfort wherever it flowed. His shoulders no longer ached, his back no longer pained, and even his knees gained strength. He moved faster and smoother until finally he was no longer conscious of his actions, his body simply led. The wind of his fists whipped about, bending the grass at his feet. With the final closing stance, Xiao stood in the center of the courtyard, steam rising from his body. Sweat beads trickled down his face, yet he felt no fatigue. Instead, he felt buoyant, as though about to take flight. At that moment he heard a sound. It was faint and brief, like someone sucking in a sharp breath and then stifling it. Xiao whirled around, staring at the corner of the courtyard wall. It was pitch black, he could see nothing. But he could tell the sound came from there. Xiao stood still, saying nothing. After a moment, a rustling sound came from the corner, as if someone was shrinking back, stepping on grass. Xiao spoke, "Come out." No response. Xiao repeated, "Come out, I've seen you." After another pause, a figure slowly rose from the corner. Thin and small, huddled at the base of the wall like a frightened cat. Moonlight leaked through the clouds, illuminating the figure's face. It was Chunlan. Xiao looked at her and she looked back at him, the two staring at each other. After 3 seconds of frozen silence, Chunlan turned and ran. But in her haste she forgot the weeds underfoot. She stumbled, cried out ouch, and fell flat on the ground. Xiao walked over and looked down at her. Chunlan lay on the ground, trembling all over, her voice distorted. "PR Prince Consort, I didn't mean to. I couldn't sleep at night, so I came to see you. I wasn't spying on purpose, I just..." Xiao said nothing, squatting down. Chunlan flinched in terror, thinking he would strike her, and quickly covered her head with her hands. "Don't hit me. I was wrong. I won't do it again." Xiao looked at her, then suddenly smiled. "Get up." Chunlan was stunned, peeking at him through her fingers. Xiao stood up and extended his hand. Chunlan hesitated, then took his hand and he pulled her up. Her knee was scraped and stung fiercely, but she ignored the pain, staring dazedly at Xiao. Xiao brushed the mud off his hands and asked, "How long were you watching?" Chunlan stammered, I just came, just a moment." Xiao fixed his gaze on her. Being stared at made her uneasy, and she whispered, "Really just a moment. After I finished serving dinner I couldn't sleep, and I remembered there was a jujube tree in the courtyard. I wanted to pick a couple to try. I just climbed over the wall and saw you practicing your forms." Xiao raised an eyebrow, climbed the wall. Chunlan blushed, lowering her head. I was afraid someone would see me if I came through the main gate. Xiao said nothing, studying the courtyard wall. It was not high, just over a person's height. This girl might be thin, but she was quite resourceful. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Chunlan. What you saw just now, bury it in your stomach. Chunlan was taken aback, then nodded vehemently. Bury it in my stomach. I won't tell anyone. If I do, may lightning strike me, and may I die a miserable death. Xiao nodded. Go back. Chunlan acknowledged and turned to run. After 2 steps she stopped and looked back at him. Xiao was still standing in the same spot, moonlight casting his silhouette, a stark contrast to the usual downtrodden Prince Consort. Chunlan opened her mouth, wanting to say something but didn't know what. Xiao looked at her, something else. Chunlan shook her head, then nodded, hesitating for a long time before blurting out, Prince Consort, you're really amazing. With that she ran off, swift as the wind, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Xiao stood there for a while, gazing at the direction she had disappeared. This girl, she was somewhat interesting. He turned and went back to his room, lying down on the bed. Outside all was quiet, as if nothing had happened. Xiao closed his eyes, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Chunlan had vanished without a trace, and Xiao returned to his room to lie down. He thought this matter was over. The girl had been terrified and had sworn an oath, so she likely wouldn't dare speak of it. Moreover, she was merely a maid who delivered meals. Who would believe her? Who would believe that the consort, who had been a laughingstock for 3 years, was practicing boxing in the courtyard in the dead of night? With that thought, Xiao closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning he was awakened by a commotion. Outside there was chaos, people talking, footsteps, and someone shouting. Xiao opened his eyes. Outside it was already broad daylight. He sat up and glanced toward the window. Through the torn paper he could see figures moving about in the courtyard. Xiao frowned. For 3 years no one had set foot in this dilapidated yard. What was going on today? He put on his clothes and pushed open the door. Outside stood 3 or 4 people, all dressed like servants, both men and women. Some held brooms, others carried buckets, and they were looking around the yard. When they saw Xiao emerge, they froze for a moment and quickly lowered their heads. Xiao ignored them and looked toward the gate. At the entrance stood a woman in her 40s, dressed more finely than the servants, her hair combed immaculately, her face as expressionless as frozen ice, betraying neither joy nor anger. She was directing the workers, move that pile of junk away, it's an eyesore here. Pull up all the weeds, not a single one left. Replace all the window paper, those holes are just shabby. Xiao looked at her and she looked back at him. They exchanged glances for a while, then the woman walked over, stopped before him, and gave him a thorough once-over. Your Highness the Consort, I am the head matron of the princess residence and my surname is Xiao. Her Highness has ordered me to bring people to tidy up this courtyard. Xiao said nothing. Mistress Zhou waited for a moment, but when he didn't speak, a flicker of surprise passed through her eyes. She might have expected this useless consort to be flattered or to stammer, what are Her Highness' orders? But instead he just looked at her as if she were a stranger. She cleared her throat and continued, Her Highness will be coming today. A slight movement crossed Xiao's brow. Mistress Zhou noticed it, and the corner of her mouth twitched as if she were suppressing a smile. She said, Your Highness, you should tidy up a bit. Don't embarrass the princess. Having said that, she turned and went back to directing the servants. Xiao stood at the doorway watching her bustle about. The princess was coming. For 3 years she had never once come. What wind had blown her here today? He recalled the woman from the original owner's memories, wearing luxurious robes, standing at the gate, casting a single icy glance at him, then turning and leaving. That encounter was on their wedding night 3 years ago. Since then he had never seen her again. Now she wanted to come. Xiao suddenly smiled. Fine, let her come. He turned and went back inside, lying down on the bed. The people outside worked for half a day cleaning the yard until it was spotless. The weeds were gone, the rotten wood was gone, and even the moss on the corners of the walls had been scraped away. New paper was pasted over the windows, the door was fixed so it no longer creaked. Mistress Zhou came in again, looked at Xiao's room and frowned. Inside it was a world apart from the outside. The mattress was so thin that the bedboards were visible beneath it, the cabinet was crooked, and on the table sat a single chipped bowl, not even a teapot. She opened her mouth as if to say something but swallowed her words. Your Highness the Princess will arrive at an hour. Having said that, she left. Xiao lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. An hour meant around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. There were still a few hours. He closed his eyes and continued sleeping. As soon as an hour arrived, the courtyard grew lively. Xiao heard footsteps, voices, and someone shouting, the princess has arrived. He sat up from the bed and straightened his clothes, still the same washed-out, faded old robe, nothing much to arrange. The door was pushed open and Mistress Zhou stood at the threshold. Your Highness, the princess is here. Xiao stood up and walked outside. The courtyard was filled with a circle of people, all attendants the princess had brought. There were maids, matrons, and several men who looked like guards with swords at their waists. In the center of the crowd stood a person. A woman in her early 20s dressed in a light blue palace gown, her hair coiled into a high bun with a single jade hairpin. Her face was beautiful, truly beautiful. Every feature from her brows to her eyes, nose, and lips was exquisite. Yet her face was completely devoid of expression, cold as well water in winter. She stood there looking at Xiao. Xiao looked back at her. They stared at each other, neither speaking. No one around them dared to make a sound, not even to breathe loudly. After a long moment, the princess spoke. Leave us. Mistress Zhou hesitated. Your Highness. Leave. Mistress Zhou dared not argue further and led the maids, matrons, and guards out of the yard in a flurry. The last one out closed the gate behind them. Only Xiao and the princess remained in the courtyard. She looked at him from head to toe, then from toe to head. After finishing, she said, 3 years and you're still the same. Xiao said nothing. The princess waited for a moment, but when he didn't speak, a slight frown creased her brow. She remembered seeing this man once 3 years ago, clad in the red robe of a groom, standing in this courtyard. When he saw her, his eyes had lit up. He opened his mouth as if to speak, then dared not, like a fool. But this person before her. She still looked at him coldly, but there was something more in her eyes, something like surprise or perhaps confusion. I heard you fainted a few days ago. Xiao nodded. And you woke up. The princess looked at him, waiting for him to say more. But he only uttered 2 mms, unwilling to say a single word more. The princess suddenly felt something was off. This useless consort, how was he acting like a completely different person? She asked again, do you know why I came today? Xiao shook his head. The princess stared into his eyes and said, word by word, Zhang Yulong wrote a poem. I read it and thought it was quite good. He said the poem was written for you, so I wanted to come and ask how you felt about it. A flicker of movement crossed Xiao's brow. Zhang Yulong. The legendary beloved of the princess. Writing a poem for him. Xiao suddenly smiled. He recalled from the original owner's memories that Zhang Yulong had come to the princess' residence several times, passing by this dilapidated yard. Seeing him standing there, he would deliberately recite a few lines, something like golden on the outside, rotten within. After reciting, he would smirk smugly and say to those nearby, this consort probably can't even understand poetry. Now this man writes a poem to him and uses the princess to deliver it. Xiao looked at the princess and asked, what poem? The princess drew a piece of paper from her sleeve and handed it to him. Xiao took it and opened it. On the paper were several lines written neatly. The poem was short. Xiao scanned it and understood at once it was about him. It said he was a toad lusting after swan meat, clinging to the position of consort, delaying the princess' good marriage. It said that if he had any self-awareness, he should resign of his own accord instead of lingering disgracefully in the princess' residence. Xiao finished reading, folded the paper, and handed it back to the princess. The princess didn't take it. What do you think? Xiao looked at her and asked, what does your highness think? The princess was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to counter with a question. She took the paper back, glanced at him, and said, I think it's quite well written. Xiao nodded. Then your highness should keep it. Having said that, he turned and walked toward the house. The princess stood frozen in place. Before coming, she had imagined many possibilities. She had thought this useless consort might cry, beg, explain, or rage, but she had never expected this, that he would simply turn and walk away as if she and the paper she had brought had nothing to do with him. Stop. Xiao halted but didn't turn around. The princess walked up behind him, staring at his back. This man's back was straight and tall, completely unlike the person who had shrunk his neck and lowered his head 3 years ago. You. The princess opened her mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. Xiao turned his head and looked at her. Her face was still cold, but there was something stirring in her eyes. He suddenly said, your highness, Zhang Yulong is a man of gilded appearance but hollow core. The princess was startled. Xiao didn't wait for her reaction. He turned and entered the house, closing the door. The princess stood in the yard, staring at the closed door, motionless for a long time. Gilded appearance but hollow core. She repeated the words, her brow deeply furrowed. After a long while, she turned and walked toward the gate. At the entrance, she glanced back once more at the door. Mistress Zhou approached. Your highness. The princess ignored her and got into her sedan chair. The bearers lifted it and moved forward. Halfway down the path, the princess suddenly lifted the curtain and looked out. That dilapidated yard grew farther and farther, smaller and smaller, until it vanished from sight. She let the curtain fall, leaned back in the sedan, and closed her eyes. Her mind was filled with the image of that man, standing there looking at her, neither humble nor arrogant, his eyes devoid of fear, flattery, or anything at all, as if he were looking at an ordinary person, and his words spoken with such certainty as if he had long seen through Zhang Yulong. Was this still the useless consort? The princess opened her eyes, staring at the ceiling of the sedan. Suddenly she felt that in these 3 years she might have missed something. It was quite some time after the princess had left that Xiao finally emerged from the house. The courtyard had been tidied up thoroughly, no more weeds, no more rotten wood, and even the pile of rubbish in the corner had been carted away. Standing at the doorway, Xiao gazed at this unfamiliar little yard and suddenly found it somewhat amusing. For 3 years no one had cared for it, and now it had been transformed with such fanfare. He walked over to the wall and touched the newly pasted window paper. Good quality paper, far better than the tattered, drafty mess it had been before. But what use was it? Could he really spend the rest of his life in this broken yard? Xiao withdrew his hand and turned back toward the house. Just as he reached the threshold, he heard a commotion at the courtyard gate. He looked back and saw Chunlan poking half her head through the gate, peering around furtively like a thief. "Come in," Xiao said. Chunlan gasped, quickly pulling her head back. After a moment she stuck her head out again and whispered, "Your Highness, has the princess left?" Xiao nodded. Only then did Chunlan squeeze her whole body through the gate, scurrying up to him with bright eyes. "Your Highness, what did the princess come for? Did she hear you'd woken up and came to see you? Is she going to take you out of here?" Xiao looked at her rapid-fire questions and suddenly asked, "Where were you hiding just now?" Chunlan's face flushed red and she stammered, I was just outside. Didn't dare come in. Mama Zhou wouldn't let me." Xiao said nothing, just looked at her. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, she said softly, "Your Highness, I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, I was just worried about you. The princess is so cold, I was afraid she'd bully you." Xiao waved his hand. "It's fine." Chunlan breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, "So what did the princess come for?" Xiao looked at her, a playful impulse stirring. "She came to deliver a poem." Chunlan was taken aback. "Deliver a poem? A poem written by Zhang Yulong for me to see?" Chunlan's expression shifted instantly. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then swallowed the words. After a long pause she managed to blurt out that Lord Zhang. What did he write?" Xiao didn't answer. Instead he asked, "Have you seen Zhang Yulong?" Chunlan nodded. "A few times. When he came to the mansion, Mama Zhou always received him herself. We servants couldn't get close. I only saw him from a distance a couple of times." "What does he look like?" Chunlan thought for a moment. "He's quite handsome. Fair-skinned, well-dressed, and he walks with his chin held high, never looking at anyone." Xiao laughed. Chunlan was baffled. "Your Highness, what are you laughing at?" Xiao didn't explain but asked, "Does he come often?" Chunlan nodded. "Yes, every few days. Sometimes he brings poems, sometimes paintings, and sometimes he just says he's come to pay respects to the princess. Mama Zhou fawns over him like he's an ancestor every time." As she spoke her voice grew quieter and she stole a glance at Xiao. Xiao's face remained expressionless as he listened. Chunlan mustered her courage and said, "Your Highness, don't take it to heart. That Lord Zhang is just a scholar. Beyond writing a few poems, he's good for nothing. How could he compare to you?" She trailed off again. "How could he compare to you? How could he compare to you practicing boxing in the courtyard?" She didn't dare say that, afraid to remind Xiao of what had happened that night. But Xiao didn't seem to mind. He asked, "Does he hold an official position at court?" Chunlan shook her head. "I don't know about that. I think he's in the Hanlin Academy, some kind of editor. Anyway, it's a literary job with no real power." Xiao nodded. "A 7th-rank editor in the Hanlin Academy. The reason he could come and go freely in the princess mansion wasn't his rank, it was his face and his poems." Xiao asked again, "What's the princess' attitude toward him?" Chunlan scratched her head. I don't know. The princess is cold to everyone. When Lord Zhang comes she does receive him, but it's just a reception, nothing warm. It's all gossip from the servants that he's the princess' sweetheart." Xiao gave a faint and asked no more. Chunlan waited a while, then said softly, "Your Highness, please. Don't be sad." Xiao looked at her. "Sad about what?" Chunlan struggled to find words, then finally blurted, "Sad. Sad that the princess has someone else in her heart." Xiao smiled. "You're overthinking." Chunlan blinked, not understanding. Xiao didn't explain. He waved his hand. "Go on back." Chunlan acknowledged and turned to leave. At the door she looked back at him once more. Xiao had already gone inside, the door half closed. Xu stood there, her mind in turmoil. How could the master consort not be angry at all? If it were anyone else, knowing his wife had someone else in her heart, he would have exploded. But he was as calm as if nothing had happened, even smiling. She shook her head, unable to make sense of it, and finally left. Inside the room, Xiao lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. Zhang Yulong. Head, remember that name. Not for the Princess Sake, but for the 3 years of humiliation the original owner of this body had suffered. How many times had that man bullied him? Every time he passed by this broken yard, he would recite a few verses to mock him. The original owner dared not speak up, could only hide. Now that he was in charge, that debt had to be settled. But not now. Xiao closed his eyes to rest. The warm energy in his dantian had grown a little thicker than 2 days ago. If he kept practicing at this rate, in a few months he could recover 30 or 40% of his strength. By then. Footsteps sounded outside, shuffling and hurried. Xiao opened his eyes. Xu had come running back, holding a bowl of something, panting heavily. Your Highness. For you. She set the bowl on the table. It was a bowl of brown sugar water, still steaming. Xiao looked at her. Xu rubbed her hands together. I thought you must be tired after meeting the princess today, so I went to the kitchen and asked for some brown sugar to make you a warm drink. Xiao said nothing, sat up, took the bowl and drank. It was sweet hot, warming him from mouth to heart. Xu stood beside him, watching anxiously as he finished, then took the bowl back, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Your Highness, rest well, in going now. With that she ran off. Xiao watched her retreating figure, a faint smile tugging at his lips. That girl. In the main courtyard of the princess mansion, Li Xiaoyue sat by the window holding the poem manuscript. Outside the window dusk was falling and lamps had already been lit in the room. The maidservants waited in the outer room, not daring to disturb her. Li Xiaoyue stared at the paper for a long time without reading a single word. Her mind was filled with that man. The way he stood there, the words he spoke, the silhouette of his back as he turned to go inside. Gilded exterior, but ultimately useless. Was he talking about Zhang Yulong? Li Xiaoyue frowned. She thought back to Zhang Yulong's behavior over the years. He was handsome, wrote good poems, and spoke pleasingly. But when it came to real ability, it seemed he had none. After 3 years at the Hanlin Academy, he was still a 7th rank official. Others had been promoted or sent out on assignments, but he remained stuck. Yet she had never thought about this before. Today that waste of a consort had pointed it out with one sentence, and suddenly she realized it might be true. Li Xiaoyue put down the poem and looked out the window. The sky was completely dark. She suddenly remembered the night of her wedding 3 years ago, standing at the entrance of that broken yard looking at the man in red robes. When he saw her, his eyes lit up. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but then didn't dare, like a fool. She had thought to herself at the time, is this it? This was the consort the emperor had chosen for her. Then she turned and left, never going back. 3 years had passed and she had almost forgotten this man. If it hadn't been for Zhang Yulong bringing the poem today and saying, please your highness take this to that waste, she wouldn't have remembered she even had a consort. But this one meeting. Li Xiaoyue suddenly spoke. Someone. A maidservant from the outer room hurried in. Your highness, what are your orders? Go summon Mama Zhou. The maidservant acknowledged and rushed off. Soon Mama Zhou entered and stood respectfully. Your highness, what are your orders? Li Xiaoyue looked at her. How has the Xiaoyi been living these 3 years? Mama Zhou was startled, not expecting the princess to ask this. She thought for a moment and answered cautiously, your highness, the master consort these 3 years. He has never left that yard. Never left. Yes. At the time you instructed that he should stay in that yard and not come out to offend anyone. The servants have been looking after him. Li Xiaoyue frowned. I instructed that. Mama Zhou kept her head down, not daring to speak. Li Xiaoyue was silent for a moment. She didn't remember giving such an order, but since Mama Zhou said so, it must have happened. Even if it wasn't her exact words, it must have been a misunderstanding by the person who relayed the message. But that mistake had lasted 3 years. She thought of the man she had seen today, thin as a beanpole, wearing a faded old robe, standing in that broken yard. The yard had just been cleaned, but his room. Mama Zhou had gone in to take a look and came out with a strange expression. Li Xiaoyue asked, what did he eat these 3 years? What did he wear? Mama Zhou's forehead broke out in sweat. Your highness, it was all according to regulations. What regulations? Mama Zhou fell silent. Li Xiaoyue looked at her and suddenly understood. What regulations? There were no regulations. What could be the rules for a man abandoned in a broken yard for 3 years cared for by no one? Seeing that no one paid him any attention, the servants would naturally bully him as much as they pleased. She remembered the way he had looked at her today, neither servile nor arrogant, neither warm nor cold, like looking at a stranger. Anyone locked up for 3 years wouldn't have a kind expression for this so-called fiancé. Li Xiaoyue waved her hand. You may go. Mama Zhou, relieved to be dismissed, quickly retreated. Li Xiaoyue sat by the window gazing at the night outside, her mind in turmoil. Should she go again tomorrow? In the Golden Long Hall, the atmosphere was unsettling. The Baron delegation stood in a row, the leader towering like an iron tower, blocking half the sunlight streaming in from outside. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, a smile on his face, though it appeared somewhat forced. Baron envoy Wan Yanlai, on the orders of the Khan, has come to celebrate your majesty's birthday. The man spoke, his voice buzzing like a bell, wishing your majesty longevity and the prosperity of the great Xia. After finishing his words, he clasped his hands, but his eyes darted around, glancing at the screen behind the emperor, the golden pillars on either side, and the coiling dragon on the ceiling. His gaze did not appear to be that of a celebrant, but rather someone measuring the land. The emperor nodded. The envoy has traveled a long way, much appreciated. Please take a seat. Wan Yanlai remained motionless. He stood there suddenly grinning. Your majesty, I have heard on the prairie that Great Xiao's warriors are unrivaled in the world. Since I have the rare opportunity to visit today, may I have the honor of seeing for myself? Upon saying this, the hall fell silent for a moment. The emperor's smile faltered. What does the envoy mean by that? Wan Yanlai stepped aside, revealing several Baron warriors behind him. Each one was broad-shouldered and well-built, standing there like mountains. I brought a few brothers with me, hoping to learn from your majesty, Wan Yanlai said with a smile. People from the prairie often spar when they meet to liven things up. I wonder if the warriors of Great Xia dare to oblige. He particularly emphasized the words dare to. The hall became even quieter. The emperor glanced at Xia Daoan. Xia Daoan squinted, his usual smile on his face, saying nothing. The emperor looked towards the military officials. Several military officials looked displeased, but no one stepped forward to speak. Wan Yanlai waited for a moment, then laughed. What's the matter? Are the warriors of Great Xia all this humble? His laughter echoed in the golden long hall, piercing the ears. From the military officials, one stepped forward. He was in his 40s, stout and rugged, with a scar on his face. He strode to the center of the hall and cupped his fists towards the emperor. Your majesty, I am Zhou Huai, willing to learn from the envoy's high skills. Wan Yanlai sized him up and nodded. Looks like a martial artist. Come on. The two took their positions in the center of the hall. Zhou Huai struck a stance, feet properly aligned, fists poised. Wan Yanlai remained relaxed, hands hanging by his sides as if nothing were amiss. Zhou Huai took a deep breath and charged forward. A punch aimed straight at Wan Yanlai's face. Wan Yanlai tilted his head, dodging it. Zhou Huai followed with a second punch aimed at his stomach. Wan Yanlai tightened his abdomen and evaded again. Zhou Huai's third, fourth, and fifth punches came each faster and fiercer than the last. Wan Yanlai dodged them all, still wearing a smile. Is that all he said? Zhou Huai's face turned crimson as he threw another punch. This time Wan Yanlai did not evade. He reached out and grabbed Zhou Huai's fist. Zhou Huai froze, trying to pull back, but found he couldn't. Wan Yanlai grinned. Now it's my turn. He punched Zhou Huai in the chest. Zhou Huai flew backward, crashing to the ground and sliding over a yard. General Zhou. Several military officials rushed forward to help him up. Zhou Huai clutched his chest, his face as pale as paper, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wan Yanlai stood in place, clapping his hands and surveying the surroundings. His gaze swept over the civil officials, then the military officials, finally landing on the dragon throne. Who else? The second to step up was a general named Zheng, a few years younger than Zhou Huai and quick on his feet. He thought that since Zhou Huai lost in a direct clash, he would try a different approach. He circled around Wan Yanlai, looking for an opportunity to strike. Wan Yanlai stood there watching him circle, suddenly laughing. Like a monkey. General Zheng's face flushed as he seized an opening and kicked toward Wan Yanlai's lower back. Wan Yanlai didn't turn around, effortlessly slapping his leg. Crack! General Zhang let out a miserable scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg. The leg bent at an unnatural angle, with the white bone protruding from his pant leg. Take him away, Wan Yanlai said. Several eunuchs hurriedly approached, carrying him away. The screams echoed to the entrance of the hall, lingering for a long time before fading. The third to step up was a deputy commander from the Imperial Guard named Chen, in his 40s and at the prime of his life. He did not rush to attack, but stood in front of Wan Yanlai, sizing him up. Wan Yanlai was also unhurried, standing casually, waiting for him to finish. Have you seen enough? Wan Yanlai asked. Commander Chen remained silent and suddenly made his move. He feigned a punch, tricking Wan Yanlai into raising his hand to block while his foot kicked out low, fast and sneaky, aimed at Wan Yanlai's knee. Wan Yanlai did raise his hand, but his other leg was also in motion. He sidestepped to avoid the kick, then retaliated with a kick of his own, striking Commander Chen's calf. Commander Chen stumbled, still unsteady, when Wan Yanlai lunged at him. He grabbed Commander Chen's arm and twisted it downward. Ah! That scream echoed throughout the Golden Luang Hall. With a crack, his arm broke. The white bone jutted out from the elbow, blood dripping down, falling onto the golden bricks. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. When Wan Yanlai released his grip, Commander Chen collapsed to the ground, rolling while clutching his arm. The hall was silent enough to hear one's heartbeat. Someone gagged, quickly covering their mouth. Some turned away, unable to watch. The Emperor sat on the dragon throne, his face ashen, gripping the armrests tightly, his knuckles turning white. Xia Daoan squinted, sitting there motionless, his expression blank, resembling a lifeless statue. Wan Yanlai stood in the center of the hall, glancing down at the puddle of blood before looking up to survey the surroundings. Is there anyone else? No one responded. He asked again, are there any more warriors of Great Xia? Still no one answered. Wan Yanlai suddenly laughed. He turned around and cupped his hands to the Emperor on the dragon throne. Your Majesty, the warriors of Great Xia truly live up to their reputation. Today I have truly broadened my horizons. After saying this, he strode back to the Beirong delegation, plopped down and poured himself tea from the pot on the table, drinking straight from it. The Beirong warriors gathered around, chattering away before bursting into laughter, their mirth unrestrained. Their laughter echoed through the Golden Luang Hall, piercing the ears. The Emperor sat above, unable to utter a word. Xia Daoan picked up his teacup, taking a slow sip, his eyes narrowed into a slit, concealing his thoughts. News spread faster than the wind. By that afternoon, the entire capital city knew. In tea houses and taverns, everyone was discussing it. Have you heard? That Wan Yanlai from northern Rome single-handedly took on 3 of ours and defeated them all. Not just defeated, utterly crushed. General Zhou was spat blood, General Zhang's leg was broken, and Commander Chen's arm was twisted off. The white bone shards were sticking right out. Tisk, don't talk about it, I can't even eat my meal now. Alas, what's wrong with Great Xia? Not a single capable fighter. I heard that when Wan Yanlai left, he said something like, Great Xia's warriors are indeed worthy of their reputation. That wasn't praise, it was mockery. This bitterness. We can't swallow it. What can you do about it? Can you fight? No one could answer. In the princess's residence, the news had also arrived. In the kitchen, a few old women huddled together, chattering excitedly. That Wan Yanlai, built like an iron tower, sent General Zhou flying with 1 punch. General Zhang was even worse, his leg snapped, the bone sticking out. My nephew serves in the Imperial Medical Academy, said when they carried him in he was already unconscious. Commander Chen's arm, they say it was twisted 3 times and with a crack it came off. Chunlan, holding the bowl of food for Xiaoi, stood nearby, her face pale from listening. One of the old women saw her and waved her off. Go on, what's a child doing listening to this? Hurry up and take your meal. Chunlan snapped back to reality, picked up the bowl and ran toward the side courtyard. When she ran into the courtyard, Xiaoi was lying on the bed, eyes closed, whether asleep or awake unknown. Chunlan set the bowl on the table and said breathlessly, Lord Consort, something terrible has happened. Xiaoi opened his eyes and looked at her. Unable to hold it in, Chunlan rattled off the events at the Golden Luan Hall. When she mentioned Commander Chen's arm being twisted off, her own arm ached in sympathy and she shrank her neck. Xiaoi listened and said nothing. Chunlan watched him, waited a while, but he didn't speak. She grew anxious. Lord Consort, how can you not be worried at all? Those northern Rome are so arrogant and no one in Great Xia can beat them. What will happen in the future? Xiaoi glanced at her and suddenly asked that Wan Yanlai, what moves did he use? Chunlan was taken aback. Moves? What moves? How did he win? Move by move, how did he fight? Chunlan scratched her head. Well, the kitchen women didn't go into that much detail. They just said he was incredibly strong, sent General Zhou flying with 1 punch. General Zhang's leg was broken by a slap and Commander Chen's arm was twisted off. Xiaoi nodded and didn't ask further. Chunlan stood there wanting to say more when suddenly footsteps sounded from outside. They were heading toward the main courtyard and it sounded like several people. Chunlan peeked out, then pulled back and whispered, it's Minister Zhang. Zhang Yulong, the minister. Xiao Yi's brow twitched slightly. Chunlan said in a low voice, he must be here to see the princess. Whenever something happens, he's the first to come running and goes on and on in front of her. Xiaoi suddenly sat up. Chunlan was startled. Lord Consort, what are you going to do? Xiaoi ignored her, put on his shoes and walked out. Chunlan stood frozen, watching his back, wondering what he was up to. In the main courtyard, Zhang Yulong was speaking with great fervor. He wore a moon-white brocade robe, a jade belt at his waist, and waved a folding fan in his hand, standing before Li Xiaoyue with an expression of righteous indignation. This is utterly outrageous. Those military officers usually boasting to the heavens, general of the northern garrison, invincible warrior, when the moment of truth came not a single one could fight. A disgrace. A disgrace to great Xia. A disgrace to his majesty. Li Xiaoyue sat in her chair, her face expressionless, simply listening. Zhang Yulong grew more animated. Princess, tell me, what does great Xia keep these people for? To eat for free. Every year we allocate so much military funds, and it's all fed to the dogs. With such a level, how can they guard the border? If the northern Rong attack, can they hold them off? He snapped his fan shut and slapped it against his palm. I say these people should all be dismissed and investigated. Let capable people step up. Great Xia is full of talent, can't we find a few who can fight? Just as he finished, a cough came from the courtyard entrance. Zhang Yulong turned and froze. Xiaoyi stood at the entrance looking at him. Zhang Yulong's face instantly flushed red. Though his words had not named names, everyone knew he was referring to the military officers. Xiaoyi was not a military officer, but he was the consort, a member of the princess's household. He had cursed the military officers to the bone in front of the princess. What would this useless consort think? Then he thought again, what could a useless man think? Did it even matter? Zhang Yulong straightened his back, forced a smile, and said, "Oh, Consort Xiao. What brings you out? The sun is so strong, don't get sunburned." Xiaoyi ignored him, walked into the courtyard, and stood to the side. Li Xiaoyue glanced at Xiaoyi, her brow slightly furrowed. She seemed about to speak, but opened her mouth and swallowed the words. Seeing Xiaoyi silent, Zhang Yulong thought he was cowed and grew bolder. He turned to Li Xiaoyue and continued, "Princess, isn't that right? Incompetent military officers harm the country and the people. Those who lost to Wang Yanlai should be." Xiaoyi suddenly shook his head. Very lightly, very quickly, gone in an instant. But Zhang Yulong saw it. He stopped and turned to Xiaoyi. "Consort Xiao, what does that shake of the head mean? Do you have a profound opinion?" Xiaoyi looked at him calmly and said, "No profound opinion." Zhang Yulong laughed. "Then what did you mean by shaking your head?" Xiaoyi said, "Only that what you just said, Minister Zhang, applies equally to yourself." Zhang Yulong's smile froze. "You? What did you say?" Xiaoyi ignored him, turned and walked away. Zhang Yulong stood there, his face crimson, lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Li Xiaoyue watched Xiaoyi's retreating figure, a flicker of light in her eyes. She suddenly recalled that day in the side courtyard when this man had also turned and walked away, leaving her with the words "gold and jade" on the outside, but unfit for great tasks. At the time she had found it laughable. But now, she looked at Zhang Yulong. He was still standing there, his face still red, his eyes full of anger and embarrassment. "Princess, what does he mean? A useless man like him? Enough!" Li Xiaoyue cut him off. Zhang Yulong was stunned. Li Xiaoyue stood up and glanced at him. "Minister Zhang, this princess is tired." With that she too left. Zhang Yulong stood alone in the courtyard, the veins on his hand gripping the folding fan bulging. In the side courtyard, Xiaoyi lay back on the bed. Chulan came running in after him, her eyes bright as lit lamps. "Lord Consort, you were amazing. You should have seen Minister Zhang's face, like a pig's liver." Xiaoyi said nothing. Chulan drew closer and whispered, "Lord Consort, what did you mean by that remark? Applies equally to yourself. What skill does Minister Zhang have? He can only write a few poems, nothing else." Xiaoyi glanced at her. Chulan quickly shut up, grabbed the empty bowl, and ran off. At the door she turned back and said, "Lord Consort, you were truly impressive today." Then she vanished. Xiaoyi lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. Would Zhang Yulong, having suffered a loss today, let it go? No. But so what? He closed his eyes, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Xiaoyi had no idea when Zhang Yulong left. He lay on the bed in the side courtyard listening to the wind outside. The jujube tree leaves rustled and occasionally a few birds chirped, then fell silent. When Chunlan came to collect the bowl, she was still chattering about Zhang Yulong's face, her eyebrows dancing with excitement. Xiaoyi ignored her, letting her ramble on. The next morning Zhou Mamo arrived. She stood at the courtyard gate, not stepping inside, and called out, "Prince Consort, an imperial decree has arrived from the palace." Xiaoyi sat up, put on his shoes, and walked to the door. Zhou Mamo held a scroll in her hands. When she saw him she forced a smile, a fake brittle smile that seemed pasted on. "Prince Consort, in 3 days His Majesty will host a state banquet at the Qilin Hall to welcome the Northern Rong delegation. Her Highness the Princess must attend, and by custom you are to accompany her." Xiaoyi looked at her without speaking. Zhou Mamo waited for a moment, but he showed no reaction. Her smile began to falter. She thrust the scroll forward. This is from the Ministry of Rights. Please take it. Xiao took it and glanced down. It was an invitation bearing the date and time of the state banquet along with a line requesting the Prince Consort to accompany the eldest princess. Zhou Mamo lingered. Xiao looked up. Is there something else? She opened her mouth as if to speak, then swallowed her words. She waved her hand. No, nothing. Please busy yourself, Prince Consort. With that she turned and left, walking quickly as if afraid he might ask more. Xiao watched her retreating figure, narrowing his eyes. That old woman was hiding something. He turned back into the room, tossed the invitation onto the table, and lay down again. Lying there he suddenly recalled Zhou Mamo's expression. It was hardly a good omen. Was the princess unwilling to bring him along? That made sense. After 3 years of absence, the worthless Prince Consort was suddenly to be shown to others. How embarrassing. Xiao closed his eyes, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Let it be embarrassing. After all, he had long lost any face he once had. In the main courtyard, Li Xiaoyue sat by the window, also holding an invitation. It was the same as Xiao's, sent by the Ministry of Rights, bearing the same date and time, the same line requesting the Prince Consort to accompany the eldest princess. She stared at that line for a long time. Zhou Mamo stood to the side, carefully studying the prince's expression. After a long pause, Li Xiaoyue suddenly asked, "Did you deliver it?" Zhou Mamo was startled. Huh? The invitation. Did you deliver it to him? Zhou Mamo quickly nodded. Yes, I delivered it myself. Li Xiaoyue said nothing. Zhou Mamo waited a moment, then ventured, Your Highness, if you don't wish to take him, I could go to the Ministry of Rights and say the Prince Consort is unwell. Li Xiaoyue glanced at her. Zhou Mamo immediately fell silent. Li Xiaoyue set down the invitation and looked out the window. Outside stood a pomegranate tree bearing a few dazzling red blossoms. She stared at the flowers, but her mind was elsewhere, the man in the tattered robe and those words, gilded exteriors incapable of great tasks. And yesterday that remark he made to Zhang Yulong, that phrase suits you as well. Sitting there hearing it, her heart had suddenly skipped a beat. Not fear, it was indescribable. This man was not what she had imagined. For 3 years she had thought he was nothing but a good-for-nothing. But now it seemed someone else was the good-for-nothing. Zhou Mamo still stood there, afraid to move or speak. Li Xiaoyue suddenly rose. Zhou Mamo was startled. Your Highness. Li Xiaoyue ignored her and walked out. Zhou Mamo hurried after. Your Highness, where are you going? The side courtyard. In the side courtyard, Xiao was still lying down. Upon hearing the footsteps he knew who it was, not Xunlan, whose steps were heavy and clumsy. These were steady, measured steps, unhurried. He sat up. The door pushed open and Li Xiaoyue stood in the doorway. Sunlight streamed in from behind her, tracing a golden outline around her figure. She wore a simple pale blue dress, far more understated than what she had worn in the courtyard that day. Her face was expressionless, but there was something in her eyes different from usual. Xiao stood and bowed. Your Highness. Li Xiaoyue nodded and stepped inside. She glanced around the room. It was the first time she had entered this place. It was even more dilapidated than it appeared from outside. A large water stain marred the wall. The cabinet stood crooked and on the table lay a chipped bowl. The bed held only a thin mattress, though it was neatly folded. She withdrew her gaze and looked at Xiao. He stood there waiting for her to speak. After a moment of silence, Li Xiaoyue asked, Did Zhou Mamo come? Xiao nodded. Did she tell you? He nodded again. Li Xiaoyue looked at him and suddenly asked, Do you want to go? Xiao was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to ask that. She waited for his answer, but he remained silent. Her brow furrowed slightly. She didn't know why she had asked. By right she was the princess, he the prince consort. If she commanded him to go, he had no choice. But she had asked and now she regretted it slightly. Xiao looked at her, then smiled, a faint fleeting smile. If your highness does not object, he said, I would gladly accompany you. Li Xiaoyue was stunned. She gazed at his gaunt face, his calm eyes, that fleeting smile. Something stirred in her heart. She turned her face away, her voice hardening slightly. Then prepare yourself in 3 days. With that she turned and left. At the doorway she paused and said without looking back, Change those clothes. Then she left. Xiao stood in the room watching the door left ajar, a faint smile curling his lips. Xunlan poked her head in from outside, her eyes sparkling. Prince Consort, the princess told you to change clothes. She's concerned about you. Xiao glanced at her. Xunlan quickly withdrew her head and ran off. Xiao sat back on the bed gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window. 3 days later. The Qilin Hall. Wan Yan Lai. He closed his eyes, that smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth. 3 days later, just after the hour of Shinjo arrived. This time she stood at the entrance of the courtyard, not stepping inside, her smile even more feigned than before, like a paper mask glued on, ready to fall off at the slightest breeze. Your Highness the Consort, the princess carriage has arrived. Please come with me. Xiao stood up, smoothing his clothes. He was still wearing that same old faded robe washed white from use. Mamo glanced at him and froze. She opened her mouth as if to say something, then swallowed the words back. Her expression was that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. Xiao ignored her and walked out. At the courtyard gate, Mamo suddenly said, Your Highness the Consort. You're wearing that. Xiao stopped and turned to look at her. Mamo felt a chill under his gaze and quickly waved her hands. No, nothing. I was just asking. Xiao said nothing and continued forward. Mamo stood there watching his receding figure. She muttered something under her breath, then hurried to follow. At the main gate of the princess residence, the carriage was already waiting. The carriage had a lacquered black body with gold-painted patterns. The 2 horses pulling it were pure white, their coats gleaming. 7 or 8 attendants stood beside the carriage, including maids, elderly women, and several sword-bearing guards. The curtain was lifted, revealing a person seated inside. Li Xiaowei. She was wearing formal court attire today, deep purple with gold thread embroidery at the collar and cuffs, jade hairpins and dangling ornaments in her hair, and a light layer of powder on her face. She appeared more regal than the usual cold-faced princess. Xiao walked to the front of the carriage, stopped and bowed. Princess. Li Xiaoyue nodded, her gaze lingering on him for a moment. That old faded robe set against the resplendent carriage was glaringly out of place. Li Xiaoyue's brow furrowed slightly. An elderly woman beside her quickly brought a footstool. Xiao stepped onto it and climbed into the carriage, taking a seat opposite the princess. The curtain fell and the carriage began to move. The compartment held only the 2 of them. Li Xiaoyue was silent and Xiao was silent too. The wheels rumbled over the flagstones, a steady creaking sound. Occasionally a breeze lifted the curtain, letting in a sliver of light before darkness returned. After a long while, Li Xiaoyue suddenly spoke. That robe. You didn't change. Xiao looked down at himself. Li Xiaoyue stared at him, her brow furrowing even deeper. She opened her mouth as if to say something, then swallowed the words back. What could she say? Tell him to go back and change. Too late. Scold him for being disobedient. What right did she have to scold him? He was free to wear what he wanted, it was none of her business. Yet she felt a knot in her chest. Not because he embarrassed her, but she couldn't quite name it. Xiao glanced at her and suddenly said, This outfit is fine. Li Xiaoyue was taken aback. Xiao said no more and turned his gaze outside the curtain. She looked at his profile and the knot in her chest slowly dissolved. The carriage traveled for nearly half an hour before stopping. Someone outside announced, Her Highness the Grand Princess arrives, His Highness the Consort arrives. The word consort was drawn out oddly, carrying a strange tone. Xiao followed Li Xiaoyue out of the carriage. Before them stood a magnificent palace with red walls and golden tiles dazzling under the lantern light. The main doors were wide open, revealing a hall bright with lamps and filled with the murmur of voices and the aroma of wine. Li Xiaoyue paused, smoothed her robes and turned to look at Xiao. Her gaze was complex. Was it worry? Resignation? Or something else? Follow me, she said. Xiao nodded. They walked inside. As they stepped through the door, a wave of warmth rushed over them. The hall was lit with countless lamps as bright as day. Long tables were arranged neatly, filled with people, officials in robes, men in brocade, warriors in armor, all holding cups and chatting. The moment Xiao entered, the chatter faltered. Then countless eyes turned toward him. The looks directed at the princess were respectful. But the looks directed at the man behind her changed. Xiao in his faded old robe stood among the richly dressed crowd like a piece of coarse cloth stuffed into a pile of silk, conspicuous and jarring. Some lowered their heads to whisper to their neighbors. Others twitched their lips and quickly hid their smiles behind their sleeves. A few even laughed out loud before covering it with a cough. Xiao heard it all, but his face showed no expression. Li Xiaoyu's steps faltered for an instant, then she walked even faster. She led Xiao to a row of seats on the right and sat down. Xiao sat beside her. Across from them were the members of the Bayrom delegation. They were all burly, clad in leather robes with disheveled hair, looking utterly out of place in this hall. The leader's seat was empty. He had not yet arrived. Xiao picked up his teacup and took a slow sip. Li Xiaoyue glanced at him as if about to speak, but swallowed her words. High above, directly in front, sat a single figure. Clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, he appeared to be around 30, with a pale complexion, as if he rarely saw the sun. He was speaking with someone beside him, occasionally laughing softly, a gentle smile. That was the Emperor. Next to the Emperor sat a man with silver hair wearing a purple robe, his eyes narrowed, smiling like a benevolent Buddha. He glanced once in Xiaoyi's direction, then looked away as if regarding an ant. Xia Dawan, the Grand Secretary, head of the civil officials. Xiaoyi withdrew his gaze and continued drinking his tea. The hall grew more crowded and lively. People toasted, exchanged pleasantries, and curried favor, the buzz of voices like a swarm of flies. Suddenly a commotion arose at the entrance. The Beirong delegation arrives. Wan Yanlai the warrior arrives, a tall figure strode through the doorway. Xiaoyi looked up. The newcomer was a head taller than everyone else, standing like an iron tower. He had a thick beard and eyes like a wolf's. The moment he entered, his gaze swept the room, scraping across every face, sending a chill down their spines. Wan Yanlai. Behind him followed several Beirong warriors, each one more imposing than the last. Wan Yanlai strode forward, took the seat reserved for him, and plopped down. Before sitting, he swept his gaze around the room once more, this time pausing briefly on Xiaoyi's side. A brief pause, then he looked away. Xiaoyi knew what he was looking at, Li Xiaowei. Among all the women in the hall, she was the most striking. After Wan Yanlai sat down, he said something to the man beside him, and several of them laughed loudly. The Emperor raised his cup and spoke a few courteous words. Things like friendship between the two nations traveling from afar, and let us drink together. Everyone stood, raised their cups, and drank in one gulp. Xiaoyi also stood, raised his cup, and drank it all. The wine was harsh, burning his throat. He set down his cup and sat again. What followed was a series of tedious formalities: toasting, returning toasts, more toasting, more returns. Speaking, listening, forced smiles, fake smiles. Xiaoyi sat there drinking cup after cup, not uttering a word. He was waiting. Waiting for Wan Yanlai to speak. He knew this man wouldn't sit quietly drinking all night. After several rounds of wine and dishes, the atmosphere in the great hall had long since shifted. At the start of the banquet, there were still people chatting and laughing, toasting and exchanging pleasantries. Now the voices grew softer, the laughter became rarer, and everyone wore an uneasy expression on their faces. They all knew that Wan Yanlai would not remain seated quietly, yet no one knew when he would strike. Xiaoyi sat in the corner holding a teacup, sipping slowly. He saw the northern Rong warriors opposite him, each drinking more fiercely than the last. Wine poured into their mouths, trickled down their bearded chins, and dripped onto their leather robes. They paid no heed, wiping their mouths and continuing to guzzle. Wan Yanlai sat in the middle, cup after cup, drinking more than anyone else. Yet his eyes grew increasingly bright, like a wolf's, darting glances around. He glanced at the Emperor, who was speaking with Xie Daoan, a smile on his face that was unnervingly stiff. He glanced at the military officers, several of whom had their heads bowed, not daring to look his way, their fingers gripping their cups until the knuckles turned white. He glanced at the civil officials, who maintained their dignified airs but kept sneaking glances in his direction, wanting to look but not daring to meet his eyes. Finally his gaze landed on Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi was drinking tea. Sensing the stare, he looked up. Their eyes met for a moment. Wan Yanlai was taken aback. This man's eyes were different. Everyone in the hall either avoided him, lowered their heads, or averted their gaze. But this man neither dodged nor flinched. He simply looked at him as if he were a stone by the roadside. Wan Yanlai grinned. Interesting. He slammed his cup on the table and stood up. As he rose, his body swayed slightly as if he had drunk too much. But his eyes were crystal clear, unnervingly bright. He walked to the center of the hall, cupped his hands toward the Emperor, and his voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the hall, "Your Majesty." The smile on the Emperor's face froze for a moment, his cup suspended in midair. "What is it, envoy?" Wan Yanlai walked to the center of the hall, cupped his hands toward the Emperor, and his voice boomed, "Your Majesty." The smile on the Emperor's face froze momentarily. "What is it, envoy?" Wan Yanlai grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "Your Majesty, on the grasslands we don't drink without entertainment. We need something to liven things up. Where we come from, it's either wrestling, boxing, or horse racing. Today I've come to Great Xia, and I want to see what you have to offer." The Emperor's expression changed slightly, but he did not respond. Wan Yanlai waited for a while, then laughed again. "What? Are Great Xiao's warriors so modest?" He turned around and swept his gaze across the military officers, his eyes like knives scraping across each face. "A few days ago in the Golden Throne Hall I exchanged a few moves with some generals. To be honest, they were not impressive." He paused. "Is there anyone here today who can actually fight?" No one spoke. Wan Yanlai waited for a moment, then walked back to his seat, picked up his cup, and took a gulp. After finishing, he slammed the cup onto the table with a sharp crack, startling everyone in the hall. He stood up again and walked to the center of the hall, this time his voice even louder. "Before I came, the Khan told me that Great Xia is vast and rich, teeming with talented individuals. Now I've been here for 3 days. I've drunk, eaten, and seen the women, but as for the men. He deliberately drew out the word, his eyes sweeping around the room. I haven't seen a single one who can fight. A deathly silence fell over the hall. Wan Yanlai grinned, looking immensely pleased. Are the bones of Great Xiao's men softer than the rabbits on the grasslands? No one spoke. Among the military officers, a few clenched their fists so hard that their knuckles cracked, but they could not stand up. It was not that they didn't want to, it was that they dared not. They had witnessed the 3 matches a few days ago. Zhou Huai, a fierce general under the town-suppressing general, was knocked to the ground with a single punch, coughing up blood, and was carried back to bed for 3 days without getting up. General Zhang, the fastest of them, had his leg snapped in one kick with bone protruding through his trousers. The sound of his screams still echoed in their ears. Commander Chen, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard in his prime, had his arm twisted and broken in a single encounter. The white bone poked out from his elbow and blood dripped onto the golden bricks drop by drop. If they went up, would it be any better? Wan Yanlai waited for a while, but no one responded. He waited a bit longer, still no one. He suddenly laughed, a hearty laugh. What? Have Great Xiao's warriors all hidden away? Still no one spoke. Wan Yanlai walked back to his seat, picked up his cup, and took another gulp. After finishing, he slammed the cup onto the table with a sharp crack, startling everyone in the hall. He stood up again and walked to the center. This time his voice was even louder, so loud that the entire hall could hear. Are the bones of Great Xiao's men really that soft? A deathly silence. Xiaoyi's hand holding the teacup paused for a moment. The emperor's face darkened and he spoke, his voice suppressing anger though anyone could hear it. The warrior is drunk. Guards escort him to rest. 2 guards stepped forward, one on each side, trying to support Wan Yanlai. He flung his arm, throwing one of them off. The guard stumbled back several steps, nearly falling to the ground. The other stood frozen, unsure whether to proceed or retreat. Wan Yanlai stood his ground, staring at the emperor with wolf-like eyes, unflinching. Your Majesty, I am not drunk. He spoke each word deliberately, each one like a nail driven into place. I ask only this, do the men of Great Xiao dare to fight? No one spoke. Wan Yanlai waited for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. He laughed so hard he bent over, tears almost streaming from his eyes. When he finished laughing, he plopped back into his seat and said to the Northern Rhone warriors beside him, see. This is what Great Xiao's men are like. More cowardly than the rabbits on the grasslands. The Northern Rhone warriors joined in the laughter, unrestrained, slapping the table and stomping their feet, their laughter echoing throughout the hall. Among the civil officials, some lowered their heads, some pretended to drink tea, and some turned away to chat with the person next to them. Among the military officers, several generals' faces flushed red, their fists clenched so tight that veins bulged. But no one dared to stand up. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, his face ashen, his hands gripping the armrests so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but nothing came out. Xia Doan narrowed his eyes, holding his teacup, taking a slow sip. His face still wore that smiling expression, but the mirth in his eyes had long vanished. Xiaoyi sat in the corner watching all of this. He watched Wan Yanlai smug-face the Northern Rhone warriors, laughing so hard they nearly fell over, the civil officials with their heads bowed, the military officers with fists clenched but unable to move, and the emperor on the dragon throne, his face ashen and speechless. He suddenly thought of his past life. It was in a small county town where he passed by a market and saw a few ruffians bullying an old vegetable seller. The old man was beaten until his face was covered in blood, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. A large crowd had gathered layer upon layer, but no one stepped forward. Back then he couldn't stand it and drove the ruffians away. Later someone asked him, why did you meddle? It wasn't your business. He said no one else would, so I did. Now it was the same. Xiaoyi lowered his head and looked at the cup of tea before him. The tea had gone cold with a thin film of oil floating on top. He picked up the cup and took a slow sip. Cold, bitter, astringent. He set the cup down. Then he smiled. A faint, fleeting smile. Beside him Li Xiaoyue remained silent, but her eyes never left him. From the moment Wan Yanlai first stood up to provoke, her gaze had not shifted. She wanted to see how this man would react. Nervousness. Or would he, like the others, lower his head? But he did nothing, just sat there calmly drinking tea, his face utterly devoid of expression. Now she saw him smile. That smile was unlike anything she had ever seen in anyone. But it made her heart skip a beat. She suddenly recalled what he had said to Zhang Yulong in the side courtyard that day. She remembered the words he spoke when he came to the banquet, I shall, am willing to go. She remembered how he had been drinking tea just now as if nothing was wrong. Who was this man? She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, Xiaoyi stood up. She instinctively grabbed his sleeve. What are you doing? Xiaoyi looked down at her hand, then raised his head to meet her eyes. In those eyes there was no fear, no tension, no hesitation, only an indescribable calm. That kind of calm she had only seen in one type of person, those who had truly seen great things and feared nothing. "Princess," he said, "I will be back shortly." With a gentle movement he freed his sleeve from her grasp. Not a struggle but a pull so light and effortless that she didn't even realize it until her hand was empty. Then he stepped forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Everyone in the hall was watching him. This thin frail man in a washed-out old robe walked step by step toward the center of the hall, toward the towering figure of Wan Yanlai. He stopped in front of Wan Yanlai. Wan Yanlai looked up at him. He looked at the shabby robe, the thin stick-like body, the plain unremarkable face, and was stunned. "Who are you?" Someone nearby whispered, "It's the consort." "That useless consort." The voice was not loud, but the hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, and everyone heard it clearly. Wan Yanlai was taken aback, then laughed. He laughed so hard he doubled over. "Consort." He pointed at Xiaoyi, laughing until tears almost came. "You. Is this how great Xiao's consort dresses?" The Northern Rong warriors behind him joined in the laughter, slapping the table, stomping their feet, rocking back and forth. Xiaoyi stood there waiting for them to finish laughing. When they had laughed enough, laughed themselves out, and grown tired, he spoke. His voice was not loud, but it reached every ear. "Clearly had enough. Had enough of laughing." Xiaoyi's voice was not loud, but those 3 words sliced through the hall like a blade, severing all the laughter in an instant. Wan Yanlai's smile froze on his face. He looked down at the slender man before him, at his old faded robe, at his unremarkable face, and suddenly felt something amiss. This man had walked over, said nothing, and simply stood there letting them laugh. Only when they had laughed enough, finished their mockery, did he utter 3 words. Those 3 words were not anger, not fear, not flattery, just 3 plain words: "Had enough of laughing." As if all the humiliation, the ridicule, the curses against the men of Great Xiao were nothing but a joke in his eyes. Wan Yanlai's smile slowly faded. He stared at Xiaoyi, squinting. "What do you mean?" Xiaoyi looked back at him, saying nothing. Beside him a Northern Rong warrior stood up, walked to Wan Yanlai, and sized up Xiaoyi with a grin. "Brother, who's this? Dressed like a beggar." Wan Yanlai ignored him, still staring at Xiaoyi. "You're the prince consort." Xiaoyi nodded. The Northern Rong warrior froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Prince consort. This is the Great Xiao's prince consort. Brother, even the horses we raise on the grasslands dress better than him." He laughed loudly, then slapped Xiaoyi on the shoulder. That slap carried considerable force. It would have staggered an ordinary man. Xiaoyi did not move. He stood there, rooted to the ground, motionless. The Northern Rong warrior was taken aback. He looked down at his hand, then at Xiaoyi's shoulder, a flicker of confusion in his eye. Wan Yanlai noticed it too. He squinted slightly, then suddenly spoke. "You want to fight?" Xiaoyi nodded. Wan Yanlai smiled, this time a genuine smile, not a feigned one. "Fine," he said. "I'll grant your wish." He stepped back, assuming a stance. "Come on, you strike first. Let me see what the Great Xiao's prince consort is made of." Xiaoyi shook his head. Wan Yanlai was taken aback. "What?" Xiaoyi looked at him calmly and said, "You first." The moment those 2 words left his lips, the hall erupted in a buzz. Is he mad? He's letting Wan Yanlai strike first. Isn't that suicide? Wan Yanlai can fell an ox with 1 punch. If he strikes first, that useless man won't survive. I think he's scared witless, doesn't know what he's saying. Should keep your voice down, the princess is still over there. Li Xiaoyue sat in her seat, her hands gripping her sleeves so tightly her nails dug into her flesh. From the moment Xiaoyi stood up, her eyes had never left him. She watched him walk over, watched him stand before Wan Yanlai, watched the Northern Rong warrior slap his shoulder, watched him stand unmoving, watched him utter the words, "You first." Her heart pounded like a war drum, thumping so hard it seemed ready to leap from her throat. What exactly was this man trying to do? Suddenly she recalled what he had said to Zhang Yulong that day in the side courtyard. Remembered how he had stood at the gate and turned away without a word. Remembered his calm face when he sat in the carriage and said, "This outfit is fine." She knew nothing about him. 3 years, she had believed she married a good-for-nothing left to rot in this dilapidated courtyard. But now it seemed it was hard to tell who the real waste was. Beside her, Zhou Momo leaned in and whispered, "Your Highness, should we send someone to?" Silence. Li Xiaoyue did not even turn her head. Zhou Momo was so startled she dared not speak again. Among the military officers, several generals stared wide-eyed at the frail figure in the center of the hall. "Has he lost his mind?" a young general murmured. An older one beside him shook his head. "Not necessarily." "Why not?" With his build, Wan Yanlai could shatter him with 1 punch. The older general said nothing, just stared at Xiaoyi's feet. He saw Xiao standing there, feet neither parallel nor at a perfect angle, knees slightly bent, his whole body as if rooted. That stance was not something an amateur could pull off. Among the civil officials the murmurs grew louder. Is this Prince Consort out of his mind? I think 3 years of confinement have addled his brains, he doesn't know his place. Alas, what a disgrace. Today Great Xia has lost all its face. Xia Doan sat at the head holding his teacup, taking a slow sip. He squinted at Xiao, still wearing that amiable smile, but something flickered in his eyes, gone in an instant. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, gripping the armrests tightly. He stared at Xiao, his brow deeply furrowed. He had some memory of this man. 3 years ago when he issued the decree of marriage he had glimpsed a portrait, thin, weak like a scholar. He had never seen him again, heard he had stayed in the princess mansion, never leaving. So why had he suddenly stepped forward today? What did he want? Wan Yanlai stood before Xiao, his smile gradually fading. He looked at Xiao for a long moment. Let me strike first. He asked word by word. Xiao nodded. Wan Yanlai suddenly laughed, a cold laugh this time. Are you sure? Once I strike you might not be able to stand again. Xiao said nothing, just looked at him. Wan Yanlai waited a moment, but there was no retraction. He nodded. Fine. You asked for it. He took a deep breath, his muscles tensing, his whole body pressing down like a mountain. Then I won't hold back. Before the words had faded he threw a punch. The punch was swift and fierce, carrying a whistling wind aimed straight at Xiao's face. Many in the hall closed their eyes. Li Xiaoyue shot to her feet, wanting to scream but unable to make a sound. In that instant, Xiao moved. He did not charge forward, nor did he retreat. He simply sidestepped lightly. With that sidestep, Wan Yanlai's fist grazed past his ear, not even touching a single hair. Wan Yanlai froze, and before he could react, Xiao had already struck. His right hand reached out and delivered a palm strike to the chest of the Northern Rome warrior who had slapped his shoulder. That warrior stood behind Wan Yanlai, grinning, waiting for the show, never expecting Xiao to target him. By the time he realized, it was too late. The palm strike seemed light, as if no force was applied. But the moment it connected with his chest, the warrior felt as if he had been hit by a charging bull. He was sent flying backward, crashing into the table behind him with a deafening bang, smashing it to pieces. Wine jugs and plates scattered across the floor. He lay amid a heap of splintered wood and shattered porcelain, spitting blood, eyes rolling back motionless. The hall fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned. Li Xiaoyue stood there, mouth agape, hands still outstretched, frozen as if turned to stone. The emperor shot to his feet, the dragon throne wobbling from the sudden movement. Xia Daowen's hand holding the teacup stopped midair. For the first time his eyes widened, no longer that squinting expression. Among the military officers several generals' eyes nearly popped out. Among the civil officials those who had been gossiping moments ago now stood with mouths open, unable to utter a single word. Wan Yanlai stood there looking at the warrior lying in the wreckage, then at his own fist, and finally at Xiao. Xiao stood there just as before, his face utterly devoid of expression. As if that palm strike had not been his doing. Wan Yanlai's expression changed. No longer the arrogant, domineering, contemptuous look of before. He fixed his gaze on Xiao, asking word by word, "Who are you?" Xiao looked back at him calmly and said, "Prince Consort of Great Xia Xiao." Wan Yanlai fixed his gaze on Xiao, the contempt in his eyes long gone. He looked at the warrior still spitting blood on the ground, then at Xiao's calm face, and suddenly realized something. This man had never regarded him as a threat from the very beginning. When told to laugh, he stood waiting. When told to strike, he said, "You first." That punch he threw was dodged with a mere sidestep, and then he casually sent the man beside him flying. Casually. Like swatting a fly. Wan Yanlai took a deep breath, his joints cracking audibly. He stepped forward, standing before Xiao less than 3 feet away. "Interesting," he said. Xiao looked at him silent. Wan Yanlai suddenly smiled, but this smile was different from before. The previous smile was wild, arrogant, and disdainful. This one carried something else, excitement, the thrill of a hunter spotting prey. "Again," he said. This time he attacked himself. He slowly raised both hands, clenched them into fists, and positioned them in front of his body. His stance was completely different from the earlier careless posture, feet neither parallel nor oblique, fists one ahead of the other, his whole body like a drawn bow. Xiao's eyes narrowed. This was the real Wan Yanlai. What came before was merely a game. Wan Yanlai moved. He charged forward like a mountain, bearing down and punched at Xiao's chest. This punch was faster, fiercer, and heavier than the last, accompanied by a whistling wind, its momentum felt even by the generals standing 10 yards away. Xiao did not dodge. He stepped back. Wan Yanlai's fist brushed past his chest, barely missing. Wan Yanlai followed with a second punch aimed at his abdomen. Xiao stepped back again. Third, fourth, fifth punches, each faster and more vicious than the last. Xiao retreated step by step, each punch grazing his body, each one just a hair's breadth away. Wang Yanlai struck faster and harder, but his expression grew increasingly grave. This man dodged every single blow. It wasn't random evasion, it was calculated. Before his fist even arrived, Xiao had already moved the direction and distance precisely such that he couldn't be hit. After a dozen punches, Wang Yanlai suddenly stopped. He stood there panting, staring at Xiao. Xiao stood 3 paces away, not a bead of sweat on his face, his breathing as steady as if nothing had happened. Everyone in the hall stared in disbelief. How? How is this possible? He dodged over a dozen punches without a single hit. I could hear the wind from Wang Yanlai's punch from this far away, and he was right in front of him. How did he dodge it? Li Xiaoyue stood there still clutching her sleeve, her knuckles white. When she saw Xiao retreating, her heart leaped into her throat. With every punch she thought he would be struck, yet each time he evaded just in time. This wasn't luck. This was real skill. Wang Yanlai stared at Xiao and suddenly asked, "Can you only dodge?" Xiao looked at him and said nothing. Wang Yanlai grinned coldly, "Then keep dodging. Let's see how long you can last." He charged again, faster, fiercer, and more reckless than before. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3, all missed. He suddenly changed tactics, kicking at Xiao's knee. Xiao sidestepped, dodging it. His other fist followed, aiming for Xiao's lower back. Xiao turned and dodged again. He suddenly lunged forward, trying to grapple Xiao. Xiao stepped back 3 feet and he grabbed at empty air. Wang Yanlai stood there panting harder. He had thrown nearly 30 punches, not a single kick or blow landed. Xiao stood before him still expressionless, his breathing as calm as ever. Wang Yanlai's face flushed crimson. He suddenly roared, the sound shaking the tiles, "Will you fight or not?" Xiao looked at him and finally spoke. "I will." Wang Yanlai was stunned. Xiao took a step forward. Just 1 step. But as his foot fell, the entire hall seemed to tremble. Not a real tremor, but a sensation, as if something had shifted. Xiao stood before Wang Yanlai less than 3 yards away. "You've had your turn," he said. "Now it's mine." Wang Yanlai's pupils constricted sharply. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Xiao charged forward. Just like that, as fast as an arrow, so swift that even those 30 feet away couldn't see how he moved. He threw a punch, not aimed at Wang Yanlai's face but at his fist. Wang Yanlai instinctively met it with his own punch. Their fists collided in midair. A dull thud like a thunderclap echoed through the entire hall. A shockwave erupted between them, and the nearby Beirong warriors felt as if they had been slapped across the face, their skin stinging. Wang Yanlai flew backward, stumbling 7 steps each one, leaving a footprint in the golden bricks. On the 7th step he collapsed to the ground, his entire right arm trembling uncontrollably, the skin on his fist torn, blood dripping down. Xiao stood still, not a step back. He withdrew his fist, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked down at the seated Wang Yanlai. The hall fell into dead silence. So quiet that you could hear your own heartbeat. So quiet that you could hear the sound of blood dripping from Wang Yanlai's fist onto the golden bricks, drip, drip, drip. So quiet that you could hear someone gasp and hold their breath. The emperor stood before his throne, mouth agape, eyes wide, unable to utter a single word. Xia Daowen's teacup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor with a crack, splashing tea all over his robes. Yet he didn't move, staring at Xiao, his eyes wide for the first time. Among the generals, one dropped to his knees with a clatter, not even knowing why he had knelt. Among the civil officials, those who had just been saying the imperial son-in-law has lost his mind turned pale, their mouths hanging open wide enough to hold an egg. Li Xiaoyue stood there frozen. She watched Xiao's back, that motionless figure in the center of the hall, and suddenly felt a sting in her nose. 3 years. For 3 years she had never looked at him properly. For 3 years she had let him live alone in that dilapidated courtyard, eating scraps, drinking cold water, bullied by the servants. For 3 years her heart belonged to another, and she never knew what kind of man he was. Today she found out. Wang Yanlai sat on the ground staring at Xiao, his eyes filled with shock. He had fought for 20 years and never lost. The wolf king of the steppes, who could kill a wolf with his bare hands, knock out an ox with 1 punch, unbeaten. Today he lost. Lost to a thin man in a tattered robe, utterly defeated. He looked down at his fist, the skin torn, the bone exposed. Then he looked up at Xiao's fist, unblemished, completely unharmed. Wang Yanlai suddenly laughed. Not a bitter laugh, but a genuine one. "Good," he said. "Good punch." Xiao looked at him and nodded. Wang Yanlai struggled to his feet, straightened up, and cupped his hands in salute to Xiao. "This punch I will remember." He turned and walked back to the Beirong delegation, step by step, sat down and grabbed a flagon of wine, pouring it down his throat. The Beirong warriors stood there dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. Everyone in the hall remained frozen, no one moving or speaking. Xiao stood in the center of the hall, turned and cupped his hands toward the emperor. Your Majesty, your servant has fulfilled his duty. The emperor finally snapped back to reality, opened his mouth to speak, but his throat felt blocked, unable to utter a word. He simply waved his hand, signaling Xiao to return. Xiao turned and walked back. Step by step, past the generals, past the civil officials, past the stunned crowd, back to Li Xiaoyu's side. Li Xiaoyu still stood there, still clutching her sleeve, still watching him. He stopped before her. Princess, he said, your servant has returned. Li Xiaoyu looked at him and suddenly tears streamed down her face. By the time the state banquet concluded, it was already the hour of high. The lanterns outside the grand hall still glowed strong in clusters, casting a crimson hue across the ground. The Beirong delegation departed first, and as Wan Yanlai left, he cast a glance back at Xiao. That glance carried an inscrutable meaning. It was not hatred nor anger, but rather a sense of remembrance. Xiao stood beside Li Xiaoyu, his face devoid of expression. Wan Yanlai looked at him once more, then turned and walked away. The Beirong warriors followed close behind, moving swiftly, not daring to look back. Next came the officials of the Great Xia, exiting in twos and threes. As they passed by Xiao, they could not help but steal a glance at him. Their eyes held the same look one might give a rare curiosity, reverence, and a touch of disbelief. Some wished to speak, opening their mouths only to swallow their words, uncertain of what to say. Xia Dawan, however, paused as he departed. He stood before Xiao, squinting at him for a moment, then suddenly smiled. That smile was unlike his usual one, not the forced grin he wore on his face, but a genuine smile, though something hidden within it remained elusive. Consort Xiao, he said, impressive skills. Xiao cupped his hands in salute. You flatter me, Lord Xia. Xia Dawan nodded and walked away. The emperor was the last to leave. He stopped before Xiao, standing still, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His gaze was as if he were looking at a stranger. What is your name again? Xiao. The emperor nodded, looked at him once more, seemed about to speak, but finally only said, go back. Then he left. Xiao and Li Xiaoyu walked out together. Throughout the journey, Li Xiaoyu remained silent. She walked ahead and Xiao followed behind. The lanterns along the palace path illuminated the way, casting their shadows long and stretched, one before the other, flickering in the dim light. Outside the palace gates, the carriage was already waiting. It was the same black lacquered carriage with golden patterns, drawn by the same two white horses. The maids and old nursemaids by the carriage, upon seeing them emerge, promptly bowed in greeting. Li Xiaoyu stepped into the carriage and Xiao followed, taking a seat opposite her. The curtain fell and the carriage began to move. They were alone inside. The rumble of wheels, the clatter of hooves, and occasionally the sound of a night watchman's clapper drifted in from outside. Beyond that there was only silence. Li Xiaoyu remained silent the entire time. She sat there gazing out through the curtain. Outside all was pitch black, yet she continued to stare. Xiao too said nothing. He leaned against the carriage wall, eyes closed as if asleep. But he knew she was not asleep. He knew she was watching him. From the moment they boarded, she had stolen several glances at him. Each time it was a furtive look, a quick peek, then an immediate avert, only to look again after a moment. Xiao kept his eyes closed, allowing her to look. The carriage traveled for nearly an hour before coming to a halt. Princess Consort, we have arrived, someone called from outside. Xiao opened his eyes and descended first. Li Xiaoyu followed. At the entrance of the princess' residence, the lanterns were still lit. Stewardess Zhou, accompanied by several maids, greeted them with a smile. Princess, you're back. Consort is back too. You must be tired. Hot water is already prepared. Li Xiaoyu ignored her and walked inside. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped and without turning her head said, follow me. Xiao was taken aback. Stewardess Zhou was also startled, looking from the princess to Xiao, unsure of what was happening. Xiao followed. They passed through the front courtyard, through the covered corridor, through the moon gate, and finally arrived at the main courtyard. Li Xiaoyu pushed open the door and entered. Xiao stood at the threshold, hesitating. Li Xiaoyu turned back and looked at him come in. Xiao entered. The room was lit with lamps, bright and clear. The furniture was arranged in perfect order, a tea set on the table, scrolls on the walls, porcelain on the shelves, all exuding an air of elegance. It was a world apart from his dilapidated courtyard. Li Xiaoyu sat down on a chair and pointed to the seat opposite. Sit. Xiao sat down. Li Xiaoyu stared at him for a long while. Xiao did not avert his gaze, allowing her to look. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Li Xiaoyu suddenly spoke. Who exactly are you? Xiao looked at her, saying nothing. Li Xiaoyu enunciated each word. Who exactly are you? Xiao replied, I am Xiao. Bullshit. Xiao was stunned. He had not expected this ice-cold princess to use such language. Li Xiaoyue fixed her gaze on him, something glistening in her eyes. "I have seen Xiaoyi. I met him once 3 years ago. He was standing in that dilapidated courtyard, and when he saw me his eyes lit up. He opened his mouth as if to speak but dared not, like a fool." She paused, her voice trembling slightly. "But you are not him." Xiaoyi remained silent. Li Xiaoyue stood up, walked over to him and looked down at him. That Xiaoyi knew no martial arts. That Xiaoyi was bullied for 3 years and dared not even utter a sound. That Xiaoyi upon seeing me would flee like a mouse before a cat. Her voice grew louder. "But you stood before Wan Yanlai letting him laugh his fill before you spoke. You evaded more than 30 of his punches without even breathing hard. With one punch you sent him stumbling back 7 paces while you remained unmoved. You are not him." Xiaoyi looked up at her. Li Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with tears. "Who are you really?" Xiaoyi was silent for a moment, then spoke. "I am Xiaoyi." Li Xiaoyue was about to retort, but he raised a hand to stop her, indicating he was not finished. That Xiaoyi 3 years ago was shoved by someone near the kitchen door. His head hit the stone steps and he lay unconscious for 3 days. Li Xiaoyu's expression shifted. Xiaoyi continued. "When he woke up he was different. He looked into her eyes and said word by word, 'People can change.'" Li Xiaoyue was stunned. She stood there looking at him at a loss for words. Xiaoyi rose and cupped his hands in a bow. "If your highness has no further instructions, I shall take my leave." With that he turned and walked away. Xiaoyi reached the door, his hand already resting on it. Behind him Li Xiaoyu's voice suddenly rang out, "Stop." Xiaoyi halted. He did not turn around, his hand still on the door, waiting. The room grew so silent that the crackling of the lamp wick was audible. After a long pause Li Xiaoyue finally spoke. Her voice was softer now, not as sharp as during the interrogation, yet the undertone felt different. "From today onward," she said, "you will move out of the side courtyard." Xiaoyi's hand paused for a moment. "Move into the main courtyard." He slowly turned around to look at her. Li Xiaoyue stood there, her face turned toward the lamp beside her, not looking at him. The lamplight fell upon her face, tracing a golden outline along her profile. Her expression was unreadable, but the tips of her ears were flushed red. Xiaoyi remained silent. Li Xiaoyue waited for a response, but none came. Impatient, she turned to glare at him. "What?" "Unwilling." That gaze was utterly unlike the usual icy princess. It resembled something else. It was like a young girl caught in embarrassment and anger. Xiaoyi suddenly smiled. A faint smile, fleeting, vanishing in an instant. Yet the mirth did reach his eyes. "As Her Highness commands," he said, "this subject obeys." Li Xiaoyu's face instantly turned crimson. She averted her head, waved her hand, and her voice stiffened again, though it sounded forced. "Enough. Go back. You'll have someone tidy up tomorrow." Xiaoyi nodded and pushed the door open to leave. The moment the door closed he heard a pfft from the corner of the wall. It was the sound of someone desperately stifling laughter. Xiaoyi turned to look. In the shadow of the corner squatted a person, hands covering her mouth, body shaking uncontrollably. Chunlan. He walked over and looked down at her. Chunlan raised her head, her face blooming like a flower, eyes sparkling with light. "Prince Consort," she said, her voice leaking through her fingers. I didn't mean to. I just eavesdropping." Xiaoyi found it somewhat amusing. "You heard?" he asked. Chunlan nodded vigorously, then shook her head, then nodded again, utterly confused herself. Xiaoyi said nothing more and walked on. Chunlan scrambled to her feet and followed, trotting to keep pace. After a while she couldn't hold it in anymore, leaning in to whisper, "Prince Consort, Her Highness asked you to move to the main courtyard." "The main courtyard? That's where the princess lives. In all my life I've only been inside a few times." Xiaoyi ignored her. Chunlan didn't mind chattering on. "I knew it. I knew it. The day she came to our yard I sensed something special about you. The way she looked at you was completely different from how she looks at Lord Zhang. I told you Her Highness has feelings for you." Xiaoyi stopped abruptly. Chunlan nearly collided with him, braking just in time. He turned to look at her. "What did you say about the way the princess looks at Zhang Yulong?" Chunlan paused, thinking. "Just ordinary. When he comes she receives him, but only as a formal visit. No warmth, no coldness, just formality." Xiaoyi nodded and continued walking. Chunlan trailed behind, muttering, "Anyway, I think Her Highness treats you truly differently. You don't know the day she came to our yard, the look in her eyes as she left." She suddenly realized what she was saying and shut her mouth. Xiaoyi did not press further. The two walked one after the other through the covered corridor past the moon gate until they reached the side courtyard entrance. Xunlan stopped watching Xiaoyi enter, then called out Prince Consort. Xiaoyi turned back. Xunlan stood in the moonlight, her face beaming like a fool. Congratulations. Xiaoyi glanced at her, said nothing, and pushed the door open to enter. Xunlan stood there watching the door close, then suddenly covered her face and bounced twice on the spot. Ah, so wonderful, so wonderful, so wonderful. She muttered softly, then trotted away. Inside the room, Xiaoyi lay back on the bed. Moonlight seeped through the paper window, casting a white patch on the floor. He gazed at the moonlight, the corners of his mouth curling up again. The main courtyard. 3 years. He did not rush to celebrate, nor did he overthink. He simply felt that this step had been taken. He closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, news spread like wings, flying throughout the entire capital. Did you hear? Last night at the national banquet, our Daxia's Prince Consort knocked that Wan Yan lie down with a single punch. Which Prince Consort? The one related to the Grand Princess, the one who has been locked away in the side courtyard for 3 years. Impossible. Isn't that a useless person? You can't find a useless person who can knock down Wan Yan Lai with a punch. Is this for real? Absolutely true. My cousin, who was in the Imperial Guard, stood outside the hall last night and heard it with his own ears. Wan Yan Lai stepped back 7 paces and fell to the ground, blood dripping from his fist all over the place. What kind of background does this Prince Consort have? Who knows, but from today onwards no one will dare to call him useless anymore. Naturally, the news reached the princess residence as well. In the kitchen, several maids were huddled together, chattering excitedly. Xunlan, carrying a bowl of food for Xiaoyi, was all smiles. Xunlan, you go to the side courtyard every day. What is the Prince Consort's background? Xunlan pouted. What side courtyard? It can't be called that anymore from now on. Last night the princess spoke and ordered the Prince Consort to move to the main courtyard. Ah. The maid's eyes nearly popped out. Xunlan proudly walked away with the bowl. Just as Xiaoyi finished his breakfast, a commotion of footsteps came from outside. It wasn't just one person but several. They walked hurriedly and heavily as if rushing back from the afterlife. He set down his chopsticks and stood up. The door was pushed open and a man strode in. In his 40s, with a broad back and a powerful build, he had a scar on his face that stretched from his left eyebrow to the corner of his mouth. Dressed in worn armor, he looked travel-worn, as if he had just returned from outside. Upon entering, he fixed his gaze on Xiaoyi. He stared for a full 3 breaths before suddenly kneeling with a thud. Xiaoyi was stunned. The man knelt on the ground, bowed deeply, and knocked his head 3 times, loudly shaking the floor. Xiao Xiansheng. He lifted his head, his scar twitching, his eyes shining with excitement. Xiao Xiansheng. You has no eyes. I didn't get to see you at the national banquet yesterday, but today I heard from my brothers what true skill is. Please teach me, master. Xiaoyi looked at him and suddenly asked, You Ting. The man was taken aback. You know me? Xiaoyi nodded. General of the Northern Defense, stationed at the northern border for 10 years, fought in countless battles. I've heard of you. Yu Ting's eyes brightened. Even more you know about me. Xiaoyi remained silent, walked over and helped him up. Please rise, General. Yu Ting did not rise, kneeling on the ground, stubbornly saying, I won't get up unless you agree, master. Xiaoyi looked at him and suddenly laughed. Stand up and let's talk. Only then did Yu Ting get up, standing there like an iron tower. Yet his gaze resembled that of a child eagerly asking for candy, looking at Xiaoyi with longing. Xiaoyi asked, Where did the general come from? Yu Ting replied, From the city defense camp. I heard about your exploits last night and rushed back overnight. As soon as the city gate opened, I came straight to the princess residence. Is it true that you knocked Wan Yan Lai back with a single punch? I heard from my brothers that he threw over 30 punches and not one landed on you, yet you sent him back 7 steps with 1 punch. Is it true? Xiaoyi did not answer but countered, Have you fought against Wan Yan Lai? Yu Ting's face flushed and he lowered his head. I have. 3 years ago in the northern border I fought against him. I lost and it was quite a devastating defeat. Xiaoyi looked at him. Yu Ting raised his head, his scar twitching. That guy has great strength, speed and fierce moves. I lasted 20 exchanges before being knocked off my horse, nearly losing my life. This scar is from that time. So where do you think he lost today? Yu Ting was taken aback, thought for a moment, and honestly said, I don't know. I just heard that he threw over 30 punches and didn't touch you while you knocked him back with 1 punch. He lost because he was too anxious. Yu Ting perked up his ears to listen. Xiaoyi continued, He threw over 30 punches without landing a single one, so he got impatient. When he gets anxious, his energy becomes chaotic. When the energy is chaotic, the strength dissipates. At that moment he couldn't defend himself. Yu Ting's eyes lit up with understanding. General, you have fought in the northern border for 10 years relying not on brute force but on steadiness. You are steadier than he is. Yu Ting was stunned. He looked at Xiao and suddenly knelt down again with a thud. Master. Please take me as your disciple. Xiao looked down at him, remaining silent. Yu Ting knelt on the ground and said loudly, I am not doing this for myself. I do this for the brothers who died at the hands of the northern Rome people. Every winter the northern Rome come to plunder food, livestock and women. I have guarded the northern border for 10 years watching my brothers fall one by one, but I couldn't defeat Wan Yen Lai and could only stand on the city wall and be beaten. His voice trembled last night upon hearing that you knocked Wan Yen Lai back with a punch. I rushed back overnight. I thought that as long as you are willing to teach me I would do anything. My life will belong to you from now on. Xiao looked at him silent for a moment. Then he reached out and helped Yu Ting up. General, guarding the northern border for 10 years is what makes you a true hero, he said. I am merely a practitioner of decorative martial arts. I cannot accept this. Yu Ting grew anxious. Master. Xiao waved his hand signaling him to let him finish speaking. If you want to learn you can. But I have one condition. Yu Ting's eyes lit up. Please, master. Xiao looked at him and said, word by word, what you learn must be used for righteous purposes. Defend the home and protect the country, safeguard the people. You cannot use it to bully others or to seek personal gain. Yu Ting was taken aback. Then he nodded firmly, his eyes reddening. Rest assured, master. I, Yu Ting, swear to heaven if I use what I learned to harm others, let me be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Xiao nodded. Yu Ting suddenly remembered something and asked, Master, when do I start learning? Xiao replied, you go back first and write down the battles you have fought over the past 10 years for me to see. Yu Ting was taken aback. Right. Write it down. Xiao nodded. Right, how you fought, how you lost, how you won, what your opponents were like, what the terrain was like, and what the weather was like. Yu Ting scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. Master, I don't have much education and my writing isn't smooth. Xiao looked at him and said flatly, then you will learn. Yu Ting was stunned for a moment, then grinned. All right. I will learn. He deeply bowed to Xiao and turned around, striding out. As he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, turned back and said, Master, my name is Yu Ting. Remember it. Xiao nodded. Yu Ting pushed the door open and his footsteps echoed as he walked out, full of vigor. The lamp in Xia Mansion's study burned late into the night. Outside it was pitch black, even the moon had hidden behind the cloud. 3 or 4 lamps illuminated the room brightly, but the light blocked by the thick window curtains revealed nothing to the outside. Xia Dawan sat behind the desk, a cup of tea in hand, sipping slowly. Across from him stood 3 men, all his protégés, serving as officials in the court. They stood there, none daring to sit. Speak, Xia Dawan said, his voice unhurried, the same tone he used in court. What have you found out about that Xiao? The man on the left spoke first. He was a thin man in his 40s, surnamed Qian, serving as a director in the Ministry of Personnel. Master, we have investigated. Xiao, 22 years old, originally from Qingzhou. His father was a teacher, died young. 3 years ago he came to the capital to take the imperial exam, failed, and made a living selling calligraphy and paintings on the street. Later somehow the eldest princess took a liking to him and His Majesty bestowed the marriage. Xia Dawan nodded. That's all. Director Qian hesitated, then added, An. After the wedding he was sent to the side courtyard of the princess's residence and never came out. For 3 years no one saw him, no one cared for him. Xia Dawan narrowed his eyes. You mean he stayed in that courtyard for 3 years? Director Qian nodded. Yes. People from the princess's residence say he never even stepped out of the courtyard gate. Xia Dawan said nothing, taking another sip of tea. The man in the middle spoke, a round-faced stout man surnamed Wang, a secretary in the Ministry of War. Master, I investigated his life before the marriage. After his father died he scraped by alone in the capital, staying in the cheapest inns, eating the cheapest meals. Everyone who knew him said he was honest, timid, avoided people, and never quarreled with anyone. Xia Daowen's brow twitched. Never quarreled with anyone. Secretary Wang nodded. Yes. A few acquaintances who heard he became the imperial consort found it strange, wondering how he suddenly rose so high. Some said he couldn't even afford food back then, so thin he looked like a beanpole. Xia Dawan set down his teacup. The man on the right spoke last, a young man in his 30s surnamed Lu, a censor in the censorate. He stepped forward, lowering his voice. Master, I've learned something. Xia Dawan looked at him. Censor Lu said 3 days ago Xiao fainted once in the side courtyard. Heard he fainted from hunger. Lying unconscious for 3 days before waking up. Xia Daowen's eyes narrowed. Fainted from hunger. Censor Lu nodded. Yes. Someone from the princess's residence said it. Those days no one cared for him. He was so hungry he went to the kitchen looking for food. Someone pushed him and his head hit the steps. He was unconscious for 3 days and woke up the day before the state banquet. Xia Daoan said nothing. The room fell silent for a moment. Director Qian couldn't help but speak. Master, this doesn't add up. Someone who fainted from hunger for 3 days, the next day he wakes up and knocks back Wan Yanlai with one punch. That Wan Yanlai, what is he? The first warrior of the grasslands, undefeated in 20 years. Secretary Wang added, yes, this is bizarre. Even if he had martial arts training before, after 3 years of inactivity and starving like that, how could he? Xia Daoan raised his hand and both men immediately fell silent. He looked at Censor Lu. Did you find out who pushed him? Censor Lu nodded. Yes. A kitchen maid surnamed Wang. She claimed Xiaoyi ran into her, but someone saw her push him. Xia Daoan nodded. Keep her. Censor Lu was startled. Master means. Xia Daoan didn't explain, turning to Director Qian. Who else is in the princess's residence? Director Qian thought for a moment. There's a nanny called Zhou who manages the household. And a young maid named Chulan who delivers meals to Xiaoyi every day. Xia Daoan asked, is Chulan close to Xiaoyi? Director Qian nodded. Yes. They say the girl is kind-hearted. While others ignored Xiaoyi, she brought him meals every day, twice a day without fail. Xia Daoan nodded, then turned to Secretary Wang. What about Yu Ting? Secretary Wang said Yu Ting went to the princess's residence early this morning and stayed for nearly half an hour before coming out. When he came out, his eyes were red. Not sure what happened. Xia Daoan smiled. But that smile was different from usual. It wasn't the fake smile he wore on his face. It was a genuine laugh from the throat, but it sent a chill down one's spine. Interesting, he said. A good-for-nothing who fainted from hunger for 3 years on the first day awake knocks back Wan Yanlai with a punch. The next day the northern pacifying general pays a visit and comes out with red eyes. He looked at the 3 men before him, speaking slowly word by word. Do you believe it? The 3 exchanged glances, none dared to speak. Xia Daoan stood up, walked to the window, lifted the curtain and glanced outside. It was pitch black, nothing visible. He let the curtain fall and turned around. Do you know why we must kill him? He suddenly asked. The 3 were taken aback, exchanging looks, not daring to answer. Xia Daoan walked back to the desk, sat down, picked up his teacup and took a slow sip. The Great Xia has been established for over 100 years, he said. What does it rely on? Director Qian ventured, relying on governing the martial with the civil, ruling the state with rights and law. Xia Daoan nodded. Well said. Govern the martial with the civil. Civil officials control the military commanders, the sages rule the world. This is the tradition passed down by our ancestors. He paused, his eyes narrowing. But this Xiaoyi, what is he? No one dared answer. Xia Daoan answered himself. He is martial. He stressed the word martial heavily. He stepped forward at the state banquet and knocked back Wan Yanlai with one punch. The entire hall saw it, the emperor saw it, the generals saw it, the civil officials saw it too. Do you know what this means? Secretary Wang murmured, it means we in Great Xia have someone who can beat Wan Yanlai. Xia Daoan laughed a cold laugh. It means those generals, those military ruffians, those rough men everyone looks down on, suddenly they have a backbone. He stood up, his voice not loud, but each word struck like a nail. That Xiaoyi today, he can beat Wan Yanlai tomorrow, he can teach others to beat Wan Yanlai. He can teach 1, then 10, teach 10, then 100. Once he trains a batch of men, will those generals still bow their heads and listen to us like they do now? The room was so quiet you could hear the lamp wick crackling. Xia Daoan looked at the 3 men before him and said slowly, the moment he stepped forward at the state banquet, he was no longer a useless consort. He is the hero in the hearts of those generals, the hope in the eyes of those military ruffians. He paused, a cold glint in his eyes. Such a man cannot be kept alive. Director Qian swallowed. Master means. Xia Daoan looked at him, his eyes devoid of any warmth. Send someone tonight. Secretary Wang was startled. Master, this is the princess's residence, what if? Xia Daoan waved his hand. Let Lao Lu handle it. His men are clean. Censor Lu asked quietly, and if they fail? Xia Daoan glanced at him. That glance made Censor Lu's back turn cold. Xia Daoan said, if they fail, try again. He is only one man. We can send 10, 100. No matter how good he is at fighting, how many can he take on? The 3 dared not speak further. Xiao picked up his teacup and took a slow sip. Go. The three acknowledged and withdrew. The room was left with only Xiao. He held his teacup staring at the lamp and smiled again. Xiaoi, he said softly, I want to see if you are a man or a ghost. Early the next morning, just as the sky was turning pale, Chunlan came to knock on the door. Bang 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 bang, she knocked urgently and loudly like beating a drum. Xiaoi opened his eyes. The light outside was still dim and the window paper had just begun to pale. He sat up, straightened his clothes and said, come in. The door was pushed open and Chunlan squeezed in with a bowl, closing the door behind her with one hand. Xiaoi glanced at her. This girl was acting strange today. Usually she would first call out, Your Highness the Consort, then put the bowl on the table and start chattering about this and that. Today she was silent, and when closing the door she even peeked outside as if she were a thief. Xiaoi said nothing, took the bowl and began to drink the porridge. Chunlan stood beside him, twisting the hem of her clothes, looking as if she had something to say but dared not speak. Xiaoi drank half the bowl of porridge, then looked up at her. Something on your mind? Chunlan nodded, then shook her head. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly leaned in and lowered her voice. Your Highness, I need to tell you something. Xiaoi looked at her. Chunlan's voice dropped even lower, like a mosquito's hum. One had to strain to hear. Last night Aunt Zhou called me over. Xiaoi's brow twitched. Chunlan continued, she asked a lot of questions all about you. She asked what meals I bring you every day, how much you eat, how your complexion is, whether anyone has visited you, and what you have said to me. Xiaoi swallowed a mouthful of porridge and asked, what did you say? Chunlan's face flushed. She whispered, I just said what I had to. What meals I bring, what you eat, those things can't be hidden, so I told her. I didn't say anything else. Xiaoi looked at her. Anything else? Chunlan grew anxious. Really, I didn't. She asked if anyone had visited you and I said no. She asked what you had said to me. I said you don't talk much, barely 3 sentences a day. She asked if there was anything unusual about you. I said no, you were just the same as before. Xiaoi nodded. Seeing his calm demeanor, Chunlan grew even more anxious. Your Highness, aren't you worried? I know Aunt Zhou, she doesn't ask questions casually. Someone must have put her up to it. Xiaoi asked, who do you think it is? Chunlan thought for a moment and whispered, I guess. It's someone from the Xia mansion. Xiaoi looked at her. Chunlan said, yesterday afternoon I heard that someone from the Xia mansion came. Aunt Zhou received them personally and the two talked in the room for a long time. Then last night she came to question me. Xiaoi remained silent. Chunlan stomped her foot in frustration. Your Highness, say something. Those people definitely have ill intentions. They're snooping around about you, they must be planning to harm you. Xiaoi finished the porridge in his bowl, set it down and looked at her. I understand. Chunlan was stunned. You understand. That's all. Xiaoi nodded. Chunlan's face flushed red. Your Highness, do you know what the Xia mansion is? It's the residence of the chief grand secretary of the current court. And Xia Dawan, who is he? A veteran of 3 reigns, the head of the civil official faction. If he sets his sights on someone, that person is doomed. Xiaoi looked at her anxious, fiery expression and suddenly asked, are you afraid? Chunlan was taken aback. Afraid of what? Xiaoi said, if you relay messages for me and they find out, you'll be in trouble. Chunlan was stunned. Xiaoi continued, when Aunt Zhou came to question you, you told the truth, that's fine. If you hide something and she finds out, you'll lose your job. You might even get beaten. Chunlan opened her mouth as if to say something, then swallowed her words. Xiaoi watched her, waiting for her to speak. Chunlan was silent for a moment, then suddenly lifted her head, her eyes shining. I'm not afraid. Xiaoi looked at her. Chunlan said, I grew up in the princess mansion, no one cared about me. I've survived all this time on my own. I know very well who treats me well and who treats me badly. Her voice trembled a little, but she grew more fluent as she spoke. Those people, none of them think much of me. Aunt Zhou, old Wang and those maids, they all think I'm a silly girl, easy to bully. But you're different. You never treat me like a servant and you never get annoyed with me. That night when you were practicing boxing and I stumbled upon you, you didn't scold or hit me, you just told me not to tell anyone. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. You're kind to me and I remember that. What do I care about the Xia mansion? What do I care about the Grand Secretary? Can they eat me alive? Xiaoi looked at her and was silent for a moment. Then he said, open the window. Chunlan was startled, not knowing what he intended, but she still walked over and pushed the window open. The wind from outside blew and carrying the morning chill and the scent of grass. The sky was mostly bright now with a pale fish belly white in the east. The leaves of the jujube tree in the courtyard rustled in the wind. Xiao pointed out the window. What do you see? Shulan looked outside and answered honestly, the courtyard, the jujube tree, and the wall. Xiao nodded. Now look farther. Shulan stood on tiptoe and strained to see into the distance. Over there is the main courtyard of the princess mansion. Beyond that. I can't see, there's a wall blocking the view. Xiao said, beyond that wall is the Xia mansion. Shulan nodded. Xiao continued, but no matter how high the wall, what can it really block? Shulan was stunned. Xiao looked at her and said calmly, go back. Do what you need to do. If they ask, just tell them. Don't hide anything. Shulan was anxious. But how can that? Xiao waved his hand. If you hide things, you'll be in trouble. If you tell the truth, they'll think you know nothing. Shulan was stunned. She thought for a moment, then suddenly seemed to understand something. Your Highness, you mean? Xiao didn't explain, he just said, go on. Shulan nodded, picked up the empty bowl and walked toward the door. At the doorstep she suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Xiao. Your Highness, please. Be careful. Xiao looked at her and nodded. Shulan pushed the door open and left. Xiao sat on the bed staring at the closed door. The wind from outside blew and gently stirring the hem of his clothes. Xia Dawan. He moved quite fast. Xiao lay back down and closed his eyes. Next there would likely be more moves. As for what kind of moves? Inquiries were just the first step. Probing's alliances or... Xiao didn't dwell on it further. Meet soldiers with generals, dam water with earth. The night was deepening. Lamplight still glowed in the main courtyard. Li Xiaoyue sat by the window, a scroll in hand, yet not a single word could she take. Outside the world was pitch black. The moon had hidden itself behind clouds and not a single star was visible. The shadow of the pomegranate tree in the yard lay blurred on the ground like a large ink stain. She stared at that shadow for a long time, but her mind was elsewhere. The events of the day of yesterday, of days past, all tangled together in a chaotic mess impossible to sort out. When Mama Zhou entered to replenish the tea, she glanced at her and asked cautiously, Princess, it's late. You should rest. Li Xiaoyue did not move. Mama Zhou lingered for a moment, then seeing no response quietly withdrew and closed the door behind her. The room fell silent. Li Xiaoyue set down the scroll, rose, paced a few steps, then sat down again. She did not know what was wrong with her. Her heart was simply in turmoil. Ever since she returned from the state banquet that day, she had found no peace. That man's image kept revolving in her mind, standing in the center of the grand hall, sending Wan Yanlai staggering back 7 paces with a single punch, his face utterly expressionless. When he walked back, passing by her side, he said only, Princess, your subject has returned. It was said lightly, as if he had merely taken a stroll outside. Yet those 3 words had stayed with her ever since. Li Xiaoyue stood up, walked to the window and pushed it open. The night breeze rushed in, cool and refreshing, carrying the fragrance of osmanthus. She took a deep breath, then exhaled. She recalled the day he moved in. Mama Zhou had come to report that the Prince Consort's luggage had all been brought over and that he was already in the main courtyard. She had merely hummed in acknowledgement, asking no further questions. Yet that night, passing by his room, she saw the lamp glowing inside. She stood outside the door for a while. She wanted to knock, but did not know what to say. Not to knock felt. In the end, she left. The next morning, from a distance, she saw him practicing fist drills in the yard. His movements were extremely slow, reminiscent of an old woman performing Tai Chi, far from graceful. Yet she watched for a long moment before turning away. Li Xiaoyue leaned against the window frame, gazing into the courtyard. The direction of the side courtyard was pitch black, nothing could be seen. He no longer lived there. But sometimes when she woke in the middle of the night, she still habitually looked in that direction. After staring for a long while, she would remember that he had already moved over. Li Xiaoyue suddenly felt annoyed with herself. She turned, walked back to the bed and sat down. The bedding was neatly arranged, the quilt freshly changed and scented with incense, giving a pleasant fragrance. But she could not lie down. She rose again, walked to the dressing table and sat down. The bronze mirror reflected her face, blurry and indistinct. She stared at that face and suddenly recalled the look in his eyes when he had gazed at her. It was not the fervent look of Zhang Yulong nor the cautious fawning looks of others. It was simply calm and peaceful, as if he were looking at a tree or a flower, neither avoiding nor staring intently. She had found it strange at the time. Thinking of it now, she still found it strange. Li Xiaoyue picked up the comb and slowly brushed her hair. Once, twice, thrice. She recalled what Mama Zhou had said today. Princess, the Xia mansion has been sending people to inquire about the prince consort. Last night there was even some commotion. This old servant heard that several guards of the Xia mansion went out in the dead of night and have not yet returned. She had paid it no heed at the time. But now thinking of it, a sudden unease crept into her heart. She knew Xia Dawen well. On the surface he was always smiling like a benevolent Buddha, but his hand was more ruthless than anyone's. Why was he inquiring about Xiaoyi? What were his guards doing out in the middle of the night? Li Xiaoyue set down the comb and stood up. She paced around the room a couple of times, then stopped at the window. Outside it was still pitch black. The moon had emerged halfway from behind the clouds, casting a hazy glow over the court. She suddenly recalled the sight of him standing in the center of the grand hall at night. So many people were watching, so many pairs of eyes fixed on him. Wan Yanlai was a head taller than him, built like a mountain. Yet he stood there utterly unafraid. When he threw that punch, her heart seemed to stop. Later he returned as if nothing had happened and said, "Your subject has returned." As she looked at him, tears suddenly welled up and fell. She herself did not know why. Li Xiaoyue leaned against the window frame and closed her eyes. Who was that man? The Xiaoyi of 3 years ago, the one who stood in the side courtyard shrinking his neck, too afraid to even look at her, was not like this. But who was the Xiaoyi of now? She thought for a long time, unable to understand. The wind blew in cold and sharp. She shivered and closed the window. Turning back, she walked to the bed and finally lay down. The quilt was pulled up to her chin, warm and snug. But she could not sleep. That man still occupied her mind. She suddenly recalled the day he moved in, when she stood outside the door hesitating for a long time. If she had knocked, what would she have said? "Are you comfortable here? Do you need anything? Was the tea that day to your liking?" Li Xiaoyue turned over and buried her face in the pillow. She would have said nothing. She was never one to say such things. Since childhood no one had taught her how to be close to others. The emperor was her brother, but he was also the emperor. When they met she had to bow and speak with caution. The ministers, the noblewomen, the servants, all bowed their heads in her presence, not daring to speak loudly. She had long grown accustomed to it. Accustomed to sitting alone, drinking tea alone, gazing at the moon alone outside the window. But now she suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. Li Xiaoyue turned over again, staring at the canopy. The canopy was embroidered with intertwined lotus patterns, dense and dizzying. She stared at those patterns and suddenly thought of Xia Dawen. That old fox, always smiling in the court, speaking in a soft, gentle voice. But she had seen him in a rage years ago when a general had offended him. He had still smiled, but the coldness in his eyes was something she remembered to this day. Not long after that general was transferred to guard the border. Later word came that he had died on the battlefield. No one investigated, no one inquired. It was as if that man had never existed. Li Xiaoyue suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Why was Xia Dawen inquiring about Xiaoyi? What were his guards doing out in the middle of the night? She thought for a moment, then sat up abruptly. Could it be? She dared not pursue the thought. But that notion stuck in her mind like a nail, impossible to remove. Li Xiaoyue sat on the bed stunned for a long time. Then she got up, threw on an outer robe and walked to the door. Her hand rested on the door, ready to push it open. But if she opened it, where would she go? To tell him to be careful. What would she say to him? Xia Dawen wants to harm you. What proof did she have? Just that a few guards had gone out in the middle of the night. Li Xiaoyue stood at the door, her hand on the door, motionless. After standing for a long while, she withdrew her hand. She turned, walked back to the bed and sat down. She looked out the window. The moon had hidden behind the clouds again and the courtyard was pitch black, nothing visible. Li Xiaoyue sighed and lay down. She would deal with it tomorrow. She closed her eyes, but that man still lingered in her mind, standing in the center of the grand hall, sending Wan Yanlai staggering back with a single punch, his face utterly expressionless. When he walked back, passing by her side, he had said, "Princess, your subject has returned." Li Xiaoyue pulled the quilt over her head, wrapping herself tightly. Her heart was beating a little wildly. She knew why. But she did not want to admit it. It was late at night. The main courtyard was utterly silent, not even the chirping of insects. The moon hid behind the clouds, occasionally revealing itself to cast a sliver of silver light before retreating again. Xiaoyi lay on the bed, eyes closed. He was not asleep. From the moment Xunlan had come to report during the day, he knew that Xia Dawen would make a move. Inquiry was only the first step. After inquiry, what would come? Coercion. Probing. Framing. All were possible. Xiaoyi did not know. But he knew he had to be on guard. He lay on the bed breathing steadily as if asleep. Yet his ears were always pricked. Listening to the wind, the rustling grass, the sounds beyond the wall. The walls of the princess residence were not low, but they could not stop those with intent. If Xiao wanted to send someone, there were many ways. The hour of Hai passed. The hour of Z passed. Just after the hour of Xiao heard a faint sound. Very faint, like the wind brushing through leaves. But it was not the wind. It was footsteps. 3 people. Xiao did not open his eyes, he continued lying still. The footsteps drew closer, paused outside the wall, then, swoosh, someone vaulted over the wall. Their lightness skill was good, they landed almost soundlessly. But Xiao could tell, the ball of the foot touched first, then the heel, knee slightly bent to absorb the impact, the standard movements of a night traveler. 3 people. They paused in the courtyard, probably observing. Then they slowly approached the window. The window was closed, but not bolted. Xiao had only moved in a few days ago and hadn't had time to fix that. One person crept to the window, gently prying at the window paper. The sound was nearly inaudible, but to Xiao's ears it was like someone scraping a knife against glass. The window was pried open, a crack, and a hand reached in to gently slide the bolt. Click! The bolt came loose. The 3 did not rush, and they waited a moment longer, listening for any sound inside. Xiao's breathing remained steady, not a single movement. After a few breaths, the window was pushed open gently. One person slipped in first, landing without a sound. The second followed, and the third brought up the rear. All 3 were inside, standing by the window, letting their eyes adjust to the darkness of the room. The moonlight leaked through the clouds, casting a faint glow through the window, illuminating the room in dim shadows. A figure could be seen lying on the bed, a blanket covering the chest, utterly still. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded. The foremost one drew a short blade from his waist. The blade was pitch black, reflecting no light. He gripped the knife and walked step by step toward the bed. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Reaching the bedside, he raised the blade, aimed at the neck of the figure on the bed, and thrust it down fiercely. Clang! The blade did not pierce the neck, it struck the bedboard. The bed was empty. The man froze, and before he could react, he felt his wrist seized. He looked down and saw Xiao, who had somehow already stood beside him, one hand gripping his wrist, eyes gleaming in the darkness like 2 cold stars. The man tried to pull his hand back, but couldn't. He tried to shout, but couldn't. His throat was clamped by another hand. Xiao exerted force, and with a crack the man's wrist snapped, the knife clattering to the floor. At the same time, Xiao swung the hand clamped around the man's throat, sending him flying across the room. He crashed against the wall with a thud, slid down, and lay still. The remaining 2 finally reacted, drawing their blades in unison and lunging at Xiao. Xiao did not dodge. He stepped forward to meet the first man's blade. The man swung his blade down. Xiao sidestepped, the knife grazing his clothes. He took the opportunity to strike the man's chest with a palm. With a muffled thud, the man coughed up blood, flew backward, and smashed into a table. The table broke with a crack, and the man collapsed to the ground, twitching twice before lying still. The third man froze. He stood there, knife in hand, staring at Xiao, his eyes filled with terror. How long had it been? 3 breaths. 2 breaths. 2 men were already down. Xiao looked at him without moving. The man swallowed hard, then suddenly turned and ran. He reached the window, about to leap out, when his collar was grabbed from behind. He turned his head and saw Xiao, who had somehow already appeared behind him. The man was terrified out of his wits. He opened his mouth to scream, but Xiao tapped a finger on the back of his neck. His vision went black, and he collapsed limply to the floor. The room fell silent. Xiao stood in the darkness, looking down at the 3 men on the floor. 2 were unconscious, and one who had hit the wall was motionless, whether dead or alive he didn't know. He walked over, kicked the one who had hit the wall, and turned him over. The man's eyes were still open, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he had no breath left. Xiao said nothing, then went to check the other 2. One had been struck by his palm, his chest was sunken in, and he had only a breath left. The other, whom he had choked unconscious, was merely unconscious and not seriously injured. He straightened up, standing there looking at the 3 men. The moonlight leaked out from behind the clouds again, shining into the room and onto the pool of blood on the floor. Xiao crouched down and searched the living assassin. He found a waist token made of bronze engraved with a single character Xia. He clutched the token in his hand and stood up. People from the Xia residence. Sent by Xiao. Xiao stood there, his mind racing through the recent events. At the state banquet, a single punch had sent Wan Yanlai flying. Yu Ting had come to pay respects as a disciple. The very next day, Chunlan said people in the residence were inquiring about him. Xie Daoan's disciples had been roaming the capital for days. And then tonight the assassins came. Directly a killing move. Xiao suddenly understood. This was not a personal grudge. He had no enmity with Xia Daoan. Xia Daoan had no reason to go to such lengths against someone he had never met. This was a matter of position. For over 100 years since the founding of Great Xia, civil officials governed the military and the sages governed the world. This was the rule, the foundation. But that punch at the state banquet had shattered the rules. The military men looked at him differently now. A veteran like Yu Ting had come in person to kowtow and seek apprenticeship. Those rough men who had been suppressed by civil officials for a lifetime suddenly found a backbone. In Xia Daoan's eyes, what was this? A plague. A plague that could shake the foundation of civil rule. So it had to be eliminated. The sooner the better. Xiao looked down at the token in his hand, then at the 3 assassins on the floor. The Grand Secretary of the current dynasty, a veteran of 3 reigns, did not even bother to probe or entice but directly sent assassins to take his life. In their eyes, what was he? A useless consort with no background, no support, who had been locked up for 3 years without anyone caring. Kill him and it's done. Would the princess turn against them for him? No. Would the emperor pursue it? Even less likely. Dead, just dead, no different from stepping on an ant. Xiao's lips twitched. Too bad. You sent the wrong people. He put away the token and began to deal with the scene. First he closed the window and slid the bolt back into place. Then he hoisted the dead man onto his shoulder, opened the door and walked out. The courtyard was pitch black, the moon had hidden again. Xiao carried the corpse to the corner of the wall and set it down. He went back, carried the second one out and placed it with the first. The third one was still unconscious. He carried him out and laid him in a row. He stood there looking at the 3. The dead one still had blood trickling from his mouth. The living ones were unconscious. Xiao thought for a moment, then went back to fetch a cloth and wiped the blood clean from the floor. The table was broken, impossible to fix for now. He piled the splintered wood in a corner. He checked the room again to ensure no bloodstains remained, then left. In the courtyard the 3 still lay there. Xiao hoisted the dead one onto his shoulder and walked to the backyard. There was a dry well there which he had discovered a few days ago. He dropped the body in, hearing a dull thud. Then he came back, hoisted the second dead one and dropped it in as well. Finally the living one. Xiao turned him over, tapped a few acupoints to keep him unconscious, then dropped him in too. The well was not deep, but deep enough. 3 men down the well was not filled. Xiao stood at the edge of the well, peered down into the pitch darkness, saw nothing. He turned and walked back. When he reached the courtyard gate he suddenly remembered something and went back to sweep the footprints with a branch. Dawn was near, the dew would wash away any trace. Only then did he return to the room and lie back on the bed. Outside it was still silent, as if nothing had happened. Xiao closed his eyes. Xia Daoan. The civil official faction. He recalled what Chunlan had said during the day: the Xia residence is looking for people. But they're doing it secretly, not openly. Back then he hadn't known what Xia Daoan intended. Now he knew. He wanted Xiao's life. Xiao turned over, looking at the window. The moonlight leaked out again from behind the clouds, casting a pale glow on the window paper. He suddenly thought of his past life. In his younger days he had traveled far and wide and met all kinds of people. Those officials, those with power and influence, looked at those beneath them as if they were ants. Useful they used them, useless they crushed them underfoot. Xia Daoan was such a man. He thought Xiao was an ant. An ant that could be crushed at will. A smile curled at the corner of Xiao's mouth. Then come. He wanted to see how many men Xia Daoan had enough to kill. At dawn Chunlan came to deliver breakfast. She pushed the door open, holding a bowl, and saw Xiao sitting on the bed looking at her. Your Highness, the porridge is thicker today. Aunt Li added an extra scoop of rice. She trailed off, sniffing the air. Ha! What's that smell? Xiao looked at her. Chunlan frowned, sniffing around. Why does it smell strange? Like the smell of blood. Xiao took the bowl, took a sip of porridge, and said calmly, I killed a rat last night. Chunlan's eyes lit up. A rat? Where? Let me see. Xiao pointed to the corner. I threw it away. Chunlan glanced at the corner, saw nothing. She sniffed again. The smell seemed to linger, but since His Highness said it was fine, it should be fine. She set down the bowl and began to tidy the room. When she was halfway through her cleaning, she suddenly noticed the table was missing. Hey! Your Highness, where's the table? Xiao didn't look up. It broke. I threw it away. Chunlan was startled. Broke? How did it break? Xiao said, it broke on its own. Chunlan scratched her head, unable to figure out how a table could break on its own. But she didn't ask further and continued cleaning. When she finished she picked up the empty bowl and walked out. At the door she turned back to glance at Xiao. Xiao looked the same as ever, sitting on the bed, eyes closed as if asleep. Chunlan suddenly remembered what he had said yesterday. There will be movement soon. She shuddered, unsure what that movement was or whether it had already come. But she felt that His Highness must have everything under control. She gently closed the door and hurried away. Inside the room Xiao opened his eyes. He looked at the window. Sunlight streamed through the newly papered window, casting a bright patch on the floor. The pool of blood from last night had long been wiped clean. That well would be quiet now. When would the next wave come? He smiled, then closed his eyes again. Just before dawn Xiao went out again. The east was barely light, with a faint blue glow seeping through the sky. The courtyard was still dark, but one could already make out vague shapes. Xiao stood in the yard, glanced around to confirm no one was watching, then walked toward the back. The dry well lay in the deepest corner, hidden behind a clump of nearly withered weeds that would be invisible without a careful search. Xiao pushed aside the weeds and stood at the edge of the well, peering down. It was pitch black, revealing nothing. He crouched and reached out to touch the rim. The rim was made of bluestone covered in slick moss. Last night when he had thrown the men down, a few patches of moss had been scraped off, exposing the grayish stone beneath. After a moment's thought, Xiao grabbed a handful of dirt from nearby and sprinkled it over the scraped areas. The dry soil adhered instantly, making it unnoticeable unless one looked closely. He stood up again and surveyed the ground around him. He had swept it last night, but the morning dew had erased all traces. Now before full daylight the ground was dark and indistinct, revealing nothing. Xiao turned and walked back. At the courtyard gate he suddenly stopped and glanced back at the well. The moss he had disturbed would grow back in a couple of days. The three men in the well would not float to the surface anytime soon. He nodded and went back inside. Lying on the bed he closed his eyes and this time truly fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again it was already broad daylight. Sunlight streamed through the paper window, casting bright patches on the floor. Outside birds chirped lively, a cacophony of cheerful sounds. Xiao sat up and stretched. His bones cracked and popped all over. Last night's fight had loosened him up, making him feel more comfortable than he had in days. He got out of bed, walked to the window and pushed it open. The breeze outside carried the scent of grass and earth. The jujube tree in the yard rustled, sending a few yellow leaves fluttering to the ground. Xiao took a deep breath and looked toward the corner. The dry well was invisible, just the same clump of weeds, the same rim exactly as it had been yesterday. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He closed the window. No sooner had he sat down than footsteps sounded outside, quick hurried steps that unmistakably belonged to Chunlan. The door swung open and Chunlan squeezed in, carrying a bowl, a smile on her face. Your Highness, there are eggs today. Aunt Lee gave them to me, said you've been working hard and need to replenish your strength. She set the bowl on the table. It was thick millet porridge topped with 2 poached eggs, the whites and yolks perfectly formed, looking utterly appetizing. Xiao glanced at her, picked up the bowl and took a sip. Chunlan stood beside him, wringing her hands as if she had something to say. Xiao swallowed a mouthful of porridge. Speak. Chunlan couldn't hold back. She leaned in and lowered her voice. Your Highness, did you know? Everyone outside is talking about you. Xiao didn't look up, continuing to sip his porridge. Chunlan went on. When I went to the kitchen this morning, several people crowded around me asking questions. They wanted to know what you usually eat, what you like, what your habits are. I said I didn't know, but they didn't believe me. Xiao swallowed another mouthful. What did you say? Chunlan replied, I just said I didn't know. I really don't. You don't talk much. I leave after delivering the food, what could I know? Xiao nodded. Chunlan added, oh, and I heard something else. Xiao looked at her. Chunlan lowered her voice like a thief. I heard something happened at the Xia residence. Last night someone saw a few people slip out the back door and they haven't come back yet. The Xia family is secretly searching, but they don't dare make a fuss, they're being furtive. Xiao's brow twitched slightly. Chunlan didn't notice and continued. The kitchen staff said those men were guards raised by the Xia family, the kind that handle shady business. No one knows what errand they went on this time, but they either messed up or something else happened, they're gone. Xiao finished the last of the porridge and set down the bowl. He looked at Chunlan and suddenly asked, how do you know it's shady business? Chunlan replied, that's what everyone says. Those men the Xia family keeps never show their faces during the day, they come and go only at night. Some say they're guards, but what guard would need to sneak around? Xiao said nothing. Chunlan stood for a moment, then suddenly recalled something and whispered, Your Highness, do you think they might be after you? Xiao looked at her. Chunlan said, I don't know why, but I just felt. Last night my heart was racing all night. I couldn't sleep. When I heard about the trouble at the Xia residence this morning, I thought, could it be related to you? Xiao didn't respond, only asked, are you taking the bowl? Xunlan was startled, then quickly took the bowl. But she didn't leave standing there looking at him expectantly. Xiao looked at her. Something else. Xunlan hesitated, then whispered, Your Highness, are you? All right. Xiao said, and fine. Xunlan said then. Take care. With that she ran off with the bowl. At the door she suddenly stopped and turned back. Your Highness, if anything happens, call me. I may not be much help, but I can run errands or deliver messages. Xiao looked at her and nodded. Only then did Xunlan leave. The room fell silent. Xiao sat on the bed staring at the closed door. The breeze from outside stirred the hem of his robe gently. The Xia family is searching for someone. Who? The 3 assassins. They won't find them. Xiao recalled the assassin who was still alive last night. After he struck him on the back of the neck with a finger, the man was still unconscious when thrown into the dry well. When he wakes up and finds himself lying in a dry well with 2 corpses beside him, what expression will he have? A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao's mouth. He also recalled Xunlan's words, those men are guards raised by the Xia family, the kind that handle shady business. Shady business. Like assassination. Xiao leaned against the headboard gazing at the window. Xia Dawan sent men to kill him and they didn't return. The Xia family is secretly searching. What does that mean? It means Xia Dawan doesn't dare make a fuss. The Grand Secretary of the court sending assassins to kill the imperial consort, if that got out, even he couldn't withstand the consequences. The emperor, however weak, could not tolerate such an act. The civil official faction, however powerful, must still abide by the principle of reason. So he can only search in secret. Xiao suddenly laughed. That's right. Xia Dawan thought he was an ant easily crushed. Crushed and ground into the dirt, no one would know. But what if the ant didn't die? What if the ant turned around and bit the one who crushed it to death? Would Xia Dawan dare to make a fuss? No. Those 3 men died in vain. Xiao lay down and closed his eyes. By now Xia Dawan must know something went wrong. The men he sent out didn't return, neither alive nor dead. What would he think? Would he wonder about Xiao's true identity? Would he consider sending another batch after losing 3? Or would he realize this man is harder to deal with than he imagined? Xiao didn't know. But he knew Xia Dawan wouldn't let it go. One failure would lead to a second attempt. The only question was when and what method would be used next. He turned over and looked at the window. Sunlight streamed through the paper, making it translucent. The shadow of the window lattice fell on the floor in neat squares. Xiao suddenly recalled events from his past life. When he was young, he had also been hunted. He had just become famous and made many enemies. Some hired assassins, some poisoned him, some set traps. He survived every time. Later those people dared not try again. Why? Because he sent every one of the assassins back, alive or dead. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao's mouth. Xia Dawan, if you have patience, let's play this game slowly. He closed his eyes and slept a little longer. Xia Yan slipped out by climbing over the wall. The main gate of the Xia residence was guarded and he couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, he had scaled more walls than he had walked through doors in his entire life. The household guards pretended not to see him, who would dare to reign in this little tyrant. He brushed the dust off his hands, stood in the alley and looked up at the sky. The sun had just risen, dazzling the eyes. Most of the street-side shops were already open. Breakfast stalls billowed steam and vendors' cries wove into a lively tapestry. Xia Yan took a deep breath, inhaling the aroma of fried dough sticks and soy milk, and suddenly felt how dreary life in the mansion was. What was there in the mansion? There was grandfather's ever-smiling face, the footsteps of disciples coming and going, and the lamp in the study that burned deep into the night. There were rules. Rules for eating, rules for walking, rules for speaking. Smile when meeting people, but smile with propriety. Endure when facing trouble, but endure without showing emotion. Xia Yan was 19, soaked in these rules since childhood. Yet the more he soaked, the more pointless he felt. He understood grandfather's philosophy. Governing the military through civil means, ruling the state with rights and law. All other pursuits are base, only scholarship is noble. He had heard these words for 19 years, could recite them backward. But then what? When the Northern Rong invaded, what use were those scholars? When Wan Yanlai strutted arrogantly in the Golden Throne Hall, which of those civil officials steeped in benevolence and righteousness dared to step forward? None. Those who stepped forward were military officers. Those who had their arms broken were also military officers. Those who were cursed as useless weaklings disgraces were still military officers. Xia Yan recalled the words he had overheard in the mansion that day. That night, unable to sleep, he had climbed onto the roof to watch the stars. Passing by grandfather's study, he saw the lamp still burning. He lay on the roof, lifted a tile, and peered down. Grandfather sat behind the desk. Opposite him stood 3 men, all court officials. Their voices were low, but from the roof he could hear every word clearly. This Xiao Yi, what is his background? Grandfather asked. We've checked, he is indeed the Xiao Yi from 3 years ago, someone replied. Grandfather was silent for a moment, then spoke a sentence. His voice was not loud, but Xia Yan heard it clearly. This man cannot be allowed to live. Xia Yan was stunned. Cannot be allowed to live. What did that mean? Kill him. Why? Wasn't that Xiao Yi the one who had punched back Wan Yanlai at the state banquet? He was a hero of Great Xia, a man who had one face for the empire. How could he be not allowed to live? He lay on the roof thinking for a long time, unable to understand. Later he gradually understood. It wasn't about whether he could live or not, it was about whether if he lived, those civil officials who only knew how to talk would still be able to control the military officers who could fight. Even his grandfather was among them. When Xia Yan climbed down from the roof, his heart was heavy. He remembered grandfather's expression when he said those words, narrowed eyes, a smile, but the coldness in that smile, he could see it. Suddenly he felt he didn't know this man anymore. Xia Yan stood in front of the princess mansion, staring at the plaque. Elder Princess Mansion, 4 characters in gold leaf dazzling under the sun. He took a deep breath, a cynical smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I want to see, he murmured to himself, if he's really that amazing. Then he strode inside. The gatekeeper, an old man in his 50s, looked him over and asked, Young master, whom are you looking for? Xia Yan answered casually, the consort. The gatekeeper faltered, His Highness. You mean? Xia Yan grew impatient. Xiao Yi. The one who punched back Wan Yanlai. Is he here? The gatekeeper's expression shifted. He scrutinized Xia Yan, seemed about to say something, then swallowed his words. Xia Yan pulled a silver ingot from his sleeve and tossed it over. The gatekeeper caught it, his face instantly brightening. Yes, yes, His Highness is in. Enter through this gate, go to the rear courtyard past the moon gate, it's right there. But Xia Yan had already stepped inside. The gatekeeper stood there watching his retreating back, muttering something under his breath. Xia Yan crossed the front yard, walked through the corridor past the moon gate, and saw him at once. In the courtyard stood a jujube tree, its leaves mostly yellow, rustling down in the wind. Beneath the jujube tree was a chair, and in the chair sat a man. He wore an old robe, washed pale, cradling a cup of tea, sipping it slowly. Hearing footsteps, he raised his head and glanced at Xia Yan. Just one glance. Then he lowered his head and continued drinking his tea. Xia Yan stood at the courtyard entrance, stunned. Was this the man who had punched back Wan Yanlai? He looked at the man's lean frame, the shabby robe, the utterly ordinary face, and suddenly wondered if he was in the wrong place. This man didn't look like a master at all. But since he had come, he couldn't leave empty-handed. Xia Yan walked over, stood before the man, and clasped his hands. Are you Consort Xiao Yi? I am Xia Yan. I intrude upon you today, hoping to exchange a few moves. Xiao Yi looked at him, silent. Xia Yan waited but got no response, growing a bit uneasy. He repeated, I wish to request a few pointers from your highness. Xiao Yi set down the teacup and spoke. His voice was calm and different. Xia Daowen's grandson. Xia Yan was taken aback. He hadn't expected the man to recognize him at a glance. Xiao Yi looked at him with an expressionless gaze, as if regarding a stranger or perhaps an object. Did your grandfather send you? Xia Yan blushed, quickly denying, No. I came on my own. Grandfather doesn't know. Xiao Yi said nothing. Xia Yan grew anxious. Really? I heard you repelled Wan Yanlai and wanted to see for myself. I've practiced martial arts since childhood, over 10 years, but I've never met a true master. After hearing of your deeds, I wished to seek your guidance. Nothing else. Xiao Yi looked at him and suddenly asked, What do you practice? Xia Yan replied, the family's fist technique. Grandfather hired several instructors, all renowned in the martial world. Xiao Yi nodded and asked no more. Xia Yan waited, growing impatient again. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Yi stood up and walked to him. Xia Yan was half a head shorter. He had to look up at him. Xiao Yi said, Make your move. Xia Yan was startled here. Xiao Yi nodded. Xia Yan took a deep breath, stepped back 2 paces, and assumed his stance. He had practiced for over 10 years and believed he had a solid foundation. Several instructors had praised his talent, saying that with time he would surely achieve greatness. He took another deep breath and threw a punch. It was fast and fierce, whistling through the air, aimed straight at Xiao Yi's chest. Xiao Yi didn't dodge. He raised his hand, extended 2 fingers and gently pinched. Xia Yan's fist was caught. Just like that, it was caught. Xia Yan was dumbfounded. He tried to pull his hand back but couldn't. Those 2 fingers were like iron pincers holding him immobile. His face flushed red as he yanked backward, but the hand didn't budge. Xiao looked at him, his eyes still wearing that indifferent expression. Go back and train for 10 more years before coming again. He released his grip. Xia Yan stumbled back 2 steps, nearly falling. He stood there staring at his own fist, then at the man, his mouth open but no words coming out. The man had already returned to his chair, picked up his teacup and resumed drinking. Xia Yan was stunned for a long time. Then suddenly he dropped to his knees with a thud. Master! Xiao's hand holding the teacup paused. Xia Yan knelt on the ground and declared loudly, Master, please accept me as your disciple. Xiao looked at him, a slight frown creasing his brow. You are Xia Daowen's grandson. Xia Yan said, I know. The man said, your grandfather is moving against me. Xia Yan was taken aback. He remembered the words he had overheard that day, this man cannot be allowed to live. He recalled grandfather's ever-smiling face, the footsteps of disciples coming and going, the lamp in the study that burned deep into the night. Still kneeling, he looked up at the man. I know, he said. But me taking a master, what does that have to do with my grandfather? The man looked at him silent. Xia Yan continued, I'm sick of his ways. Governing the military through civil means all other pursuits are base. But when the Northern Rong attacked, where were those civil officials? When Wan Yanlai cursed at the Golden Throne Hall, where were those scholars? His voice grew louder. They were watching. Watching the military officers have their arms broken, watching our people of Great Xiao being humiliated. After watching, they lower their heads and pretend nothing happened. I don't want to be like them. Xiao looked at him and suddenly asked, then what do you want to be? Xia Yan said, I want to be like you. Xiao didn't answer. Xia Yan knelt on the ground staring at him. The wind blew and jujube leaves rustled down, landing on his shoulders and on the ground. After a long moment, Xiao spoke. Get up. Xia Yan was stunned. Xiao said, go back for today. Come again tomorrow. Xia Yan's eyes lit up. You accept? Xiao didn't reply. He picked up his teacup and continued drinking. Xia Yan scrambled to his feet, bowed deeply and turned to run. At the courtyard entrance he suddenly stopped and shouted back, Master. My name is Xia Yan. Remember it. Then he disappeared from sight. Xiao sat in his chair watching the swinging door. The wind carried the scent of fresh grass. He suddenly smiled. Xia Daowen's grandson. Interesting. Xia Yan couldn't sleep a wink that night. Tossing and turning in bed, his mind was filled with the scene from earlier that day, those 2 fingers lightly pinching together, and his fist, which he had trained for over a decade, was clamped as if by iron pincers, unable to budge. At 19 he had never known what true disparity meant. The several masters hired to teach him all said he had innate talent and a solid foundation, and that given time he would surely achieve greatness. But today he realized that his meager skills couldn't even withstand a single move from his master. And the master hadn't even exerted himself, just a casual pinch. The more Xia Yan thought, the less he could sleep. He got up and practiced a set of boxing in his room. After finishing, he practiced another set. He kept at it until nearly dawn, then lay down and dozed for a while. He rose at daybreak. He changed into a fitted training outfit, stood before the mirror and examined himself, a navy blue tunic cinched with a belt giving him a much more spirited look. He nodded with satisfaction and vaulted over the wall to leave the estate. This time he didn't take the main gate. If the gatekeeper saw him dressed like this, he would surely ask 1,000 questions. Annoying. He jogged along the same route as yesterday, and within the time it takes 2 incense sticks to burn, he arrived at the Princess Manor's gate. The same gatekeeper as before, staring at him and surprised, young master, you're here again. Xia Yan pulled another silver ingot from his sleeve and tossed it over. The gatekeeper caught it, his face instantly breaking into a smile. Please come in. The consort is in the back courtyard. Xia Yan strode inside. He crossed the front courtyard, walked through the covered corridor past the moon gate, and immediately spotted his master. Still the same jujube tree, the same chair, the same faded white robe. His master was holding a cup of tea, sipping slowly exactly as yesterday. Xia Yan walked over, stopped, and cupped his fists. Master. I'm here. Xiao looked up and glanced at him. That gaze was no different from looking at a stone or a tree. Who is your master? He said. Xia Yan's face flushed, but he didn't retreat. He stepped forward and declared loudly, You are my master. Yesterday you told me to come again today, and so I have come. Xiao set down his teacup and stood up. Xia Yan quickly stepped back 2 paces and assumed a fighting stance. Master, I seek your instruction again today. Xiao looked at him, said nothing. Xia Yan took a deep breath and threw a punch. This punch was faster, fiercer, and more powerful than yesterday's. He had practiced all night, putting all his strength into it. Xiao raised his hand. 2 fingers. A light pinch. Xia Yan's fist was caught again. Exactly as yesterday. Xia Yan was stunned. He tried to pull back but couldn't. He tried to push forward but couldn't. Those 2 fingers were like forged iron, clamping him tightly. Xiao looked at him and said flatly, "Go back and train for 10 years. Xia Yan's face turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and pulled with all his might, but the hand didn't budge. Xiao released his fingers. Xia Yan stumbled back 2 steps and fell to the ground. Sitting on the ground, panting heavily, he stared at his own hand. A red mark was imprinted on the back of his hand from the clamp. It didn't hurt, but the feeling was worse than pain. Xiao had already returned to his chair, picked up his teacup, and continued drinking. Xia Yan sat on the ground, dazed for a long moment. Then he got up, walked in front of Xiao and fell to his knees with a thud. "Master!" Xiao's brow twitched. Xia Yan knelt on the ground, craning his neck, and shouted, "Master! Please take me in. I want leave. If you don't accept me, you'll kneel here forever." Xiao looked at him, saying nothing. Xia Yan said, "I know my foundation is weak, I know my training is poor. But I can train. Whatever you tell me to practice, I'll practice. However long you tell me to train, I'll train. I'm not afraid of hardship, not afraid of exhaustion, I'm afraid. Afraid of going back to that kind of life." His voice dropped a little. That life of smiling all day, speaking lies, watching others have their arms broken and pretending not to see. Xiao's hand holding the teacup paused for a moment. Xia Yan looked up at him. "Master, I don't want to live like that." A breeze blew and jujube leaves rustled down, landing on Xia Yan's shoulders and on the ground. Xiao looked at him and suddenly asked, "Does your grandfather know you're here?" Xia Yan was taken aback and answered honestly, "No." Xiao asked again, "If he finds out, what will happen?" Xia Yan thought for a moment and said, "Hell scold me. Hell ground me. Hell forbid me from coming again." Xiao said, "Then you still want to come?" Xia Yan said, "I do." Xiao said, "Even if you get scolded?" Xia Yan said, "Yes." Xiao said, "Even if you're grounded?" Xia Yan said, "I'll come when I'm out of confinement." Xiao said, "What if your grandfather sends people to drag you back?" Xia Yan was stunned. He recalled his grandfather's smiling face, the footsteps of disciples coming and going, the lamp burning late into the night in the study. After a moment's thought, he suddenly said, "Then I'll run." Xiao looked at him. Xia Yan said, "I know I can't outrun you, but I can outrun them. Those guards, those disciples, those people who bow and scrape behind my grandfather all day, they can't outrun me." Xiao said nothing. Xia Yan knelt on the ground waiting. He waited for a long time, so long that his knees went numb, so long that the sun moved from the east to overhead, so long that jujube leaves covered him. Finally Xiao spoke. "Get up." Xia Yan's eyes lit up. "You agree?" Xiao said, "Come every day." Xia Yan was stunned. "Every day? For what?" Xiao said, "Standing stance." Xia Yan was dumbfounded. Xiao looked at him and said flatly, "First stand for a month. If you can last that long, we'll talk about other things." Xia Yan opened his mouth wanting to say something but swallowed it back. He got up from the ground, patted the dirt off his knees and made a deep bow. "Master, he'll come again tomorrow." Xiao said nothing, picked up his teacup and continued drinking. Xia Yan turned and ran. When he reached the courtyard gate, he suddenly stopped and shouted back, "Master, my name is Xia Yan. Remember it." Then he vanished. Xiao sat in the chair watching the swinging gate. The breeze carried the scent of fresh grass. He suddenly smiled. "This kid. Quite interesting." Chunlan poked her head out from the corner of the wall, her eyes sparkling. "Consort, that young Master Xia is here again." Xiao glanced at her. Chunlan trotted over and lowered her voice, "I was secretly watching from the back for a while. He knelt for a long time and you ignored him. I thought he'd kneel until dark." Xiao said nothing. Chunlan continued, "Consort, are you really going to take him as a disciple? He's Xie Daowen's grandson. And Xie Daowen is a villain. He sent people to investigate you, he's definitely up to no good. How can you take his grandson as a disciple?" Xiao looked at her and suddenly asked, "What do you think of him?" Chunlan thought for a moment and answered honestly, He seems a bit different from his grandfather. Yesterday when he left, I saw him stand at the mansion gate for a while, staring at the plaque, lost in thought. His eyes didn't look like a villain's." Xiao nodded. Shulan grew anxious, but he's still Xie Daowen's grandson. What if he's pretending? What if he's here to harm you? Xiaoyi said he's not. Shulan was stunned. How do you know? Xiaoyi didn't answer, picked up his teacup and took a sip. Shulan stood there pondering for a long time, unable to understand. But she didn't ask further. If the consort said it wasn't so, then it wasn't so. She picked up the empty bowl and walked out. At the door she suddenly turned back and said, "Consort, that young Master Xia, when he was kneeling there, he did look quite pitiful." Then she ran off. Xiaoyi sat in the chair looking at the closed door. The breeze blew and jujube leaves continued to fall. He recalled Xia Yan's words, "I don't want to live like that." A scion of a noble family giving up a comfortable life came to kneel and beg him to take him as a disciple. If Xie Daowen found out, what expression would he have? The corner of Xiaoyi's mouth curled. Quite interesting. In the days that followed, Xia Yan was like a wound-up clock, leaving home before dawn every day. The gatekeeper of the Xia residence had grown accustomed to it. Before the sky was fully light, this young master would already be climbing over the wall. The guards had also grown used to it. They pretended not to see, unwilling to invite trouble. The gatekeeper of the princess's residence had grown used to it as well. Every morning that young man in tight-fitting attire would appear at the entrance, and before he could even speak he would already be inside. He never offered silver again. The gatekeeper dared not ask for it. This man was the consort's guest who would dare accept his silver. Every day Xie Yan came and did one thing, standing meditation. He would stand beneath the jujube tree all morning motionless. On the first day his legs gave out after half an hour and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath for a long while before he could get up. On the second day he gritted his teeth and stood for an hour, his legs trembling like a sieve, but he did not fall. On the third day, an hour and a half. On the fourth day, 2 hours. By the fifth day he could stand the entire morning. Though his legs were still weak afterward and his walk was unsteady, he clenched his teeth and remained silent. Shulan saw him every day when she delivered meals. In the first few days she would hide around the corner and secretly watch, thinking to herself, "Is there something wrong with this man? Standing there motionless like a piece of wood." Later, after seeing it so many times, she grew accustomed to it. One day as she passed by with a bowl, she couldn't help but ask young Master Xia, "Aren't you tired?" Xia Yan stood upright, sweat beading on his forehead, but his words were stubborn, "I'm not tired." Shulan pursed her lips and walked away with the bowl. Another day after delivering the meal, she saw Xia Yan still standing and couldn't help but say again, "Young Master Xia, take a rest. You've been standing all morning." Xia Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Master said to stand for a month, so I'll stand for a month. Not a single day less." Shulan shook her head and laughed. She thought to herself, this man is really different from his grandfather. At the Xia residence, Xie Daowen finally sensed something amiss. That evening he summoned the steward and asked what has Yenner been up to lately. The steward hesitated and said the young master leaves before dawn every day and returns after dark. Xie Daowen frowned. Where does he go? The steward lowered his head, his voice growing softer. To the princess's residence. Xie Daowen's hand paused. The princess's residence. What does he do there? The steward dared not look up. To find the consort. Xie Daowen was silent for a long moment. Xiaoyi. The steward nodded. Xie Daowen said nothing. He sat behind his desk, his expression revealing little change. But the steward had served him for over 20 years and knew that the more composed he appeared, the more dangerous he was. How long has this been going on? The steward whispered. Nearly 10 days. Xie Daowen tapped his fingers lightly on the desk twice. What has he been doing? The steward said, I sent someone to follow and watch. The young master goes every day, stands in the courtyard motionless and stays there the entire morning. Sometimes he's there in the afternoon, sometimes not. I heard he's training. Xie Daowen's fingers stopped. Training. The steward nodded yes. The consort. Xiaoyi is teaching him martial arts. The room fell silent for a long while. Then Xie Daowen suddenly laughed. That laugh was different from his usual one. It wasn't a fake smile plastered on his face, it came from deep within his throat, but it made one's skin crawl. Good, he said, very good. The steward kept his head low, not daring to breathe. Xie Daowen stood up, walked to the window and gazed at the courtyard outside. The moon hung Mitsuki, casting a pale light over the yard. The shadow of the pomegranate tree lay on the ground like a large blot of ink. He watched for a long time, then suddenly said, Tomorrow summon Yenner. The steward acknowledged and quickly withdrew. Only Xie Daowen remained in the room. He stood by the window looking at the pomegranate tree, and the smile on his face slowly faded. His grandson had gone to apprentice himself to Xiaoyi. That man he had sent to kill the one he had said cannot be left alive. His own grandson had knelt before that man and called him master. Xia Dawan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He remembered when Xia Yan was young he had held him in his arms and taught him characters. The first was civil, the second was martial. He had told him that civil was more important than martial because civil governance could rule the world while martial prowess would only bring chaos. Xia Yan was too young then to understand anything, he only repeated after him. Later when Xia Yan grew up he had hired the best tutors to teach him literature and conduct. He had thought the boy would be like him, understanding the principle of governing through civil means controlling martial force and that civil officials were the foundation of the realm. But now, he had gone to apprentice himself to a warrior. Xia Dawan opened his eyes and looked at the moon outside the window. The moon was full and bright, but its light on his face was cold and icy. He suddenly recalled Xiao Yi's face at the state banquet when he had knocked back Wang Yanlai with a single punch, his expression utterly impassive. Who was that man? Xia Dawan stood for a long time, then turned and walked back to his desk. He sat down, picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. The tea had gone cold, bitter, and astringent. He set down the cup, picked up a brush and wrote a few characters on paper. After finishing he looked at them for a moment, then crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it aside. Outside the window the moon slowly moved westward. Xia Dawan sat there motionless like a stone statue. The next morning Xia Yan climbed over the wall as usual. The moment he landed he saw the steward standing at the entrance of the alley. Young master, the steward said, his head bowed, his voice very soft. The master requests your return. Xia Yan was taken aback. Now. The steward nodded. The master said you are to see him first thing this morning. Xia Yan stood still. The steward lifted his head, glanced at him, then lowered it again. Young master, you'd better go back. The master is in a bad mood today. Xia Yan was silent for a moment, then turned and walked back. When he reached the gate of the Xia residence he stopped and looked back in the direction of the princess's mansion. Then he took a deep breath, pushed the door open and entered. In the study Xia Dawan sat behind his desk holding a cup of tea and sipping it slowly. When he saw Xia Yan enter he looked up, a habitual smile on his face. Yenner is here. Sit. Xia Yan stood still. Xia Dawan pointed to the chair opposite and repeated sit. Xia Yan sat down. Xia Dawan looked at him smiling. What have you been busy with lately? Xia Yan said nothing much. Xia Dawan said, oh. Nothing much. Then why are you running out every day? What have you been doing? Xia Yan's face flushed instantly. He knew he could no longer hide it. I've been going to the princess's residence. Xia Dawan nodded. What were you doing there? Xia Yan lifted his head and looked at his grandfather. To see Xiao Yi. Xia Dawan's smile did not waver. What did you go to see him for? Xia Yan said to learn martial arts. The room fell silent for a moment. Xia Dawan set down his teacup and looked at Xia Yan. Learn martial arts. He said, his voice still unhurried. What do you need martial arts for? Xia Yan said, I want to learn. Xia Dawan laughed. Want to learn? Those tutors you had before, any one of them was an expert. Couldn't you learn from them? Xia Yan said they weren't good enough. Xia Dawan's smile faded slightly. How are they not good enough? Xia Yan said they couldn't defeat Wang Yanlai. My master can. Xia Dawan's smile vanished completely. He looked at Xia Yan, his eyes devoid of warmth. Master. He said. You call him master. Xia Yan stiffened his neck. Yes. Xia Dawan was silent for a long moment. Then he suddenly laughed. That laugh was more terrifying than no laugh at all. Good, he said, very good. My own grandson goes to apprentice himself to a mere warrior. Xia Yan's face flushed crimson, but he did not lower his head. He is not a warrior, he said. He is a hero. Xia Dawan looked at him, his eyes narrowing. A hero, he said slowly. Do you know what a hero is? Knocking back Wang Yanlai with a single punch, is that a hero? Xia Yan said. At least he stood up. When others had their arms broken he didn't pretend not to see. The room fell silent again. Xia Dawan stared at Xia Yan and Xia Yan stared back at his grandfather. Neither would yield. After a long while Xia Dawan spoke, his voice lower than before, but within that low tone lurked something that sent chills down the spine. From today onward you are forbidden to go to the princess's residence. Xia Yan stood up. Why? Xia Dawan said no reason. Xia Yan said, I won't accept that. Xia Dawan looked at him and suddenly laughed. The coldness within that laugh was all too clear to Xia Yan. You won't accept. Xia Dawan said. Then what do you want to do? Xia Yan opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He stood there looking at his grandfather's smiling face and suddenly felt this man was a stranger. He turned and walked away. Xia Daoan called after him, "Stop." Xia Yan did not stop. He strode out of the study through the corridor and reached the main gate. The steward caught up young master. "Young master. The master said you are not to go out." Xia Yan turned back and looked at the steward. "Move aside." The steward stood still. Xia Yan pushed him away, pushed open the door and strode out. The steward stood at the entrance watching him walk away, then hurried back to report. Xia Yan walked down the street. The sun blazed in his face, stinging his eyes. He took a deep breath and strode toward the princess's residence. He had promised his master to come every day for standing meditation. Not a single day less. In the back courtyard of the princess's mansion beneath the jujube tree, Xiaoyi was drinking tea. Chunlan trotted in, panting, "Consort. Consort. That young master Xia is here again." Xiaoyi glanced at her. "Chunlan said he came late today." "Ah. And he looks off, his face is bright red as if he's been arguing with someone." Xiaoyi set down his teacup and looked at the courtyard entrance. After a moment, Xia Yan walked in. He stood at the entrance, saw Xiaoyi, paused, then came over and stood before him. "Master," he said, "I came." Xiaoyi looked at him. Xia Yan's face was still red, his eyes also red, but he stood straight. Xiaoyi asked what happened. Xia Yan said nothing. Xiaoyi did not press further. Xia Yan walked to the jujube tree, took his stance and began standing meditation. Xiaoyi sat in his chair watching him. The sun rose to its zenith, flooding the courtyard with bright light. Xia Yan stood there motionless. Sweat trickled down his face, dripping onto the ground, but he did not wipe it away. Xiaoyi lifted his teacup and took a slow sip. This kid. Quite interesting. At dawn, the morning court bell had just rung and the civil and military officials were already lined up in the hall of golden chimes. The sky was not yet fully light and dozens of lamps were lit in the hall, casting a brilliant illumination over the entire chamber. But the light lacked warmth, casting a pallid ghostly sheen on faces, making them seem cold. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, his expression far from pleased. Though the Northern Rome delegation had departed days ago, the mess they left behind lingered. The court buzzed with endless discussions. Some praised the prince consort's unmatched martial prowess, others whispered of his hidden depths, and still others probed obliquely for details about his background. The emperor listened, his heart troubled. A man who had been confined in a side courtyard for 3 years suddenly stood up and felled Wang Yanlai with a single punch. Anyone would find that worth pondering. But before he could voice his thoughts, someone else spoke first. "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present." Censor Lu of the censorate stepped forward holding a folded petition, advanced a few paces and knelt. The emperor glanced at him. He knew this Censor Lu, a gaunt man in his 40s with a shrill voice, merciless in his impeachment. Last year he had impeached a third-rank official, driving him back to farming. "Speak," the emperor said. Censor Lu raised the petition above his head, his voice as sharp as glass, scraping. "Your Majesty, I impeach the Prince Consort Xiaoyi." A murmur rippled through the hall, all heads turned. Xiaoyi. The Xiaoyi who had felled Wang Yanlai with a single punch. Censor Lu paid no heed to the whispers, enunciating each word. "I impeach the Prince Consort Xiaoyi for using sorcery to deceive the masses and bewitch people's hearts." As soon as the word sorcery left his lips, the hall grew even more animated. Sorcery. What sorcery? Exactly where does sorcery come in? She'll let him speak. Censor Lu cleared his throat and continued. "Your Majesty, Xiaoyi was confined in the side courtyard for 3 years, never practiced martial arts, and no one taught him. Suddenly he defeats the North Rome's foremost warrior with a single punch. If that is not sorcery, what is it?" He paused, his voice rising. "I hear that after waking, Xiaoyi's temperament changed drastically, as if he were a different person entirely. A man who had fainted from hunger for 3 days suddenly becomes a peerless master. If that is not possession by an evil spirit, what is it?" The murmuring in the hall grew louder. Some nodded, some shook their heads, some whispered among themselves. The emperor frowned but said nothing. Censor Lu pressed on. "Your Majesty, sorcery deceives the masses and brings calamity to the state. Xiaoyi uses sorcery to delude Your Majesty and confuse the generals. His intentions deserve death. I beg Your Majesty to order an investigation, arrest Xiaoyi and bring him to justice." With that he kowtowed 3 times, his forehead thudding against the floor, and lay prostrate. The hall fell silent for a moment. All eyes turned to the dragon throne. The emperor sat there, his face unreadable. He glanced at the prostrate censor, then at the military officials, and finally his gaze settled on one person. Xia Daoan. Standing at the head of the civil officials, Xia Daoan wore a purple robe and a scholar's cap, his hands tucked into his sleeves, eyes narrowed, a habitual smile on his face. The emperor looked at him, he showed no reaction. The emperor looked again, still no response. The emperor spoke, his voice low but audible to every person in the hall. "Minister Xia, what is your view?" Xia Daoan stirred at last. He stepped forward, emerged from the ranks, and made a gesture of respect to the emperor. "Your Majesty," he said, his unhurried tone matching his usual manner in court, "I dare not concur with Censor Liu's words." Another murmur passed through the hall. Xiaoduan continued, "During the state banquet, the Prince Consort Xiao felled Wanyanlai with a single punch, bringing glory to our great Xia and enhancing our national prestige. This is a great merit, not a grave fault." He paused, glancing at the prostrate censor, who trembled slightly. Xiaoduan withdrew his gaze and went on, "As for accusations of sorcery deceiving the masses, that is utter nonsense. If Prince Consort Xiao indeed possessed sorcery, why did he not use it 3 years ago? Why wait until today? If he wished to deceive, why not step forward earlier? Why act only when the Northern Rome pressed their aggression?" He spoke slowly, but every word hit like a nail. "I believe Prince Consort Xiao has rendered meritorious service to the state and should not suffer baseless accusations. A few idle rumors are not worth heeding." With that, he made another gesture of respect and withdrew to his place. The hall remained silent for a long while. The emperor stared at Xiaoduan, his expression shifting. He had not expected Xiaoduan to defend Xiao. Censor Liu lay prostrate, his face pale. He had impeached Xiaoyi on someone's orders, but Xiaoduan's words had directly rebutted his charges. He tried to speak again, opening his mouth, but a colleague tugged at him and he quickly fell silent. The emperor was silent for a moment, then spoke. "I have taken note of Censor Liu's petition. This matter will be discussed later. The court is adjourned." He rose and turned away, leaving the hall filled with bewildered officials. Censor Liu remained prostrate, unable to rise for a long time. Xiaoduan stood in the ranks, still wearing that inscrutable smile. Among the military officials, a few exchanged glances, joy evident on their faces. Xiaoduan protecting Xiaoyi. What did that mean? Was the civil official faction trying to co-opt Xiaoyi? Some were pleased, some worried, some deep in thought. But no one noticed that as Xiaoduan turned to leave, a flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. After court, the emperor did not return to the inner palace but went directly to the imperial study. He sat behind the desk, his face dark. The eunuch at his side carefully served tea, but he did not even glance at it. "Go summon Xiaoduan." The eunuch acknowledged and hurried out. Before long, Xiaoduan arrived. He stood at the doorway, straightened his robes and cap, then stepped inside and bowed to the emperor. "Your Majesty summons me. What is your command?" The emperor looked at him and was silent for a moment. "Teacher," he said, his voice much lower than in the court, "why did you protect Xiaoyi?" Xiaoduan smiled. That smile was the same as in court, unhurried, revealing nothing. "Your Majesty, I am not protecting Xiaoyi." The emperor was taken aback. "Then what are you doing?" Xiaoduan stepped forward, lowering his voice. "Your Majesty, think if Censor Liu impeaches Xiaoyi for sorcery deceiving the masses and an investigation is launched, what might be uncovered?" The emperor said nothing. Xiaoduan continued. "Xiaoyi was confined in the side courtyard for 3 years, never practiced martial arts, yet suddenly felled Wanyanlai with a punch. This is indeed suspicious. But suspicious as it may be, can it be proven?" He looked at the emperor, enunciating each word. "It cannot be proven. He did defeat Wanyanlai. Every official in the court witnessed it. He did not use sorcery, he used fists and feet. Censor Liu claims he used sorcery to deceive. Where is the evidence? Without evidence, it is a false accusation." The emperor frowned. Xiaoduan added, "Your Majesty, if you approve Censor Liu's impeachment and send people to investigate Xiaoyi, what will they find?" "Nothing." "Then what?" "Release him. Then Censor Liu would be guilty of false accusation and must be punished. If you punish Censor Liu, who will dare to impeach in the future?" He paused, lowering his voice. "But what if you don't release him? What if you insist he used sorcery and arrest him? Then what will the court officials think? What will the generals whom Wanyanlai humiliated think?" The emperor remained silent. Xiaoduan looked at him and suddenly smiled. "Your Majesty, Xiaoyi is now a hero in the hearts of the military. If you move against him, you move against the hearts of all generals." The emperor's expression changed. Xiaoduan stepped back, made a gesture of respect, and resumed his normal tone. "Therefore keeping him alive is more useful than letting him die." The emperor stared at him for a long time. "Teacher's meaning is?" Xiaoduan smiled slightly. "Your Majesty, Xiaoyi has merit and should be rewarded. Rewarding him rewards the generals. When the generals are happy, the border is secure. When the border is secure, the realm is at peace." The emperor nodded thoughtfully. Xiaoduan added, "As for the future, the future can be discussed later." The emperor looked at him and suddenly asked, "Teacher, do you think Xiaoyi is a threat?" Xiaoduan was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "Your Majesty overestimates. A prince consort, what threat could he pose?" He made another gesture of respect and withdrew. The imperial study fell silent. The emperor sat behind the desk staring at the closed door unmoving for a long time. He understood Xie Daowen's words. Keeping him alive is more useful than letting him die. But conversely, could it also mean that letting him die is more useful than keeping him alive? The emperor rubbed his temples and sighed. What should he do about this Xiaoyi? The news reached the princess mansion by afternoon. Chulan rushed in carrying a bowl, her face flushed, panting, Master. Master! Something huge has happened. Xiaoyi was sitting under the jujube tree drinking tea. He glanced at her. Chulan set the bowl on the table and burst out, in today's morning court a censor impeached you, saying you used sorcery. He demanded an investigation and your arrest. Xiaoyi's brow twitched. Chulan continued, but Xie Daowen stepped forward and spoke for you. He said you had rendered meritorious service to the state and should not suffer baseless accusations. He even rebutted that censor. Xiaoyi picked up his teacup and took a slow sip. Chulan grew anxious. Master, why aren't you worried at all? Xie Daowen speaking for you, that's not a good thing. Xiaoyi looked at her. Why not? Chulan said, think about it, what kind of man is Xie Daowen? He never moves without profit. If he spoke for you, he must have ulterior motives. Xiaoyi said nothing. Chulan added, I heard that after court the emperor summoned Xie Daowen to the imperial study for a long talk. When he came out he was still smiling. Xiaoyi set down his cup and suddenly asked, what was the censor's name? Chulan thought, I think his surname is Liu from the censorate. Xiaoyi nodded and asked no more. Chulan stood there for a while. Seeing no reaction, she picked up the bowl and left. At the door she turned back. Master, please be careful. Xie Daowen is most dangerous when he smiles. Then she ran off. Xiaoyi sat in the chair gazing at the closed door. The wind blew, rustling the jujube leaves. He suddenly smiled. Xie Daowen. First send assassins to kill him, fail, then have someone impeach him. In the middle of the impeachment he jumps in to defend him. What kind of play is this? Xiaoyi closed his eyes and thought. Kill him, because he threatened the civil official faction's dominance. Impeach him, to test the emperor's attitude toward him. Defend him, to make the emperor believe that Xiaoyi is Xie Daowen's man. This way the emperor would hesitate. Moving against Xiaoyi would mean moving against Xie Daowen's man. Not moving against him would mean Xiaoyi owes Xie Daowen a debt of gratitude. A clever scheme. Xiaoyi opened his eyes, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Too bad. He was not the kind of man who owed debts of gratitude. The Ministry of Works was located in the southeastern corner of the imperial city, adjacent to the imperial ancestral temple, not far from the princess mansion, yet the scenery on both sides could not have been more different. The princess mansion boasted red walls and golden tiles with sword-bearing guards standing at the gate, and even the bricks on the ground were laid in perfect order. As for the Ministry of Works, the plaster had peeled off with no one to repaint it. The stone lion at the gate had lost an ear, and the courtyard was cluttered with haphazard piles of timber and stone, forcing one to weave around them while walking. Xiaoyi stood at the entrance of the Ministry of Works, raising his head to look at the plaque. It bore the two large characters Ministry of Works in gold leaf, but most of the gold had flaked off, making it appear almost blank from a distance. He had come today on official business. The emperor had issued an edict granting him a host of items, among which was one that read, permit the imperial consort Xiaoyi to consult the Ministry of Works archives for the purpose of martial arts research. This edict was intriguing. What did it mean by for the purpose of martial arts research? Even the emperor himself could not explain it clearly. Perhaps he thought, what use could a boxer have for the blueprints of the Ministry of Works? But since it was granted, it was granted. Xiaoyi was not one to be polite. In his past life he had practiced martial arts all his life, and in his later years he realized a truth: the martial path was not merely about fighting and killing, it could serve other purposes. For instance, improving farming tools to ease the labors of peasants, or refining weapons to give soldiers a better chance of survival. These tasks could not be accomplished by fists alone, they required intellect and blueprints. He stepped inside. The interior of the Ministry of Works was even more chaotic than the outside. Piles of timber were stacked in the courtyard, some already decayed and covered with moss. In the corner stood several large baskets of waste paper, which the wind scattered everywhere. A few low-ranking clerks were squatting under the eaves, sipping tea and chatting. They glanced up when he entered, then lowered their heads and continued their conversation. Sir, whom are you looking for? A steward approached, looking him up and down. Xiaoyi was still wearing his old robe today. He had no fine clothes to speak of, and the new garments the princess had made for him he found cumbersome and had never worn. The steward's eyes held a hint of disdain at his attire, but his words remained courteous. Sir, what business do you have? Xiaoyi replied, the emperor has permitted me to consult the archives. The steward was taken aback. Consult the archives? Which archives? Xiaoyi said, the blueprints of the Ministry of Works, mechanisms, machinery, farming tools, anything. The steward's expression shifted as if he wanted to say something but swallowed it back. He stepped aside to make way and pointed toward the back. There's a storeroom in the rear filled with old blueprints. You may go and see for yourself, sir. With that he left. Xiao paid no heed and proceeded to the back. Behind was a small courtyard even more chaotic than the front. Several rooms had their doors open, dark and gloomy inside with a musty smell. Xiao entered the first room, which was filled with shelves stacked with rolled up blueprints. Some were tied with ropes, others loose, all covered with a thick layer of dust that obscured the writing. He picked up one roll, blew off the dust and unrolled it to take a look. It was a blueprint for repairing a river embankment from over a decade ago, drawn with care, but the characters were crooked like ghostly scribbles. He picked up another roll, this one for building warships and another for repairing city walls. All old stuff, little of which was useful. Xiao flipped through roll after roll for nearly half an hour, his hands covered in dust. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a noise from the adjacent room. A clink sound as if some metal object had fallen to the floor. Xiao paused, walked over and pushed open the door to the next room. This room was even smaller than the previous one and the clutter was worse. In the corners were stacks of waste paper and on the floor lay scattered pieces of wood, iron shards, copper wire and the like. By the window stood a table on which were spread several blueprints. Beside the blueprints lay something that looked like a small bird made of wood still unfinished. Behind the table sat a person. More precisely, perched on the chair. The person wore a gray dusty robe, sleeves rolled up high, revealing two hands covered in ink stains and rust. Her hair was tied in a messy bun tilted to one side and her face was also dirty, streaked with marks like a tabby cat. She was a young girl, seemingly no more than 15 or 16. She was bent over using a small file to work on something so engrossed that she didn't even hear Xiao enter. Her eyes were very close to the object, almost touching it, and straight hairs from her forehead fell down brushing against the blueprints, but she didn't bother to push them away. Xiao stood at the door watching her. The girl filed a few more times, then put down the file and picked up the object, examining it against the light. It was a thin copper rod densely carved with teeth. She frowned dissatisfied and picked up the file again to continue working. Xiao took 2 steps forward and glanced at the blueprints on the table. The blueprint depicted something that looked like a bird with wings spread and its belly filled with drawings of gears and linkages of various sizes. The lines were densely drawn, yet every stroke was cleared straight where it should be, curved where appropriate, and the proportions were correct. It was far superior to the messy blueprints he had seen earlier. Xiao stepped closer to get a better look. The girl finally sensed someone's presence and jerked her head up. Their eyes met. Her eyes were large and bright like 2 black grapes. But at this moment they were filled with panic, like a thief caught red-handed. You, who are you? She recoiled, nearly falling off the chair. How did you get in? This is the Ministry of Works. Outsiders are not allowed. Xiao pointed at the door. The door was open. The girl was taken aback, glanced at the door and instantly blushed. I forgot to close the door. She muttered softly, then looked at Xiao warily. Who are you really? What are you here for? Xiao did not answer but pointed at the blueprints on the table. Did you draw these? The girl quickly covered the blueprints, clutching them to her chest as if they were precious treasures. Yes, I drew them. What about it? Xiao said, let me have a look. The girl shook her head. No. This is my own work, not for others to see. Xiao looked at her and suddenly asked, are you with the Ministry of Works? The girl hesitated, then nodded. I am a copyist clerk at the Ministry of Works. Xiao raised an eyebrow. A female clerk in the Ministry of Works. This was the first he had heard of it. The girl noticed his confusion and blushed even deeper, speaking softly. I got in through my own abilities. Though I am a woman, I am better at drawing than any of them. It's just they wouldn't let me sit in the main hall and sent me to the back instead. Her voice grew fainter until it was like the buzz of a mosquito. Xiao said nothing, taking another look at the blueprints. That thing, he said, can it fly? The girl was startled, then looked up, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. You understood it. Xiao nodded. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up like a lamp being kindled. She removed her hands from the blueprints, unrolled the paper again and pointed at the diagram. This is the wing, I spent 3 days making it. This is the mechanism, pull it and it moves. If it's completed it will be able to fly. Though it won't fly high or far, as long as it can take off, it proves my method is correct. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. The panic on her face had vanished. Her fingers darted across the blueprint and her words poured out in a rapid stream. Xiao listened without interrupting. When she finished he asked, what do you want to build? The girl raised her head, her eyes sparkling, but her voice suddenly lowered as if afraid of being overheard. I want to build a wooden bird that can fly in the sky. After saying this, she lowered her head, expecting Xiao to mock her. Xiao did not laugh. He looked at the girl and suddenly asked, "What is your name?" The girl was startled, looked up and said timidly, "Gongshu Qing." Xiao nodded. Gongshu Qing. What connection does this name have with Gongshu Ban? Gongshu Qing's face instantly flushed and she whispered, He is my ancestor. Many generations ago. Xiao looked at her and suddenly smiled. A descendant of the Gongshu family hiding in the back of the Ministry of Works to draw blueprints. Nobody looks at what you draw, nobody uses what you make. You must be feeling quite stifled, aren't you? Gongshu Qing was stunned. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but nothing came out. Her eyes suddenly reddened. Xiao did not press further. He pointed at the mechanism on the blueprint. Here the force is not being applied smoothly. Gongshu Qing was taken aback and looked down at the blueprint. Xiao pointed at the copper rod in the drawing. You added a gear here to make the wings flap faster. But the meshing angle of the gear is wrong, so the force can't be transmitted. If you pull it 10 times, it will fly less than 3. Gongshu Qing's eyes widened as she stared at the blueprint for a long time, then suddenly slapped her thigh. Right. I felt something was off, but I couldn't find it. So it's right here. She looked up at Xiao, her eyes full of light. You understand this? Xiao nodded. Gongshu Qing was so excited she nearly jumped off the chair. Then teach me. Halfway through she suddenly remembered something and the light in her face dimmed. No, you are an outsider. I can't just show you the blueprints. These belong to the Ministry of Works even if no one cares about them. If someone finds out, they'll say I. Xiao took a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to her. Gongshu Qing took it and looked, then froze. It was an imperial edict. On it was written, permit the imperial consort Xiao to consult the Ministry of Works archives for the purpose of martial arts research. You are the imperial consort. Gongshu Qing's eyes widened. The one who repelled Wan Yanlai with a single punch. Xiao nodded. Gongshu Qing's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. How can you dress like this? She looked him up and down, taking in his old robe, her face full of disbelief. Xiao did not answer but looked at her and said, would you like to learn from me? Gongshu Qing was stunned. Learn from you? Xiao nodded. Gongshu Qing's eyes lit up again, bright as 2 stars. But after thinking for a moment, she lowered her head. I am a woman. If you take a woman as your disciple, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Xiao said, I am not afraid. Gongshu Qing looked up at him, her eyes reddening again. Then Xiao said, come to the princess mansion tomorrow and I will teach you. Gongshu Qing was stunned for a long moment, then suddenly jumped down from the chair and bowed deeply to him. Master. Xiao looked at her appearance, the corner of his mouth twitching. Don't forget to bring the blueprints tomorrow. Gongshu Qing nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Xiao turned and walked out. Gongshu Qing stood behind him and suddenly called out, Master. Don't worry, I will study hard. Xiao did not look back, just waved his hand. When he stepped out of the Ministry of Works gate, the sun had already set in the west. He stood at the entrance gazing at the evening glow on the horizon and suddenly smiled. The descendant of Gongshu Ban. Interesting. Early the next morning, Gongshu Qing arrived. She stood at the entrance of the princess residence carrying a bundle larger than herself, glancing around with a hint of timidity on her face. The gatekeeper looked her over several times, probably wondering what relationship this grimy little girl had with the prince consort. I'm looking for the prince consort. Gongshu Qing said, her voice not loud but clear. The gatekeeper was taken aback. Yesterday that young Master Xia came every day and now a girl was here. When had the prince consort become so popular? He dared not ask further and stepped aside. The back courtyard, you can go on your own. Gongshu Qing hauled the bundle inside, taking a rest after every few steps. The bundle was enormous, filled with rolled up blueprints tied with rope, incredibly heavy. She finally managed to reach the back courtyard entrance and saw someone sitting under the date tree with another person standing beside him. The one seated was naturally Xiao, leisurely sipping tea. The standing figure was a young gentleman in form-fitting attire, standing straight as a ramrod, sweat glistening on his forehead, yet he remained motionless. Gongshu Qing had never seen Xia Yan and didn't know who he was. She only thought it strange that he stood there like a wooden post. She hesitated at the courtyard entrance and whispered, Master. Xiao looked up, saw her and nodded. Come in. Gongshu Qing hurriedly carried the bundle inside. When she reached the date tree, she dropped the bundle to the ground with a heavy thud. Xia Yan turned his head to glance at her, curiosity flickering in his eyes, but he said nothing and continued his stance training. Xiao pointed at the bundle. Did you bring everything? Gongxu Chang nodded, crouched down and untied the rope. It was tied extremely tight and she struggled for a while before opening it, then took out the blueprints one by one, laying them in a row on the ground. This is the plow, this is the water wheel, this is the windmill, this is the loom. She counted as she laid them out, then looked up at Xiao Yi with sparkling eyes. Master, which one do you want to see? Xiao Yi didn't answer. He picked up the plow blueprint first and unrolled it. This drawing was far superior to those he had seen at the Ministry of Works yesterday. The lines were clean and precise, the dimensions clearly marked, and even the assembly of each part was illustrated. But after a few glances, Xiao Yi frowned. Gongxu Ching had been watching his expression. Seeing his frown, her heart sank. Master, is there a problem? Xiao Yi pointed at the plowshare. The force here is not smooth. Gongxu Ching leaned in her face, almost touching the blueprint. Xiao Yi said, when the plow enters the soil, the resistance is greatest. With this angle, the plowshare forces its way in, which is laborious. If you adjust this angle slightly to follow the natural grain of the soil, it could save half the effort. Gongxu Ching was stunned, staring at the blueprint for a long time, then suddenly slapped her thigh. Right. Right. That's what fell off. The old farmers said the plow was hard to use, but I could never find the flaw. She looked up at Xiao Yi, her eyes shining. Master, how do you know everything? Xiao Yi didn't reply. He picked up a brush and made a few strokes on the blueprint, altering the angle and adding a small mechanism at the back. What's this? Gongxu Cheng leaned in. Xiao Yi said, I borrowed the principle of your gear. When the plowshare enters the earth, this mechanism helps push it forward, so you don't need to pull hard. Gongxu Ching's eyes widened. She stared at the strokes for a long time, then suddenly cried out, yes, yes, yes. That makes the force flow. Why didn't I think of that? She was so excited she gestured wildly, eager to find someone to forge the plow right away. Xiao Yi put down the blueprint and picked up the water wheel drawing. After a few glances, he made several more modifications. Gongxu Ching watched from the side, exclaiming in admiration, slapping her thigh and occasionally frowning in deep. Xia Yan, standing nearby, couldn't help sneaking a peek at the commotion. He saw Gongxu Ching crouched on the ground, her face dirty and hair disheveled, but her eyes were as bright as lit lamps. While the master revised the blueprints, she watched and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Xia Yan was curious but dared not move. The master had said that during stance training one must not move, speak, or look around. He quickly averted his gaze and continued his stance. Xiao Yi finished reviewing all the blueprints, correcting what needed correction. Gongxu Ching gathered the drawings, hugging them in her arms as if they were treasures. Master, if these things are actually made, will they really work? She asked, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Xiao Yi looked at her. What do you think? Gongxu Ching thought for a moment and answered honestly, I think they should work. The changes you made are things I never thought of before. But the things I make have never been used by anyone, so I don't know if they'll function well. Her voice grew softer. Xiao Yi said, then make them and try. Gongxu Ching lifted her head, her eyes bright again. Really? Xiao Yi nodded. Make them, find a farmer to test them. If they work well, use them, if not, modify them. Gongxu Cheng nodded vigorously like a shaking rattledrum. She rolled up the blueprints, tied them, and hoisted the bundle onto her back, standing up. Master, I'll go back now. I need to make these as quickly as possible, I can't wait. Xiao Yi glanced at her eager demeanor, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Go ahead. Gongxu Ching ran out with the bundle, stopped after 2 steps, turned back and said, Master, I'll come again tomorrow. Then she vanished from sight. Xia Yan, standing nearby, watched her figure disappear through the courtyard gate and finally couldn't hold back. Master, who is that? Xiao Yi said, someone from the Ministry of Works, a draftsman. Xia Yan was taken aback. A draftsman? You're teaching her drawing? Xiao Yi glanced at him. What about it? Xia Yan quickly shook his head. Nothing. Just thought. It's interesting. A girl carrying such a huge bundle all filled with blueprints. Xiao Yi said nothing. Xia Yan added, can the thing she draws actually be used? Xiao Yi said yes. Xia Yan was stunned. Really? Xiao Yi didn't answer, picked up his teacup and took a sip. Xia Yan stood there thinking for a moment, then suddenly said, Master, how do you know everything? You're amazing at martial arts and you're amazing at drawing blueprints. My grandfather said that a person is lucky to master one thing in a lifetime. But you. Xiao Yi glanced at him calmly. Your grandfather was right. A person is lucky to master one thing in a lifetime. But your grandfather didn't say what that thing is. Xia Yan was stunned. Xiao didn't explain further. He put down the cup, stood up, walked to the date tree, and began to practice his boxing. Xia Yan stood beside him watching his master's movements and suddenly felt that in his 19 years he had never truly understood anything. Gong Shuqing was faster than anyone. On the third day she came carrying a new plow. The plow looked similar to the original, but upon closer inspection it was different. The angle of the plowshare had been changed and there was a small odd-looking mechanism at the back. She set the plow on the ground, panting. "Master, it's done. I had a blacksmith make it, cost me 2 months' wages." Xiao examined the plow, then looked at her. "Have you tested it?" Gong Shuqing shook her head. "No. I wanted to show you first, and if there's no problem then find someone to test it." Xiao said, "No need to find someone, test it here." Gong Shuqing was dumbfounded. "Here. The princess residence. Where's the farmland?" Xiao pointed to the empty corner of the back courtyard. The patch had once been planted with flowers, but without care it had become overgrown with weeds. Gong Shuqing looked at the plot, hesitant. "Master, that's the princess flower bed. If I plow it up, will the princess be angry?" Xiao said no. Gong Shuqing still didn't dare. Xiao walked over, lifted the plow, carried it to the plot, and thrust the plowshare into the ground. "Watch closely," he said. Then he grasped the plow and pushed it forward 1 step. The plow sliced into the soil with a soft sound as easily as cutting through tofu. Xiao pushed again and the soil turned over dark and rich, looking fertile. Gong Shuqing's eyes widened, her mouth agape. "Thighs is so light." She ran over, snatched the plow, and tried it herself. She wasn't very strong, but with one push the plow sliced in again, turning up a large clod of earth. She paused, pushed again, and it was still just as easy. She pushed faster and faster, gaining momentum, and after a dozen steps she wasn't even out of breath. "Master." She turned around, her eyes shining like stars. "It really works. It really works. It's more than half lighter than the old plow." Xiao nodded. Gong Shuqing jumped up and down in excitement, bouncing on the spot. "Master. You're amazing. I knew it, I knew it." Xia Yan, standing under the date tree, watched the scene, his eyes nearly popping out. What had he just seen? The master pushed the plow and it moved by itself. No, the plow was just that good, pushing it required no effort. He looked at the turned soil, then at the strange-looking plow in Gong Shuqing's hands, and felt a twinge of bitterness. He had been practicing stance for half a month and the master had taught him nothing but standing. This girl had only been here 2 days and the master was already helping her revise blueprints, making farm tools, and even personally demonstrating the plow. Xia Yan opened his mouth wanting to say something but swallowed it back. Xiao glanced at him and suddenly said, "Stance training is the foundation. If the foundation isn't solid, teaching you anything else is useless." Xia Yan was stunned, his face instantly reddening. He lowered his head and murmured, "Master, I understand. I'm just a bit impatient." Xiao said nothing, walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "What's the hurry? The road is still long." Xia Yan looked up at his master's calm face and the bitterness in his heart seemed to dissolve. He stood up straight and continued his stance. Gong Shuqing, still carrying the plow, bounced around. "Master, I want to show it to the Ministry of Works. Let them know that my blueprints aren't useless." Xiao looked at her and suddenly asked, "Will the people at the Ministry of Works even look at it?" Gong Shuqing was taken aback. She remembered those people. The supervisor frowned at her drawings and said, "What use is a girl drawing these?" Her colleagues mocked her behind her back, calling her a madwoman who wanted to build flying wooden birds. She lowered her head, her voice quiet. They won't look." Xiao said, "Then don't show them." Gong Shuqing looked up. Xiao continued, "If the tool works well, people will naturally use it. No need to show them." Gong Shuqing was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "Master, I understand." She hoisted the plow and ran off, hopping and skipping. Xia Yan stood under the date tree watching her retreating figure and said, "Master, she's quite impressive." Xiao glanced at him. Xia Yan continued, "A girl who knows how to draw blueprints and make farm tools, she's far better than those who only know how to write poetry." Xiao said nothing, picked up his teacup and took a sip. The wind blew, rustling the date tree leaves. He suddenly thought of someone, Zhang Yulong. That man who only wrote poems, only talked nonsense, only stood before the princess and berated military officers. Compared to Gong Shuqing, what was he? Xiao curled the corner of his mouth, set down the cup. "Continue your stance," he said. Xia Yan quickly stood properly, not daring to speak further. Yu Ting arrived. This time he was not alone, 4 men followed behind him. Each stood straight as an arrow, their strides carrying the wind, a clear sign of military upbringing. Though their clothes were worn faded from washing, they were starched and pristine with buttons fastened to the topmost one. Xiao Yi was sipping tea under the jujube tree. Seeing Yu Ting enter, he set down his cup. Yu Ting approached and cupped his fists in salute master. The 4 men behind him followed suit, their movements synchronized and identical. Xiao Yi cast a glance at them. The 4 were no longer young. The youngest looked over 30, their faces etched with the marks of wind and frost. 2 had scars on their faces, one walked with a slight limp, and the left hand of another was missing 2 fingers. Yu Ting turned and said to the 4, "Address him as master." "Master," the 4 chorused in unison. Xiao Yi remained silent. Yu Ting rubbed his hands together, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "Master, these are brothers who have shared life and death with me, fighting for over a decade in the northern frontier. Zhou Huai, you've met him, the one injured by Wan Yanlai at the state banquet. Zheng Yong, whose leg was broken, took a year to heal. Chen Shi, whose arm was snapped and set but it remains weak. Old Lu, who served 15 years on the border, has no unblemished spot on his body." He pointed to each as he spoke, and each stepped forward in turn. Zhou Huai, around 40, had a scar running from his left brow to the corner of his mouth, giving him a fierce look, yet his eyes were honest. Zheng Yong was younger, dragging his right leg slightly, the one Wan Yanlai had broken. Chen Shi was a man of few words, his right hand perpetually retracted, the arm devoid of strength. Old Lu, the eldest, had graying hair, but his back was the straightest. Yu Ting said, "Master, they heard that you repelled Wan Yanlai with a single punch at the state banquet, and they all wish to learn from you. I told them that you have rules for accepting disciples. They must first practice standing meditation. They said they'd do it, stand for as long as it takes. If they can learn true skills to avenge their fallen brothers, they'll do anything." After speaking, he looked at Xiao Yi with earnest eyes. The 4 men also gazed at Xiao Yi with the same fervent hope. Xiao Yi did not rush to reply. He picked up his teacup and took a slow sip. The wind rustled the jujube leaves. He set down the cup, rose, and walked over to the 4 men. First, he examined Zhou Huai. He pressed a hand on Zhou Huai's shoulder. The man stiffened but did not move. Xiao Yi then pressed his chest and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Zhou Huai was taken aback for a moment before replying, "No pain. Just a bit tight when it's overcast." Xiao Yi nodded and moved on to Zheng Yong. He crouched down and squeezed Zheng Yong's lame leg. Zheng Yong gritted his teeth, silent. "Can you squat?" Xiao Yi asked. Without a word, Zheng Yong squatted down. He squatted steadily, though rising was slower, his right leg failing him, forcing him to use his hands on his knees to stand. Xiao Yi then examined Chen Shi's arm. Chen Shi extended his right hand. Xiao Yi grasped his wrist and gently rotated it. Chen Shi frowned but remained silent. "Did you hear a sound when it snapped?" Xiao Yi asked. Chen Shi nodded. "Yes. After it was said, it's been like this, no strength and pain when I exert." Xiao Yi said nothing and moved to Old Lu. Old Lu stood rigidly awaiting inspection. Xiao Yi looked at him without touching, simply asking, 15 years. Old Lu nodded. 15 years. From 19 to 34. Xiao Yi asked, "How many have you killed?" Old Lu was startled, not expecting the question. He thought for a moment and answered honestly, "I can't recall. The northern barbarians came every winter. We fought for 15 years. How many I killed, I truly can't remember." Xiao Yi nodded, returned to his chair and sat down. Yu Ting watched him anxiously, as did the 4 men. Xiao Yi lifted his cup and took a sip. "Standing meditation," he said. "First 1 month." Yu Ting's eyes lit up. "Master." Xiao Yi raised a hand to stop him. "If you can endure, well, talk further. If not, don't come back." The 4 men exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. Zhou Huai stepped forward, cupping his fists. "Master, rest assured. We can endure." Xiao Yi glanced at him without a word. Yu Ting could barely contain his joy, clapping Zhou Huai on the shoulder. "I told you, Master is kind-hearted. He'll definitely accept you." Xiao Yi shot Yu Ting a look. "Who said I accepted them? Let's talk after a month." Yu Ting quickly shut his mouth, chuckling sheepishly. The 4 men said nothing more. They walked under the jujube tree, lined up, and began their standing meditation. Xia Yan, already there, was startled to see the 4 newcomers and stole a glance at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi paid him no mind and continued sipping tea. Xia Yan shuffled aside to make room. The 5 stood in a row, motionless. Chunlan emerged with a teapot, her eyes nearly popping out at the sight. She scurried to Xiao Yi and whispered, "Master-in-law, so many people." Xiao Yi grunted in acknowledgement. Chunlan glanced at the 5 again, swallowing hard. "That young Master Xia comes every day, and now 4 more. And each one bullier than the last. They're intimidating." Xiao Yi ignored her. Chunlan set down the teapot, took another look, and suddenly recognized someone. "Hey." Isn't that General Zhou? The one injured at the state banquet. Why is he here? Xiao picked up his cup and took a sip. Chunlan stood for a moment, then seeing his silence left. At the courtyard entrance she turned back for one last glance, muttering, the master-in-law's yard is getting livelier and livelier. The sun climbed to its zenith, bathing the courtyard in bright light. 5 men stood motionless under the jujube tree. Xia Yan, after half a month of practice, was accustomed, his face free of sweat. The 4 newcomers were different. Zhou Huai held up well, his foundation solid, standing for half an hour without a flush or heavy breath. Zheng Yong's lame leg struggled, beginning to tremble after a while, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. Chen Qi's weak arm was a disadvantage, but standing meditation relies on legs and waist, so he was steadier than Zheng Yong. Old Lu, the oldest, was the most stable, his breathing undisturbed after half an hour. Xiao sat in his chair observing them. Yu Ting stood nearby, wringing his hands, looking from one to another, more nervous than the practitioners. After nearly an hour, Zheng Yong's leg shook like a sieve, yet he gritted his teeth in silence. Chen Qi's forehead began to bead, with sweat trickling down his face. Zhou Huai's breathing grew heavier, his chest heaving. Only old Lu remained unchanged, standing as solid as a nail driven into the ground. Xiao glanced at him and suddenly asked, "Old Lu, did you practice standing meditation in the northern frontier?" Old Lu did not move, answering, "I did. Learned it from an old veteran in my youth, practiced for over a decade." Xiao nodded and asked no more. Another half hour passed and Zhang Yong collapsed, sitting heavily on the ground, gasping for air. He sat on the ground, face flushed, red, head bowed, afraid to meet Xiao's gaze. Xiao said nothing. Yu Ting grew anxious, rushing over to pull him up. Get up, get up. Master said 1 month, and this is only the first day." Zheng Yong gritted his teeth, pushed himself off the ground, and returned to his position. His leg still trembled, but he held on through sheer will. Xiao looked at his leg and said, "Your leg is injured, don't compare yourself to others. Rest when you can't endure, then resume. Forcing it will ruin the leg." Zheng Yong was stunned. He looked up at Xiao, his eyes suddenly reddening. "Master." His voice was hoarse, "Can this leg ever heal?" Xiao said yes. Tears streamed down Zheng Yong's face. He wiped his cheek, stood straight, and said, "Master, I'm not afraid of pain. I'll train in whatever you set, even if it kills me." Xiao looked at him without a word. Yu Ting, standing nearby, also felt his eyes sting. He stole a glance at Xiao before quickly looking away. The sun moved westward, casting long shadows across the courtyard. The shadows of the 5 men lay crooked on the ground, but none of them moved. At dusk, Yu Ting led the 4 away. As Zhou Huai left, he turned back to look at Xiao, opened his mouth as if to speak, then swallowed the words. Xiao sat in his chair, watching them exit the courtyard. Xia Yan remained standing motionless. Xiao looked at him. "Why aren't you leaving?" Xia Yan replied, "I haven't had enough practice." Xiao said nothing. Xia Yan stood for another half hour before releasing his stance, approached Xiao and bowed deeply. "Master, I'll take my leave. I'll return tomorrow." Xiao nodded. Xia Yan turned and walked a few steps, then stopped and looked back. "Master, will you truly accept those men as disciples?" Xiao met his gaze. Xia Yan continued, "They are battle-hardened men with real skills. Learning from you, they'll surely surpass me." Xiao said, "Not necessarily." Xia Yan was taken aback. Xiao offered no explanation, picked up his cup and took a sip. Xia Yan stood for a moment, puzzled, then left. The courtyard fell silent. The jujube leaves rustled in the wind, carrying the scent of earth. The patch of earth turned by Gongshu Qing was dark and fertile, gleaming under the setting sun. Xiao sat in his chair, gazing at the spot where the 5 men's shadows had vanished. Zhou Huai, Zhang Yang, Chen Qi, Old Lu. All had fought, all had been wounded, all were dismissed by civil officials as useless and brutes. They came to learn not for fame but to avenge their fallen brothers, to defend the northern frontier, and to never be bullied again. Xiao set down his cup, rose, and walked under the jujube tree, taking his stance. It was time for his own training. Half a month, neither long nor short. Xia Yan had grown accustomed to it. He arrived every day at dawn and stayed until the sun set. His legs no longer trembled, his breath no longer labored. After standing all day, he felt surprisingly invigorated. The 4 warriors gradually adapted as well. Zhou Huai, with the best foundation, could stand a full day without issue. Zheng Yong's legs still lacked strength, but unlike the first few days when they shook like a sieve, they were steadier now. Chen Qi, taciturn, stood firmly, though his arm remained curled and weak. Old Lu had the easiest time of it. After a full day of standing, his face stayed calm, his breath even as if nothing had happened. Xiao sat beneath the jujube tree every day, drinking tea and watching them stand. Occasionally he would rise, walk over and tap someone on the shoulder or kick their leg. A tap meant they needed to straighten up, a kick signaled an incorrect posture prompting immediate adjustment. No one asked why they had to stand so long, nor did anyone complain. Xia Yan was driven by a stubborn desire to prove himself. The four warriors, having honed their skills on the battlefield, understood the importance of fundamental training. If standing was the task, they would stand. It was better than facing blades on the frontier. That morning Xiao set down his teacup, rose and walked toward them. Enough, he said. The five of them froze. Xia Yan reacted first. Master, have we stood enough? Xiao ignored him, walked to Zhou Huai, pressed his chest and asked, still feeling tight. Zhou Huai paused, took a deep breath and exhaled. His eyes widened. No. It's not tight anymore. Xiao nodded, then turned to examine Zhang Yang's leg. He crouched, squeezed Zhang Yang's calf and instructed him to squat and rise repeatedly. After a few repetitions, Zhang Yang froze in surprise. It doesn't hurt. Xiao replied, it still hurts. But you didn't notice. Zhang Yang squatted again, felt carefully. There was indeed a trace of pain, but compared to half a month ago it was nothing. He looked up, his eyes reddening. Xiao stood and approached Chen Qi. Chen Qi extended his right hand and Xiao clasped his wrist, gently rotating it. Chen Qi frowned but didn't cry out. Exert force, Xiao said. Chen Qi gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. It trembled violently, but the fist was formed. Still hurts? Xiao asked. Chen Qi released his fist, catching his breath. It hurts. But it's different. Before it felt like needles stabbing. Now it's a dull ache. Xiao nodded. That's right. He finally reached old Lu, glanced at him without touching and said, you have a solid foundation. No need to start from scratch. Old Lu was taken aback. Sir, then what should I practice? Xiao said, practice with them. Lead them. Old Lu nodded and asked no more. Xiao walked back to his chair, sat down and picked up his teacup. He looked at the five men and spoke. Standing stance is the foundation. Only when the foundation is solid can you proceed to the next level. But standing alone isn't enough. You must learn how to channel your strength. He rose, walked to the center of the courtyard and assumed a starting posture. Watch closely. He slowly performed a set of forms. So slow, like an old woman doing Tai Chi. Yet the five men stared mesmerized. They saw his arms move, his shoulders shift, his waist twist, his legs flow, his entire body undulated like a serpent or a pool of water, soft and yielding, yet every motion carried an indescribable force. Xia Yan was stunned. He had practiced boxing for over a decade, yet never imagined it could be executed like this. Zhou Huai was equally dumbfounded. After years of battle relying on brute strength and quick reflexes, he had never considered that combat could be waged in such a manner. Xiao finished, straightened up and looked at them. Did you see clearly? The five shook their heads in unison. Xiao smiled. The smile was faint, fleeting. Of course you didn't see clearly. This isn't something you can learn in one viewing. He walked to Zhou Huai, grasped his wrist and adjusted his posture. This punch doesn't come from the arm. It comes from the waist. The arm is the tip, the waist is the root. Without the root, the tip has no strength. Zhou Huai threw a punch as instructed. His arm moved, but his waist remained still. The punch was weak. Xiao tapped his waist. Here. Move this first. Let the arm follow. Zhou Huai punched again. This time his waist moved, but his arm lagged, dissipating the power by the time the fist struck. Xiao said again. Zhou Huai repeated the punch over and over. Xiao corrected him, tirelessly repeating the same words each time, waist first. Arm follows. Don't let the energy break. After more than a dozen attempts, Zhou Huai finally delivered a proper punch. The moment it struck, he froze. The fist whistled through the air, completely unlike anything he had thrown before. He stared at his own fist, then at Xiao, his mouth agape, speechless. Xiao nodded. Remember this feeling. Zhou Huai nodded vigorously. Next came Zhang Yang, Chen Qi and old Lu. Xiao taught each one individually with a different method for each. For Zhang Yang, whose leg was weak, Xiao showed him how to shift his weight to the good leg while standing in stance and how to borrow power during a punch. For Chen Qi, with his injured arm, Xiao taught him to generate force from the shoulder, bypassing the wound. For old Lu, who had a solid foundation, Xiao taught deeper techniques, how to unite the boda's strength into a single force. Xia Yan watched from the side, fidgeting with impatience. Master, what about me? Xiao glanced at him. First, perfect your stance. Xia Yan opened his mouth to protest, then swallowed his words. He returned to the jujube tree, stood straight and resumed his stance. But his eyes kept drifting toward the four men, watching Xiao teach them the forms. Gonshu Qing arrived to deliver blueprints and was stunned by the scene. She stood at the courtyard entrance watching the four men throw punches one after another, Xiaoyi correcting each in turn and Xia Yan standing beneath the jujube tree gazing longingly. She scurried up to Xiaoyi and whispered, "Master, what are they doing?" Xiaoyi replied, "Practicing boxing." Gonshu Qing said, "Oh," and handed him the blueprints. "Master, I've revised the new designs. Please take a look." Xiaoyi took them, unfolded them, and nodded. "Not bad." Gonshu Qing jumped with joy, then turned and ran off. At the gate she glanced back at the four men, murmured something to herself and disappeared. The sun climbed to its zenith and the courtyard grew hot. The five men were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through, yet none stopped. Zhou Huai threw punch after punch. Zhang Yong gritted his teeth and practiced. Chun Shi silently repeated the same motion, and Old Lu struck steadily, each blow deliberate. Xia Yan stood beneath the jujube tree watching them, his heart itching. He had been standing for nearly a month and his master had taught him nothing but standing. He dared not ask, but anxiety gnawed at him. Xiaoyi walked over and stopped in front of him. Xia Yan looked up. Xiaoyi said, "What's the hurry?" Xia Yan blushed and lowered his head. No hurry." Xiaoyi studied him, then suddenly said, "Throw a punch." Xia Yan hesitated, then threw a punch. Xiaoyi extended two fingers, gently caught it, exactly like a month ago. Xia Yan's face reddened further. Xiaoyi released his hand and looked at him. "Your foundation is too weak. The standing stance is meant to build it up. If the foundation isn't solid, teaching you anything else is a waste." Xia Yan was stunned. Xiaoyi continued, "Do you think standing is just standing? It trains the legs, the waist, and the breath. When the legs have strength, the waist finds power. When the waist has power, the breath sinks. When the breath sinks, the punch has a root." He looked at Xia Yan and spoke deliberately. "You've stood for a month. Do your legs have strength?" Xia Yan thought, then nodded. "Does your waist have strength?" Xia Yan thought again, then nodded. "Has your breath sunk?" Xia Yan hesitated, unsure what sinking breath meant. Xiaoyi looked at him, then suddenly tapped his chest. Not hard, but Xia Yan felt his chest tighten, his breath almost cut off. "Did you feel that?" Xiaoyi asked. Xia Yan clutched his chest and nodded. "That is the breath. When it floats, the chest feels tight. When the breath sinks, the feet become steady. You've stood for a month, but your breath hasn't sunk yet. Stand another month." Xia Yan opened his mouth to speak, but no words came. He straightened up and resumed his stance. This time he understood that standing wasn't mindless, it had its own principles. At dusk Yu Ting arrived. He stood at the courtyard entrance watching the four men still practicing their forms, Xia Yan still standing and Xiaoyi sitting beneath the jujube tree drinking tea. He walked over and cupped his hands. "Sir." Xiaoyi glanced at him and nodded. Yu Ting stood aside watching the four men practice. After a moment his eyes reddened. Zhou Huai's punch carried a whistling force heavier than any he had thrown before. Zhang Yong's lame leg stood firm, his center of gravity unwavering as he punched. Chen Shi's once useless arm, though still weak, now generated power from the shoulder, and his strikes were heavier than those of a healthy man. Old Lu, needless to say, threw solid steady punches, each carrying a dull explosive force. Yu Ting wiped his eyes, walked up to Xiaoyi and bowed deeply. "Sir," his voice choked, "thank you." Xiaoyi looked at him. "For what?" Yu Ting said, "For teaching them. They are brothers who fought alongside me through life and death. On the frontier when they were wounded, no one cared for them. When they developed chronic ailments, no one asked. I thought they would be this way forever." He couldn't continue. Xiaoyi said nothing, picked up his teacup and took a sip. Yu Ting straightened up, looked at the four men and suddenly smiled. "Sir, may I also train?" Xiaoyi glanced at him. "You?" Yu Ting nodded. "I want to learn too." Xiaoyi said, "Same as them. Start with standing stance." Without a word, Yu Ting walked to the jujube tree, stood beside Xia Yan and began his stance. Xia Yan cast a sidelong glance, feeling a bit more at ease. If even the general of the Northern Pacification had to stand in stance, what was there for him to rush? The sun set and the courtyard darkened. 6 men stood in a row motionless. Xiaoyi sat in his chair watching them. The wind blew, rustling the jujube leaves. He smiled faintly. "How interesting. The tavern is located in the east of the city, 3 streets away from the princess residence. Although it is not large, it has a considerable reputation. It is said that a top scholar from the previous dynasty drank here and even wrote a poem, making it a gathering place for literati. On the 2nd floor there are private rooms, while the 1st floor has scattered seating, always filled with patrons throughout the year." Zhang Yulong sat by the window on the 2nd floor. In front of him were 3 or 4 empty wine bottles and a plate of peanuts, none of which he had touched. He drank a lot, but he was not drunk. When one truly gets drunk, they forget the troubles in their heart. Yet he could not forget Xiao Yi. That useless son-in-law. The one who had been locked up in the side courtyard for 3 years, barely able to eat. And now, he had punched back Wan Yanlia, witnessed by the entire court. The emperor rewarded him, Xie Daoan protected him, and even the princess had him moved to the main courtyard. Zhang Yulong poured another cup of wine, the spiciness making his throat ache. He recalled that day at the princess' residence when Xiao Yi stood at the courtyard entrance and lightly said, "I just feel that what Lord Zhang said earlier also applies to himself." Apply it to himself. He, Zhang Yulong, an editor at the Hanlin Academy, well-versed in poetry and literature, a handsome man. What did that useless one have? Just a few punches, a brute. Why should he be compared to him? Zhang Yulong slammed his cup down on the table, causing the plate of peanuts to jump. A few tables nearby turned to look, and he shot them a glare, making them quickly turn away. He poured another cup of wine, lifted it, but did not drink, staring at the wine in the cup. The wine was yellow, swirling around, reflecting his face, distorted and misshapen, making him almost unrecognizable. Zhang Yulong suddenly laughed. It was a light laugh squeezed out from his throat, sounding almost like crying. He remembered the words he had heard a few days ago in the court. A few censors were huddled together whispering, and he leaned closer to listen. That Xiao Yi has been quite lively lately. He is accepting disciples and teaching people to fight. Even General Yu Ting from the north has been going there. I heard he even found a young girl in the Ministry of Works to help him design farming tools. A son-in-law doing such things, isn't he ashamed? Ashamed of what? He is now a hero. The hero who punched back Wan Yanlia. Hero. I see him as a disaster. A mere warrior instead of staying in his place teaching people to fight. What does he want? Exactly. It is said that in his courtyard there are people coming and going every day as if it were a market. With so many people gathering together, who knows what they are plotting? Zhang Yulong set down his cup and wiped his mouth. Gathering together. Plotting what? His mind whirled a few times and suddenly he understood. Isn't this a ready-made crime? Gathering crowds. Conspiracy against the state. Zhang Yulong stood up, paced around the room, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was right. Xiao Yi teaching people to fight and gathering military officers, isn't that a conspiracy? As a son-in-law, why would he need so many people to follow him? Teaching martial arts. Who would believe it? He sat down again, poured another cup of wine, this time without drinking, just playing with it in his hands. He needed to find a few people. It wouldn't do to do it alone. In the Hanlin Academy, he was in charge of compiling books and writing poetry. It was not his job to accuse others. He needed to find people from the censorate, they specialized in this. He also needed to find a few censors to submit a petition together. The more people, the greater the power. Zhang Yulong set down his cup, stood up and straightened his clothes. He walked a few steps, then stopped, sitting back down. No, he couldn't rush it. He needed to test the waters first to see how many people would be willing to do this. What if no one responded? If he jumped out alone, wouldn't that be courting death? He recalled the last time when Censor Lu accused Xiao Yi of bewitching the public with sorcery, only to be rebuffed by Xie Daoan with a single sentence. Why did Xie Daoan protect Xiao Yi? He still couldn't figure it out. But he pondered that Xie Daoan was a person who always had a purpose in whatever he did. His protection of Xiao Yi was definitely not genuine. There must be ulterior motives. If he were to accuse Xiao Yi of gathering crowds to conspire, what would Xie Daoan do? Zhang Yulong thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Forget it, he would find people first. He stood up and walked to the stairs, glancing down. A few people sat at the scattered tables below, all dressed like scholars, drinking and chatting. He recognized one among them, surnamed Wang, who worked at the censorate, a minor official but sharp-tongued. Zhang Yulong went down the stairs and approached that table. Brother Wan, long time no see. Wang raised his head, saw him and smiled. Brother Zhang. Come sit. Zhang Yulong sat down and someone next to him poured him a cup of wine. He lifted it, clinked it with Wang and downed it in one go. What have you been busy with lately, Brother Wang? He asked. Wang sighed. Busy. Just busy for the sake of being busy. Sitting at the censorate every day, nothing much to do. Last time Censor Lu accused Xiao Yi, he was rebuffed by Chief Xie. Now who would dare to speak? Zhang Yulong's heart stirred, but his face remained impassive. That Xiao Yi has been quite lively lately. Isn't that so? I heard there are people going in and out of his courtyard every day. You know General Yu Ting, right? The northern general. He goes there every few days. And a few who fought at the border have also gone. A group of warriors gathering together, who knows what they're up to? Someone interjected. What can they be up to? Teaching people to fight. A son-in-law who doesn't properly fulfill his role teaching people to fight, what kind of nonsense is that? Another added, teaching martial arts isn't the problem, the fear is that what he teaches isn't martial arts. Everyone looked at him. That person lowered his voice. Think about it, as a son-in-law, why would he need so many people to follow him? With soldiers and generals gathered together if it were to escalate. He didn't continue, but everyone present understood. Zhang Yulong felt elated in his heart, though his face still wore a worried expression. That's not possible, is it? He said. Xiao Yi is a meritorious subject, having punched back one Yanlia, bringing glory to our great Xia. What could he possibly be plotting? Wang glanced at him and smiled. Brother Zhang, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to? A meritorious subject. There are plenty of meritorious subjects. Just because one has achievements doesn't mean they can do whatever they want. Zhang Yulong quickly waved his hand. That's not what I meant. I just feel this matter needs to be approached cautiously. What if he has no such intentions and we speak recklessly? Wouldn't that be wronging someone? Wang sneered. Wronging someone? There are people coming and going in his courtyard every day. Is that wronging him? Teaching those warriors to fight, forming factions, is that wronging him? Several people around nodded in agreement. Zhang Yulong raised his cup, took a sip, and said slowly, Brother Wang makes a valid point. However, just the few of us talking is not enough. We need evidence, witnesses, and physical proof before we can present it to the court. Wang was taken aback. Evidence? Exactly. What kind of martial arts is he teaching? Is it for fitness or something else? What kind of people are his disciples? These all need to be clarified. Wang thought for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. If Brother Wang is willing, we can investigate slowly. Once we clarify everything and gather solid evidence, we can present it and no one will be able to stop us. Wang's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting? Zhang Yulong smiled. I have no other intentions. I just feel this matter cannot be left unresolved. Why should Xiao Yi, that useless son-in-law, be able to command authority in the capital? Why should those warriors revolve around him? If there is no problem here, I'll chop off my own head. Everyone looked at each other and laughed. Wang raised his cup. Brother Zhang is right. Come, let's drink to that. They clinked their cups. Zhang Yulong set down his cup, wiped his mouth, and gradually withdrew his smile. This time he thought, let's see how he dies. When Zhang Yulong came out of the tavern, it was already dark. He stood at the entrance, took a breath of fresh air, and most of his drunkenness faded. The street was nearly empty, with only a few stalls selling late-night snacks still lit and steaming. He walked down the street, took a few steps, and suddenly stopped. There was a person standing at the alley's entrance, dressed in black with an obscured face. Zhang Yulong was taken aback and considered going around. That person spoke. Lord Zhang. The voice was not loud but quite clear. Zhang Yulong froze, feeling a bit anxious. Who are you? That person took a step forward, revealing half of their face. It was a middle-aged man, thin, with little expression on his face. Lord Zhang doesn't need to care who I am. I just want to ask Lord Zhang one question. Zhang Yulong stepped back. What question? That person said, does Lord Zhang want to deal with Xiao Yi? Zhang Yulong's face turned pale. What are you talking about? He turned to leave. The man spoke from behind Lord Zhang. Don't be afraid. I'm not on Xiao Yi's side. On the contrary, I'm on the same side as you. Zhang Yulong stopped, turned back. That person said Xiao Yi is a hindrance to many. Some want him to disappear. But he's not easy to deal with. You can't use force. You have to use subtlety. Zhang Yulong swallowed. What do you mean? What you said in the tavern today was quite good. Keep saying it. The more you say, the more people will believe it. Once people believe it, action will follow. Zhang Yulong's face grew even paler. How do you know what I said in the tavern? That person smiled lightly. Lord Zhang, there's nothing in this capital that can be hidden. You do your thing and there are people supporting you from behind. Don't worry, if anything happens, someone will take care of it. After saying that, the person turned and walked away, disappearing into the alley. Zhang Yulong stood on the street, stunned for a while. The wind blew chilly. He shivered and hurried back. After walking a short distance, he stopped and looked back. The alley entrance was empty, not a single person. He took a deep breath, quickened his pace, and almost ran home. When the news reached the princess residence, it was already the next afternoon. Chunlan entered with a bowl, looking a bit nervous. She placed the bowl on the table and said in a low voice, Your Highness, I heard something. Last night Zhang Yulong was drinking in the tavern with a few people and said quite a few things. Xiao Yi was drinking tea and glanced at her. Chunlan said he said you. That you are gathering crowds to conspire. Xiao Yi's hand holding the teacup paused. Xulon grew anxious. Your Highness, please say something. He's been bad-mouthing you everywhere, saying you accept disciples and teach people to fight, plotting something sinister. If this gets to the Emperor's ears, what will happen? Xiaoyi set down his teacup and looked at her. What else did he say? Xulon thought for a moment. He also said that there are people coming and going in your courtyard every day as if it were a market. He said you're gathering military officers and winning people's hearts. In short, not a single good word. Xiaoyi nodded. Xulon grew even more anxious. Why aren't you worried at all? He is harming you. Xiaoyi said. What's there to be anxious about? Xulon opened her mouth but couldn't find her voice. Xiaoyi lifted the teacup and slowly took a sip. The wind blew, rustling the jujube tree leaves. He recalled that day at the princess residence when Zhang Yulong stood in front of Li Zhaoyue scolding the military officers in a spittle-flying rage. He had said it also applies to yourself, which made Zhang Yulong turn pale. Now this man was starting his revenge. Gathering crowds to conspire. What a heavy charge. Xiaoyi's lips curled slightly. It's a pity that he couldn't bear this charge, nor could Zhang Yulong pin it on him. He set down the teacup, stood up and walked to the jujube tree to begin practicing martial arts. Xulon stood by watching him, anxious and stamping her feet. But she dared not ask again. If the son-in-law said it was fine, then it must be fine. She took the bowl and left. As she reached the courtyard entrance, she looked back. Xiaoyi was still practicing martial arts, each move slow as if nothing had ever happened. Xulon sighed and left. The courtyard was growing increasingly cramped. Xia Yan arrived at dawn every day, occupying the left side beneath the jujube tree. Yu Ting, accompanied by Zhou Huai, Zhang Yang, Chen Qi and Old Lu, claimed the right side. Gongshu Qing came every few days to deliver blueprints, sometimes sitting down to sketch a few strokes, other times crouching to watch them practice boxing for half the day. Xulon had to squeeze sideways through the gaps between people every time she brought tea and water. Holding the teapot outside the crowd, she would call out, "Make way." Those in front stepped left, those on the right shifted aside, and only then could she barely reach Xiaoyi. "Your Highness, the tea." Xiaoyi took it and took a sip. Xulon stood beside him, glancing at the courtyard full of people, and muttered softly, "This yard keeps getting smaller. When we first moved in, it was just you, quiet and peaceful. Now it's like a market fair." Xiaoyi said nothing. Yu Ting, sharp-eared, caught her words and chuckled twice. "Miss Xulon, are we too noisy for you?" Xulon's face flushed red and she quickly waved her hands. No, General, don't misunderstand. I just think it's lively with more people." Yu Ting burst into hearty laughter. When his laughter subsided, he turned to Xiaoyi and suddenly said, "Master, this yard is indeed too small." Xiaoyi glanced at him. Yu Ting said, "This is just a few people, Xia Yan, the 5 of us plus Miss Gongshu, only 7. As more people come, how will this yard suffice? There won't even be room to stand." Xia Yan interjected from the side, "The General is right. When I practice my stance, I dare not even stretch my arms for fear of hitting someone." Zhou Huai also nodded. "Master, we should think of a solution." Xiaoyi held his teacup and remained silent. Yu Ting leaned forward and lowered his voice. "Master, why not establish a martial arts school?" The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Everyone turned their heads to look at Yu Ting. Yu Ting continued, "Build a martial arts school, a place to train, a place to rest, and a place to take in more disciples. Your skills, Master, cannot be taught only to us. Great Xia needs more capable fighters, and the border needs more soldiers who can wage war. You alone cannot teach everyone, but if you establish a school and pass down your skills generation after generation, that would be different." He finished speaking, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Xiaoyi. Xia Yan nodded vigorously beside him like a chick pecking at rice. Zhou Huai nodded, Zhang Yang nodded, Chen Qi nodded, and Old Lu nodded too. Gongshu Qing, crouched by the wall, also lifted her head upon hearing this, her eyes sparkling. Xiaoyi set down his teacup and looked at them. The 5 stood before him, their faces filled with anticipation. Xia Yan's was the fervor of youth, Yu Ting's the foresight of a general, and Zhou Huai's and the others the trust of seasoned soldiers. Gongshu Qing remained crouched by the wall, a charcoal pencil still clutched in her hand, waiting for him to speak. Xiaoyi rose and walked to the center of the courtyard, where he stood still. He looked at the jujube tree, at the few rooms, at the hard-packed earth underfoot. "A martial arts school," he said, his voice low but clear to everyone. "Let it be called Tianwu Pavilion." Xia Yan was taken aback. "Tianwu Pavilion? Which Tian and which Wu?" Xiaoyi replied, "The Tian of the world, the Wu of martial arts." Xia Yan repeated, "Tianwu Pavilion. Tianwu. The martial arts of the world." Xiaoyi offered no explanation. Yu Ting stood there mulling the words over in his mind, then suddenly slapped his thigh. "Excellent. An excellent name. The martial arts of the world. Master, this name is superb." His outburst startled the others. Zhou Huai also smiled. Tianwu Pavilion, it sounds grand. Zhang Yong nodded. Much better than something like Mighty Hall or Zhenyuan Escort Agency. Chen Qi, who rarely spoke, uttered a single word, good. Old Lu said nothing, but his wrinkles creased into a smile. Xia Yan stood there repeatedly murmuring the words Tianwu Pavilion to himself until suddenly a grin spread across his face. He turned and bowed deeply to Xiaoyi. Master, Tianwu Pavilion, I will remember it. Gong Shuqing sprang up from the corner and ran over. Master, what about me? Am I part of Tianwu Pavilion too? Xiaoyi looked at her. You draw your blueprints, that doesn't conflict with training. Gong Shuqing was so delighted she hopped in place, nearly flinging her charcoal pencil away. Chulan stood nearby holding the teapot, her mouth agape, for a long moment. She looked from one person to another and whispered, Tianwu Pavilion. Where? In this yard. Yu Ting laughed heartily. Miss Chulan, this yard is only temporary. In the future Tianwu Pavilion will be larger, we'll need to find a bigger place. Chulan blinked, still not understanding. But she saw Xia Yan laughing, Yu Ting laughing, Zhou Huai and the others laughing, Gong Shuqing laughing too, and even the consort's lips were curved. Suddenly she smiled as well, though she didn't know why everyone was happy, so she was happy. Then I'll go brew more tea, she said. To celebrate. With that she ran off swift as a young colt. Yu Ting watched her retreating figure, shook his head with a smile and turned to Xiaoyi. Master, I'll take care of building the martial arts school. I'll find the location and cover the expenses. You have no foundation in the capital, Master, leave these matters to me. Xiaoyi looked at him. You'll cover the expenses. Yu Ting thumped his chest. Rest assured, Master. I fought for over a decade on the northern frontier and saved up a fair amount of reward silver, never had a chance to spend it. It's enough to build a school. Xiaoyi remained silent. Yu Ting continued, Master, I'm not being polite. I truly believe this needs to be done quickly. Zhang Yulong is already scheming to impeach you, accusing you of gathering for rebellion. If we build the school openly and teach in plain sight, what can he say then? Xiaoyi glanced at him. Yu Ting said, Chunlan told me. She said Zhang Yulong was drinking at a tavern, bad-mouthing you. The moment I heard, I knew that bastard was up to no good. Xia Yan overheard, his face darkening. Zhang Yulong. That one from the Hanlin Academy. Yu Ting nodded. Him. Xia Yan snorted. A mere poet dares to speak ill of my master. Yu Ting patted his shoulder. Xiao Xia, you're still young. Matters at court aren't settled with fists. Zhang Yulong may be a waste, but he has backers. If he dares to show himself, someone is pulling the strings. Xia Yan was startled. Who? Yu Ting didn't answer, he glanced at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi picked up his teacup, took a sip and said calmly, no matter who pulls the strings, the school must still be built. Yu Ting nodded. The master is right. He turned to face the few people in the yard and raised his voice. Brothers, the master has spoken, build Tianwu Pavilion. From today onward we are the people of Tianwu Pavilion. Zhou Huai led the cheer yes. Zhang Yang followed, then Chen Qi and Old Lu also shouted, his voice not loud but steady. Xia Yan stood beside them shouting along until his voice cracked. Gong Shuqing, crouched by the wall, also shouted, then covered her face in embarrassment. Xiaoyi sat on his chair watching them. Sunlight filled the courtyard, shining on their faces bright and warm. The jujube trees' leaves rustled in the wind and the shadows of people on the ground danced chaotically, a lively scene. He suddenly thought of his past life. Back then he had also wanted to establish a sect and pass down his skills. But no one believed him, his disciples ran away and he died alone in the deep mountains. This life was different. People believed in him, followed him and were willing to stake their lives on him. Xiaoyi set down his teacup, stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard. The others stopped and looked at him. Xiaoyi said Tianwu Pavilion does not teach flowery moves. It teaches true skills that can protect the nation and its people. If you learn my fists, you must abide by my rules. He looked at Yu Ting. First rule, no oppressing the common people. Yu Ting nodded. He looked at Zhou Huai. Second rule, no bullying the weak. Zhou Huai nodded. He looked at Xia Yan. Third rule, no infighting among disciples. Xia Yan nodded. Xiaoyi said just these 3 rules. Break anyone and you will be expelled from Tianwu Pavilion, never to set foot inside again. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Then Yu Ting led the response yes. The others echoed yes. Their voices were not loud, but they sounded firm. Xiaoyi nodded, walked back to his chair, sat down and picked up his teacup. Chunlan ran in with a fresh teapot and froze at the scene. Well, what's going on? Yu Ting said with a smile, Miss Chunlan, from today on we are the people of Tianwu Pavilion. Chunlan blinked, still not understanding. But seeing everyone smiling, she smiled too. Then I'll go brew more tea, she said. To celebrate. This time she truly ran off to brew tea. The morning court bell had barely ceased its echo when the civil and military officials filed in. In the Golden Throne Hall the lamps still burned. The sky had not yet fully lightened, and outside the hall it was a dreary gray. The lamplight within cast a sallow pallor on the faces of the officials, making them all appear wan and weary. The emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his complexion far from good. He had not slept well the night before, and now a throbbing pain pulsed at his temples. He rubbed them and spoke. If there is business, present it early. If not, dismiss the court. The words had barely left his lips when a figure stepped out from the ranks. It was Zhang Yulong. He wore a brand new official robe, clutching 3 memorials in his hands. He walked to the center of the hall and knelt. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. The emperor glanced at him and furrowed his brow. He knew of Zhang Yulong, a compiler in the Hanlin Academy, a minor official with no shortage of affairs. Every few days he would submit poems, verses like "The ducks know first when the spring river warms" and "A single red apricot branch peers over the wall," nothing but this sort of thing. The emperor was weary of reading them, yet he could hardly say anything. After all, the man was from the Hanlin Academy and poetry was his duty. But today he had not brought a poem, he had brought a memorial. The emperor spoke. Present it. Zhang Yulong raised the memorial above his head, his voice pitched high so that the entire hall could hear. Your Majesty, I impeach the imperial consort Xiao Yi for gathering a crowd to rebel and privately establishing a military society. A buzzing murmur erupted in the hall. Gathering a crowd to rebel. That is no small accusation. Privately establishing a military society. What military society? It must be that Tianwu Pavilion. I've heard it's been quite lively lately. Hush, keep your voice down. The emperor's expression shifted and he leaned forward. What did you say? Zhang Yulong knelt on the ground, his voice growing louder. Your Majesty, the imperial consort Xiao Yi has set up a private martial arts training ground within the princess mansion, recruiting military officers and soliciting loyalties. General Yuting of the Northern Pacification, Deputy Commander Zhou Huai of the Imperial Guard, and others have all become his disciples. Every day they gather in the rear courtyard of the princess mansion to practice martial arts, secretly plotting treachery. I have solid evidence. Please let your Majesty examine it. He raised the memorial even higher. The emperor did not take it. He stared at Zhang Yulong, his brow tightly knit. Solid evidence. What evidence? Zhang Yulong said, I have witnesses. Secretary Wang, Censor Liu, and Attendant Li of the Hanlin Academy, all can testify. They have all personally seen Xiao Yi gathering people for martial arts training within the princess mansion, winning their hearts. Furthermore, I have physical evidence. He drew a sheet of paper from his sleeve, unfolded it, and raised it above his head. This is the so-called sect rules Xiao Yi issued to his disciples. It bears the 3 characters Tianwu Pavilion and 3 regulations. This is clearly a privately established military society plotting rebellion. The whispered discussions in the hall grew louder. The emperor glanced at the paper, then at Zhang Yulong, and said nothing. Xie Daoan stood at the very front of the civil officials, his eyes narrowed, his face still wearing that genial smile, revealing nothing. Xiao Yi was not present at court. As an imperial consort, he had no right to attend the morning audience, and he never appeared on ordinary days. But today was different. Someone had impeached him, and the emperor had to summon him for a confrontation. The emperor was silent for a moment, then spoke. Summon the imperial consort Xiao Yi to the hall. The guards at the hall entrance acknowledged, and the sound of footsteps faded away. The hall fell silent. Zhang Yulong remained kneeling, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. He had not expected the emperor to directly summon Xiao Yi. He had thought the emperor would first examine the memorial, hear his account, and then decide whether to investigate. But now Xiao Yi was coming immediately, and he would have to confront that good-for-nothing face to face. He swallowed nervously, a flicker of panic rising in his heart. Yet on second thought he had both witnesses and physical evidence. What was there to fear? And what could a worthless man like Xiao Yi possibly do? After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, footsteps echoed from the hall entrance. Xiao Yi walked in. He wore an old robe washed to a pale gray, utterly out of place in this golden throne hall. All the civil and military officials were clad in their official robes, red, purple, blue, and his grayish-white figure stood out starkly among them. But the way he walked was different. It was not the old manner of shrinking his neck and bowing his head. It was steady, step by step, unhurried and composed. He reached the center of the hall, stood beside Zhang Yulong, and paid his respects to the emperor. Your Majesty. The emperor looked at him, paused for a moment, then spoke. Xiao Yi, Zhang Yulong has impeached you for gathering a crowd to rebel and privately establishing a military society. What do you have to say? Xiao Yi glanced at Zhang Yulong. Zhang Yulong knelt on the ground, his neck stiff, refusing to meet his gaze. Xiao withdrew his gaze and bowed to the emperor. Your Majesty, you say that Zhang Yulong has impeached me for gathering a crowd to rebel. Does he have evidence? Zhang Yulong jerked his head up. Of course I have. Everything I just said is evidence. Xiao looked at him and asked, General, you came to my place to practice martial arts. General Zhou came to my place to practice martial arts as well. A few people gathering to train together, is that rebellion? Zhang Yulong was momentarily stunned. Xiao continued, you accuse me of privately establishing a military society. So what is the Tianwu Pavilion? Just a name. I teach people to practice boxing. I need a place and a name. Calling it the Tianwu Pavilion, is that rebellion? What about the Hanlin Academy? Is that also a rebellion? Zhang Yulong's face flushed crimson. You're twisting words. The Hanlin Academy is an imperial institution. What is that broken down yard of yours? Xiao replied, a broken down yard is still a yard of the princess mansion. You accuse me of gathering a crowd to rebel within the princess mansion. Does that mean the princess is also rebelling? Is the grand princess your accomplice? Zhang Yulong's face turned pale instantly. He had forgotten Xiao lived in the princess mansion, the domain of the grand princess. If he accused him of rebellion, what did that make the grand princess? He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but no words came. The hall was silent for a moment. Someone could not suppress a laugh and quickly covered their mouth. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, his expression slightly relaxed. He glanced at Xiao then at Zhang Yulong and said nothing. Xia Daoan still wore that genial smile, his eyes narrowed, motionless. Zhang Yulong knelt on the ground, sweat beading on his forehead. He had not expected Xiao to bring up the grand princess. Impeaching an imperial consort was one thing, involving the grand princess was entirely another. No matter what, the emperor would never allow his sister to be branded with the charge of rebellion. He lowered his head and dared not speak further. Xiao stood there looking at him but did not press the matter. The emperor spoke. Zhang Yulong, is this the evidence you spoke of? Zhang Yulong's voice had grown much quieter. Your Majesty, I. The emperor waved his hand, signaling him to be silent. He looked at Xie Daoan, then at Xiao and finally said, this matter will be discussed later. Court is dismissed. With that he stood and turned away. Zhang Yulong remained kneeling on the ground, unable to rise for a long time. Xiao turned and began to walk back. As he passed by Zhang Yulong, he paused. Zhang Yulong looked up at Xiao, his eyes filled with venom. Xiao glanced at him, said nothing, and walked away. Xie Daoan stood in the ranks watching the scene, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. After the court session adjourned, the emperor did not retreat to the inner palace but went directly to the imperial study. Seated behind his desk, his expression remained grim. The scene that had just unfolded in the court still demanded his contemplation. Zhang Yulong had impeached Xiao for conspiring to rebel, and Xiao had simply asked, where is the evidence? Leaving Zhang Yulong speechless. On the surface it seemed Xiao had won, but the emperor knew in his heart that matters were far from simple. Zhang Yulong dared to step forward only because someone stood behind him. A mere 7th-ranked compiler in the Hanlin Academy, without a backer he would never have possessed the audacity to impeach an imperial son-in-law. Who was that backer? The emperor rubbed his temples, deciding not to dwell on it. He picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip. It was cold. Setting the cup down, he said to the attendant, go summon Xiao. The eunuch acknowledged the order and scurried out. When Xiao arrived, he had changed into a different set of clothes, not the old robe he had worn at court but a new deep blue garment made by the princess, which made him look far more spirited. He stood at the entrance, performed a bow, and waited for the emperor to speak. The emperor glanced at him and gestured to the chair opposite. Sit. Xiao sat down. The emperor did not speak immediately but studied him. He had seen this man several times before, and each time he was different. The first time was in a side courtyard, glimpsed from afar, thin as a pole, neck tucked in, afraid to meet anyone's eyes. The second time was at the state banquet, when he had knocked back Wan Yanlai with a single punch, standing in the center of the hall with an utterly expressionless face. The third time was today, standing in the court facing the impeachment without anxiety, silencing Zhang Yulong in just a few words. The emperor suddenly asked, are you afraid? Xiao looked at him. Afraid of what? The emperor said, someone has impeached you for rebellion. If this charge is proven, it means execution. Xiao replied, your servant has never done such a thing, so there is nothing to fear. The emperor stared at him for a moment, then suddenly laughed. You are indeed unyielding. Xiao said nothing. The emperor pushed the memorials across the desk. Take a look, these were submitted by Zhang Yulong. Xiao picked them up and flipped through. 3 memorials, all with similar content, accusing him of conspiring to rebel privately, forming a military society, buying people's loyalty, and plotting treason. The wording grew harsher with each one, but what about the evidence? Aside from that Tianwu Pavilion code of conduct, there was nothing. Xiao set the memorials down and looked at the emperor. The emperor said, Zhang Yulong claims your Tianwu Pavilion is a private military society. What do you have to say? Xiao replied, Your Majesty, I teach men boxing to strengthen their bodies and improve their health. Is strengthening the body and improving health also considered rebellion? The emperor was taken aback. Xiao continued. Yuting fought for over a decade on the northern frontier, his body covered in wounds. Zhou Huai was injured by Wan Yanlai at the state banquet and his chest still feels tight. Zheng Yong broke his leg and Chen Shi lost the use of an arm. They came to me hoping to learn a few life-saving techniques so they could return to battle. I teach them so that Great Xia may have more soldiers capable of fighting. He paused, meeting the emperor's gaze. The border passes send urgent reports year after year. Our generals die and are wounded. I merely teach them a few skills to preserve their lives. What wrong have I done? The emperor fell silent. Xiao's words had struck a chord in his heart. The northern Rong invaded south every year and Great Xia lost battle after battle. Generals died in waves while civil officials only spoke of governing the military with civil authority and ruling through rights and law. But who cared for the soldiers on the border, dying, wounded, abandoned? He recalled last winter when the northern Rong cavalry swept south, breaching 3 cities in succession. The war dispatch reached the capital and the entire court debated for 3 days before finally deciding on a marriage alliance. He could not remember how much silver, how many bolts of silk, or how many women were sent. He only remembered that the soldiers on the border had not even received enough winter cotton-padded jackets. The emperor sighed and looked at Xiao. What do you plan to do with your Tianwu pavilion? Xiao replied, Your servant wishes to teach openly and above board. If anyone is willing to learn, I will teach. No coercion, no recruitment. Whoever comes may come, whoever leaves may leave. The emperor nodded. Zhang Yulong says you are buying people's loyalty. What do you say? Xiao answered, Your Majesty, I am merely an imperial son-in-law. What would I do with people's loyalty? I have no desire for official posts, no wish for power. I only want to pass down what I have mastered. Great Xia needs men who can fight and the border needs soldiers who can defend cities. I can teach one if I can teach one and help one if I can help one. The emperor looked at him silent for a long while. Then he suddenly asked, Did Xie Daoan ever say anything to you? Xiao was startled. Minister Xie. He said nothing. The emperor stared into his eyes for a moment, then nodded. All right, you may go. I will handle Zhang Yulong's matter. Xiao rose, performed a bow and turned to leave. As he reached the door, the emperor suddenly called out, Xiao. Xiao stopped and turned around. The emperor looked at him and said, Your Tianwu pavilion, run it well. Don't let anyone find a handle against you. Xiao was taken aback, then nodded. Your servant understands. He pushed open the door and left. The emperor sat behind his desk staring at the closed door, unmoving for a long time. He recalled what Xie Daoan had said, keeping him alive is more useful than killing him. Back then he had thought Xie Daoan was protecting Xiao. Now he understood Xie Daoan was not protecting Xiao, he was controlling him. Letting Xiao live under his control, live as his pawn. But could Xiao ever be controlled by anyone? The emperor rubbed his temples and sighed. This Xiao, what was to be done with him? Xiao emerged from the imperial study and walked along the palace path. The sun had risen to its zenith, bathing the path in brilliant light. The red walls on either side gleamed crimson under the sunlight and the glazed tiles on the walltops shimmered. He walked neither fast nor slow, turning over the emperor's words in his mind. Run it well. Don't let anyone find a handle against you. The emperor had tacitly approved. The Tianwu pavilion could now be established openly. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Xiao's mouth as he continued walking. When he reached the palace gate, Yuting was waiting. Dressed in plain clothes, Yuting leaned against the wall. Seeing Xiao come out, he hurried over. Master, how did it go? Xiao said, It's fine. Yuting breathed a sigh of relief and pressed further, What did His Majesty say? Xiao replied, He told me to run it well. Yuting was stunned for a moment, then grinned. So that means he approved. Xiao nodded. Yuting burst into laughter and slapped his thigh. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. I knew it, His Majesty is wise and would never listen to the nonsense from that Zhang Yulong. Xiao said nothing and continued walking. Yuting followed behind, still muttering, Master, I've already found a location. There's an old drill ground in the eastern part of the city, vacant for years, spacious enough for our use. I had someone look at it, a bit of repair and it'll be ready. Don't worry about the silver, he'll cover it. Xiao glanced at him. Yuting thumped his chest. Master, rest assured, Yuting keeps his word. Xiao Yi nodded. The two left the palace gate and boarded the carriage. After the carriage had traveled for a while, Xiao Yi suddenly asked, how much do you know about Zhang Yulong's matter? Yuting was startled. Zhang Yulong. I only know he's a compiler in the Hanlin Academy who writes poetry. He used to frequent the princess residence, but after you shut him down once he stopped coming. Xiao Yi said his impeachment of me today, someone is behind him. Yuting thought for a moment and lowered his voice. Master, you mean? Xia Dawan. Xiao Yi said nothing. Yuting frowned. That old fox Xia Dawan is always stirring trouble behind the scenes. Last time Imperial Censor Lu impeached you, he jumped out to defend you. This time Zhang Yulong impeaches you and he doesn't say a word. What does that old bastard really want? Xiao Yi looked out the carriage window and said flatly, he wants me to know that he can protect me and he can also choose not to. Yuting was stunned, then understood. He wants you to owe him a favor. Xiao Yi did not answer. Yuting cursed under his breath. That sly old fox, damn sneaky. Xiao Yi glanced at him. Yuting quickly shut up. Master, I've got a crude mouth, spoke out of turn. Xiao Yi did not rebuke him, only said, well, talk when we get back. The carriage continued onward, its wheels rumbling over the flagstones, producing a crisp sound. Xiao Yi leaned against the carriage wall, closing his eyes. He recalled the emperor's final words, run it well. Don't let anyone find a handle against you. The emperor was both reminding and warning him. The Tianwu Pavilion could be established, but there must be no trouble. If trouble arose, even the emperor could not protect him. Xiao Yi opened his eyes and looked out the carriage window. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the carriage curtain, falling on his hand, bright and dazzling. Since that was the case, he would run it well. The atmosphere at the next morning's court session was markedly different from the previous day. Yesterday Zhang Yulong had impeached Xiao Yi, causing an uproar throughout the court. Today Zhang Yulong was absent, claiming illness and asking for leave. Yet everyone knew it wasn't illness that kept him away, it was fear. Humiliated by Xiao Yi's sharp retorts the day before, he couldn't bear to show his face in court. The emperor seated on the dragon throne swept his gaze across the assembled officials. Though Zhang Yulong was absent, his memorials remained. The impeachment matter was far from settled and the emperor needed to render a verdict. Regarding yesterday's affair, the emperor began, what do my ministers think? A moment of silence fell over the hall. Among the military officials, Yuting stood tall and straight in the ranks. He wanted to speak but dared not. Military officials could not speak without being called upon by the emperor, a rule that served as a shackle imposed by the civil officials. Among the civil officials, several exchanged glances but remained silent. Zhang Yulong was absent and so was Censor Lu. After his last impeachment of Xiao Yi was thwarted by Xie Dawan, Lu had learned his lesson and dared not speak rashly. The emperor waited but no one responded. He glanced at Xie Dawan. Xie Dawan stood at the front of the civil officials, clad in purple robes, wearing a scholar's cap, hands tucked into his sleeves, eyes half closed, a habitual smile on his face. He sensed the emperor's gaze but made no move. The emperor waited a moment longer, then spoke. Minister Xie, what is your view? Only then did Xie Dawan stir. He stepped forward from the ranks, clasped his hands in salute to the emperor. Your Majesty, he said, his voice unhurried, regarding yesterday's affair, I believe the imperial consort Xiao's argument has merit. A murmur rippled through the hall. Xie Dawan defending Xiao Yi. He had done so once before when Censor Lu impeached him. Now again. Xie Dawan continued, for a few people to gather and practice martial arts, and to call that rebellion, that is indeed far-fetched. The imperial consort Xiao teaches boxing for the sake of the great Xiao's border defenses, which is understandable. Yuting, standing among the military officials, felt a slight relief upon hearing this. With Xie Dawan saying so, the matter should be settled. But Xie Dawan was not finished. He paused, then shifted his tone, however. The moment those two words left his lips, the hall fell silent again. Xie Dawan spoke slowly. The matter of martial arts schools indeed requires regulation. He looked at the emperor, enunciating each word. The imperial consort Xiao teaching boxing is a good thing. But even good things must have rules. It cannot be that anyone who wishes may open a martial arts school and take on disciples. Today the imperial consort Xiao opens one, tomorrow the imperial consort Li opens another, the day after General Wang opens yet another, chaotic, unbefitting of proper order. Murmurs of discussion arose again. Minister Xie speaks sense. Indeed, there must be rules. They cannot be allowed to act recklessly. Xie Dawan waited for the murmurs to subside, then continued, I believe that the imperial consort Xiao's Tianwu Pavilion may be permitted to operate. But it must report to the court and accept supervision. What boxing is taught, what people are accepted, what techniques are practiced, all must follow a charter. It cannot be that he teaches whatever he pleases and accepts whomever he wishes. He turned to face the military official, smiling amiably. This is also for the imperial consort Xiao's own good. With court regulations, who would dare accuse him of rebellion? Yu Ting's face darkened instantly. He understood Xie Daoan was not defending Xiaoyi, he was placing shackles on the Tianwu pavilion. Report to the court. Accept supervision. Would that still be Xiaoyi's Tianwu pavilion? It would be the court's Tianwu pavilion, one controlled by the civil officials. He wanted to speak but dared not. Military officials could not speak without being called upon. He clenched his fists until his nails dug into his flesh. The emperor sat on the dragon throne silent for a moment. Xie Daoan's words sounded reasonable. Martial arts schools indeed needed regulation, not chaos. But he also sensed another layer. Xie Daoan was not genuinely helping Xiaoyi. He wanted to take the Tianwu pavilion into his own hands. Yet what could the emperor say? Xie Daoan's argument was watertight, with no flaw to exploit. If the emperor opposed it, it would seem he was against rules for martial arts schools, a bad reputation. The emperor glanced at Xiaoyi. His matter was not yet resolved, so he had been summoned to court today. Xiaoyi stood in the ranks of military officials, his face expressionless, revealing nothing of his thoughts. The emperor withdrew his gaze and nodded. Minister Xie's words are reasonable. This matter will be discussed later. Xie Daoan clasped his hands and retreated to his rank. The hall fell silent. The emperor spoke a few words on other matters, then dismissed the court. As the court adjourned, Xiaoyi walked out. Yu Ting followed behind, his face ashen. Once outside the palace gate, he could not contain himself. Master, that old fox Xie Daoan is setting a trap for us. Xiaoyi said nothing, continuing forward. Yu Ting continued. Report to the court. Accept supervision. After that, will the Tianwu pavilion still bear the name Xiao? Whatever he says goes. How can we teach boxing? Xiaoyi boarded the carriage. Yu Ting followed, sitting across from him, still speaking. Master, why didn't you say anything? If you had spoken, His Majesty might have. Xiaoyi glanced at him. Yu Ting fell silent. The carriage moved forward with a creaking sound. Xiaoyi leaned against the wall, eyes closed as if asleep. Yu Ting dared not speak further, his heart filled with stifled frustration. After a long while, Xiaoyi suddenly spoke. Do you think I didn't speak because I was afraid? Yu Ting was startled. Xiaoyi opened his eyes, looking out the window. What Xie Daoan said today was watertight. He said martial arts schools need regulation. That statement is correct. Whoever opposes it appears to be against rules. Even the emperor cannot oppose it. Yu Ting grew anxious. Then what do we do? Let him take the Tianwu pavilion into his hands. Xiaoyi said he cannot grasp it. Yu Ting was stunned. Xiaoyi looked out the window, saying calmly, regulations are made by people. What people make, people can change. He can place shackles on the Tianwu pavilion, and I can smash those shackles. Yu Ting opened his mouth to speak but found no words. Xiaoyi said, no rush. Take it slowly. The carriage continued forward with a creaking sound. Yu Ting sat across from him, looking at Xiaoyi's calm face, and suddenly felt at ease. If Master said not to rush, then there was no rush. If Master had a way, then there was a way. He took a deep breath and leaned back against the carriage wall. Master, I will follow your lead. Xiaoyi said nothing, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The news reached the princess residence by afternoon. Xunlan entered carrying a bowl, a trace of tension on her face. She set the bowl on the table, lowering her voice. My lord, I have heard something. Xiaoyi was sipping tea, glancing at her. Xunlan said at today's morning court, Xie Daoan spoke. He said your Tianwu pavilion could operate, but it must report to the court and accept supervision. He also said what boxing is taught and what people are accepted must follow a charter. Xiaoyi nodded. Xunlan grew anxious. My lord, how can you be so calm? He's trying to take the Tianwu pavilion away. Xiaoyi looked at her. How? Xunlan said report to the court, accept supervision, then want the Tianwu pavilion belong to the court. Want it belong to Xie Daoan. Whatever he says goes. Can you still make decisions? Xiaoyi set down his teacup, stood up, and walked to the jujube tree. Xia Yan was practicing standing meditation. Seeing him approach, he quickly straightened up. Zhou Huai, Zhang Yang, Chen Qi, and Old Lu were also there, all stopping to look at him. Xiaoyi stood before them, looking around. You've all heard what happened in court today. The men nodded. Xiaoyi said Xie Daoan says the Tianwu pavilion must report to the court and accept supervision. Xia Yan's face darkened. On what grounds? The Tianwu pavilion is master's. Why should they be allowed to control it? Zhou Huai also frowned. Master, if they control it, how can we still teach boxing? Zhang Yang, Chen Qi, and Old Lu said nothing, but their expressions were grim. Xiaoyi looked at them and suddenly smiled. A faint smile that vanished in an instant. What are you afraid of? He said. The Tianwu Pavilion is still the Tianwu Pavilion. Rules are made by people. What people make people can change. He walked up to Xia Yan and patted his shoulder. Keep standing. Xia Yan was startled, then resumed his stance. Shall we walk to Zhou Huai? Keep practicing your boxing. Zhou Huai nodded. Xiaoyi walked back to his chair, sat down and picked up his teacup. Chunlan stood nearby watching him and suddenly felt no more urgency. If the Lord said not to rush, then there was no rush. If the Lord had a way, then there was a way. She picked up the bowl and walked away. At the courtyard gate she turned back for a glance. Xiaoyi sat under the jujube tree drinking tea, sunlight shining brightly upon him. Xia Yan stood in meditation. Zhou Huai practiced boxing and Zhang Yang, Chen Qi and Old Lu also trained. The courtyard was small, the people few, but it felt solid and reassuring. Chunlan smiled and turned to run off. 3 days later the imperial edict arrived. The one who delivered it was a middle-aged eunuch surnamed Huan who served in the imperial study room. He was usually a man of few words but efficient in his duties. He stood in the front courtyard of the princess mansion holding the bright yellow imperial edict in his hands, his face expressionless. Xiaoyi knelt at the front with Yuting, Xia Yan and Zhou Huai behind him. Chunlan hid under the eaves, craning her neck to watch. Eunuch Huan unfolded the edict and began to read. His voice was low, but every word was crystal clear. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees the consort Xiaoyi, possessing exceptional martial skills and commendable loyalty and bravery, is granted permission to establish the Tianwu Pavilion to teach martial arts, strengthen the body, and protect the country. However, matters concerning a martial arts school are related to the state's dignity and must be regulated. The Tianwu Pavilion must report to the court and accept joint supervision from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights. The content of instruction and the roster of disciples must all be filed for record. Respect this. Xiaoyi kowtowed. Your servant thanks your majesty. He rose and received the imperial edict. Eunuch Huan looked at him, then suddenly lowered his voice and said, Your Highness, His Majesty said to do it well. Then he turned and left. Xiaoyi stood in the courtyard holding the imperial edict in his hands, gazing at the characters on it. Yuting stood behind him, his face ashen. Only after Eunuch Huang had walked far away did he speak. Joint supervision by the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights. Doesn't that mean Xie Daoan calls the shots? The Minister of War is his man and the Minister of Rights is also his man. This isn't supervision, it's squeezing our necks. Xia Yan's face was also grim. Master, with this edict is the Tianwu Pavilion still ours? We have to get their approval for what fists we teach and whom we accept. So what are we supposed to teach? Zhou Huai said nothing, but his expression was far from pleasant. Zhang Yang, Chen Qi and Old Lu stood behind them all with gloomy faces. Xiaoyi didn't reply. He put away the imperial edict and turned to walk toward the inner courtyard. Yuting followed behind, still talking. Master, say something. This edict cannot be accepted. If we accept it, we'll become their people in the future. Xiaoyi stopped and turned to look at him. Yuting was stunned by that gaze and dared not speak further. Xiaoyi said, if we don't accept it, that's defying the imperial decree. Yuting opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Xiaoyi continued walking until he reached the jujube tree, where he sat down and picked up a teacup. Yuting followed, standing before him anxiously rubbing his hands. Master, then what should we do? Xiaoyi took a sip of tea and said slowly, we accept it. Yuting was dumbfounded. Xiaoyi looked at him. The imperial edict has been issued. Refusing it is defying the decree. Do you know the punishment for defying an imperial decree? Yuting certainly knew. Defying an imperial decree was a capital offense punishable by the execution of the entire family. Xiaoyi said, if we accept it, the Tianwu Pavilion still exists. If we don't, the Tianwu Pavilion is gone. So tell me, should we accept it or not? Yuting was speechless. Xia Yan stood nearby, gritting his teeth. Master, so from now on we just obey them? Xiaoyi glanced at him. Who said that? Xia Yan was taken aback. Xiaoyi put down his teacup and stood up. The edict says we accept supervision, not that we obey them. Supervision is supervision. Teaching boxing is teaching boxing. They mind their business and we mind ours. Like well water and river water, they don't interfere. Yuting thought for a moment but still didn't understand. Master, what if they forbid us from teaching? Xiaoyi said, if they forbid us to teach, do we stop? Yuting was stunned. Xiaoyi said, the fists are on my body, the rules are in their mouths. They can control my mouth but not my hands. They can control the gate of the Tianwu Pavilion but not the people who come to learn boxing. He looked at Yuting and said word by word, the Tianwu Pavilion does not live by imperial edicts. Yuting stood there rolling those words over in his mind several times and suddenly understood. Master, do you mean? On the surface we obey them, but behind the scenes we do what we need to do. Xiaoyi didn't answer. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. Ting laughed, laughing like a child. I get it. Master, I get it. Xia Yan also laughed, but then felt uneasy. Master, what if they come to inspect? Xiao said, let them inspect. Xia Yan was taken aback. Xiao said, we teach legitimate martial arts and accept proper people. If they want to inspect, let them. After they inspect, what else can they say? Xia Yan thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. Xiao stood up, walked to the center of the courtyard and looked at those men. From today onward, the Tianwu Pavilion is recognized by the court. This is a good thing, not a bad thing. Ting was stunned. A good thing. Xiao said, before they could say we were privately establishing a martial society gathering people to rebel. Now with the imperial edict issued, who still dares to say that? Whoever dares is going against the emperor. Ting slapped his thigh. Exactly. Why didn't I think of that? Xia Yan also smiled. Master is right. With the imperial edict, who dares to impeach us? Xiao looked at them and said lightly, so accepting the imperial edict is not a loss, it's a gain. The men all laughed. Chunlan ran out from under the eaves carrying a teapot and poured a cup of tea for each person. As she poured, she said, I told you the consort has a way. Why were you all so anxious? Ting chuckled, took the tea and drank it in one gulp. Xia Yan also drank, then smacked his lips. This tea is good. Chunlan rolled her eyes at him. Of course it's good, it was gifted by the princess. Xia Yan promptly shut his mouth. When the news reached the Hanlin Academy, Zhang Yulan was sitting in the duty room lost in thought. He hadn't attended court yesterday nor today. His impeachment of Xiao had failed and instead he had been rendered speechless by a few questions. The story had spread, and where could he hide his face? As he was thinking, the door was pushed open. Wang Zhushi walked in with a smile. Brother Zhang, good news. Zhang Yulong looked up. What good news? Wang Zhushi said, His Majesty has approved Xiao's establishment of the Tianwu Pavilion, but it must be supervised by the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights. It was Lord Xie's idea. Zhang Yulong's face instantly turned pale. Approved. Wang Zhushi nodded. Approved. The imperial edict has been issued. Zhang Yulong abruptly stood up. I impeached him for treason, and instead His Majesty approves his establishment of a martial arts school. Wang Zhushi was taken aback. Brother Zhang, isn't this good news? The Tianwu Pavilion is now under government control. In the future, whatever he wants to do, he has to listen to us. Lord Xie said this is holding the knife in our own hands. Zhang Yulong stood there, his face ashen. He was thinking about something else. He had impeached Xiao and failed. Now the emperor had instead issued an edict approving Xiao's martial arts school. So what did that make him? A clown. He sat back down, heavily clenching his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Wang Zhushi looked at him, not knowing what to say. After standing there for a moment, he quietly slipped out. Zhang Yulong sat there not moving for a long time. Xiao. He gritted his teeth and chewed those two syllables before swallowing them down. In the rear courtyard of the princess mansion, the people of the Tianwu Pavilion had dispersed. Ting returned to the barracks. Xia Yan went home for dinner and Zhou Huai and the others left as well. Only Xiao remained in the courtyard. He sat under the jujube tree holding a teacup, looking at the patch of land that Gong Shuqing had turned over. The land had already been planted with vegetables, lush green and growing well. Chunlan came out with a new teapot and poured him a cup. Your Highness, are you happy today? Xiao looked at her. Happy about what? Chunlan said the Tianwu Pavilion has an imperial edict now. No one will dare to gossip anymore. Isn't that a good thing? Xiao didn't speak. Chunlan stood for a while, then suddenly said, Your Highness, are you not happy? Xiao looked at her. Why do you say that? Chunlan said, You smiled today, but that smile was different from usual. Xiao was startled, looking at her. Chunlan said, Usually when you smile you're genuinely happy. The smile today was just like Xie Daoen's. Xiao was stunned, then suddenly burst out laughing. This time it was a real laugh, the kind that came out loud. You see clearly. Chunlan lowered her head bashfully. I'm just talking nonsense. Xiao picked up his teacup and took a sip. The wind blew and the jujube leaves rustled. He looked at the vegetable patch and suddenly said, The Tianwu Pavilion having an imperial edict is a good thing. But even good things require caution. Chunlan looked up. Xiao said, Xie Daoan won't let it go just like that. Putting a yoke on the Tianwu Pavilion is only the first step. Next, what will he do? Chunlan blinked, not understanding. Xiao didn't explain further. He put down his teacup, stood up, walked to the center of the courtyard and began to practice his boxing. Chunlan stood nearby watching his back. The setting sun shone on him, stretching his shadow long. She suddenly felt that the consort seemed taller than before. Not taller in stature, but something else. She couldn't put it into words. Chulan picked up the teapot and left. In the early morning, Gongxu Qing came running. Before she even entered the courtyard, her voice arrived first. Master! Master! It worked! It worked! Chulan, sweeping the yard, was so startled by the shout that she nearly threw her broom away. She looked up to see Gongxu Qing stumbling and clutching a bundle of things, her face flushed and her forehead covered in sweat. Xiao Yi was drinking tea under the jujube tree. Seeing her state, he set down his cup. Gongxu Qing rushed to him and dropped the bundle to the ground with a heavy thud. She crouched down, fumbling to untie the rope, revealing the object inside, a repeating crossbow. It was made of wood, polished smooth, with a bowstring mounted on top and a mechanism below, looking quite different from an ordinary crossbow. She lifted it and handed it to Xiao Yi, her eyes shining like lit lamps. Master, take a look. Xiao Yi took it and weighed it in his hands. It was heavier than a normal crossbow, but well balanced, not tiring to hold. He turned it over to examine the underside, where the gears and linkages inside the mechanism were densely packed, just as he had seen on the blueprints. What's the range? he asked. Gongxu Qing replied, twice as far as a normal bow. I tested it on the empty ground behind the Ministry of Works. A normal bow can shoot 120 paces, but this one can reach 240 paces. 240 paces. Master, do you know what that means? She grew more excited as she spoke, her voice trembling. Xiao Yi said nothing. He stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard. He raised the repeating crossbow aimed at the old locust tree outside the wall and pulled the trigger. A whoosh sounded and the arrow flew so fast it was barely visible. After 2 breaths, a distant thud came as it struck the tree. Yu Ting happened to be entering from outside and was startled by the arrow. He followed the sound and saw the old locust tree at least 200 paces away, with the arrow embedded in the trunk, its shaft still quivering. His eyes widened. Master, what is that? Gongxu Qing eagerly cut in a repeating crossbow. I made it. Range 240 paces. Yu Ting walked over and struggled for a while before pulling the arrow out. He looked at the shaft, then at Gongxu Qing, then at the repeating crossbow in Xiao Yi's hand. His mouth hung open and he couldn't close it for a long time. 240 paces, he asked. Gongxu Qing nodded. 240 paces. Yu Ting drew in a sharp breath. He had fought for over a decade on the northern frontier and knew exactly what 240 paces meant. A normal bow could barely manage 120 paces. Beyond 200 paces, the arrow would waver and lose accuracy. This repeating crossbow could shoot 240 paces and still embed itself so deeply. If it could be used on the battlefield. He grabbed Gongxu Qing's arm. Can this thing be mass-produced? Gongxu Qing winced from the grip. It's possible, but it takes effort. One crossbow takes half a month to make, and that's with a skilled hand. Yu Ting let go and turned to Xiao Yi, his eyes gleaming like a wolf's. Master, if this can be equipped at the border, how will the Beirong fight? They charge on horseback and we can shoot them from 200 paces out. By the time they close in, half of them will have fallen. Xiao Yi said nothing, gazing at the repeating crossbow in his hands. Gongxu Qing stood beside him, nervously watching. Master, is there something wrong? Xiao Yi said no. It's very well made. Gongxu Qing's face instantly flushed red as an apple. She lowered her head and smiled shyly. Xiao Yi placed the repeating crossbow on the table, sat down and picked up his teacup. He didn't drink. He looked at the crossbow, lost in thought. Yu Ting grew impatient. Master, just say something. Can this be used or not? Xiao Yi said it can be used. Yu Ting slapped his thigh. Then what are we waiting for? Let's make them quickly. Make a few more and send them to the border for testing. Xiao Yi glanced at him. Do you think the court will allow us to do this? Yu Ting froze. Xiao Yi said a repeating crossbow is not a farm tool, it's a weapon of war. What is the crime for privately manufacturing weapons? Yu Ting opened his mouth but couldn't speak. He certainly knew the crime, it was akin to treason. Gongxu Qing, standing nearby, turned pale. Master, I didn't know. I just wanted to try, I never thought. Xiao Yi waved his hand. It's not your fault. He stood up, walked under the jujube tree and looked at the repeating crossbow. This thing, long-range, high precision, if it could be used at the border, how many lives could be saved? But the problem was that it was too sensitive. The civil official faction was already watching him. If they found out he was making weapons, who knew what trouble would arise? Yu Ting, standing behind, was so anxious he kept rubbing his hands together. Master, what should we do? We can't just hide such a good thing, can we? Xiao Yi didn't answer. Xia Yan entered from outside and saw the repeating crossbow on the table. He paused. What's this? Gongshu Qing said softly, a repeating crossbow. I made it. Xia Yan picked it up, looked at it, then set it down again, dismissing it. He walked up to Xiao Yi, clasped his fists in salute. Master, in here. Xiao Yi nodded. Xia Yan went under the jujube tree and began his stance training. Yu Ting was still anxious. Master, please just give me an answer. Xiao Yi turned around and looked at him. Who do you think this should be given to? Yu Ting thought for a moment. Give it to the Ministry of War. Let them report it to the court, then mass produce and equip the border. Xiao Yi said, who is the Minister of War loyal to? Yu Ting froze, then cursed. One of Xie Daowen's men. Xiao Yi said, if we hand it over, will it be ours or his? Yu Ting couldn't speak. He knew that once it was handed over it would belong to the court. The credit would go to the Ministry of War, to Xie Daowen, and have nothing to do with Xiao Yi. Worse still, they might be bitten back, accused of privately manufacturing weapons with malicious intent. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He slumped onto a stone stool and fell silent. Xiao Yi walked to the table, picked up the repeating crossbow, and examined it again. The craftsmanship was exquisite, every part polished smooth. The gears inside the mechanism meshed perfectly. When he pulled the string, a crisp click sounded, clean and precise. He suddenly asked, can this crossbow be improved? Gongshu Qing was taken aback. Improved? Xiao Yi said, can the range be extended further? Can the accuracy be increased? Can the reloading be faster? Gongshu Qing thought for a moment. Yes, but it will take time. Xiao Yi nodded. Then keep improving it. Make it the best it can be. Yu Ting grew anxious. Master, even after it's improved, we still can't bring it out. Xiao Yi glanced at him. Who said we can't? Yu Ting was stunned. Xiao Yi set the crossbow down, sat back in his chair, and picked up his teacup. Now is not the time. When the time comes, it will naturally be revealed. Yu Ting didn't understand, but seeing Xiao Yi's unhurried demeanor, he dared not ask further. Gongshu Qing, standing nearby, said softly, Master, then. Should I keep making it? Xiao Yi said yes. Keep doing what you're doing. Just don't talk about it outside. Gongshu Qing nodded. I understand. I won't tell anyone. Xiao Yi looked at her and nodded. Gongshu Qing wrapped up the repeating crossbow, slung the bundle over her back, and ran off. When she reached the courtyard gate, she suddenly stopped and turned back. Master, don't worry. I'll make it even better. Then she vanished. Yu Ting sat on the stone stool, still puzzled. He scratched his head, stood up, and walked over to Xiao Yi. Master, what exactly is your plan? Xiao Yi said, the Beirong won't stay peaceful forever. They'll come again sooner or later. When they do, the court won't have time to worry about privately manufactured weapons. By then, whoever has the ability will step up. Yu Ting's eyes lit up. Master, you mean? Xiao Yi didn't reply. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. Yu Ting stood for a moment, then suddenly laughed. I understand. Master, I understand. He strode out, paused after a few steps, and looked back. Master, I'll find people and prepare more materials. When Miss Gongshu finishes the improvements, we'll start production. Xiao Yi looked at him. Aren't you afraid? Yu Ting thumped his chest. Afraid of what? If you're not afraid, why should I be? With that, he strode away. Xia Yan stood under the jujube tree, watching everything without uttering a word. After Yu Ting left, he finally spoke. Master, can that repeating crossbow really shoot 240 paces? Xiao Yi glanced at him. Didn't you see? Xia Yan said, I saw it. I just didn't expect Miss Gongshu to be so skilled. Xiao Yi said, she's more skilled than you. Xia Yan's face reddened. He lowered his head and continued his stance training. Xiao Yi sat in his chair, gazing at the jujube tree. The wind blew and the leaves rustled. He recalled the arrow just now, the whoosh as it flew out, the thud as it struck the tree. 240 paces. If it could be used at the border, how many lives could be saved? But this thing was too sensitive. He couldn't let Xie Daowen know about it. Not now, at least. He set down his teacup, stood up, walked to the center of the courtyard, and began to practice his boxing. Xia Yan stood by, watching his master. A certain understanding began to dawn in his heart. The master was not anxious because he had a clear plan. He too need not rush, he just had to stand firm in his stance. The news arrived during the morning court session. Minister of War Zhou Mingyuan stepped forward, holding an urgent dispatch in both hands, his expression grim. He advanced a few paces, knelt, and raised the report high above his head. Your Majesty, urgent report from Qingzhou. A hush fell over the hall. Qingzhou lay not far from the capital, only 3 days' ride by swift horse. What calamity had befallen it? The emperor frowned. Read it. Zhou Mingyuan unrolled the dispatch and began. Banditry has surged across Qingzhou. Their chieftain Zhang Sanmatsi has gathered 3,000 followers, seized mountain strongholds and pillaged villages without restraint. Qingzhou Prefecture's garrison is critically undermanned. Repeated engagements have ended in crushing defeats with heavy casualties. They urgently request imperial troops to quell the rebellion. A low murmur rippled through the hall. 3,000 bandits. What then is Qingzhou Prefecture doing with its time and resources? If they cannot even subdue common brigands, how dare they petition the throne for reinforcements? I hear Zhang Sanmatsi was once a constable of Qingzhou Prefecture, turned outlaw after committing grave offenses. He knows the inner workings of the local administration inside out, hence the difficulty in confronting him. Yet however difficult, we cannot simply dispatch imperial troops. To mobilize the capital garrison would drain the treasury dry. The emperor sat motionless upon the dragon throne, his countenance darkening. His gaze settled upon Zhou Mingyuan. How many troops does Qingzhou Prefecture command? Zhou Mingyuan replied, Your Majesty, Qingzhou originally maintained 800 garrison soldiers, with county constables added they barely muster 1,200 men. Yet Zhang Sanmatsi holds the high ground. Imperial forces cannot ascend the mountains to engage him. They have fought for 3 months, over 300 slain, and the survivors now refuse to advance. The emperor remains silent. Xie Dawen stood at the head of the civil officials, eyes half lidded, his habitual smile fixed upon his face. His fingers tapped softly within his sleeve. 1, 2, 3. What say you all? The emperor asked. From the military ranks, General Yuting stepped forward, clasped his fists, and declared, Your Majesty, I beg leave to lead the expedition. 3,000 bandits, I shall subdue them with 500 elite troops. The emperor glanced at him, poised to speak, when Xie Dawen intervened. General Yu's loyalty is commendable, he drawled, yet why wield a cleaver to slaughter a chicken? You are the northern garrison commander, your battlefield lies along the northern frontier. A handful of petty bandits in Qingzhou hardly warrant your personal command. Yuting flushed and retreated. The emperor turned to Xie Dawen. Lord Xie, what counsel do you offer? Xie Dawen smiled faintly. Your Majesty, I have a candidate in mind. Silence descended. All eyes turned to him. Prince Consort Xiao possesses peerless martial prowess. His single fist repelled Wanyan Lai, a feat known throughout the realm. This minor bandit crisis will yield to him as effortlessly as plucking fruit from a branch. Another murmur stirred the hall. Xiao. Has he ever commanded troops in battle? His martial skill is undeniable, but warfare is not bare-knuckle combat. Can the two truly be equated? Is Lord Xie elevating him or engineering his ruin? The emperor's brow furrowed, but he said nothing. Xie Dawen continued, Your Majesty, Prince Consort Xiao wields extraordinary martial arts, and has already taken numerous disciples. This is precisely the moment for him to serve the state. Crushing a few bandits will secure merit and silence those who whisper behind closed doors. A dual triumph, why hesitate? He paused, then added lightly, Of course, if Your Majesty deems this unsuitable, we may set the matter aside. The emperor remained silent for a long moment, gazing first at Xie Dawen, then at the generals, before declaring, We shall deliberate further. Dismiss the court. He rose and departed without another word. Xie Dawen stood among the ranks, watching the emperor's retreating figure, his lips curling almost imperceptibly into a faint knowing smile. After court adjourned, Xie Dawen did not return home. He proceeded directly to the imperial study. He waited quietly at the threshold until the eunuch announced his presence, then entered. The emperor sat behind his writing desk, his expression clouded. Upon seeing Xie Dawen, he spoke, Master, what meaning lay behind your recommendation of Prince Consort Xiao in court today? Xie Dawen smiled. Your Majesty, I act solely for his benefit. The emperor fixed him with a steady gaze. For his benefit. Xie Dawen replied, Prince Consort Xiao's star burns too brightly at present. First he repels Wanyan Lai, then he establishes the Tianwu Pavilion, then he takes disciples, every official watches him closely. Now he requires merit. Once earned, who dares speak ill? The emperor remained silent. Xie Dawen continued, The Qingzhou bandit crisis is neither trivial nor grave, merely a crucible. 3,000 rebels. Prince Consort Xiao with his disciples should prevail. Should he succeed, it is merit. Should he fail? He paused, leaving the rest unspoken. The emperor stared at him. And should he fail? Xie Dawen smiled. Failure bears no disgrace, he is no professional general. At worst he returns to his station as Prince Consort. The emperor fell silent for a long while. Xie Dawen stood still, waiting. At last the emperor sighed. Let me consider it. Xie Dawen bowed deeply. Your Majesty's wisdom is beyond measure. Then he withdrew. The imperial study sank into stillness. The emperor sat behind his desk gazing out the window, motionless for a long time. He knew Xia Dawen harbored ill intent, yet could not name where the trap lay. Xiao Yi truly needed merit. Many ministers resented the Tianwu pavilion's rise. If he quelled the Qingzhou bandits, who would dare criticize? Yet if he failed. The emperor rubbed his temples and exhaled deeply. The news reached the princess's residence by afternoon. Xunlan entered carrying a bowl, her expression tense. She placed it upon the table and whispered, "Prince Consort, I've heard something." Xiao Yi sat beneath a jujube tree sipping tea. He glanced up. Xunlan continued, "This morning in court, bandits erupted across Qingzhou. The Ministry of War reported 3,000 to 4,000 local forces are overwhelmed, begging for imperial intervention. Lord Xia Dawen recommended you to lead the suppression campaign." Xiao Yi's hand paused, midair, teacup suspended. Xunlan grew anxious. "Prince Consort, you must not go. These are cutthroats, ruthless killers. Even with your unmatched skill, numbers will overwhelm you. And Lord Xia's recommendation carries no good intent." Xiao Yi set down his cup, saying nothing. Xunlan pressed on, "I heard Zhang Sanmatzi was once Qingzhou's chief constable, cruel, merciless, commanding thousands, entrenched as mountain warlord. Local forces have battled for 3 months, hundreds dead, yet failed to dislodge him. If you go." Xiao Yi met her gaze. Xunlan fell silent. Xiao Yi rose and walked beneath the jujube tree. Xia Yan stood practicing stance training. Seeing him approach, he snapped upright. Zhou Huai, Zhang Yang, Chun Qi and Old Lu also paused, watching him intently. Xiao Yi stood before them, surveying each face. "Have you heard of Qingzhou?" They nodded. "Lord Xia Dawen has recommended me to suppress the rebellion." Xia Yan's face darkened instantly. "Master, you must not go. It is Lord Xia's snare." Zhou Huai added, "Master, I've traveled to Qingzhou. Mountainous, densely forested, easily defended, nearly impossible to assault. Zhang Sanmatzi commands the terrain. No matter how many troops the prefecture sends, they cannot breach his stronghold. If you go." Xiao Yi looked at him. "If I fail, what then?" "Then the Tianwu pavilion collapses. Lord Xia will seize the moment to strike, accusing you of establishing private militias, plotting treason. Every charge imaginable will fall upon your head." Xia Yan grew desperate. "Then you absolutely must not go." Xiao Yi said nothing. Yu Ting entered from outside, heard the words, and cried, "Master, you cannot go. This is plainly Lord Xia's pet. Leaping in would be folly." Xiao Yi glanced at him, and suddenly smiled. "Faint. Fleeting. Gone in an instant. Who said I intended to leap?" Yu Ting froze. Xiao Yi returned to his chair, sat and lifted his teacup. "The emperor has issued no edict yet. Why rush?" Yu Ting scratched his head. "But what if he does issue the edict?" Xiao Yi replied, "Then we shall respond accordingly." Yu Ting opened his mouth again, but seeing Xiao Yi's unruffled calm, he fell silent. Xia Yan stood beneath the jujube tree staring at his master, and a chill crept into his chest. He recalled his grandfather's ever-smiling face, and the chilling certainty in his voice when he'd said, "This man must not be allowed to live." The Qingzhou bandit crisis was his grandfather's trap, laid for his master. But if master truly stepped into it? He dared not finish the thought. That night Xiao Yi sat alone in the courtyard. The moon hung low and full, casting silver light across the ground. The jujube tree's shadow sprawled like spilled ink. A breeze carried the damp, earthy scent of soil. He held his teacup, gazing at the vegetable plot, tended by Gong Shuqing, now lush with green shoots thriving. He remembered Xia Dawen's words in court, "Prince Consort Xiao Yi, peerless in martial art, whose single fist repelled Wanyan Lai, renowned across the land." That was praise, lifted high only to fall harder. He recalled Xia Dawen's other words, "Crushing a few bandits secures merit, and silences slanderous tongues." That was provocation. If he refused, he showed fear. If he accepted, he walked into the abyss. Xiao Yi set down his cup, rose, and walked to the center of the courtyard. He lifted his gaze to the moon, round, radiant, cold upon his face. "Xia Dawen, you seek to wield me as your blade. Very well, then let us see whether you can lift it at all." 3 days later the imperial edict arrived. It was still the same eunuch Huan who delivered it, holding the bright yellow scroll with an impassive face. He stood in the front courtyard of the princess's residence, swept his eyes over those kneeling before him, unrolled the edict, and began to read. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees the bandit scourge in Qingzhou has grown rampant. The region is unsettled and the people are restless. The consort Xiao Yi is exceptionally skilled in martial arts, loyal and courageous. He is hereby ordered to lead troops to Qingzhou to suppress the rebellion. May he not fail the imperial grace and return victorious. Respect this." Xiao Yi knelt at the front with Yu Ting, Xia Yan and Zhou Huai behind him. Xunlan hid under the eaves, craning her neck to listen. Li Xiaoyue stood behind a screen gripping her sleeve, her knuckles turning white. Xiaoyi kowtowed. Your servant, thanks your majesty. He stood up and took the edict. Yuna Quan looked at him and suddenly lowered his voice. Consort, his majesty said, return safely. With that he turned and left. Xiaoyi stood in the courtyard holding the imperial edict, staring at the characters. Yu Ting was the first to speak out. Master, you cannot go. Qingzhou is a place of high mountains and dense forests. Zhangsun Matsi holds the advantage of terrain. The government has been fighting for 3 months without success. If you go, that's... Xiaoyi glanced at him. Yu Ting swallowed the rest of his words. Xia Yan stood beside him, his face ashen. Master, this is a trap. Xia Dawan recommended you to go, intending to have you die in Qingzhou. You must not fall for it. Xiaoyi said nothing. Chulan ran out from under the eaves, her eyes red. Consort, you cannot go. Those are bandits, they kill without blinking. If something happens to you, what will the princess do? What will Tianwu Pavilion do? Xiaoyi looked at her, who said something will happen to me. Chulan opened her mouth, but no words came out. Xiaoyi put away the edict and turned toward the courtyard. Yu Ting followed behind, anxiously wringing his hands. Master, please say something. Are you really going? Xiaoyi walked to the jujube tree, sat down and picked up a teacup. The tea had gone cold. He took a sip, then set it down. The imperial edict has been issued. Refusing to go would be defying the decree. He looked at Yu Ting. Do you not know the punishment for defying the decree? Yu Ting certainly knew. Defying the decree was a capital offense with the entire family executed. But he could not swallow this injustice. Master, this is clearly a pit dug by Xia Dawan and you are jumping into it. Xiaoyi interrupted him, who said, I am jumping. Yu Ting was stunned. Xiaoyi said, there are bandits in Qingzhou and I am going to suppress them. This is serving the nation. If I win, it's a merit. If I lose, it's a lack of skill. Xia Dawan wants me to die in Qingzhou, that's his business. Whether I can return alive is my business. He looked at Yu Ting, speaking word by word. He digs his pit, I walk my path. No matter how deep the pit, if I don't jump, what can he do to me? Yu Ting stood there mulling over the words in his mind. He suddenly understood something but couldn't quite articulate it. Xia Yan stood beside him and asked, Master, what do you plan to do? Xiaoyi said, meet soldiers with generals, contain water with earth. He stood up, walked to the center of the courtyard and looked at the few people. I have my own plans for Qingzhou. You all focus on your training and practice, don't worry about other matters. Yu Ting wanted to say more, but a glance from Xiaoyi silenced him. Xia Yan stood under the jujube tree watching his master's back. A sudden unease crept into his heart. He recalled his grandfather's smiling face and the expression he wore when he said, this man cannot be kept. Now his grandfather had finally made his move. Could his master withstand it? Behind the screen, Li Xiaoyue stood for a long time. She heard Xiaoyi's voice accepting the edict, Yu Ting's anxious words, Xia Yan's opposition, and Chulan's sobs. Finally she heard Xiaoyi say, meet soldiers with generals, contain water with earth. Her hand had been gripping her sleeve, knuckles white. Mama Zhou stood beside her, cautiously watching her expression. Princess, don't worry. The consort is highly skilled in martial arts. A few bandits are no match for him. Li Xiaoyue ignored her and turned away. She returned to her own room, sat by the window and gazed at the courtyard outside. The pomegranate tree was in bloom, fiery red, but the sight only vexed her. She recalled that day at the state banquet when Xiaoyi stood in the center of the hall and knocked back Wan Yanlai with a single punch. At that moment she thought he feared nothing. But now she understood, he wasn't fearless, he was confident in his assessment. Yet Qingzhou was different. Qingzhou was not an arena, it was a battlefield. Anything could happen on a battlefield. She had seen wounded soldiers return from the frontier, missing limbs covered in blood. She dared not imagine Xiaoyi becoming like that. Li Xiaoyue closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, she stood up, walked to the cabinet and pulled open a drawer. Inside lay an object wrapped in cloth, folded neatly. She took it out and unwrapped it, a white jade pendant carved with a qilin, a gift from the emperor when she was a child. She had never worn it, keeping it at the bottom of a chest. She stared at the pendant for a long time. Then she wrapped it again, tucked it into her sleeve and walked out. Mama Zhou followed. Princess, where are you going? Li Xiaoyue ignored her and walked all the way to the back courtyard. Xiao Yi was sitting under the jujube tree drinking tea. Seeing her enter, he paused, then stood up and bowed. Princess. Li Xiaoyue stood before him, looking at him. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came. She pulled the jade pendant from her sleeve and offered it to him. Xiaoyi looked at the pendant but did not take it. Li Xiaoyue said, take it. Xiaoyi raised his head and met her gaze. Her face was expressionless, but something glistened in her eyes. What is this? He asked. Li Xiaoyue said a protective charm. Xiaoyi was taken aback. Li Xiaoyue thrust the pendant into his hand, turned and walked away. When she reached the courtyard gate, she suddenly stopped and said without looking back, "Return safely." Then she was gone. Xiaoyi stood in the courtyard looking down at the pendant in his hand. White jade carved with a qilin, warm and smooth. He clenched it, raised his head and stared at the gate. Li Xiaoyue had already left, leaving only the shadow of the pomegranate tree swaying on the ground. Xiaoyi smiled. A faint smile, but it reached his eyes. Yuting hadn't left yet, standing nearby witnessing everything. He chuckled twice and leaned in. "Master, the princess is very kind to you." Xiaoyi shot him a look. Yuting quickly shut up, but the smile on his face couldn't be contained. Xia Yan, standing under the jujube tree, also saw it. He lowered his head and continued his stance training, but his mind was elsewhere. His master was going to Qingzhou and he had to follow. Regardless of his grandfather's thoughts, he had to protect his master. He straightened up and looked at Xiaoyi. "Master, I want to go with you." Xiaoyi looked at him. "What for?" Xia Yan said, "To protect you." Xiaoyi smiled. "You can't even withstand a single move of mine. How can you protect me?" Xia Yan's face reddened, but he didn't back down. "Then I'll hold your horse's reins, carry your stirrups, serve your tea and water." "I'm going anyway." Xiaoyi said nothing, looked at him and nodded. Xia Yan was overjoyed. "Master, you agreed." Xiaoyi said, "Resume your stance." Xia Yan quickly stood properly, his smile impossible to hide. Chulan came out with a teapot and poured a cup of tea for Xiaoyi. As she poured, she said, "Consort, you must be careful going to Qingzhou. That Zhang Sanmatsi is said to be ruthless and bloodthirsty. No matter how skilled you are, you can't beat a crowd." Xiaoyi took the tea and sipped it. "How do you know?" Chunlan said, "The kitchen staff told me. They say Qingzhou is a cursed place, no one who goes there ever returns." Xiaoyi looked at her. "What else did the kitchen staff say?" Chunlan thought for a moment. "They also said Zhang Sanmatsi used to be a constable in Qingzhou Prefecture, so he knows the government's ins and outs. The officials hadn't even arrived before he knew. That's why they couldn't take him down after 3 months." Xiaoyi nodded and asked no more. He wondered silently, what is this kitchen staff, some kind of intelligence agency? How do they know everything? Chunlan stood there for a while. Seeing he had nothing more to say, she had to leave. At the courtyard gate, she looked back and whispered, "Consort, please be extremely careful." Then she ran off. Xiaoyi sat under the jujube tree holding his teacup, gazing at the vegetable patch. The wind blew, rustling the jujube leaf. He recalled the jade pendant Li Xiaoyue had pressed into his hand, now tucked in his chest, a slight pressure against his heart. He reached up and touched it, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Qingzhou Zhang Sanmatsi. Let's go have a meeting." On the eve of the campaign, no one in the Tianwu pavilion slept. Yuting paced back and forth in the courtyard dozens of times, his footsteps polishing the ground until it gleamed. Xia Yan sat on a stone stool polishing his blade, a sword gifted by his grandfather, seldom used before, now buffed to a mirror sheen. Zhou Huai inspected his gear, drawing and releasing his bowstring repeatedly, fearing that any strand might break. Zhang Yong crouched on the ground sharpening arrowheads, one after another, a row laid before him. Shen Qi sat on the doorstep silent, watching the darkness fall outside. Old Lu leaned against the wall, eyes closed, whether asleep or lost in thought. Gongxu Qing clutched her repeating crossbow, refusing to let it go. She huddled under the jujube tree, disassembling and reassembling the crossbow, repeatedly checking it over a dozen times. Chunlan stood by with a teapot, at a loss for words, so she simply poured teacup after cup. Xiaoyi sat beneath the jujube tree sipping tea. Before him lay the imperial decree, bright yellow, gleaming faintly in the moonlight. He gazed at it for a long time, then folded it and tucked it into his chest. Master Yuting approached, standing before him. "Let me go with you." Xiaoyi looked up at him. Yuting said, "I know Qingzhou well. 10 years ago I was stationed there. I know the mountains, the paths, every twist and turn. Take me along and we'll save many detours." Xiaoyi shook his head. "You cannot go." Yuting grew anxious. "Why?" Xiaoyi replied, "The capital needs someone to hold it steady." Yuting was taken aback. Xiaoyi looked him in the eye and said, "Word by word, I am leaving, but the Tianwu pavilion remains. Xie Daoan will not spare it just because I'm gone. If he seizes the chance to strike, who will stand firm?" Yuting opened his mouth but found no words. Xiaoyi said, "You are the general of the northern frontier. With you here, they dare not act recklessly." Yuting stood for a long time, then nodded heavily. "Master, I understand." He turned and walked away, but stopped at the courtyard gate, looking back. "Master, please be careful." Xiaoyi nodded. Xia Yan rose from the stone stool, approached Xiaoyi and clasped his fists in salute. "Master, I'll go with you." Xiaoyi looked at him. Xia Yan said, "I may not be very skilled, but I can run errands, deliver messages and serve tea. Take me along and I promise not to cause trouble." Xiao remained silent. Xia Yan grew anxious. Master, please take me. I finally joined the Tianwu Pavilion. I can't have my master go to war while I stay home guarding the gate. Xiao suddenly smiled. Who said you're staying to guard the gate? Xia Yan froze. Xiao said, you're coming with me. Xia Yan's eyes lit up at once. Really? Xiao nodded. Xia Yan was overjoyed, turned to run, then came back halfway. Master, what should I prepare? Xiao said, bring your blade. Xia Yan looked down at the sword in his hand, then up at Xiao, nodding vigorously. Zhou Huai walked over and stood before Xiao. Master, I'm going too. Xiao looked at him. Your wounds haven't fully healed. Zhou Huai said, they're much better. The stance you taught me, after holding it for so long, my chest no longer feels tight and my arms have strength. Dealing with a few petty bandits is no problem. Xiao didn't speak. Zhang Yang also stepped forward. Master, I'm going too. My leg doesn't hurt anymore. I can run faster than anyone. Chen Shi walked over silent, just standing there, but his eyes said it all, I'm going too. Finally old Lu approached, saying only one line, Master, will lead the charge. Xiao looked at them all silent for a moment. All of you go, he said. They exchanged glances and broke into smiles. Gongshu Qing leaped up from under the jujube tree. Master, I'm going too. Xiao looked at her. What will you do there? Gongshu Qing hugged her, repeating crossbow, craning her neck stubbornly. I'll test the crossbow. It can't be tested in the yard, it needs a battlefield. Take me along and I promise not to cause trouble. Xiao frowned. Gongshu Qing grew anxious. Master, I've spent so long crafting this, please let me try it. What if it works well? What if it can save a few lives? Xiao looked at her silent for a long time, then nodded. Gongshu Qing was so delighted she nearly dropped the crossbow. Chulan stood by watching the scene, stamping her foot in frustration. Your Highness, if they all go, who will attend to you? Xiao glanced at her. I'm not going for comfort. Chulan opened her mouth but found no words. Xiao rose and walked to the center of the courtyard. The others all looked at him. 30 men, he said, depart at dawn tomorrow. Select your people, choose those who can fight, who obey orders, who fear death. After you've chosen, rest well tonight. We leave at first light. Recently the Tianwu Pavilion's fame had attracted many disciples and it was time to take them out for training. They answered in unison and turned to carry out the orders. The courtyard fell silent. Xiao stood alone under the jujube tree, looking up at the moon in the sky. The moon was full and bright, casting a pale glow on the ground. He reached into his chest and touched the jade pendant. It was still there, pressing against him. He smiled. Chulan, standing nearby with the teapot, saw him smile and asked, Your Highness, what are you smiling at? Xiao said nothing. Chulan stood for a moment, not knowing what to say, so she left. At the courtyard gate she paused and looked back. Xiao still stood under the jujube tree, moonlight spilling over him, casting a long shadow. She suddenly felt that the Prince Consort seemed taller than before. Not in height, but in something else, something she couldn't name. Chulan carried the teapot and walked away. The next day before dawn, 30 men were already lined up at the entrance of the princess' residence. Xia Yan stood at the front, a blade at his waist, brimming with spirit. Behind him stood Zhou Huai, Zhang Yang, Chen Qi and old Lu, all standing straight as ramrods. Gongshu Qing, with her repeating crossbow strapped to her back, crouched by the wall, still drowsy with sleep. Behind them were 25 men, all chosen from the Tianwu Pavilion. Some were veterans who had fought under Yuting, others were young men brought in by Xia Yan, each radiating vigor. Xiao emerged from inside wearing a dark blue combat outfit with a belt cinched at his waist. He looked different from usual. Normally he wore old robes, sat under the jujube tree drinking tea like a man of leisure. But today in this attire he was transformed, his back straight, his steps steady, a light in his eyes. He stood before the 30 men and surveyed them. Is everyone here? Xia Yan shouted, all present. Xiao nodded. Let's go. He mounted his horse and the 30 men followed suit, a grand procession heading out of the city. There were already people on the streets. Stalls selling breakfast sent up steam and early market vendors carried their loads, stopping to watch the mounted troop pass by. Who is that? The Prince Consort. Prince Consort Xiao. He's going to Qingzhou to suppress the rebellion. The one who defeated Wan Yanlai with a single punch. That's him. Well done. Long live the Prince Consort. Someone shouted, then others joined in, the cries growing louder. Xiao rode with a calm expression, but Xia Yan behind him was grinning from ear to ear. At the city gate even more people had gathered. Crowds pressed on both sides, craning their necks to see. Some held up bowls of wine, others clutched eggs, and some shouted, May the Prince Consort return safely. Xiao slowed his horse, weaving through the crowd. As he passed beneath the gate he suddenly looked up, glancing at the tower above. On the tower stood a figure. She wore a light blue dress, her hair tousled by the wind, yet she paid it no mind, simply standing there looking down. Li Xiaowei. Their gazes met in midair. Xiaoyi looked at her and she looked at him. Neither spoke, yet everything was said. Xiaoyi nodded to her, then turned his head and urged his horse out of the city. The 30 men followed, the clatter of hooves echoing crisp and clear on the stone pavement. Li Xiaowei stood on the tower watching the company grow smaller and smaller until they became a speck on the horizon, vanishing from sight. Her hands gripped her sleeves, knuckles white. Old Nanny Zhou stood beside her, speaking cautiously, "Your Highness, let's return. The wind is strong." Li Xiaowei did not move. She stood there for a long time before finally turning to leave. At the foot of the tower she paused and looked back once more. The city gate was empty, nothing left. She withdrew her gaze and climbed into the carriage. The curtain fell, blocking out the sunlight outside. The city gate was empty, nothing left. She withdrew her gaze and climbed into the carriage. The curtain, she smiled faintly, a fleeting expression. Old Nanny Zhou asked from outside, "Your Highness, back to the residence." Li Xiaowei said, "Back to the residence." The carriage moved, wheels rumbling forward. She leaned against the wall, reaching into her chest, the jade pendant she had already given to Xiaoyi. Her chest felt empty, yet in her heart something seemed to have grown. After 3 days of travel they finally reached the borders of Qingzhou. The further south they went, the more mountains there were. At first there were only scattered little hills, but gradually they became denser and taller. Soon both sides of the road were lined with mountains, one after another, squeezing the sky into a narrow slit. The mountain path was rough and uneven, slowing both horses and men. Riding on horseback, Xiaoyan looked around and muttered, "In a place like this, even if thousands of people were hiding, where would you find them?" Xiaoyi remained silent, gazing at the mountains on either side. They were not high but steep, all rocky and covered with twisted pine trees. If anyone were hiding up there, those below would never see them. After traveling for most of the day, a city appeared ahead. The city wall was low and dilapidated, with several sections collapsed and patched up with wooden fences. The city gate was open, but few people were coming and going, sparse and desolate. At the gate stood a few soldiers in tattered uniforms, their weapons rusted and stained. Seeing Xiaoyi's entourage, they froze for a moment, then quickly cleared the way. An official hurried over, bowing and scraping. "Your Excellency, are you the Imperial Consort Xiao from the capital?" Xiaoyi nodded. The official hastily said, "I am Zhou Mingyuan, prefect of Qingzhou. I have been awaiting your Excellency for some time. You must be weary from the journey. Please enter the city and rest." Xiaoyi glanced at him. Zhou Mingyuan was around 40, plump and fair-skinned, wearing a wrinkled official robe that looked like pickled vegetables. A smile was plastered on his face, but something hidden beneath it made one uncomfortable. "No rush," Xiaoyi said. "Let me first survey the terrain." Zhou Mingyuan was taken aback. "Your Excellency, you must be tired. Please rest first. I have sent people to inquire about the bandits' lair." Xiaoyi interrupted him. "Lead the way." Zhou Mingyuan dared not argue further, quickly mounted his horse and led the way. After another half hour he stopped and pointed to a mountain ahead. "Your Excellency, that is Zhang Sanmazi's stronghold. It is called Black Wind Ridge, with high mountains and dense forests. There is only one path up, flanked by cliffs on both sides, easy to defend, hard to attack. The government forces have been fighting for 3 months, losing over 300 men, and haven't even reached the midslope." Xiaoyi reined in his horse and looked at the mountain. It was not high but steep. The front face was a bare cliff, not a blade of grass growing. To the left was a dark, impenetrable forest. To the right another forest, even denser. Only a narrow winding path climbed upward, in the middle barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Zhou Mingyuan said from the side, "Your Excellency, that path is full of traps. The government forces tried several times, but before reaching the midslope they stepped on traps and suffered heavy casualties. After that no one dared to go up." Xiaoyi said nothing, continuing to study the mountain. Xiaoyan leaned in and whispered, "Master, this place is not easy to take. We cannot attack from the front, and both sides are forests. Who knows what lurks inside? If we force an assault, the casualties will be too high." Xiaoyi nodded. Zhou Mingyuan stood nearby, rubbing his hands, and asked cautiously, "Your Excellency, should we request reinforcements? I have heard that General Yuting of the capital garrison is a formidable warrior. If he could come." Xiaoyi glanced at him. Zhou Mingyuan quickly shut up. Xiaoyi said, "Well, discuss it back in the city." He turned his horse and headed back. Xiaoyan followed, and Zhou Mingyuan followed as well, his heart uneasy. He had heard that this imperial consort was a formidable martial artist, having defeated Wan Yanlai with a single punch. But what use is martial prowess? Fighting a war is not the same as a fistfight. This Black Wind Ridge, with 3,000 bandits holding the advantage of terrain, had resisted over 1,000 government troops for 3 months. What could a mere boxer do? By the time they returned to the city it was already dark. Zhou Mingyuan arranged lodgings for Xiaoyi at the best inn in town, but it was still shabby, plaster peeling from the walls, window paper torn, and a layer of dust on the table. Xia Yan frowned. Is this fit for habitation? Zhou Mingyuan quickly said, Your Excellency, Qingzhou is a small place with humble conditions. I apologize for the inconvenience. I have already sent people to tidy up. It will be ready soon. Xiaoyi waved his hand. Enough. You may go back. Zhou Mingyuan, relieved, hurried away. Xia Yan stood at the door watching his retreating figure and spat. What a piece of work. Fighting for 3 months and not taking the ridge, and he still has the nerve to show his face. Xiaoyi ignored him, walked to the table and sat down. On the table lay a map left by Zhou Mingyuan depicting the terrain of Black Wind Ridge. He picked it up and studied it for a long time. Xia Yan leaned in. Master, what do you see? Xiaoyi pointed to the path on the map. This path is the only way up. But both sides are cliffs. As long as someone is guarding the top, anyone who goes up will be walking to their deaths. Xia Yan nodded. Xiaoyi then pointed to the forest on the left. This forest looks dense, but if someone could sneak up through it. Xia Yan was startled. Master, you want to go up through the forest? But the forest is so thick there's not even a path. How can we walk through? Xiaoyi did not answer, continuing to study the map. Xia Yan stood by, not daring to ask further. There was a knock at the door. Xia Yan opened it to find Gongshu Qing standing there, her face flushed, carrying a repeating crossbow and breathing heavily. Master, I went out for a look around. Xiaoyi looked at her. What did you look at? Gongshu Qing rushed and set down the crossbow and pulled out a piece of paper from her bosom, handing it to Xiaoyi. I drew a map. The terrain of Black Wind Ridge much more detailed than Zhou Mingyuan's. Xiaoyi took it and unfolded it. The paper depicted the mountain's topography, every path, every forest, every gully clearly marked. It was far superior to Zhou Mingyuan's map. How did you draw this? He asked. Gongshu Qing said, I climbed the mountain opposite and drew it from there. That mountain is higher than Black Wind Ridge, so I could see the whole layout. Zhang Sinmazi's men are all guarding the front, leaving the back unguarded. I climbed up and no one noticed. Xia Yan's eyes widened. You climbed up there alone? Gongshu Qing nodded. I've been climbing mountains since I was a child. The mountains back home are much higher and I could go up and down several times a day. Xia Yan's mouth hung open, speechless. Xiaoyi studied the map for a long time. Then he pointed to a place at the back of the mountain and asked, What is this? Gongshu Qing leaned in to look. That's a ravine, very deep, full of rocks. Climbing up from there you can circle around to the back of the stronghold, but the path is difficult, you have to scramble over the rocks. Xiaoyi nodded and put away the map. Tomorrow I'll go and have a look. Xia Yan was alarmed. Master, you're going yourself. That's too dangerous. Xiaoyi glanced at him. What's there to fear? Xia Yan was at a loss for words. Gongshu Qing stood nearby and said softly, Master, will lead the way. Xiaoyi looked at her and nodded. Xia Yan stood aside watching his master, and Gongshu Qing suddenly feeling a twinge of bitterness. He was the master's disciple, yet when it came to reconnoitering, his master took Gongshu Qing, not him. He opened his mouth to say something but swallowed his words. Xiaoyi glanced at him. You stay in the city and keep an eye on Zhou Mingyuan. Xia Yan was taken aback. Keep an eye on him. Xiaoyi said, This man is trouble. Xia Yan didn't understand, but since his master said so, he would obey. The night grew deep. Xiaoyi sat alone by the window gazing at the moon outside. The moon over Qingzhou was different from the one in the capital, big and round, casting a silvery white light on the ground. He reached into his bosom and touched the jade pendant. It was still there, pressing against him. He recalled Zhou Mingyuan's face, plump and fair, smiling like a lump of dough. After 3 months of fighting and over 300 deaths, how could he still afford to eat so well? A prefect for 3 years, and a clean one at that, could still amass a fortune. With bandits wreaking havoc in Qingzhou for 3 months, where did his silver come from? Xiaoyi let out a cold laugh. Xia Daoan, you've dug a trap for me. But who will be buried in this pit? Xiaoyi had been silent ever since returning from Black Wind Ridge. He sat at the table staring at the map Gongshu Qing had drawn for a full hour. Xia Yan stood beside him, fidgeting with impatience but afraid to disturb. Gongshu Qing crouched in the corner, clutching her crossbow, glancing alternately at Xiaoyi and Xia Yan, unsure of what to say. Outside, night had fallen. Qingzhou city was small, and at night it fell as silent as a graveyard, not even a dog barked. Occasionally the watchman's clapper sounded, beating with an irregular rhythm. Xia Yan could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward. Master, what are you thinking? Xiaoyi didn't look up. thinking about how to get up there. Xia Yan glanced at the map. The only mountain path was clearly drawn, winding and twisting with cliffs on both sides. He scratched his head. A frontal assault is impossible. Zhou Mingyuan said they fought for 3 months and never even reached the halfway point. We have only 30 men, a direct attack would be suicide. Xiao Yi nodded. Xia Yan continued the ravine at the back. Gongxu Qing said only one person can pass at a time. 30 men climbing up would take an hour. If we're discovered, they'll just drop a few rocks and crush us all. Xiao Yi nodded again. Xia Yan grew anxious. Then what? We can't go up the front, we can't go up the back, unless we can fly. Xiao Yi said nothing, continuing to study the map. Xia Yan stood for a moment, then a sudden thought flashed through his mind. He stepped forward, lowering his voice. Master, I have an idea. Xiao Yi looked up at him. Xia Yan said Zhang Sanmatsi wants silver, doesn't he? Let's give him silver. Xiao Yi's brow twitched. Xia Yan spoke faster. He'll pretend to be a rich merchant's son, take silver up there and say I want to buy passage. Zhang Sanmatsi is greedy, he'll definitely see me. Once I'm up, they'll scout the stronghold and coordinate with you from inside. No. Xiao Yi interrupted him. Xia Yan was stunned. Why? Xiao Yi said too risky. Xia Yan grew agitated. Master, wasn't it risky when you went scouting alone? Wasn't it risky when Gongxu Qing climbed the back mountain alone? Why is it risky only when I do it? Xiao Yi looked at him without speaking. Xia Yan stepped forward, his voice rising. Master, I know I'm not very capable, but I am still Xie Daowen's grandson. If Zhang Sanmatsi has any connection to the Xia residence, he wouldn't dare touch me. Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed. Xia Yan continued, if my grandfather Xie Daowen is really behind Zhang Sanmatsi, then Zhang Sanmatsi must know my name. If I go up, he won't dare kill me. And if he has no connection to the Xia residence, then I'm truly a rich merchant's son, he'd be even less likely to kill me. If he kills me, who would give him silver? Xiao Yi remained silent for a long time. Xia Yan stood there waiting. After a long while, Xiao Yi spoke. Once you're up there, how will you get out? Xia Yan said, you wait outside. After I go up, they'll find a chance to send a signal. When you see it, you climb up from the back mountain. Well, attack from front and back, Zhang Sanmatsi won't escape. Xiao Yi said nothing. Xia Yan continued, Master, I know you're worried. But I'm a member of Tianwu Pavilion, I can't always hide behind others. Let me go. Xiao Yi looked at him for a long time. Are you sure? Xia Yan nodded. Sure. Xiao Yi stood up, walked to the window and gazed at the sky outside. The sky was pitch black, not a single star in sight. He stood there for a moment, then turned to look at Xia Yan. You can go. But you must follow my orders. Xia Yan's eyes lit up. You agree? Xiao Yi said, once you're up there, don't rush to send the signal. First scout the situation in the stronghold. How many men, how many weapons, where the grain is stored, where the escape routes are. Send the signal only after you have clear information. Only then will I act. Xia Yan nodded vigorously. Xiao Yi added, if something goes wrong, don't fight recklessly. Staying alive is the priority. Xia Yan was taken aback. What about you? Xiao Yi looked at him. I have my own ways. Xia Yan opened his mouth to speak, then swallowed his words. He made a deep bow to Xiao Yi. Master, rest assured, I'll get it done. Xiao Yi nodded. Xia Yan turned and walked out. At the door, he suddenly stopped and looked back. Master, about that Zhou Mingyuan, I've been watching him all day. Xiao Yi looked at him. Xia Yan said he left the city this afternoon, claiming he was going to the countryside to collect grain. But I saw the direction he was heading, it was toward Black Wind Ridge. Xiao Yi's brow twitched. Xia Yan said, I didn't follow too closely, afraid of being discovered. But he was back in less than an hour and his face didn't look good. I suspect he went to meet one of Zhang Sanmatsi's men. Xiao Yi nodded. Understood. Xia Yan left. The room fell silent. Xiao Yi sat back at the table, staring at the map. He looked at it for a long time, then folded it and tucked it into his chest. Zhou Mingyuan. Zhang Sanmatsi. Xia Daowen. The thread was becoming clearer. He stood up and blew out the lamp. In the darkness, he stood by the window, gazing at the sky outside. A crack opened in the clouds and moonlight spilled through, casting a pale white glow on the ground. Tomorrow it would all depend on Xia Yan. After Xia Yan went up the mountain, there was no news. Xiao Yi sat in the inn, staring at the map on the table, waiting from dusk until dark and from dark until midnight. Gongxu Qing crouched in the corner, holding her crossbow, glancing between Xiao Yi and the window. Zhou Huai stood by the door, hand on the hilt of his blade, his face expressionless, but his eyes kept darting outside. Zhang Yong, Chen Qi and old Lu sat in the back, none of them speaking. The room was so quiet you could hear the wick crackling. Xiao Yi suddenly stood up, tucked the map into his chest, walked to the wall, and picked up his night attire. Zhou Huai stepped forward. Master, are you going up? Xiao Yi nodded. Zhou Huai said, I'll go with you. Xiao Yi shook his head. Too many people will only ruin things. You all wait below. When you see the signal, make your move. Zhou Huai wanted to say more, but a glance from Xiao Yi silenced him. Xiao Yi changed into his nightclothes, pushed open the window and climbed out. Outside was pitch black, the moon hid behind the clouds and not a single star was visible. Hunched low, he followed the path he had scouted during the day, feeling his way to the back mountain of Heifeng Ridge. The map Gongxu Qing had drawn was etched in his mind. Every road, every grove, every ditch was clear. He found the ditch and looked up. The ditch was deep, lined with rocks, some places damp and covered in moss. Xiao Yi took a deep breath and began to climb. He climbed slowly, but each step was steady. His hands gripped the rocks, his feet found crevices, and his body pressed against the cliff face like a gecko. In his past life he had climbed mountains far steeper than this. The slope was nothing. After about half an hour he reached the end of the ditch. Xiao Yi lay at the edge, peering out. Ahead was a forest, pitch black, revealing nothing. He pricked up his ears. There was the wind, the chirping of insects, and faint voices coming from the front. Xiao Yi rolled out of the ditch, crouched low, and slipped into the forest. The trees were thick, their branches scratching his clothes with a rustling sound. He slowed his steps, landing on the fallen leaves without a sound. After about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, light appeared ahead. Xiao Yi lay behind a large tree, peering out. Ahead was a stronghold surrounded by a wooden fence. Behind the fence were rows of huts, and in the middle a large one with a lamp burning. 2 guards stood at the gate, clutching spears, dozing against the fence. Xiao Yi bypassed the gate and crept to the fence. It was low, he easily vaulted over. He landed on the balls of his feet, then his heels, without a sound. He crouched low and crept to the back of the lighted hut. The window was open, and from inside came the sounds of finger-guessing games, drinking, and laughter. Xiao Yi lay beneath the window, slowly raising his head to look inside. The room held a dozen men, all bandaged, tattered, bare-chested, showing their scars. In the middle sat 2 men. One was a man in his 40s, square-faced, with thick brows and a black mole on his left cheek from which grew a few long hairs. He wore a silk garment conspicuous among the bandits. Zhang Sanmatzi. Across from Zhang Sanmatzi sat a man in a brocade robe, a blade tucked at his waist, holding a wine bowl, clinking it with Zhang Sanmatzi. Xia Yan. Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed. This kid had actually infiltrated them. Not only had he infiltrated, but he had also climbed to a position of honor, sitting as an equal with the bandit chief, calling him brother. Young Master Xia, Zhang Sanmatzi said, holding his wine bowl with a beaming face, you've come all the way from the capital. Let me toast you. Xia Yan laughed heartily, raised his bowl and drained it. Brother Zhang is too kind. This time I came to discuss a deal with you. Zhang Sanmatzi's eyes lit up. What kind of deal? Xia Yan said, my father's business is in silk, traveling north and south, always passing through Qingzhou. If Brother Zhang could make it convenient, the silver is negotiable. Zhang Sanmatzi smiled, the mole on his face trembling. Young Master Xia is straightforward. Good, good. As long as the silver is right, anything is possible. Xia Yan raised his bowl again, then it settled. Let me toast you first. They clinked bowls again. Xiao Yi, lying beneath the window, curled his lips slightly. This kid was putting on a good act. Zhang Sanmatzi finished his wine, set down the bowl, and looked at Xia Yan. Young Master Xia, which mansion in the capital does your father serve? Xia Yan waved his hand. We're merchants, no mansion to speak of. Brother Zhang, rest assured the silver will not be short. Zhang Sanmatzi smiled and didn't press further. He stood up, pushed back his chair, walked to the center of the room, stretched, and began to practice a set of boxing. Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed. The form was no crude street style. The opening stance was authentic Shaolin boxing, followed by the framework of Tai Chi interspersed with several moves from Xingyi. Though his skill was mediocre, the style was legitimate martial arts, not the tricks of a street performer. Xia Yan sat at the table holding his wine bowl, watching Zhang Sanmatzi with a blank expression, but Xiao Yi could see that his fingers were tapping lightly on the bowl's rim, a sign of tension. Zhang Sanmatzi finished the set, withdrew his stance, and wiped off his sweat. A bandit sidled up with a fawning grin. Boss, your boxing is getting better and better. Zhang Sanmatzi slapped him on the head. Stop sucking up. This boxing I learned from a master. You mudfoots could practice all your lives and never get it. Xia Yan held his wine bowl and asked with a smile, Brother Zhang, who taught you this boxing? Zhang Sanmatzi hesitated, then waved his hand. An old Taoist wandering the land passed through Qingzhou and taught me a few days. Then he left, and I never saw him again. Xia Yan nodded and didn't ask further. Xiao Yi beneath the window turned the matter over in his mind. How could a bandit chief know Shaolin Tai Chi and Xingyi? These arts were not something anyone could learn, they required a master and years of practice. A wandering old Taoist teaching a few days and producing this style. That was a lie. He thought of Xie Daoan's smiling face. Zhang Sanmatsi Xie Daoan. Were these two connected? Xiao Yi didn't dwell on it. He saw Xie Yan glance his way, like quick fleeting. That was the signal, and fine, don't worry. Xiao Yi quietly retreated, vaulted over the fence, slipped into the forest, and followed the same path back. When he reached the ditch, he stopped and looked up at the sky. The moon had emerged from behind the clouds, casting light into the ditch, making the damp rocks gleam. He suddenly smiled. Xia Yan was more capable than he had thought. Not only had he infiltrated, but he had become an honored guest. And he had seen Zhang Sanmatsi's boxing. It was no crude style, it was authentic martial arts. Behind it there must be someone. Xiao Yi slid down the ditch, landing at the foot of the mountain. He turned back to look at Hathing Ridge, dark and indistinct, revealing nothing. He turned and walked toward Qingzhou City. It was time to act. Returning to the inn, dawn was approaching. Zhou Huai stood at the door and saw Xiao Yi climbing over the wall, hurriedly greeting him. Sir, how did it go? Xiao Yi took off his night travel attire and threw it to him. Xia Yan is inside doing quite well. Zhang Sanmatsi treats him like a guest of honor. Zhou Huai let out a sigh of relief and asked, when shall we act? Xiao Yi walked to the table and unfolded the map. Tonight. Zhou Huai was taken aback. Tonight. Xiao Yi nodded. Xia Yan is inside. It's the perfect time for us to collaborate. Delaying any longer could lead to complications. Zhou Huai thought for a moment and nodded. You are right, sir. The night had turned completely dark. Xiao Yi stood at the mouth of the ravine. Behind him were 30 men. There was no moon and one could not see their own hand in front of them, only the mountain wind howled, carrying the sound of the pine trees far away. Gong Shuqing crouched at the edge of the ravine, looked down and softly said, Master, I'll go down first. Xiao Yi nodded. Gong Shuqing flipped over the edge and began to climb down using her hands and feet. She wasn't climbing quickly, but each step was steady. Xiao Yi followed behind, then Xia Yan, and then the 28 others. One after another they moved down the narrow ravine like a line of ants. The ravine was deep with stones on both sides, and in some places it was damp with growing moss. Xiao Yi's hands gripped the stones, icy cold and slippery. He slowed his pace, waiting for those behind to catch up. After climbing for a little less than half an hour, Gong Shuqing stopped. She lay on the edge of the ravine peeking out and then turned back, signaling to Xiao Yi, we've arrived. Xiao Yi climbed to her side and looked out. Ahead was a dark forest shrouded in shadows. Nothing was visible. He strained his ears to listen. There was the sound of wind, the chirping of insects, but no voices. He climbed out of the ravine, crouching as he slipped into the woods. The others followed him one by one, moving quietly like a group of night-faring cats. The forest was dense, branches brushed against their clothes, making faint sounds. Xiao Yi slowed his steps, each footfall landing on fallen leaves, yet making no noise at all. He glanced back. All 30 were following, each bent over and holding their breath, eyes shining like wolves. These people had trained for so long. Today was their first battle. Xiao Yi surveyed the group, reassured each was capable. After walking for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a light appeared ahead. Xiao Yi crouched behind a large tree, looking out. Ahead was the village, surrounded by wooden fences, with 2 sentinels at the gate dozing against the fence while holding long spears. Xiao Yi turned back and signaled to those behind him. All 30 crouched down, completely still, even their breathing was suppressed. He pointed to the 2 sentinels at the gate and then to Xia Yan and Zhou Huai. Xia Yan nodded and Zhou Huai nodded as well. The 2 of them crouched down and crept over. Xia Yan approached the left sentinel, covering his mouth with one hand while swiftly cutting his throat with a knife. The sentinel didn't even make a sound before collapsing. Zhou Huai took down the one on the right just as quietly and cleanly. Xiao Yi waved his hand and the 30 men filed in. The village was eerily quiet. Several houses were dark, only the large one in the center still had its lights on. Sounds of dice clacking, drinking and cursing came from inside. Xiao Yi pointed to the brightly lit house, then gestured to the surrounding shadows, instructing Zhou Huai to lead the others to disperse and block all exits. Zhou Huai nodded and led a dozen men to spread out. Xiao Yi brought the remaining group to the front of the house. He crouched under the window, peeking inside. Inside sat over a dozen men, all dressed like bandits, bare-chested, revealing scars on their bodies. In the center sat a man in his 40s, square-faced, thick-browed, with a black mole on his left cheek from which several long hairs grew. He wore a satin outfit, standing out amongst the bandits. Zhang Sanmatsi. He was holding a wine bowl, clinking it with a nearby bandit, drinking until his face was red. Xiao Yi retreated and signaled to Xia Yan, go for it. Xia Yan kicked open the back door and charged in with his knife. Don't move. The room erupted in chaos. The bandits sprang to their feet, some reaching for knives, others for guns, while some frightened dug under the table. Johnson Motsi's wine bowl crashed to the floor with a loud bang, shattering into pieces. "Who are you?" he shouted. Xia Yan stood at the door, knife held before him. "Tianwu Pavilion. Here to quell the rebellion." The bandits were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "Tianwu Pavilion? What is that? Just these few people and they dare to come to Hafeng Ridge. Big brother, let me take care of them." Johnson Motsi laughed, but then his expression darkened. "Take them down." 7 or 8 bandits grabbed their weapons and charged at Xia Yan. Xia Yan stepped back a little but didn't retreat far. He sidestepped to avoid the first strike and swung his knife back, slicing at the bandit's wrist. The bandit let out a shriek, dropping his knife and retreating while clutching his wrist. Xia Yan seized the opportunity, kicking him in the chest and sending him flying, crashing into 2 men behind. The remaining bandits hesitated for a moment before rushing forward again. Xia Yan stood at the doorway alone, the blade flashing, refusing to retreat. His knife skills weren't flashy, but each stroke was precise and fierce. This was what Xiaoi had taught him, not wasting an ounce of effort. With 1 slice for each, 1 kick for another, in just a moment 7 or 8 men lay on the ground. The room fell silent for an instant. Johnson Motsi stood up, his face changing. He stared at Xia Yan, then glanced at the doorway. There stood over a dozen men, all bent over, gripping their knives, their eyes shining like wolves. "You." His voice trembled. "Who are you?" Xia Yan remained silent and stepped aside. Xiaoi emerged from the shadows, standing at the doorway looking at Johnson Motsi. Johnson Motsi froze upon seeing him. This man was dressed in a deep green outfit, standing upright with little emotion on his face. He stood there like a tree, immobile as a mountain. "Who are you?" Johnson Motsi asked. "Xiaoi," replied Xiaoi. Johnson Motsi's face turned pale all at once. Xiaoi. The one who once repelled Wanyan Lai with a single punch." Xiaoi did not reply, taking a step forward. Johnson Motsi stepped back, his hand reaching for a knife under the table. He suddenly pulled it out and swung it at Xiaoi. This strike was quick and fierce, carrying a whoosh of wind, showcasing real knife skills. Xiaoi did not dodge. He raised his hand, pinching the blade between 2 fingers. Johnson Motsi exerted all his strength to strike down, but the knife did not budge, as if it were embedded in stone. Johnson Motsi's face grew even whiter. He tried to pull the knife back, but couldn't. He wanted to let go, yet he didn't dare. Xiaoi looked at him, twisting his wrist. The knife slipped from his hand with a clang, falling to the ground. Johnson Motsi turned and ran. He was quick, darting to the window in a few strides, flipping over to jump out. But as he leaped through the window, someone outside grabbed him by the collar and pinned him to the ground. Zhou Huai stepped on his back, looking down at him. "Run. Where do you think you're going?" Johnson Motsi lay on the ground, trembling all over. Xiaoi walked out of the room, standing before him, looking down. "Bind him." Zhou Huai pulled Johnson Motsi up from the ground, tying him up securely with ropes. The fighting inside the room had also come to an end. The more than 10 bandits were either cut down by Xia Yan or subdued by the others, who rushed in, all of them huddled against the wall, not daring to breathe. Xia Yan emerged from inside, his clothes splattered with blood, yet he looked quite spirited. He approached Xiaoi and cupped his fists. "Master, it's all taken care of." Xiaoi nodded. "Count the numbers and see if anyone got away." Xia Yan responded and turned to leave. Xiaoi stood in the village, surveying the surroundings. 30 men, 30 knives. In less than half an hour they had taken down the bandit stronghold. A smile crept onto his lips. These days of training had not been in vain. The sky was on the verge of dawn. The stronghold had fallen silent. 30 bandits were tied in a row, crouching miserably at the foot of the wall, their heads hung low. Xia Yan led a thorough inventory and rushed back to report, "Master, 32 in total. 6 dead, over a dozen wounded. The survivors are all here. Johnson Motsi is detained separately." Xiaoi nodded. "Any escapees?" Xia Yan shook his head. "No." Zhou Huai searched 3 times, both front and back gates sealed. Not a single one got away. Xiaoi approached Johnson Motsi. The man was bound to a chair, the rag in his mouth already removed, yet he dared not utter a word. At the sight of Xiaoi, he shrank, his neck, eyes fixed on the ground. Xiaoi stood before him, looking down. "Who taught you your fist technique?" Johnson Motsi remained silent. Xiaoi waited a moment, then asked again, "Who taught you?" Still no answer, but the man's body trembled. Xia Yan strode over and slammed his blade onto the table with a clang. Johnson Motsi flinched in terror. "He's asking you a question." Xia Yan barked. Johnson Motsi lifted his head, then quickly lowered it again. An old Taoist priest." Xiaoi said, "Shaolin Tai Chi Xingyi. An old priest could teach you that style in just a few days." Johnson Motsi's body shook even more violently. Xiaoyi said, I'll ask you one more time. Who taught you? Zhang Sinmatsi prostrated himself on the ground speechless. Xiaoyi rose, walked to his side and looked down at him. Even if you don't speak, I have ways to find out. But if you stay silent, you'll face harsher punishment. A bandit chieftain colluding with imperial officials, that's enough to sentence you to death many times over. Zhang Sinmatsi's body jerked violently. He raised his head, eyes filled with terror, and looked at Xiaoyi. If I talk, will I live? Xiaoyi stared at him. That depends on whether you tell the truth. Zhang Sinmatsi swallowed hard, his voice trembling. It was someone from the Xia mansion. The room fell silent for a moment. Xia Yan, standing at the door, paled instantly upon hearing this. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words came out. Xiaoyi didn't turn around but pressed on. Who in the Xia mansion? Zhang Sinmatsi said, a steward. Surname Liu. He found me 3 years ago, told me to set up camp here as a bandit. He said someone would come to attack and I was to hold out. If I held, I'd be rewarded. If not, I shouldn't worry, someone would protect me. Xiaoyi's brow furrowed slightly. The Xia mansion. Xia Dawan. He had suspected it, but hearing it confirmed was different. What else did he say? Xiaoyi asked. Zhang Sinmatsi's voice grew softer. He said, when the imperial troops arrive, I was to kill the ones who came. 1,000 taels of silver for each commander slain. Xiaoyi's brow twitched. Kill whom? Zhang Sinmatsi dared not look at him. Kill the generals sent to suppress the rebellion. Xia Yan stood at the door, his hand gripping the blade's hilt until his knuckles turned white. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Xiaoyi rose, walked to Zhang Sinmatsi and looked down at him. Where is that steward now? Zhang Sinmatsi shook his head. I don't know. He rarely comes, he sends messages through others. Xiaoyi asked, when was the last message? Zhang Sinmatsi thought for a moment. 5 days ago. He said someone from the capital had arrived and told me to prepare. He also said, this time the person coming was formidable, so I should deploy more men and make sure to detain him. Xiaoyi nodded. He turned to leave but paused at the doorway and looked back. Tie him up. Don't let him escape. Xia Yan acknowledged, stepped in, grabbed Zhang Sinmatsi by the collar and yanked him up from the ground. Zhang Sinmatsi's legs were too weak to stand, so Xia Yan dragged him out. At the door, Zhang Sinmatsi suddenly cried out, Your Excellency! Your Excellency! I've spoken. I've told everything. You promised to let me live. Xiaoyi paid him no heed and walked out. Xia Yan followed, his face pale but his back straight as a ramrod. He approached Xiaoyi and said in a low voice, Master, it was my grandfather. Xiaoyi looked at him. Are you afraid? Xia Yan shook his head. No. Xiaoyi nodded and asked no more. By daybreak, Zhou Huai reported, Sir, everything is settled. Zhang Sinmatsi is in solitary confinement and the 30 bandits are bound. We have 3 wounded, all minor cuts and bruises. Xiaoyi asked, any fatalities? Zhou Huai replied, no. Not a single death. Xiaoyi glanced at him. Zhou Huai said the techniques you taught us were effective. Those bandits looked fierce, but in actual combat they were no match. Our men showed restraint, striking only when necessary without causing unnecessary harm. Xiaoyi nodded, walked to the stronghold's gate and gazed at the mountains beyond. The morning mist had not yet cleared, blanketing the entire Qingzhou city in a white haze. Xia Yan came up beside him. Master, what now? Xiaoyi said, descend the mountain. Xia Yan acknowledged and turned to summon the men. The convoy soon set off. Xiaoyi rode at the front, followed by Xia Yan, then Zhou Huai and the others, and finally the string of bound bandits. Zhang Sinmatsi was tied separately to a horse, gagged with a rag, making muffled cries that no one heeded. The path down the mountain was treacherous, narrow, steep, and strewn with rocks. The horses moved slowly and the men even slower. After nearly an hour they reached the foot. The sun had risen, casting a bright glow over the mountains. Xiaoyi reined in his horse and looked back at Black Wind Ridge. The mountain stood as it always had, but its depths were now empty. He touched the written confession in his bosom. It was still warm. Xia Dao, on the pit you dug, I filled it for you. How will you receive this confession? By the time they returned to the inn, it was already broad daylight. Xiaoyi dismounted at the entrance and glanced back. Zhang Sinmatsi was bound to the horse, a rag stuffed in his mouth, letting out muffled cries. Zhou Huai dragged him off the horse and shoved him into the courtyard. The 30 bandits were also escorted inside, forced to squat against the wall, their heads hanging low with dejection. Xiaoyi entered the inn and ascended the stairs. Xia Yan followed behind, as did Gongxu Qing. Zhou Huai pushed Zhang Sinmatsi into the room and closed the door. Inside, Xiaoyi had already taken a seat. Before him lay an inkstone brush and paper, prepared earlier by Gongxu Qing at his request. He pointed to the ground in front of the desk. Kneel. Zhou Huai kicked the back of Zhang Sanmazi's knee, and with a thud the man dropped to his knees, the impact jarring his kneecaps against the bricks. Pain contorted his face, but he dared not make a sound. Xiao did not speak immediately. He picked up his teacup and took a slow sip. The tea was freshly brewed, scalding hot, so he blew on it gently before taking another sip. The room was so quiet that one could hear the chattering of Zhang Sanmazi's teeth. Occasionally shouts from outside drifted in. Zhou Huai was arranging guards to watch the bandits. After a long pause, Xiao set down his teacup and spoke. Tell me everything you know from the beginning. Leave nothing out. Zhang Sanmazi lifted his head, then quickly lowered it again. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Great One, what would you like to hear? Xiao replied, from the beginning. How you became a bandit, who put you up to it, what benefits you were promised, and what you were ordered to do. Every single detail clearly. Zhang Sanmazi prostrated himself on the floor and began to speak. My name is Zhang Dashan, a native of Qingzhou. I used to be a constable in the Qingzhou prefectural office. His voice was halting at first, but grew steadier. 3 years ago I offended Prefect Zhou Mingyuan, and he dismissed me from my post. With nowhere to go, I climbed up Haifeng Ridge, gathered a group of men, and became a bandit. Xiao asked, how did you offend Zhou Mingyuan? Zhang Sanmazi hesitated. He was corrupt. He colluded with salt merchants and embezzled army funds. When I was constable, I investigated him. He found out and used some excuse to remove me. Xiao nodded, signaling him to continue. Soon after I went up the mountain, a man came. Surname Liu, said he was the steward of the Xia mansion in the capital. He told me to settle in well at Haifeng Ridge, become a bandit king. He said someone would come to attack and I was to hold my ground. If I held, I'd be rewarded. If I couldn't, no need to worry, someone would protect me. What benefits did he give you? Silver. Every time he came, he brought silver. The first year 5,000 taels, the second year 8,000, this year. This year 20,000 taels. Xia Yan's brush paused on the paper, his hand trembling slightly. He didn't look up but continued writing. Zhang Sanmazi went on. He also said to wait. Wait for the imperial court to send troops, then kill whoever came. 1,000 taels for each kill. This year word suddenly came that someone from the capital was arriving and I was to prepare. He said this person would be hard to deal with, so I should send plenty of men and make sure to keep him there. Xiao asked, what message? A letter. Sent by Steward Liu's men. Where is the letter? Burned. He instructed me to burn it after reading. Xiao nodded and asked again, what else did he say? Zhang Sanmazi thought for a moment. He also said not to worry about Qingzhou prefecture, someone would cover for me. Just go ahead and do it, nothing would go wrong. Xiao tapped his fingers lightly on the table twice. Someone covering for Qingzhou prefecture, Zhou Mingyuan. No wonder the siege had dragged on for 3 months without success. The officials and bandits were in cahoots. Anything else? Zhang Sanmazi shook his head. No, that's all. Great One, I've told you everything. Xiao stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to Zhang Sanmazi, remaining silent for a while. Then he turned around, returned to his seat, and looked at Zhang Sanmazi. You're boxing, who taught you? Zhang Sanmazi was taken aback. This question had been asked before in the mountain stronghold, and he had answered it then. He didn't know why it was being asked again, but he dared not refuse. Steward Liu. He said my martial arts were too poor to fight a hard battle, so he sent someone to teach me. 6 months of training, Shaolin Taiji and Xingyi styles. Who taught you? I don't know. An old man, very taciturn. Head teach and leave right away. Steward Liu said he was from the Xia mansion. Xiao nodded. He had heard all this before in the stronghold, but he needed Zhang Sanmazi to repeat it. Say it once, record it once, press a thumbprint, then there would be no recanting. Is everything you've said the truth? Zhang Sanmazi prostrated himself on the ground, his voice hoarse. Great One, it's all true. I, Zhang Sanmazi, have done many evil deeds, but I dare not deceive you. You said that if I spoke I would live. You must keep your word. Xiao looked at him and was silent for a moment. Take him away. Zhou Huai stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Sanmazi by the collar and hauled him to his feet. Zhang Sanmazi's legs were too weak to support him and he was dragged out by Zhou Huai. At the door he suddenly cried out, Great One. Great One. You promised. You said I would live. Xiao did not turn around. The door closed. Zhang Sanmazi's voice was cut off from the outside, growing fainter and fainter until it was no longer heard. The room fell silent. Xia Yan sat there, his brush still suspended over the paper. The paper was now covered with dense writing, every character neat and orderly. His face was as pale as the paper, but his back was ramrod straight. Gong Shuqing crouched in the corner clutching her repeating crossbow, her eyes wide as saucers, not daring to breathe. Xiao picked up the confession and read it from beginning to end. Xia Yan had recorded every word of Zhang Sanmazi's testimony without omission. Zhou Minjuan's corruption, steward Liu's instigation, the Xia Mansion's silver, over 30,000 taels over 3 years, all for the purpose of killing him. He set down the confession and looked at Xia Yan. You wrote this? Xia Yan nodded. Yes. Xiao said, read it aloud. Xia Yan picked up the confession and began reading from the start. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. When he reached the part mentioning the Xia Mansion, his voice faltered for a moment, but he quickly recovered and continued without a single mistake. When he finished, Xiao nodded. He folded the confession and tucked it into his robe. Have him affix his thumbprint. Xia Yan took the confession and left. He returned shortly, the confession now bearing several red thumbprints. Zhang Sanmazi's prints pressed firmly. Xiao put the confession away safely, tucking it into his robe. Tomorrow morning we return to the capital. Night had fallen. Xiao sat alone by the window gazing at the moon outside. The moon in Qingzhou was different from that of the capital, larger, rounder, casting a silvery white light on the ground. The streets were long deserted save for the sound of the night watchman's clapper, beat after beat, irregular and unsettling. He reached into his robe and touched the confession, still stiff against his chest. This piece of paper held Zhang Sanmazi's life, Zhou Minjuan's official hat, and Xie Daoan's leverage. But he knew that with this paper alone he could not bring down Xie Daoan. That old fox had countless ways to wriggle out. In the next room, Xie Yan's lamp was still lit. Xiao could hear him pacing back and forth, his footsteps measured as if counting paces. The boy had something on his mind, but he didn't speak of it. Xiao didn't ask either. Some things one had to bear alone. He stood up, walked to the window and pushed it open. The night breeze blew in, cool and damp, carrying the scent of earth. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Xia Daoan, you spent 3 years and tens of thousands of taels to raise a nest of bandits just to kill me. But you never expected that your own grandson would help me wipe out that nest. A faint smile appeared on Xiao's face, barely perceptible, but the mirth reached his eyes. He turned around and blew out the lamp. Tomorrow back to the capital. Before dawn broke the next day, the inn's entrance was already packed with people. Xiao pushed open the window and glanced outside. The street lanterns still flickered, illuminating a sea of dark heads below, at least several hundred. The breakfast stalls had been set up, steam rising in thick clouds. Some people crouched by the roadside, bowls in hand eating, others cast glances toward the inn while they ate. Xia Yan pushed the door open, a smile on his face. Master, there are so many people outside, all here to see us off. Xiao nodded, pressed the confessions hidden in his robe and turned to descend the stairs. The entrance was utterly jam-packed. The people of Qingzhou, old and young men and women, had blocked the entire street. Some carried baskets filled with eggs, steamed buns and flatbreads, others held bowls of steaming hot porridge, and some had nothing in hand, just standing there craning their necks to see. As soon as Xiao emerged, the crowd erupted. The Lord Consort is out. Hail the Lord Consort. The people of Qingzhou thanked the Lord Consort. An old man pushed his way to the front and dropped to his knees with a thud. Those behind him followed one after another like falling dominoes. A vast expanse of people knelt down in a clatter. Lord Consort, the old man lifted his head, his face etched with wrinkles and his eyes redrimmed. You have saved Qingzhou. Zhang Sanmazi plagued us for 3 years. How many of our people died, how much wealth was lost, and you settled it in 3 days. You are our great benefactor. With that he knocked his head on the ground 3 times, each thud echoing. The people behind him followed suit, their foreheads striking the earth with resounding thumps. Xiao stood on the steps gazing at the street full of kneeling figures, silent for a moment. Then he stepped down and helped the old man to his feet. Elder, please rise. This was the work of the imperial troops, not mine alone. The old man, supported by Xiao, wept as tears streamed down his face. Lord Consort, you are too modest. We common folk have a scale in our hearts, we remember who treats us well. The people behind him also rose, but none left. They crowded around, all eyes fixed on Xiao. Xia Yan squeezed through from the back holding a bowl of porridge and handed it to Xiao. Master, a gift from the people, please have a sip. Xiao took it and drank. The porridge was sweet, laced with red dates, thick and well cooked. After finishing, he returned the bowl to Xia Yan, mounted his horse and said, let's move. The procession set out. Xiao rode at the front, followed by Xia Yan, then Zhou Huai and the others, and finally the bandits tied in a line. Zhang Sanmazi was bound separately on a horse, a rag stuffed in his mouth, muffled cries ignored by all. The people parted to make way, but none left. They followed the procession all the way to the city gate. At the gate stood a man. Zhou Mingyuan. He wore an official robe, his cap set straight, but his smile was more bitter than a cry. He stood there rubbing his hands and hurried forward when he saw Xiao approaching. Your Excellency! Your Excellency! Your subordinate has come to see you off. Xiao reined in his horse and looked down at him. Zhou Mingyuan's heart quailed under that gaze, his smile faltered. He swallowed hard, his eyes darting past Xiao. When he saw Zhang Sanmatsi, his face turned pale. When he saw the line of bandits behind it, paled again. Your Excellency, his voice trembled slightly, you are leaving already. Your subordinate had prepared a farewell feast. Xiao cut him off, no need. Zhou Mingyuan faltered, about to speak again, but Xiao had already spurred his horse onward. As Xia Yan rode past Zhou Mingyuan, he paused and looked down at him. Zhou Mingyuan looked up to meet Xia Yan's gaze and shuddered. Xia Yan said nothing and rode on. Gong Shuqing passed by with her repeating crossbow, casting a curious glance at Zhou Mingyuan. Zhou Mingyuan felt deeply uncomfortable under her gaze and stepped back. Zhou Huai, Zhangyang, Chenqi and Old Lu filed past him one by one. No one looked at him, but Zhou Mingyuan felt as if every pair of eyes were blades scraping his skin raw. The procession left the city and the people still followed. They followed for 10 li before Xiao reined in his horse and turned back. Go back now. No more farewells. Only then did the people stop standing by the roadside, watching the procession grow ever more distant. Some still shouted, Lord Consort, a safe journey. Lord Consort, do come often. Xiao did not look back. He rode on his back straight, step by step forward. After traveling far, he glanced back. Qingzhou City had become a tiny black dot crouched at the edge of the sky, blurred and indistinct. The people were long out of sight, even the city walls were barely visible. Only the road remained winding and twisting, stretching all the way to the horizon. He reached into his robe and touched the confessions, still hard and solid. Zhou Mingyuan's face still flickered before his eyes, pale one moment, sallow the next, like a magic trick. This man had colluded with bandits, pocketed empty salaries, embezzled salt taxes, and plagued Qingzhou for 3 years. But Xiao could not move against him now. He had to return to the capital, present the confessions, and let the emperor know that Qingzhou's troubles were not just about bandits. Xia Yan rode up beside him, matching his pace. He glanced at Xiao then again and finally couldn't help asking, Master, what are you thinking about? Xiao said, Zhou Mingyuan. Xia Yan was taken aback. Zhou Mingyuan. Xiao continued, he colluded with bandits, pocketed empty salaries, and embezzled salt taxes. All of this is recorded in Zhang Sanmatsi's confession. But that confession alone won't bring him down. Xia Yan thought for a moment and said, you mean someone needs to investigate? Xiao nodded. Someone must investigate. But who? Qingzhou's officialdom is rotten. Whoever is sent will be one of their own. Xia Yan fell silent. He knew his master was right. Qingzhou's officialdom was a tangled web from top to bottom, touching one strand would shake the whole. Send an upright official and he would find nothing, send a corrupt one and officials would shield each other. It was a difficult matter. Xiao suddenly smiled. No rush. First present the confession and see what the emperor says. Xia Yan nodded. They fell silent, riding north with the procession. The sky was blue, the clouds white, and the wind carried the fragrance of wheat. The border of Qingzhou was reached. Ahead lay the official road, straight and true, leading all the way to the capital. Xiao touched the confessions in his robe, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Xia Do on him back. Returning to the capital, night had already fallen. The city gates were open and lanterns hung on the walls cast a dim yellow glow upon the entrance. The guards recognized Xiao and hastily cleared the way. A minor officer trotted over, bowing and scraping. The Lord Consort has returned. You must have worked hard. Xiao nodded and urged his horse into the city. The streets were nearly empty save for a few nightstall vendors whose lanterns still glowed and steam rose from their wares. The hooves clattered against the bluestone slabs, the crisp sound echoing far through the deserted thoroughfare. Xia Yan followed behind, looking around and taking a deep breath. The capital's scent is still the best. In Qingzhou the whole place reeked of bandits. Xiao ignored him. At the entrance of the princess mansion he reined in his horse. The gatekeeper startled at first, then bellowed, the Lord Consort has returned. The Lord Consort has returned. The courtyard instantly stirred with activity. Some ran out to take the horse, others rushed inside to deliver the news, while a few stood under the eaves craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Xiao dismounted, tossed the reins to the gatekeeper and strode inside. Xia Yan followed while Zhou Huai escorted Zhang Sanmatsi and the bandits to the Ministry of Justice's prison. At the second gate Xiao suddenly halted. Someone stood there. Li Xiaowei. She wore a simple light blue gown, her hair casually tied back, adorned with no jewelry. The lantern light fell upon her face, softening her features. She stood there watching Xiao, her expression neutral, but her eyes glimmered, just for an instant, then faded. Xiao approached, stopped before her and bowed. Princess, your subject has returned. Li Xiaoyue gazed at him for a long moment. His clothes still bore bloodstains, not his own but the bandits'. His face was weathered, his lips chapped, and his eyes were bloodshot. He had grown thinner and darker, yet his spine remained as straight, his eyes as bright. She parted her lips as if to speak, but no words came. Finally she nodded and turned away. Xiaoyi stood there watching her silhouette vanish through the moon gate. The wind carried a fragrance of osmanthus. He lingered for a moment, then turned and walked toward his own courtyard. Chunlan rushed out from under the eaves, her eyes red. Lord Consort, you're finally back. Xiaoyi glanced at her. Why are you crying? Chunlan wiped her eyes, stubborn. Who's crying? I just got sand in my eyes. She set down the teapot, poured him a cup, and chattered as she poured. Lord Consort, you don't know, while you were away the princess sent someone to the city gates every day for news. When she heard you had pacified the bandits, she smiled. I saw it with my own eyes. But when General Zhou and the others came back without you, her smile faded. She asked if anyone was hurt. General Zhou said no, and only then did she relax. Xiaoyi held the teacup silent. Chunlan continued, and every evening the princess stood at the second gate until dark. When asked who she was waiting for, she wouldn't say. But everyone knew she was waiting for you. Xiaoyi's brow twitched. Chunlan sighed. The princess is like that, she never says much, but she understands everything perfectly. In the days you were away she lost weight, barely ate, and couldn't sleep. Last night she asked me if Qingzhou was far and if the road was dangerous. I said it wasn't far, wasn't dangerous, and only then did she go to bed. Xiaoyi set down the cup, rose, and walked to the window. Chunlan stood behind him, murmuring, Lord Consort, the princess is truly good to you. Xiaoyi said nothing. Chunlan lingered a moment, then picked up the teapot and left. At the door she turned back. Lord Consort, please be kind to the princess. Then she was gone. Xiaoyi stood by the window gazing at the moon. The moon over the capital was different from that of Qingzhou, smaller, paler, hanging at the corner of the eaves, hazy and indistinct. On the table sat a bowl of soup, still steaming. He lifted it and took a sip. It was chicken soup, long simmered, so savory it tingled the tongue. He drank it slowly, sip by sip, then set down the bowl. Beneath it was a slip of paper bearing a single line of writing, I'm just glad you came back safe. The characters were delicate, each stroke written with care. Xiaoyi gazed at it for a long time, then folded the paper and tucked it into his bosom, placing it alongside the jade pendant. Night had deepened. Xiaoyi, changed into clean clothes, sat by the window and looked at the moon. He reached inside his robe and touched the jade pendant and the note, they still pressed against him. A knock came at the door. Very soft, just 2 taps. Xiaoyi rose, walked over and opened it. Li Xiaoyue stood there. She had changed into another light blue dress, holding a bowl of soup from which fragrant steam rose. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Li Xiaoyue extended the bowl. You haven't eaten much tonight, have you? Xiaoyi took it and looked down. It was white fungus and lotus seed soup, thick and creamy, the lotus seeds cooked until tender. He took a sip. Sweet and warm, it spread from his mouth to his stomach. Thank you, princess, he said. Li Xiaoyue lingered at the door. Xiaoyi looked at her, then stepped aside. Come in and sit. She hesitated, then entered. The room was sparsely furnished, a bed, a table, a chair, and a cabinet. On the table lay a map, the terrain of Haifeng Ridge in Qingzhou, drawn by Gongshu Qing. Li Xiaoyue glanced at it but asked nothing. Xiaoyi offered her the chair and sat on the bed. Neither spoke. The room was silent save for the crackling of the lampwick. Occasionally the night watchman's clappers sounded from outside, rhythmic, each beat lingering. After a long pause, Li Xiaoyue spoke. Qingzhou. Was it dangerous? Xiaoyi replied, not too bad. She looked at him. His hands bore wounds, scrapes from climbing rocks, the cuts scabbed over. She noticed but said nothing. Another silence fell. I was locked in the palace since I was a child, she said, suddenly, her voice so soft it seemed like a soliloquy. I couldn't go anywhere. Later I married into this mansion, but I still couldn't go anywhere. I don't know what the outside world is like. I don't know what war is like. Xiaoyi watched her. Li Xiaoyue stared at her own hands. Her hands were pale, long, perfectly cared for, never having done rough work. She gazed at them for a long time. When I was little I asked my imperial brother what the outside was like. He said there were mountains, rivers, flowers, and grass, just like the imperial garden. When I grew up I realized it wasn't true. The imperial garden has no bandits, no battles, no death. She lifted her head and met his eyes. What was the Qingzhou you went to like? Xiaoyi thought for a moment. There were mountains and rivers. The mountains were steep, the waters clear. The people were poor, the bandits fierce. Li Xiaoyue nodded and looked down again. When I was young, my mother, the empress, told me that women don't need to know about the outside world. I just needed to learn etiquette, how to socialize and how to manage the household. I studied for over 10 years and mastered it. But I never knew how people outside lived. Her voice grew softer. The people of Qingzhou were bullied by bandits for 3 years, so many died. I knew nothing. I sat in the courtyard every day drinking tea, reading, embroidering, knowing nothing. Xiaoyi looked at her. Her eyes reddened, but she didn't cry. Princess, he said, this is not your fault. Li Xiaoyue shook her head. I know it's not my fault. But I feel like I'm useless. You go out to fight and I can't help. You get hurt out there and I know nothing. When you come back, all I can do is make you a bowl of soup. She raised her eyes to him, something flickering in them. I'd been a bargaining chip since childhood. My mother said I was a princess and must marry someone useful to the court. My brother said I was a little sister and must be obedient, not cause trouble. No one ever asked me what I wanted to do, what kind of person I wanted to become. Her voice trembled, but she spoke each word clearly. No one has ever truly seen me. The room was utterly silent. The lampwick crackled, the flame dancing. Xiaoyi gazed at her for a long time. Her face in the lamplight appeared soft, unlike the usual cold princess, but like an ordinary girl, a little aggrieved, a little stubborn, a little lost. I see you, he said. Li Xiaoyue was startled. I have seen you since the day of the state banquet, Xiaoyi continued. Her face flushed crimson. She lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Xiaoyi said no more. He rose, walked to the window and pushed it open. The night breeze rushed in, cool and carrying the scent of osmanthus. The moon peeked from behind the clouds, casting a hazy glow over the courtyard. Li Xiaoyue stood and walked to his side, looking at the moon outside. They stood side by side, silent. After a long while, Li Xiaoyue murmured, next time you go out, don't get hurt. Xiaoyi replied, all right. Li Xiaoyue turned and left. At the door she paused and looked back. Tomorrow we'll make you a new set of clothes. Yours are torn. Xiaoyi glanced down at his clothes, the sleeves frayed a tear at the hem. He smiled. All right. Li Xiaoyue departed. The door closed. Xiaoyi stood by the window watching the moon. The wind carried waves of osmanthus fragrance. He touched the jade pendant and the note in his bosom, and the corner of his mouth lifted. He recalled her words, no one has ever truly seen me. He had seen her. From the state banquet day when she stood on the city wall, her hair tousled by the wind, yet she paid it no heed, she had seen him. Xiaoyi extinguished the lamp and lay down. Tomorrow there was much to be done. Xiaoyi extinguished the lamp and lay down. Tomorrow there was much to be done. The morning court bell had barely faded when the civil and military officials had already lined up in the Jingwuan Hall. Xiaoyi stood among the military ranks, clad in a brand new deep blue court robe, hastily sewn overnight by Li Xiaoyu's orders. The sleeves bore dark embroidery and the collar was lined with silver thread, making him appear far more spirited than his old tattered robe. In his hands he held a folded confession, neatly creased, tucked into his bosom, still warm with his body heat. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, his complexion slightly better than usual. He swept his gaze over the assembly and noticed Xiaoyi standing among the military ranks. He nodded. Lord Xiao, you have returned. Hard work. Xiaoyi stepped forward, walked to the center of the hall, knelt and performed the ritual. Your Majesty, your subject has fulfilled the mission. The bandit menace in Qingzhou has been quelled. The bandit leader Zhang Sanmatzi and over 30 of his henchmen have been escorted back to the capital and are now imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's dungeon. A murmur rippled through the hall. 3 days to pacify bandits, 30 men captured. Such a feat would invite discussion no matter who accomplished it. The emperor nodded. Good. Lord Xiao has performed meritorious service. Rewards shall be given later. Xiaoyi did not rise. He drew the confession from his bosom and raised it above his head. Your Majesty, during the pacification of Qingzhou I uncovered certain matters related to the bandit leader Zhang Sanmatzi's confession. Please, Your Majesty, examine it. The hall fell silent. All eyes fixed on the confession in Xiaoyi's hand. The emperor's brow furrowed slightly. He glanced at the eunuch beside him. The eunuch walked down, took the confession and presented it to the emperor. The emperor unrolled it and read it from beginning to end. His expression darkened gradually. By the end his face was ashen. He placed the confession on the dragon desk, tapped his fingers twice on it, raised his head and looked down at the assembly. Lord Xie. Xie Douan stepped out from the civil official ranks, cupped his hands toward the emperor and said, Your Majesty. The emperor looked at him, his voice low but each word like a nail. The confession states that the Qingzhou bandit leader Zhang Sanmatsi, named Luan, the steward of the Xia mansion who approached him 3 years ago, ordered him to become a bandit king and to wait for the imperial army to arrive, then kill the peacekeeping generals. 1,000 silver taels for each general killed. Are you aware of this? A deathly silence filled the hall. Xia Doan stood there still wearing that same smiling expression exactly as he did during regular court sessions. He was silent for a moment, then spoke, his voice unhurried. Your Majesty, your subject is unaware of this matter. The emperor stared at him. The steward of the Xia mansion, and you know nothing. Xia Dawan said, Your Majesty, the Xia mansion has over 100 servants. I cannot possibly oversee each one. If Luan indeed did such a thing, it was his audacity, and it has nothing to do with me. I have failed to manage my household. I beg your Majesty to punish me. He finished, cupped his hands and bowed his head. The murmurs in the hall resumed. Someone whispered, Lord Xia is sacrificing the pawn to save the rook. Another shook his head, a mere steward, where would he get such audacity? Someone sneered, a steward spending over 30,000 silver taels in 3 years. Does he own a silver mine? The emperor ignored the murmurs, looking at Xia Dawan. Where is Luan now? Xia Dawan said, Your subject does not know. After I return, I will immediately investigate. If Luan truly did this, I will not show leniency. The emperor was silent for a moment, then nodded. Investigate. Find Luan and hand him over to the Ministry of Justice for interrogation. Lord Xia, I entrust this matter to you. Xia Dawan knelt. Your subject receives the imperial decree. He rose and retreated to his rank. His face still bore that smiling expression, revealing nothing. Xiaoi stood in the center of the hall watching Xia Daoan's back, saying nothing. He had long known this would be the outcome. The confession submitted, Xia Daoan shifting the blame to the steward, the emperor not probing further. In this round he had neither lost nor won. The emperor looked at Xiaoi, his tone softening. Lord Xiao has achieved merit in pacifying the rebels. I shall grant rewards accordingly. You may withdraw for now. Xiaoi performed the ritual. Thank you, Your Majesty. He retreated to the military ranks. Zhang Yulong stood at the back of the civil official ranks watching this scene, his face dark. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. Not only had Xiaoi not died in Qingzhou, but he had also earned merit and brought back a confession. Although Xia Daoan had shifted the blame to the steward, everyone knew that steward was from the Xia mansion, was Xia Daoan's man. The emperor had not pursued the matter, but what would he think in his heart? He gritted his teeth, lowered his head, not daring to let anyone see his expression. After court adjourned, Xiaoi walked out. Yu Ting caught up from behind, lowering his voice. Master, that old fox Xia Daoan pushed the blame onto the steward. Is this matter just going to be dropped? Xiaoi said, if not dropped, what else can be done? Yu Ting was anxious. The confession clearly states it was his Xia mansion. Over 30,000 silver taels, could a mere steward produce that? Xiaoi glanced at him. You and I both know it was him. But where is the evidence? Zhang Sanmatsi's confession named Luan, not Xia Daoan. Luan has fled and cannot be found. With only Zhang Sanmatsi's confession, we cannot convict Xia Daoan. Yu Ting cursed under his breath and fell silent. Xiaoi continued walking. At the palace gate, Xia Yan was waiting. Seeing Xiaoi come out, he approached. Master, how did it go? Xiaoi said. Xia Daoan shifted the blame onto the steward. Xia Yan's face paled, but he said nothing. He had already guessed. That man, his grandfather, never left any evidence in his actions. Luan was the steward, a man of the Xia mansion, but what did Luan's actions have to do with Xia Daoan? He could claim ignorance, say Luan acted behind his back. What could the emperor do? Move against the Grand Chancellor on the basis of a bandit's confession. Let's go, Xiaoi said. We'll talk after we return. News reached the princess residence by afternoon. Chunlan ran in with a teapot, her face tense. Your Highness, I heard Xia Daoan shifted the blame onto the steward. And the steward has fled. He can't be found. Xiao Yi was sitting under the jujube tree drinking tea. He nodded. Chunlan was anxious. What now? Is it just going to be dropped? Xiaoi said nothing. Gong Shuqing, squatting in the corner with a repeating crossbow, interjected that steward couldn't have gone far. If we could catch him. Xiaoi glanced at her. Gong Shuqing fell silent. Xia Yan entered from outside, his expression still sour. He walked up to Xiaoi, stopped, was silent for a moment, then spoke. Master, I'll go find him. Xiaoi looked at him. Xia Yan said, Luan. I know him. He's run, but he can't have gone far. I'll go find him and bring him back. Xiaoi said nothing. Xia Yan said, Master, I know what you're worried about. But this matter can't just be dropped. My grandfather, he has done so many evil things. This can't just be dropped. Xiao Yi looked at him for a long time. Do you know where to look? Xia Yan nodded. Yes. Lu An's hometown is in Baoding, not far from the capital. If he ran, he'd go home first. You'll go to Baoding, you'll definitely find him. Xiao Yi was silent for a moment, then nodded. Go. Be careful. Xia Yan acknowledged, turned and left. When he reached the door, he paused, looked back and said, Master, rest assured I will bring him back. Then he ran off. Chulan stood nearby watching his back and whispered, Your Highness, can Master Xia succeed? Xiao Yi picked up his teacup and took a sip. He can. Xia Yan rode out of the capital heading south. Before dawn he had slipped through the city gates the moment they opened. The streets were pitch black with only a few olive vegetable vendors bearing their loads on shoulder poles trudging into the city. He spurred his horse past them, stirring up a gust that sent cabbage leaves scattering across the ground. He rode hard. The steed beneath him was lent by Yuting, a warhorse from the northern frontier, swift and steady. The horse was fine, but Xia Yan still rode with urgency. He had no idea how far Luan had fled, and if he delayed the man would be lost. Baoding lay south of the capital, a day's ride on a fast horse. But Xia Yan dared not stop. He feared Luan might not return to his hometown, might veer off the road, might hide in some obscure corner where he could never be found. His master had entrusted him with this task, and he could not afford to fail. By the time the sun rose, he had already covered dozens of li. On both sides of the official road the crop fields stretched lush and green, and the wind sent layer after layer of weak rippling. He had no time to admire the view, urging the horse onward. At noon the horse was tired, and so was he. He found a roadside tea stall, gulped down a pot of cold tea, gnawed on 2 dry buns, rested for less than half an hour, then mounted again. The old man at the tea stall muttered, This lad rushing like he's racing to the afterlife. Xia Yan heard him but paid no heed. When he reached Baoding, dusk was falling. Baoding was a small town with low walls and narrow gates, far inferior to the capital. The streets were nearly empty, most shops shuttered, and a desolate chill hung in the air. Xia Yan reined his horse at the city gate, pondered for a moment, and decided not to enter. Lu An's hometown was not inside the city but in a mountain gully outside. He had come once as a child with his grandfather and remembered the place as remote, with only a few households and not even a decent road. He circled the city and headed into the mountains. The road narrowed and deteriorated, the mountains closing in on both sides. Darkness fell before the moon rose, plunging the world into an impenetrable blackness where one could not see his own hand. The horse moved slowly, snorting from time to time as if reluctant to go deeper. Xia Yan dismounted and led it on foot. His eyes gradually adjusted to the gloom, and he could make out the dark, craggy mountain silhouettes on either side and the narrow strip of sky above. The wind carried the scent of pine and a whiff of cooking smoke. Someone was living there. He tied his horse to a tree by the roadside and groped his way forward. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a faint light appeared ahead. He crouched behind a large tree and peered forward. Before him lay a village, a scattering of rammed earth huts surrounding a threshing ground. The light came from the innermost hut, its paper window flickering with a moving shadow. Xia Yan crept closer. He moved with extreme stealth, each step landing on grass without a sound. This was a lesson his master had taught him when walking at night: land on the ball of the foot first, then the heel, and lean forward. He had practiced long and hard, and today was the first time he put it to use. He reached the back of the hut, crouched beneath the window, and slowly raised his head to peer inside. A man sat inside. He was about 40, with a long thin face, 2 wispy mustaches, and dressed in a gray cloth robe. A bundle lay before him into which he was stuffing things. The sound of silver coins clinking clatter as he packed pouch after pouch. Luan. Xia Yan recognized him. When he was a child and visited the Xia residence with his grandfather, Luan would always greet him with a smile, saying, Young master is here, then fetch him pastries and pour tea. Back then Xia Yan thought Luan was a good man, far better than those stern-faced disciples at his grandfather's side. Now the same man sat under the lamp, stuffing pouch after pouch of silver into his bundle, his hands trembling. Xia Yan rose to his feet, walked to the door, and pushed it open. Steward Lu. Luan jerked his head up, and when he saw Xia Yan his face turned ashen. The silver in his hands clattered to the floor, rolling everywhere. Young master. His voice cracked. How did you? Xia Yan stepped inside, standing before him. The lamp cast his tall shadow on the wall like a monstrous figure. Come back with me, Xia Yan said. Lu An's face grew even paler. He stumbled backward, bumping into the table, causing the lamp to swing, nearly extinguishing. Young master, he said, his voice quivering, please spare me. I was only following orders. Xia Yan stared at him. Whose orders? Luan opened his mouth but dared not speak. Xia Yan said you don't need to say. I already know. Grandfather sent you, didn't he? Luan bowed his head silent. His shoulders shook, his whole body trembled. Xia Yan stood there watching him. He recalled how his master had stood when interrogating Zheng Simatzi and Qingzhou, not shouting, not cursing, just standing there and waiting for the other to speak on his own. Young Master Luan finally spoke, his voice so low it was like a mosquito's hum. You know I'm just a steward. Whatever the master bids me do, I do. How could I dare to disobey? Xia Yan said nothing. Luan looked up, his eyes filled with terror. Young master, please let me go. I swear I'll go far away and never return. Pretend you never saw me. No, Xia Yan said. You must come back with me. To testify. Lu An's face crumpled. He knew what returning meant. To testify was to betray Xie Daoan. Not betraying Xie Daoan meant bearing the guilt himself. Either way it was death. Suddenly he dropped to his knees with a thud. Young master, have mercy. I kowtow to you. He knocked his forehead against the dirt floor 3 times, each thud digging a small hollow. Xia Yan watched him, a lump forming in his throat. He remembered the Luan of his childhood who brought him pastries and poured tea. Back then he thought Luan was a good man. Now that man knelt before him, kowtowing, begging for a way out. Xia Yan crouched down and looked straight into Lu An's eyes. Steward Lu, he said, you know full well how many wrongs you have done. Zheng Simatzi confessed you ordered him to set up as a bandit king to kill the generals who suppressed the rebellion. Over 300 people died in Qingzhou because of you. Luan prostrated himself on the ground, quaking all over. But if you return to testify, Xia Yan continued, and tell everything you know, I will guarantee your life. Luan lifted his head and looked at him. Xia Yan said, I mean what I say. Luan was silent for a long moment, then nodded. Young master, I will go back with you. Xia Yan stood up and pulled Luan to his feet. Lu An's legs were weak, he could barely stand. Xia Yan supported him and led him to the door. Outside the moon had risen, casting a silvery glow over the threshing ground. The rammed earth hut stood dark and silent, the occupants were likely all asleep. The wind blew from the mountain gully, chilly, carrying the scent of pine. Xia Yan helped Luan onto the horse, then led the horse by the reins as they walked out. After a few steps, Luan suddenly spoke. Young master, do you hate the old master? Xia Yan paused for a moment. He didn't turn back but kept walking. No, he said. He is he and I am I. The moonlight cast his long shadow on the ground. He led the horse step by step out of the mountain gully, back to Baoding, back to the capital. He would bring Luan back. Bring him back to testify. Let the emperor know who was truly behind the Qingzhou affair. Even if that person was his own grandfather. Xia Yan arrived in the capital city in the dead of night. The city gates had long been sealed. He stood beneath the towering walls, his horse tethered beside him, and gazed up at the pitch-black ramparts. Lanterns hung atop the walls, but their light barely pierced the darkness below. Luan sat slumped on the horse, bound and unconscious, his head lolling to one side. The journey had been too frantic, fear and exhaustion had overwhelmed him. Xia Yan pounded on the city gate. After a long while, a head poked out from above. Who's there? In the dead of night the gates are shut. Come back tomorrow. Xia Yan shouted up, I'm from the Tianwu Pavilion. By order of the Prince Consort, I went out on official business and now return to report. Please open the gate. There was a moment of silence above, then hushed murmurs. After a while the gate creaked open a crack. The city guard officer peered out, saw Xia Yan, and then noticed the bound man on the horse. He froze but dared not ask questions, hastily stepping aside. Master Xia, please enter. Xia Yan led his horse through the gate. The streets were utterly deserted except for the rhythmic clack of the night watchman's rattle striking a discordant beat against the silence. The horses' hooves clattered on the flagstones, a crisp sound that echoed far down the empty streets. At the gates of the princess's mansion, Xia Yan reined in his horse. The gatekeeper's lamp was still lit and someone was dozing inside. He knocked on the door. The gatekeeper rubbed his eyes, came out, and recognizing him quickly opened the door. Master Xia, you're back. Xia Yan nodded, then dragged Luan off the horse. Luan crashed to the ground, let out an ouch, and woke up blinking groggily. Get up, Xia Yan said. Luan scrambled to his feet, but his legs were still weak, barely able to support him. Xia Yan helped him along as they walked inside. The gatekeeper watched their retreating figures, shook his head, and closed the door. When they reached the rear courtyard, Xia Yan froze. The lamp beneath the jujube tree was still burning. Xiaoyi sat in a chair, a teacup in hand, slowly sipping. He still wore the same clothes from the day. The teapot on the table was empty and several cups beside it were drained dry. He had been waiting all along. Xia Yan approached, stopped, and clasped his fists. Master, I've brought the man back. Xiaoyi set down his cup, rose, and walked over to Luan. Luan prostrated on the ground, trembling all over, not daring to lift his head. He heard the footsteps and shrank back like a startled cat. Xiaoyi looked down at him. Luan. Luan's voice squeezed out from his throat, barely a mosquito's hum. Yes, yes. Xiaoyi asked no more. He turned to look at Xia Yan. Xia Yan's face was covered in grime, his eyes bloodshot, his lips chapped and cracked, his clothes smeared with mud. He stood ramrod straight, but one leg trembled slightly from the ride. A day and night on horseback had worn his thighs raw. You've worked hard, Xiaoyi said. Xia Yan was startled for a moment, then smiled. The smile was weary, but it reached his eyes. Master, he's willing to testify. Xiaoyi nodded and glanced at Chunlan. She had been standing under the eaves silent until now. Seeing Xiaoyi's look, she hurried over. Prince Consort. Prepare a room for him. Keep an eye on him, don't let him escape. Chunlan acknowledged and ran off to find Zhou Huai. Xiaoyi walked back to the jujube tree, sat down and picked up his teacup. The tea had gone cold. He took a sip and set it down. Xia Yan remained standing, not leaving. Xiaoyi looked at him. Something else. Xia Yan hesitated, then said, Master, I promised him I'd spare his life. Xiaoyi held his gaze. Xia Yan continued, he'll go back to testify, tell everything he knows. I promised to keep him alive. Xiaoyi did not speak. He picked up the cup again and took another sip. The tea was cold, bitter, astringent. He finished it and set the cup down. What you promised you handle yourself. Xia Yan was taken aback, then nodded firmly. Master, I understand. He turned and walked away. After a few steps he paused and looked back. Master, please rest early. Then he left. Xiaoyi sat beneath the jujube tree, watching his silhouette disappear beyond the moon gate. The wind came rustling the leaves of the jujube tree. He smiled suddenly. That boy, he's grown up. Just before dawn, Zhou Huai came to report. Sir Luan is secured. Chunlan prepared a room for him behind the woodshed under guard. He ate a bowl of noodles, drank some water, and went to sleep. Xiaoyi nodded. Zhou Huai lingered for a moment, then asked, Sir, what about tomorrow? Shall we send him to the Ministry of Justice? Xiaoyi said, no rush. Let him rest a day. We'll talk tomorrow. Zhou Huai acknowledged and left. Xiaoyi stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the sky outside. The horizon was already paling, with a faint blue glow emerging in the east. The jujube tree in the courtyard cast blurry shadows, the ground's outlines crooked and askew. He stood there for a long time until daylight fully broke before turning back to his room and lying down. He closed his eyes but could not sleep. Several thoughts churned in his mind. Luan had returned and was willing to testify. But would Luan's testimony alone be enough? Would Xie Daoan have a countermove? How would the emperor handle it? He turned over and looked at the window. Sunlight filtered through the paper pane, casting a bright patch on the floor. We'll talk tomorrow, he told himself, closing his eyes. This time he truly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Xiaoyi took Luan to the Ministry of Justice. The sky had just brightened and the streets were still empty. The breakfast stalls were just being set up, their steam rising in the crisp air. Xiaoyi rode ahead on his horse while Xia Yan led the horse behind him. On the horse's back sat Luan, his hands bound, head bowed, and face sallow. He had not slept well, tossing and turning all night. He had only dozed off just before dawn when he was dragged out again. The Ministry of Justice was located west of the imperial city, not far from the Princess Manor, a journey of about 2 incense sticks' time. 2 stone lions crouched at the entrance, their mouths wide open and teeth bared, looking quite intimidating. The main gate was open and several guards in black uniforms stood inside with knives tucked into their belts. Seeing Xiaoyi approach, they quickly stepped aside. One guard ran inside to report. Soon the Minister of Justice Zhou Mingyuan, not the Zhou Mingyuan from Qingzhou but a namesake coincidentally, came out to greet him. He was in his 50s with a lean long face, 3 wisps of beard, and wore a crimson official robe. He walked neither fast nor slow, each step measured and precise. Prince Consort, Xiaoyi said, cupping his hands in greeting, I have failed to welcome you properly. Xiaoyi returned the gesture. Minister Zhou, I apologize for the intrusion. Zhou Mingyuan glanced at Xia Yan, then at Luan on the horse, his expression unchanged. He stepped aside to make way. Please, Prince Consort, let us speak inside. Xiaoyi followed him inside. Xia Yan pulled Luan off the horse and pushed him along behind. The Ministry of Justice compound was even larger than it appeared from the outside, past one gate after another, through the front hall, the central hall, and finally to the rear hall. Zhou Mingyuan ushered Xiaoyi into the rear hall, ordered tea to be served, and then sat down. Prince Consort, I have heard of the Qingzhou affair. Congratulations on your success in suppressing the rebellion. Xiao waved his hand. Minister Zhou, you are too kind. I have come today for another matter. He took out Zhang Sanmazi's confession from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Mingyuan. Zhou Mingyuan took it, unfolded it, and read it through. His brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed, and he placed the confession on the table. Prince Consort, your meaning is? Xiao said the Luan mentioned in the confession is here with me. Outside. He is willing to testify. Zhou Mingyuan was silent for a moment. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and set it down. Then he picked up the confession again and read it more carefully word by word. After finishing, he looked up at Xiao. Prince Consort, this matter is of great importance. Luan is the steward of the Xie estate. His words implicate the current Grand Secretary. I dare not act on my own authority. I must report to His Majesty. Xiao nodded. That is only proper. Zhou Mingyuan stood up, walked to the door, and gave a few instructions. Soon several guards brought Luan in. Luan knelt on the ground, trembling all over, not daring to raise his head. Zhou Mingyuan looked at him and asked, Are you Luan? Luan's voice squeezed out from his throat. Yes. The steward of the Xie estate. Yes. Zhou Mingyuan picked up the confession and read a passage. 3 years ago you found the Qingzhou bandit leader Zhang Sanmazi and instructed him to occupy a mountain and wait for the imperial army to be sent so that he could kill the commander sent to suppress the rebellion. 1,000 taels of silver for each commander killed. Are these words true? Luan lay prostrate on the ground, silent for a long time. Xia Yan stood behind him and coughed. Luan's body trembled, and finally he spoke, his voice as low as a mosquito's hum. It is true. Who instructed you? Luan was silent. His shoulders shook, his whole body shook. Xia Yan coughed again and his voice grew even lower. It was the master. Xia Dawan. Yes. Zhou Mingyuan put down the confession and was silent for a moment. He glanced at Xiao, then at Luan, and said, Guards, take Luan away and keep him under close watch. The guards helped Luan up and led him away. As Luan reached the door, he suddenly turned back to look at Xia Yan, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed the words. Then he lowered his head and followed the guards out. The room fell silent. Zhou Mingyuan sat in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, once, twice, 3 times. Prince Consort, he began, I will report this matter to His Majesty. As for the disposition, it will be entirely at His Majesty's sage discretion. Xiao stood up. I am grateful for your trouble, Minister Zhou. Zhou Mingyuan also stood up and cupped his hands. Prince Consort, go slowly. Xiao turned and walked out with Xia Yan following behind. At the door, Zhou Mingyuan suddenly called out, Prince Consort. Xiao stopped and turned around. Zhou Mingyuan looked at him, hesitated, and said, I have served in the Ministry of Justice for over a decade and have seen many cases. Some cases with irrefutable evidence end up being dropped. Some cases where the culprit is known cannot be touched. Prince Consort, do you understand my meaning? Xiao looked at him and nodded. I understand. Thank you, Minister Zhou. He turned and walked away. Zhou Mingyuan stood at the rear hall entrance, watching his retreating figure inside. Outside the Ministry of Justice gates, Xia Yan could no longer contain himself. Master, what did Minister Zhou mean? Does he not want to handle it? Xiao mounted his horse and rode slowly forward. Xia Yan led the horse behind him, fidgeting with impatience. It's not that he doesn't want to handle it, Xiao said. He knows that handling it would be futile. Xia Yan was taken aback. Why? Xiao said, Luan is the steward of the Xie estate. Whether his testimony can be used depends on the emperor. If the emperor wants to act, this is evidence. If the emperor does not want to act, this is mere slander. The testimony of a steward cannot convict the Grand Secretary. Xia Yan's face turned pale. Then what do we do? Xiao said nothing, riding on. The streets were gradually filling with people, vegetable vendors carrying their loads, driving donkey carts, bustling and noisy. He made his way through the crowd unhurriedly. Xia Yan followed behind, his heart heavy as a stone. He recalled the look Luan had given him as he turned back, lips moving as if to speak, then swallowing the words. He had promised Luan to spare his life. But if the emperor did not act, could Luan's life be saved? When they reached the Princess Manor gate, Xiao dismounted. Xia Yan came up and stood before him, head bowed. Master, I promised Luan I would spare his life. Xiao looked at him. I know. Xia Yan raised his head. If the emperor does not act, what will happen to Luan? Xiao said, the emperor will act. Xia Yan was stunned. Xiao looked at him and said, the confession has been submitted and Luan has been brought back. If the emperor does not act, it would be a clear signal to the world that Xie Daoan cannot be touched. Who would dare to speak out then? The emperor is not that foolish. Xia Yan thought for a moment and nodded. Xiao patted him on the shoulder. Wait and see. The memorial from the Ministry of Justice was delivered to the palace that day. Eunuch Huan holding the memorial stood at the door of the imperial study, hesitating for a moment before knocking. He had served the emperor for 20 years and knew well what to say and what not to say and when to enter and when not to. At this moment he felt he should not enter, yet the memorial could not be delayed. A voice from within said enter. He pushed open the door, walked in with his head lowered, and placed the memorial on the dragon desk. Your Majesty, from the Ministry of Justice. The emperor was reviewing documents and did not even lift his head. Whose? Eunuch Huan's voice dropped slightly. The case of Consort Xiao. The Ministry of Justice interrogated Luan and recorded his confession. The emperor's brush paused. He set it down, picked up the memorial and unrolled it. After reading it once, his brow furrowed. He read it a second time and his frown deepened. A third time and he set the memorial down, leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Eunuch Huan stood nearby, barely daring to breathe. After a long while the emperor opened his eyes and gazed at the ceiling. The beams overhead were painted with golden dragons and auspicious clouds gleaming brightly, yet they vexed him. Where is Xie Daoan? He asked. Eunuch Huang replied, Lord Xie is waiting outside. He has been here for some time. The emperor's brow twitched. Xie Daoan had arrived but did not request an announcement, simply waiting outside. What did this mean? A retreat to advance? Or a guilty conscience? He fell silent for a moment, then said, let him wait. Eunuch Huang acknowledged and withdrew. The imperial study fell silent. The emperor picked up the memorial again and read it a fourth time. Lu An's confession was detailed, when and where he found Zhang Sanmatzi, how much silver he gave, what words were spoken, and what tasks were assigned. Every item was clear and precise. Yet this clarity only vexed him further. Too clear, as if it had been rehearsed. But if it were rehearsed, who could have orchestrated such detail? How could Luan, a mere steward, have such audacity? He set the memorial down, stood and walked to the window. Outside was the imperial garden, flowers in bloom, red and green, a beautiful sight. But he had no mind for it. He recalled that morning at court when Xiao knelt in the hall holding the confession above his head, saying, Please your Majesty, review this. That man's eyes were bright, sharp as a blade, unflinching. He also remembered Xie Daoan standing among the civil officials, smiling as he said, Your servant is unaware of this matter. Smiling just as always. The emperor stood for a long time until his legs grew numb, then turned and walked back to the dragon desk, sitting down. Go summon Xie Daoan. Eunuch Huang went out to deliver the order. Soon Xie Daoan entered. He wore a purple robe and a scholar's cap, walking neither too fast nor too slow, each step measured and proper. When he reached the center of the study, he halted and bowed. Your Majesty. The emperor looked at him. His face still bore that same smiling expression, just as always. The emperor stared at him for a long time, and he did not avert his gaze, simply standing there. Have you read the Ministry of Justice's memorial? The emperor asked. Xie Daoan replied, Your servant has not read it. I waited outside and did not presume to inquire. The emperor pushed the memorial forward. Take a look. Xie Daoan stepped forward, picked up the memorial, unrolled it, and read it once. After finishing, he placed it back on the dragon desk, stepped back and lowered his head. Your Majesty, Luan is the steward of my household. For him to commit such an act, I have failed in managing my family and cannot escape blame. I beg your Majesty to punish me. His voice was calm and unhurried, just as it was during court sessions. The emperor looked at him without speaking. Xie Daoan kept his head lowered, motionless. The study was so still that the crackling of the lampwick could be heard. Occasionally birds chirped outside, a few calls, and then silence. After a long time the emperor spoke. Xia Qing, how many years have you served me? Xie Daoan raised his head. 23 years, Your Majesty. The emperor nodded. 23 years. When I was still the crown prince, you were my teacher. Over the years you have helped me with many things. I remember. Xie Daoan lowered his head. Your Majesty flatters me. I merely did my duty. The emperor looked at him and suddenly said, Do you believe Lu An's confession? Xie Daoan was silent for a moment. Whether I believe it or not is unimportant. What matters is that Luan is a member of my household. He committed a crime and I bear responsibility. The emperor stared at him, speaking each word distinctly. I ask you, do you believe it? Xie Daoan raised his head and met the emperor's gaze. There was no expression in his eyes, yet something hidden in that look was unfathomable. Your Majesty, he said, whether I believe it or not changes nothing. Luan has confessed and the testimony is submitted. I offer no defense and no evasion. Whatever punishment your majesty decrees I will accept. The emperor fell silent. Xia Daoan stood there waiting. After a long while the emperor waved his hand. Go back for now. Xia Daoan bowed and withdrew. At the door he paused and turned back. Your majesty, I have one word, though I know not if it is fitting to speak. The emperor looked at him. Xia Daoan said, I will investigate Lu An's matter thoroughly. No matter who is involved, I will show no leniency. Please rest assured, your majesty. With that he left. The study fell silent again. The emperor sat behind the dragon desk staring at the closed door unmoving for a long time. He understood Xia Daoan's words. No leniency, these 4 words were meant for him. They meant he would investigate the matter thoroughly, execute those who deserved death, imprison those who deserved imprisonment. But in the end the investigation would only reach a steward. The emperor picked up the memorial, read it again, then set it down. He rubbed his temples and sighed. This Xiaoyi certainly knew how to cause him trouble. He stood and walked to the window. The sunlight outside streamed in warm on his face. Yet he felt cold. News reached the princess' residence that afternoon. Xunlan ran in holding a teapot, a hint of tension on her face. My lord, I heard the emperor read the Ministry of Justice's memorial and summoned Xia Daoan to the study for a long talk. When Xia Daoan came out he was still smiling. Xiao Yi was sitting under the jujube tree drinking tea. He nodded. Xunlan grew anxious. How can you be so unconcerned? If the emperor listens to Xia Daoan and drops the case, then won't Lu An's arrest have been for nothing? Xiao Yi glanced at her. Who said the emperor would drop the case? Xunlan was stunned. Xiao Yi picked up his teacup and took a sip. The tea was freshly brewed, scalding hot. He blew on it and took another sip. If the emperor wanted to protect Xia Daoan, he would not have read the memorial 3 times. One reading, then toss it aside. Reading it 3 times means he is pondering what to do. Xunlan blinked, not understanding. Xiao Yi did not explain further. He set down the teacup, stood and walked to the jujube tree. Xia Yan was practicing stance training and straightened up upon seeing him. Master, how is it? Xiao Yi said, wait. Xia Yan paused, then nodded. Xiao Yi walked back to his chair, sat down and picked up his teacup. The wind blew, rustling the jujube leaves. He recalled Xia Daoan's words as he left the study, no matter who is involved, I will show no leniency. Those words were meant for the emperor and also for him. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth curled. Xia Daoan, you are retreating to advance. But once you have taken a step back, do not expect to step forward again. He took a sip of tea and set down the cup. No rush, take it slowly. The lamp in Xia Mansion's study burned late into the night. Xia Daoan sat behind the desk, a cup of tea in his hand, long cold, yet he did not set it down. The wick crackled, the flame flickering, casting shifting shadows across his face. Across from him stood 3 men, all his trusted confidants, Qian Longzhong, Wang Zhushi, and Lu Yushi. They had been standing for nearly an hour, legs numb, yet none dared to move. Qian Longzhong spoke first. Master, about Luan. Xia Daoan lifted his head and glanced at him. Qian Longzhong swallowed the rest of his words. Forget about Luan, Xia Daoan said, his voice unhurried, the same tone he used during morning court. Wang Zhushi was taken aback. Master, if Luan confesses everything. Xia Daoan smiled, a faint smile unlike the one he usually wore. What does Luan know? He said. What he knows Zhang Sanmatsi knows too. What Zhang Sanmatsi knows is written in the confession. Luan has confessed to everything in the deposition. But think, what can those confessions actually prove? The 3 men exchanged glances and remained silent. Xia Daoan set down the teacup, rose and walked to the window. Outside pitch blackness, nothing could be seen. He stood there for a moment, then turned around. Luan is the steward of Xia Mansion. What has he done to do with me? He took silver and gave it to Zhang Sanmatsi. That was his own audacity. He ordered Zhang Sanmatsi to kill the rebel suppressing general, but was his own greed for the bounty. I knew nothing. I know nothing. He looked at the 3 men before him, speaking word by word, a steward acting recklessly behind his master's back. What's so unusual about that? Lu Yushi swallowed hard. Master, but the silver. Over 30,000 taels, where could a steward get so much silver? Xia Daoan stared at him, then suddenly laughed. Silver. What silver? Luan served as steward for 20 years and saved up some assets. Is that not allowed? He used his own silver to do evil. What does that have to do with me? Lu Yushi dared not speak further. Xia Daoan walked back to the desk, sat down, picked up the cold tea and took a sip. Bitter and astringent, he frowned and set it down. Xiao Yi thinks he can topple me with a mere steward. He shook his head. Too young. Qian Longzhong asked cautiously, Master, what should we do next? Xia Daoan did not reply. His fingers tapped lightly on the desk, once, twice, thrice. The room fell silent, the only sound the tapping, tap, tap, tap. After a long while he stopped and looked at the three men. Xiaoyi is more troublesome than I thought, he said, his voice low as if talking to himself. He handled Qingzhou brilliantly. 3 days to pacify the bandits, 30 men to capture the chieftain, and he even brought back Luan. Few in the court possess such skill. Wang Zhushir said, master perhaps. He made a throat-slitting gesture. Xia Daoan shot him a glance, a look that sent a chill down Wang Zhushi's spine. The 3 men I sent last time still haven't returned. Xia Daoan said. You want to send more? Wang Zhushir quickly lowered his head and dared not speak again. Xia Daoan stood up, walked to the window and pushed it open. The night breeze rushed in cool and damp, carrying the fragrance of osmanthus. He took a deep breath, then exhaled. Xiaoyi cannot be confronted. Heathen confrontation won't work. His martial arts, his Tianwu pavilion, his reputation among the people, none can be overcome by force. Qian Lunzhong asked, then what? Xia Daoan turned to face them. He wants to run a martial academy. Let him. The 3 were stunned. Xia Daoan walked back to the desk, sat down, picked up the cold tea and took another sip. Once the Tianwu pavilion is established, he must abide by the rules. The court's rules, the Ministry of War's rules, the Ministry of Rights rules. To recruit disciples he needs approval, to teach boxing he needs registration, to expand he needs authorization. All these rules are in our hands. He set down the teacup, looked at the 3 men, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. He wants to be a hero, let him. A hero's neck is easier to put a noose around. The 3 exchanged glances and smiled. Master is brilliant, Qian Lunzhong said first. Master's move is far better than sending assassins, Wang Zhushir added. Lu Yushir nodded. The bigger the Tianwu pavilion grows, the more regulations there will be. The more regulations, the more constrained he becomes. Xia Daoan waved his hand. Enough, go rest. There's work tomorrow. The 3 acknowledged and withdrew. Only Xia Daoan remained in the room. He sat behind the desk, staring at the lamp. The wick crackled, the flame flickered. He reached out and adjusted the wick. The flame grew brighter, illuminating the room. He recalled the image of Xiaoyi standing in the center of the great hall, driving back Wan Yanlai with a single punch, his face utterly expressionless. Then he remembered him kneeling in the hall, holding the confession above his head, saying, Please your majesty, have a look, his eyes gleaming like a blade. Xia Daoan suddenly laughed. A soft laugh squeezed from his throat, sounding more like a sigh. Xiaoyi, he said, you are a worthy opponent. But in this court it's not about who has the strongest fist. He stood up, walked to the window and gazed at the moon outside. The moon was full and bright, casting a silvery pallor over the courtyard. He stood there for a long time before turning back to the desk, sitting down, picking up a brush and writing a few characters on paper. After writing, he looked at it, crumpled it into a ball and tossed it aside. Outside the window the moon slowly moved westward. Xia Daoan sat motionless like a stone statue. The next morning Xia Daoan entered the palace. He waited outside the imperial study for half an hour before eunuch Huang came out to summon him in. The emperor sat behind the dragon desk, his complexion poured dark shadows under his eyes. He had not slept well the previous night. Seeing Xia Daoan enter, he lifted his head and glanced at him. Minister Xia, something on your mind? Xia Daoan bowed and said, Your Majesty, last night I reviewed the matter of Luan. The emperor's brow twitched. What did you find? Xia Daoan said, Luan served as steward in Xia Mansion for 20 years. He had dirty hands and committed many wrongdoings in secret. I failed in oversight. Please punish me, Your Majesty. The emperor stared at him, silent. Xia Daoan continued, I have already placed Lu An's family under watch. Once the Ministry of Justice concludes the trial, those deserving death shall be executed, those deserving imprisonment shall be jailed. I will show no leniency. The emperor was silent for a moment, then spoke, Minister Xia, let me ask you something. Xia Daoan lowered his head. Please ask, Your Majesty. The emperor said Xiaoyi suppressed the rebellion in Qingzhou in 3 days. Zhang Simatzi had occupied the mountain for 3 years, yet the government troops failed to take it down in 3 months. Tell me, why is that? Xia Daoan raised his head and looked at the emperor. His face still wore the genial smile, but the mirth in his eyes had faded slightly. Your Majesty, the imperial consort's husband Xiaoyi is a master of martial arts and his disciples are all elite warriors. Naturally, victory came easily. The emperor fixed his gaze on him for a long moment, then nodded. Very well, you may go. Xia Daoan bowed and withdrew. The imperial study fell silent. The emperor sat behind the dragon desk, staring at the closed door, unmoving for a long time. He recalled Xia Daoan's words, I will show no leniency. The phrase sounded familiar. He had said it yesterday and now he said it again. In the end it all boiled down to one thing, the steward did it and it had nothing to do with him. The emperor rubbed his temples and sighed. This Xiao had indeed set a difficult problem before him. The imperial edict arrived 3 days later. Eunuch Huang stood in the front courtyard of the princess residence, the bright yellow decree in hand, a smile gracing his face. This smile was different from his usual courteous one, it was genuine. The emperor was pleased and his subordinates shared in his joy. Xiao knelt at the front with Yuting, Xiayan and Zhou Huai behind him. Junlan hid under the eaves, craning her neck to listen. Gongshu Qing crouched by the wall, clutching her crossbow, forced to kneel, as well, a look of utter confusion on her face. Eunuch Huang unrolled the edict and began to read. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees Consort Xiao with exceptional martial prowess and commendable loyalty and courage. Having suppressed the rebellion in Xinzhou, has rendered meritorious service to the state. Thus I bestow upon him 1,000 taels of gold, 100 hectares of fertile land, and 100 bolts of brocade. Let this be known. Xiao Caodaud, your servant, thanks your majesty. Eunuch Huang then unrolled the second edict. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees Consort Xiao, having established a martial arts school to teach skills, strengthen the body, and defend the nation, has deeply aligned with my intent. I hereby bestow upon the school the name Tianwu Pavilion and decree its establishment as an official institution of Great Xia. Let this be known. Xiao Caodaud, again, your servant, thanks your majesty. Eunuch Huang handed him both edicts, smiling. Lord Consort, his majesty says to run the Tianwu Pavilion well. If you need anything, just say the word. Xiao took them and nodded. Eunuch Huang departed. The courtyard was silent for a moment, then erupted into chaos. Yuting was the first to leap up, slapping Xiayan on the shoulder so hard that Xiayan winced. Excellent. This is fantastic. Tianwu Pavilion recognized by the court. Let's see who dares to speak ill of us now. Xiayan rubbed his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. Master, you're a 4th-rank official. You're a court official now. Xiao glanced at him. What's so great about a 4th-rank official? Xiayan said, what do you mean? 4th rank is higher than a county magistrate. From now on, when you attend court, you won't have to stand at the very back. Xiao ignored him, carefully put away the edicts and turned to walk into the courtyard. Yuting followed, still talking. Master, this is a good thing now. The Tianwu Pavilion has a proper title now. Recruitment, taking disciples, it's all legitimate. Even Xie Daoan will have to think twice before meddling. Xiao walked to the jujube tree, sat down and picked up his teacup. The tea was cold. He took a sip and set it down. We have the title, but we also have more rules. Yuting was taken aback. What rules? Xiao said, an officially recognized academy must abide by the court's regulations. What we teach, whom we accept, how we teach, and for how long, all must be reported and approved. The Ministry of War oversees it, and so does the Ministry of Rights. If Xie Daoan wants to obstruct us, he has plenty of ways. Yuting's smile faded. He thought for a moment and cursed, that old fox still has no good intentions. Xiao said, no rush. Well, take it slow. When word spread, people began to show up that very afternoon to enroll. The first was a young man about 17 or 18 with a stocky build who stood at the gate shouting, I want to become a disciple. I want to join Tianwu Pavilion. Xiayan ran out to see and returned beaming, Master, there are so many people outside, all here to sign up. Xiao didn't move, continuing to sip his tea. Xiayan grew anxious. Master, aren't you going to take a look? Xiao said, no rush. By the next day, even more people had arrived. At dawn, a long line had formed outside the princess residence, stretching from the gate to the street corner. There were at least a few hundred people. Even the breakfast stalls had moved closer. Steaming buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk filled the air, making it feel like a bustling market. Junlan rushed in with a teapot, her face flushed. Lord Consort. So many people outside. They're cramming in. Xiao set down his teacup, stood up, and walked to the gate. At the entrance stood a dense crowd, young and middle-aged, some in silk, others in coarse cloth. Some carried bundles, others led horses, and some brought dried rations. When they saw Xiao emerge, they fell silent instantly. Xiao stood on the steps and looked at them. You want to enter Tianwu Pavilion? Someone shouted yes. Another cried out, Lord Consort, take me in. I can endure any hardship. Yet another pleaded, I've practiced boxing for 10 years, I just want a good master. Xiao raised his hand and the crowd quieted down. Tianwu Pavilion doesn't accept mediocrity, he said. If you want to join, first learn to stand in stance. Those who can stand will stay, those who can't will leave. He pointed to the jujube tree in the courtyard. Starting today, come every day to stand. When you've completed 1 full month, you may officially become a disciple. The crowd hesitated for a moment, then surged in. Xiayan hurried over to have them line up one by one beneath the jujube tree. The courtyard wasn't big enough, so those who couldn't fit stood outside. Row after row, neatly arranged like saplings planted in the ground. Yuting brought a group of his old comrades to show support. They stood nearby grinning from ear to ear. Master, this must be 300 people, right? Xiao Yi didn't answer. He walked back to his chair, sat down and picked up his teacup. Gazing at the courtyard full of people, he suddenly smiled. Chulan stood beside him with the teapot and asked Lord Consort, "What are you smiling about?" Xiao Yi said nothing. Xia Yan was running around busier than ever. One moment he was on the east side telling people to stand straight, the next on the west side telling them not to whisper, then he ran to the gate to lead newcomers inside. Zhou Hui, Zhang Yang, Chun Chi and Old Lu also helped maintain order, all of them drenched in sweat. Gong Shuqing crouched by the wall clutching her crossbow and muttered to herself, with so many people there's even less chance I'll ever get to use this crossbow. Chulan overheard and let out a giggle. Xiao Yi sat beneath the jujube tree watching the crowd, everyone standing straight, sweat on their faces, yet no one complaining of fatigue. He thought back to when he first transmigrated, lying alone in that dilapidated hut, unable even to get a bowl of hot porridge. And now, the whole courtyard was filled with people, all here for him. He lifted his teacup and took a sip. The tea was warm just right. In the distance atop the city wall, Li Xiaoyue stood gazing toward the princess residence. She couldn't see the scene inside the courtyard, but she could see the long line stretching from the street to the end. She stood there for a long time, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Nanny Zhou stood beside her, cautiously asking, "Princess, shall we return? The wind is strong." Li Xiaoyue didn't move. She stood a while longer, then finally turned and walked away. On the second day of the morning court, even before dawn, the Golden Chariot Hall was already filled with people. Xiao Yi stood among the ranks of military generals, his position noticeably closer to the front than usual. Although a fourth-rank official is not particularly high, he is the imperial son-in-law and has just quelled the banditry in Xingzhou. Furthermore, the Tianwu Pavilion has recently received a bestowed name from the emperor, so no one dared to rank him further back. Yu Ting stood beside him, his back straight and a smile that he couldn't quite suppress on his face. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, looking somewhat better than in previous days. He glanced down at the crowd, his gaze pausing briefly on Xiao Yi before he nodded. "If you have matters to report, do so early. If not, you may withdraw from court." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xie Doan stepped forward from the ranks of civil officials. Dressed in a purple robe and wearing the Jingxi Angwen, he walked at a steady pace, each step measured and dignified. Once he reached the center of the great hall, he halted and cupped his hands in salute to the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present." The hall fell silent. Xie Doan rarely spoke first during court sessions. He usually only replied when the emperor addressed him. For him to step forward right away certainly indicated something significant. The emperor looked at him and asked, "What is it, Xie Qing?" Xie Doan turned around to look at Xiao Yi in the ranks of military generals, a habitual smile on his face. That smile was exactly the same as usual, with narrowed eyes and a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth, appearing very amiable. "Your Majesty," he said, "the establishment of the Tianwu Pavilion is indeed a great fortune for the great Xia. The imperial son-in-law Xiao Yi, with exceptional martial prowess, loyalty and courage, is willing to impart his skills to others and nurture talent for the country. This is truly commendable. I congratulate Pavilion Master Xiao." The hall fell silent for a moment. All eyes turned to Xie Doan, then followed his gaze to Xiao Yi. Xie Doan congratulating Xiao Yi. What was going on here? Just a few days ago, the incident with Luan was still fresh in their minds, although it didn't lead back to him, who didn't know it was connected to him. Now he stood in the court smilingly congratulating Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi stood in the ranks looking at Xie Doan's smiling face, feeling a chill in his heart. That old fox, what scheme was he up to now? Xie Doan turned back to the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, since the Tianwu Pavilion is to be an academy for the court, it should naturally adhere to the court's regulations. I believe the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights should jointly oversee it. The teaching content and the list of disciples must be submitted for record. Only then can we ensure that the Tianwu Pavilion operates justly and thrives." The emperor nodded, saying Xie Qing's words are reasonable. This matter can be discussed later. Xie Doan cupped his hands in salute and returned to the ranks. Xiao Yi stood there watching his retreating figure in silence. Yu Ting beside him had already darkened in expression, his lips moved as if to say something, but Xiao Yi stopped him with a glance. The emperor then said, "Xiao Chang." Xiao Yi stepped forward, "I am here." The emperor looked at him, his tone softening slightly. "Take good care of the matters concerning the Tianwu Pavilion. If you need anything, do not hesitate to speak." Xiao Yi bowed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The emperor nodded. "You may withdraw." After the court session, Xiao Yi walked out. Yu Ting followed closely behind, seething with suppressed anger. Once outside the palace gates, he could no longer hold back. "Master, did you see that? That old fox Xie Doan saying congratulations, but in reality he wants to tightly control the Tianwu Pavilion. Joint oversight by the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights. Isn't that just him calling the shots?" Xiao Yi remained silent, continuing to walk forward. Yu Ting continued. Moreover, he congratulated you in front of all the civil and military officials. What does that mean? He wants everyone to think that the Tianwu Pavilion was saved by him. Xiaodoan. You owe him a favor, and from now on you must listen to him. Xiaoyi stopped and looked at Yu Ting. Yu Ting froze under that gaze, falling silent. Xiaoyi said, you are right. Yu Ting was taken aback. Then why didn't you? Xiaoyi interrupted. The court is not a place for quarrels. He said congratulations, and I must respond in kind. He said there should be oversight, and the emperor also agreed. What could I say? To refuse? That would be a slap in the emperor's face. Yu Ting opened his mouth, but no words came out. Xiaoyi continued, walking his voice. Come, he can smile all he wants. I will manage my own affairs. Regulation is regulation. Rules are rules. The Tianwu Pavilion does not rely on him, Xiaodoan, to survive. Yu Ting followed behind, replaying those words in his mind, nodding. Master, I understand. Upon returning to the princess' residence, Xia Yan approached him. Master, how was it? Xiaoyi recounted the events of the court. Xia Yan's face turned pale instantly. He congratulated you. Xiaoyi nodded. Xia Yan stood there speechless for a while. He recalled his grandfather's smiling face and the way he had looked when he said, I congratulate Pavilion Master Xiao. That smile was all too familiar to him. From childhood to adulthood, his grandfather had always worn that expression, smiling but with something hidden within that sent chills down one's spine. Master, he said, he does not genuinely congratulate you. Xiaoyi glanced at him. I know. Xia Yan raised his head. Then why did he? Xiaoyi replied, because he wants everyone to believe that the Tianwu Pavilion was saved by him. When the emperor bestows a reward, he congratulates you. Who would dare to speak ill of the Tianwu Pavilion afterwards? Anyone who does would be at odds with him, Xiaodoan. Xia Yan was stunned. Xiaoyi walked to the jujube tree, sat down and picked up his teacup. The tea was warm. He took a sip and set it down. This move is quite clever. Xia Yan stood there clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. He remembered how his grandfather had looked when he said, I will never be lenient, and how he appeared when he said, I congratulate Pavilion Master Xiao. Both were smiling, both were leisurely. Master, he asked, what do you plan to do? Xiaoyi looked at him and suddenly smiled. He can smile as he pleases. I will handle my own matters. The Tianwu Pavilion does not rely on him, Xiaodoan, to survive, nor does it rely on the emperor. The Tianwu Pavilion relies on us. Xia Yan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded heavily. Master, I understand. When the news reached the Xia residence, it was already afternoon. Xiaodoan sat in his study holding a cup of tea and sipping it slowly. Qian Langzhong stood opposite him, smiling. Teacher, that move today was quite brilliant. Xiaoyi couldn't say a word, and the emperor nodded as well. No matter how much trouble the Tianwu Pavilion caused, it could not escape your grasp. Xiaodoan said nothing and set down the teacup. Wang Zhushir also chimed in. Teacher, now Xiaoyi is in trouble. Does he think that just because he has achieved merit he can contend with you? Too naive. Xiaodoan glanced at them. That glance froze the smiles on both their faces. Do you think that I congratulated him to see him stumble? Qian Langzhong was taken aback. Teacher, does that mean? Xiaodoan stood up, walked to the window and looked out at the courtyard. The pomegranate tree was in bloom, vibrant red and dazzling in the sunlight. He stood for a moment, then turned around. Xiaoyi is someone who cannot be confronted hidden. To confront him directly would not work. He has high martial arts capable subordinates and the people respect him. If we confront him, we will be the ones to suffer. He looked at the two before him and said slowly, therefore I must support him. The higher I lift him, the harder he will fall. Qian Langzhong suddenly understood teacher means. No rush. Take it slow. He returned to his desk, sat down and picked up the teacup. The tea had cooled. He took a sip and set it down. The sunlight streamed in through the window, warming his face. He squinted, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as if he were laughing or contemplating something. Xiaoyi, you are a worthy opponent. But in this court it is not about who has the harder fist who gets to call the shots. On the third day of the third lunar month, an auspicious day for opening, welcoming guests and signing contracts. Before dawn, the entrance of the princess residence was already crowded with people. A newly made plaque hung at the entrance, covered with red silk. On it were the three characters Tianwu Pavilion, said to be personally inscribed by the emperor. The finest craftsman had gilded it with gold so dazzling under the sun that it was hard to look at. Xiaoyi stood on the steps wearing a newly made deep blue robe, a belt around his waist and his hair combed meticulously. This robe had been hastily made by the tailor over 3 days at Li Zhaoyu's order. The fabric was brocade bestowed by the palace with embroidered patterns on the cuffs and silver threads on the collar. It made him look far more spirited than his old robe. Xunlan glanced at him several times and couldn't help saying, Your Highness, you look very spirited today. Xiao ignored her. Xia Yan stood at the entrance greeting guests wearing a brand new martial outfit, a knife tucked at his waist, a smile on his face. He looked like a completely different person. In the past when he was at the Xia Manor he had also worn fine clothes, but they always felt borrowed and uncomfortable. Today's outfit was something he had earned himself, and wearing it felt truly comfortable. Young Master Zhang has arrived. Please come in. Young Master Li is here. Go to the back and do the standing stance, 1 month first. Young Master Wen, you've come too. Very good, please come in. He greeted wave after wave of guests, his voice growing hoarse, but he couldn't stop smiling. Yu Ting arrived with a group of his old subordinates to show support. Zhou Huai, Zhang Yang, Chen Qi and Lao Lu stood at the entrance, each dressed neatly and standing straight as arrows. They were all battle-hardened men, and their presence alone exuded a different aura. Those who came to sign up saw them and felt a surge of respect. Gong Shuqing crouched in a corner clutching her repeating crossbow, watching the crowded courtyard, and muttered, "So many people, my crossbow will have even less chance to be used." Chulan, holding a teapot nearby, heard her and chuckled, "You and your crossbow." Gong Shuqing retorted indignantly, "What's wrong with the crossbow? It can shoot 240 paces. Much better than those fancy moves." Chulan shook her head with a smile and went to pour tea for the guests. At the hour of Chen, firecrackers exploded. Crackling and popping, they filled the street with the smell of gunpowder. The red silk was pulled away, revealing the gilded plaque, the 3 characters, Tianwu Pavilion, shimmering in the sunlight. Xiao stood on the steps looking at the sea of heads below. There were at least 400 or 500 people filling the entire street. Some came to become disciples, some to watch the excitement, some to show support, and some were commoners who had traveled from Qingzhou carrying eggs, red dates and peanuts, saying they wanted to thank the consort for his kindness. Xiao raised his hand and the crowd fell silent. Tianwu Pavilion, he said, his voice not loud but clear to everyone, does not teach fancy moves. It teaches real skills that can protect the home and defend the country. Those who wish to enter must first stand the stance. If you can stand, you stay, if not, you leave. No exceptions. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Consort, I can stand." Another yelled, "I can stand for 3 months." Still another cried out, "Consort, I came all the way from Qingzhou. You wiped out the bandits and saved my family's lives. I want to become your disciple." Xiao looked at the man, a young fellow in his early 20s, dressed in coarse cloth, his face weathered but his eyes bright. "What is your name?" Xiao asked. "Zhao Taizhu," the young man replied loudly. Xiao nodded. "Go stand the stance." Zhao Taizhu acknowledged and ran to the jujube tree, positioning himself properly. The crowd surged in, lining up under the jujube tree in the courtyard and outside the yard, row after row. Xia Yan ran back and forth, making sure they stood in neat lines and didn't whisper. Zhou Huai, Zhang Yang, Chen Qi and Lao Lu also helped maintain order, all sweating profusely. Yu Ting stood beside Xiao looking at the crowded courtyard, grinning from ear to ear. "Master, there must be 500 people, right?" Xiao didn't reply. He walked back to his chair, sat down and picked up his teacup. The tea was warm, he took a sip and set it down. Chulan came over with the teapot, refilled his cup and whispered, "Your Highness, the princess is here." Xiao looked up and saw Li Xiaoyue standing behind the moon gate, dressed in a light blue gown, holding a food box. She didn't come closer, she just stood there watching the crowd. Chulan ran over, took the food box and ran back, placing it before Xiao. "Your Highness, the princess said you hadn't eaten this morning, so she had the kitchen make some pastries." Xiao opened the food box. Inside were several pieces of osmanthus flour cake still steaming. He picked one up, took a bite, sweet and soft. He looked up at the moon gate, but Li Xiaoyue had already left. He smiled and finished the cake. In the courtyard, hundreds of people stood in orderly rows, motionless. The sun rose to its zenith, scorching their faces, but no one moved. Xia Yan stood at the front, also doing the stance, his back straight, sweat dripping from his forehead, but he remained silent. Gong Shuqing crouched in the corner, clutching her crossbow, watching the crowd, and suddenly felt that the crossbow might still have its chance. With so many people, once Tianwu Pavilion grew, the crossbow would definitely have its use. She smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Chulan carried the teapot, pouring tea for everyone, going round after round until her legs were sore, but the smile never left her face. Xiao sat under the jujube tree watching the crowd and suddenly smiled. He remembered a year ago, lying alone in that dilapidated hut, unable even to get a bowl of hot porridge. And now, 500 people stood before him, waiting to learn. He lifted his teacup and took a sip. The tea was warm just right. The wind blew, rustling the jujube leaves as if singing. In the distance on the city wall, Li Xiaoyue stood looking toward the princess' residence. She couldn't see inside the courtyard, but she could see the crowd at the entrance stretching from one end of the street to the other. She stood for a long time, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. Zhou Mamo stood beside her, saying cautiously, "Princess, shall we go back? The wind is strong." Li Xiaoyue didn't move. After standing a while longer, she finally turned and left. As she descended the city wall, she suddenly smiled, a light fleeting smile. Joe Mammal followed behind stunned. She had served the princess for so many years, and this was the first time she had seen her smile so contentedly. After the opening of Tianwu Pavilion, days grew livelier by the day. Each morning before dawn, people were already waiting at the gate. The line for standing meditation stretched from beneath the jujube tree all the way outside the courtyard, row upon row, orderly as saplings planted in a field. Xiaoyan arrived earliest and left latest each day, his voice hoarse from shouting, yet he continued with a slice of licorice root in his mouth. Zhou Huai, Zhang Yang, Chun Chi and Old Lu also came daily, helping maintain order and teaching newcomers how to stand in posture. But Gongshu Qing had vanished. She was still there on opening day, crouching in a corner with her repeating crossbow, muttering, "No chance to use this." The next day she was gone. When Xunlan brought meal, she asked about her. Xiaoyi said she was in the workshop. The third day, still in the workshop. The fourth, fifth, sixth, she never came out. Xunlan delivered meals daily, pushing open the workshop door to find it pitch black inside, windows shut, curtains drawn, only a single lamp burning on the table. Gongshu Qing was hunched over the table, drawing her face smeared with ink, hair a wild mess like a mad girl. The floor was littered with wood shavings, sawdust, copper wire and iron scraps, no room to step. "Miss Gongshu, time to eat." Xunlan set the bowl on the only clean spot on the table. Gongshu Qing didn't look up. "Leave it." Xunlan stood for a moment, wanting to say something, but swallowed her words. She turned to leave, paused at the door, and looked back. Gongshu Qing was still drawing, her charcoal pencil flying across the paper swift as a bird. Xunlan shook her head and left. Half a month passed like this. One afternoon, Xiaoyi was sipping tea under the jujube tree when a shout erupted from the back courtyard. "Done." The voice was sharp and bright like a firecracker on New Year's Eve. Everyone in the courtyard practicing standing meditation jumped, looking around in confusion. Xia Yan was so startled he nearly lost his balance. "Done. Done. Done." Gongshu Qing burst out from the back courtyard, clutching something in her arms. She stumbled as she ran, her hair half undone, face covered in ink and sawdust, clothes smeared with glue. But she paid no heed. Her eyes were bright as lit lamps, rushing straight toward Xiaoyi. "Master." "Done. It's done." Xiaoyi set down his teacup and watched her. Gongshu Qing reached him, set the object in her arms on the ground with a heavy thud, clearly weighty. It was wrapped in cloth. She crouched down, fumbling to untie the ropes, revealing what lay inside, a wooden figure. Shorter than a real person, waist-high, crudely made, with arms, legs and torso linked by iron pieces at each joint. Its body was covered with dense lines, some in ink, some in charcoal. Chaotic at first glance, but upon closer inspection there was method to the madness. The arms were marked shoulder, elbow, wrist, the legs bore hip, knee, ankle, the waist had dantian and mingmen. Every joint could move, the arms could lift, legs bend, waist twist. The courtyard crowd gathered, craning their necks to see. Xia Yan squeezed to the front, crouched down and poked the wooden figure's arm. The arm rose, then fell, the joint clicking with a kata. "What is this?" he asked. Gongshu Qing glared at him. "Don't touch." Xia Yan quickly withdrew his hand. She straightened the wooden figure, making it stand on the ground. She pressed the figure's shoulder and its arm lifted. She pressed its back and the arm lowered. She took the figure's hand and posed it, the stance of standing meditation. "Master," she looked up, eyes sparkling, "this is a martial arts automaton. I built it based on the fourth generation principles you taught. The lines on the arms show the meridians, those on the legs show the transmission of power. When practicing standing meditation, you can see at a glance where you're correct and where you're wrong." Xiaoyi stood up, walked over and crouched to examine it. The automaton was roughly made, the carvings on the arms were crooked, the leg joints stiff, creaking and clicking with every movement. But the principles were sound. Shoulders, waist, hips, knees, every force point was clearly marked. The correct posture for standing meditation and the path of force were all there. He stood up and looked at Gongshu Qing. She watched him nervously, her smile fading slightly into unease. "Master, is it not good enough?" Xiaoyi said, "It's very well done." Gongshu Qing froze, then broke into a bloom-like smile, her eyes crescent moons, her grin stretching ear to ear. She crouched on the ground, hugging the automaton's arm, reluctant to let go. "Master, I can improve it. It's too rough now, the joints aren't flexible and the wood isn't strong enough. If I use iron and better mechanisms, I can make it much better. It could move, walk, even throw punches." She spoke faster and faster, excitement pouring out like beans spilling from a sack. Xiaoyi looked at her and suddenly smiled. "Take your time, no rush." Gongshu Qing nodded vigorously like a rattledrum. Xia Yan crouched beside her, unable to resist poking the automaton again. This time Gongshu Qing didn't glare, she allowed it. He poked its waist, then its knee, and asked, "Can this thing help me train?" Gongshu Qing said yes. When you practice standing meditation, place it beside you and imitate its posture. You'll see immediately if you're crooked. Xia Yan's eyes lit up. Make one for me too. Gong Shuqing glanced at him. First stand for a month. Xia Yan snorted, stood up and ran back to his stance. But his eyes kept drifting toward the automaton again and again. Chunlan stood nearby, teapot in hand, looking at the wooden figure. She whispered, Miss Gongshu, you're truly amazing. Gong Shuqing grew shy, lowering her head. It's nothing special. Just drew a lot of diagrams. Chunlan said drawing diagrams is impressive too. I can't even draw a perfect circle. Gong Shuqing smiled a shy smile. Xiaoi walked back to his chair, sat down and picked up his teacup. He gazed at the wooden figure, lost in thought. Crude as it was, the mechanism inside was far from simple. Gong Shuqing had integrated the principles of martial force into the automaton, carving it in wood so that practitioners could learn by imitation. If perfected, every disciple of Tianwu Pavilion could have one. He took a sip of tea, set down the cup. Gong Shuqing. She looked up. Master. Make more. Make them finer. Every disciple of Tianwu Pavilion gets one. Gong Shuqing was stunned, then nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Master, rest assured. I'll make them perfect. The best. She picked up the automaton, stumbling back to the workshop. At the door she paused, turned back and shouted, Master, I can improve the repeating crossbow too. Make it better. Then she disappeared inside. Xia Yan stood under the jujube tree watching her retreating figure and murmured, that girl, crazier than anyone when she gets going. Chunlan overheard and shot him a glare. You're the crazy one. Xia Yan chuckled twice and fell silent. Xiaoi sat under the jujube tree gazing toward the workshop. The wind blew, rattling the jujube leaves. He recalled the first time Gong Shuqing came, timidly standing at the courtyard gate carrying a bundle larger than herself, saying, I want to build a wooden bird that can fly. No one believed her then. Now she had created something, not a flying wooden bird but a martial arts automaton. He smiled, picked up his teacup and took a sip. The tea was warm just right. On the 7th day after the mountain was opened, Xiaoi decided to give a lecture. The news was spread by Xia Yan, who stood at the gate and shouted, tomorrow at the hour of Chen the master will lecture. Anyone who wants to come, be here or be left behind. The crowd erupted into a buzz, some excited, some nervous, and others scrambling to secure a spot. The next morning at the hour of Chen, just as dawn broke, the courtyard was already packed with people. Under the jujube tree, along the eaves, in the corners, and even outside the walls there were crowds. The usual practice of standing stakes was still there, but today no one was standing, they were all seated row after row in perfect order. Xiaoi walked out of the house dressed in a deep blue robe, a belt cinched around his waist and his hair meticulously combed. He walked to the jujube tree, sat down, and before him was a table with a teapot and teacups. Xia Yan stood nearby holding a wooden board with paper clipped to it, ready to take notes. Silence fell. Hundreds of eyes fixed on Xiaoi, waiting for him to speak. Xiaoi did not rush. He picked up the teacup, took a slow sip and set it down. Then he stood up, walked to the steps and looked at the sea of heads below. Tianwu Pavilion, he began, his voice not loud but clear to everyone, teaches the martial way. Someone whispered below, the martial way. What's the difference from martial skills? Xiaoi heard and glanced at the person. The person quickly fell silent. Martial skills are the art of fighting, Xiaoi said, but the martial way is not. He paused, looking at the crowd. The martial way is the art of strengthening the body, of protecting one's family and nation, of establishing oneself in life. Practicing martial arts is not to bully others but to avoid being bullied. It is not for fighting but for the sake of peace. The silence deepened. Some nodded, some were lost in thought, others widened their eyes. Xiaoi continued, the Great Xia has been established for over 100 years, yet the northern Rong invades southward every year and the border passes constantly send urgent appeals. Why? Because our soldiers cannot defeat theirs. Their cavalry come and go like the wind, our infantry cannot catch up or block them. Their arrows fly farther, ours fall short. Their blades are sharp, ours are dull. His voice was not loud, but each word struck like a nail, embedding itself in every heart. This is not a problem of soldiers but a problem of the martial arts. We have lost our martial way. The crowd was dead silent. Xiaoi walked back to the jujube tree, sat down, picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea was warm, he set it down. The martial way is not about flamboyant moves. It is about real skills. Standing stake exercises train the legs, the waist, and the breath. With strength in the legs you can stand firm, with power in the waist you can deliver force, with breath sinking deep you can endure. He looked at the crowd, his gaze sweeping over every face. You came here not to learn a few flashy moves to show off. You came here to learn true skills. Master them well and you can protect yourself, your family, and the great Xia. Zhao Tieju, sitting in the front row, listened with reddened eyes. He had come from Qingzhou, where bandits had ravaged for 3 years. His home had been robbed twice and his father's leg had been broken by bandits, leaving him crippled. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Your Highness, he stood up, his voice trembling slightly, if I master these skills, can I fight bandits? Xiaoi looked at him. Yes. Zhao Taiyi's eyes lit up. Then I'll learn. I'll learn with all my might. Xiaoi nodded. Sit down. Zhao Taiju sat down, his back ramrod straight. Another person stood up, a young man of about 17 or 18, fair-skinned and scholarly looking. Your Highness, I have been weak since childhood and cannot fight. Is the martial way useful for me? Xiaoi looked at him. How old are you? 18. Can you do the standing stake exercise? The young man hesitated. I think so. Xiaoi said. Then start with that. If you can stand, then we'll talk about the rest. The martial way is not for fighting, it is for strengthening the body. If you are weak, you need to train even more. The young man nodded and sat down. Another person stood up, a burly man in his 30s, clearly trained. Your Highness, I have practiced boxing for 10 years under several masters. They all say I have a good foundation, but I feel something is off. When I punch, it looks powerful, but the power dissipates. Why is that? Xiaoi stood up and walked over to him. Show me a punch. The man stood up, took a stance, and threw a punch. It whistled through the air, looking quite forceful. Xiaoi shook his head again. The man threw another punch, even harder than before. Xiaoi shook his head again. The man threw a third punch, his face flushed red. Xiaoi said, when you punch, your arms are exerting force, but your waist is not moving. The arms are the tips, the waist is the root. If the root does not move, the tips cannot exert true power. The punch you throw looks powerful, but it is only the strength of your arms, not your whole body. After 3 punches, you have no strength left. Right? The man was stunned, thought for a moment, and nodded. Xiaoi said, start with the standing stake exercise. Stand for a month to develop your waist. The man clasped his fists. Thank you, Your Highness. He sat down with a smile. Xiaoi walked back to the jujube tree, sat down, and picked up the teacup. The tea had gone cold. He took a sip and set it down. The martial way is not achieved in a day. Standing for a month builds the foundation. Once the foundation is solid, you can learn further. There is no haste, no slacking. He looked at the crowd and said word by word, Tianwu Pavilion has only 3 rules: do not oppress the common people, do not bully the weak, and do not fight among fellow disciples. Violating any one of them means expulsion from Tianwu Pavilion, never to set foot here again. The crowd was silent for a moment. Then someone shouted, Your Highness, we remember. Another voice rang out, do not oppress the common people. Do not bully the weak. Do not fight among fellow disciples. The voices grew louder and more unified, hundreds of people shouting together, shaking the jujube leaves. Xiaoi sat on the chair looking at the courtyard full of people and suddenly smiled. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea was cold, but it tasted just right. Behind the moon gate, Li Xiaozhui stood there holding a food box. She did not come closer, she just stood listening to the shouts outside. Do not oppress the common people. Do not bully the weak. Do not fight among fellow disciples. She listened, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. She stood for a long time until the shouts ceased, then turned and walked away. Halfway she stopped and looked back. Under the jujube tree, Xiaoi sat there, teacup in hand, sunlight shining on him bright, and she smiled and walked away. The Tianwu Pavilion's reputation was growing ever louder, and the discussions in the Hanlin Academy were becoming increasingly abundant. Zhang Yulong sat in his duty room, a scroll of book in hand, yet he could not read a single word. A few people were standing in the corridor outside chatting energetically, their voices just loud enough to be heard inside. Have you heard? The Tianwu Pavilion now has over 500 people. Every day before dawn, people are already waiting at the gate. 500. That must be quite a spectacle. Indeed. The Prince Consort himself teaches them. First they practice standing meditation, and only after a full month can they proceed to learn further. I heard that some couldn't stand it after 3 days, but no one left. They all gritted their teeth and endured. The Prince Consort is truly capable. He pacified the bandits in Qingzhou in 3 days with only 30 men. He wiped out the bandits' lair. Such skill, who among the court officials possesses it? Should keep your voice down. It wouldn't be good if Lord Xia heard. What's there to fear? Lord Xia himself said that the Tianwu Pavilion is a blessing for great Xia. He even congratulated the Prince Consort in the court. Zhang Yulong slammed the book onto the table with a loud smack, and the discussion outside ceased. He stood up, paced 2 steps in the room, then sat down again. After a while he rose once more, walked to the window and pushed it open. The people outside had dispersed. The corridor was empty with only the wind blowing, carrying a few fallen leaves. He stared at those fallen leaves, his heart feeling as if a cat were clawing at it. Xiao. That worthless prince consort. That waste who had been confined in a side courtyard for 3 years, unable even to get enough to eat. And now, over 500 disciples, a name bestowed personally by the emperor, praised by all the civil and military officials. Even Xia Dawan congratulated him in court. Why? He recalled that day at the princess mansion when Xiao stood at the courtyard gate and said lightly, "I just think that the words you spoke, Minister Zhang, would suit yourself quite well." Suit myself? He Zhang Yulong, a compiler of the Hanlin Academy, brimming with poetry and learning, handsome and talented. What did that waste have? He just knew how to throw a few punches, a crude man. How could he compare with him? Zhang Yulong closed the window, returned to the table and sat down. The book was still open. He glanced at it, then closed it. He couldn't sit still. He stood up, took an outer garment and went out. It was already dark. There were few people on the street, only a few night snack stalls with lights still on. He wandered aimlessly, and before he knew it he arrived at the entrance of a tavern. From inside came the sounds of drinking games, laughter and cursing, lively and bustling. He stood for a while, then pushed the door open and entered. The tavern was not crowded. There was an empty seat by the window and he sat down. A waiter ran over grinning and asked, "Sir, what would you like to drink?" "Wine," Zhang Yulong said. "The best." The waiter acknowledged and hurried away. Presently he brought a pot of wine and several small dishes. Zhang Yulong poured a cup, downed it in one gulp. It was fiery, burning his throat. He poured another cup and downed it again. The third, fourth, fifth cup. By the sixth cup his face was flushed and his eyes were red. He held the wine cup, gazing at the street outside the window. The street was pitch black, nothing could be seen. Yet he saw Xiao standing in the center of the great hall with a single punch repelling Wan Yan Lai, his face completely expressionless. He saw him kneeling in the court holding a confession above his head, saying, "Please, your majesty, have a look." He saw him standing at the gate of the Tianwu pavilion, surrounded by hundreds of people shouting, "Long live the prince consort." Zhang Yulong slammed the wine cup onto the table with a sharp crack. It shattered into pieces. People at nearby tables all turned to look. The waiter ran over and asked cautiously, "Sir, what's wrong?" Zhang Yulong shoved him away. "Get lost." The waiter was startled and dared not speak. Someone nearby recognized him and whispered, "Isn't this Minister Zhang Yulong? What's wrong with him?" "Don't bother him. He's drunk." Zhang Yulong heard this and abruptly stood up. "Who says I'm drunk? I'm not drunk." He staggered over to the table and glared at them. "What did you just say?" "About Xiao. That waste." The people at the table were startled and quickly stood up. "Minister Zhang, you've had too much to drink." "We didn't say anything." Zhang Yulong grabbed one man by the collar. "Are you praising him?" "Are you? What's there to praise about him? A crude martial artist. What does he know? Has he read books? Can he write poetry? How can he?" The man, gasping for breath under his grip, turned pale. People nearby quickly stepped in to mediate. "Minister Zhang, let go, let's talk this out." Zhang Yulong was pulled away, stumbled a few steps and bumped into a nearby table. The wine jug on the table tipped over, spilling wine all over the floor. He stood there panting heavily, his eyes red like a trapped beast. One day he gritted his teeth. "One day I will make him know who the real waste is." For a moment the tavern fell silent. No one dared to speak or move. Zhang Yulong stood for a while, then turned and walked away. At the door he nearly tripped, steadying himself by grabbing the doorframe. He pushed open the door and staggered out. At the next table sat a person who had not moved at all. That person was dressed in black, head lowered, face indistinguishable. After Zhang Yulong had left he raised his head, looked at the door and curled a smile at the corner of his mouth. He stood up, walked to the counter, tossed down a piece of silver and pushed the door open to leave. The street was pitch black. Zhang Yulong's figure swayed ahead, walking unsteadily. The man in black followed behind, neither too close nor too far, like a shadow. Zhang Yulong walked for a while, then suddenly stopped, leaned against the wall and dry-heaved. He retched for a long time but brought up nothing. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily. The man in black walked up behind him and stopped. "Minister Zhang." Zhang Yulong whirled around, startled to see a dark figure standing before him. "Who are you?" The man in black stepped forward, revealing half his face. He was a middle-aged man, thin, with an expressionless face. "Minister Zhang, you don't need to know who I am. I only want to ask you one question." Zhang Yulong stepped back, leaning against the wall. "What question?" The man in black looked at him and said word by word, "Minister Zhang, do you wish to take revenge?" Zhang Yulong was stunned. The man in black said Xiaoyi stole your position, stole your reputation, stole the eldest princess. Are you willing to accept that? Zhang Yulong's face turned pale. He opened his mouth wanting to say something but nothing came out. The man in black smiled lightly. Minister Zhang, when you've made up your mind, come to this place to find me. He pulled a slip of paper from his sleeve, pressed it into Zhang Yulong's hand, then turned and walked away. Zhang Yulong stood there frozen for a long time. When he came to his senses, the man in black had already disappeared. He looked down at the paper in his hand on which an address was written. His hands were trembling, whether from anger or fear he could not tell. He clenched the paper tightly, tucked it into his sleeve, and staggered away. The wind blew chilly and biting. The street was empty with not a soul in sight. The man in black stood at the entrance of the alley watching Zhang Yulong's silhouette disappear around the street corner, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He turned and walked away, his steps light, making no sound at all. The Tianwu pavilion grew increasingly crowded and Chunlan found herself busier than ever. Each morning before dawn broke, she would rise to boil water, brew tea, and prepare refreshments. With so many people coming to practice dance training, she needed to prepare over a dozen teapots and several baskets of pastries. Unable to manage alone, Xiaoyi had Zhou Huai select a few disciples to assist, but Chunlan remained uneasy, insisting on overseeing every detail herself. Seeing her run off her feet, Xie said, "Chunlan, take a break. Let them handle it." Chunlan shook her head. "No. Only I know how to brew the Prince Consort's tea. The water must be just right, not too hot, not too cold. Too many leaves make it bitter, too few make it bland. They don't understand." Xie chuckled. "It's just a cup of tea. Is it really that particular?" Chunlan shot him a glare. "What do you know? The Prince Consort is used to the tea I brew. If someone else makes it, he won't be accustomed." Xie shook his head and fell silent. That afternoon the crowd thinned slightly. Those still practicing stance remained, but the busy tasks were done. Chunlan carried a teapot, poured Xiaoyi a cup, and stood by without leaving. Xiaoyi glanced at her. "Something on your mind?" Chunlan hesitated, then whispered, "Prince Consort, I want to learn martial arts." Xiaoyi's hand holding the teacup paused. Chunlan quickly added, "I know I'm a woman and might not learn well. But I want to try. I don't need to master it, just a few moves for self-defense." Xiaoyi looked at her. "Why do you want to learn?" Chunlan lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice growing softer. "I want to protect you, young master." Xiaoyi was taken aback. Chunlan lifted her head, her eyes shining. "When you go to war, I can do nothing but wait at home. When you return, I can't help you either, only pour you tea. I want to learn a few moves just in case. In case someone bullies you, I can stand in their way." Xiaoyi looked at her silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "I don't need your protection." Chunlan grew anxious. "But I want to." Xiaoyi interrupted. "If you want to learn, then learn. Starting tomorrow, practice stance with Xie." Chunlan froze, then beamed, her smile blossoming like a flower. "Really?" Xiaoyi nodded. Chunlan jumped with joy, nearly dropping the teapot. She quickly hugged it, her face flushed, and said, "Prince Consort, I'll go prepare." With that she ran off, only to return after 2 steps. "What time tomorrow?" Xiaoyi replied, "Same as Xie." "Come at dawn." Chunlan nodded vigorously and dashed away. At the courtyard gate she nearly collided with Xie. Startled, he exclaimed, "What's the rush?" Chunlan ignored him and kept running. Baffled, Xie approached Xiaoyi. "Master, what's with Chunlan?" Xiaoyi said, "She wants to learn martial arts." Xie paused, then laughed. "Her. Learn martial arts? She can't even hold a teapot steady." Xiaoyi shot him a look. Xie quickly fell silent. The next day before dawn, Chunlan arrived. She had changed into a short tunic, her hair tightly tied, looking quite different from usual. Normally she wore a maid's attire, head bowed, shoulders hunched, unremarkable. But today, dressed like this, her back was straight and she seemed much more spirited. Xie stood under the date tree, and when he saw her he couldn't help but laugh. "Chunlan, you actually came." Chunlan shot him a glare. "Did you think I was joking?" Suppressing his smile, Xie pointed to a spot nearby. "Stand here." Chunlan walked over and took her position. He taught her the stance, how to place her feet, bend her knees, straighten her back, and position her hands. Chunlan learned earnestly, but her legs kept trembling. After less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, she couldn't hold on. Xie said, "Take a break." Chunlan shook her head. "No. I can endure." She resumed her stance, legs still shaking, but she gritted her teeth and remained silent. Xiaoyi sat under the date tree drinking tea watching Chunlan without speaking. By the end of the day Chunlan's legs were swollen and she limped as she walked. Xia Yan said don't come tomorrow. Rest for a day. Chunlan replied no. The prince consort said I must stand for a full month just like you all. Xia Yan looked at her, a hint of admiration creeping in. Alright, you're tough. Chunlan rolled her eyes at him and limped away. The next day she returned. Her legs were still swollen but she stood steadier than the day before. The third day, the fourth, the fifth. Each day she grew more stable. By the 10th day she could hold the stance for an hour. Watching her progress, Xia Yan felt a twinge of unease. It had taken him half a month to stand for an hour while Chunlan had achieved it in 10 days. Have you been practicing secretly? He asked. Chunlan replied no. I just stood a little longer at night. Xia Yan was speechless. Under the date tree Xiaoyi watched Chunlan practicing her stance, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This girl, seemingly delicate and gentle, was more stubborn than anyone deep down. A month later Chunlan had completed her stance training. She stood before Xiaoyi, her cheeks flushed, eyes bright. Prince Consort, I've finished the month. Xiaoyi nodded. What do you want to learn? Chunlan thought for a moment. I want to learn running. Xiaoyi looked at her. Chunlan explained, I'm not strong. I can't beat anyone in a fight. But I can run. If someone ever bullies you, will be fast enough to go get help. Xiaoyi laughed, a genuine laugh, one that escaped his lips. Alright, I'll teach you to run. Chunlan jumped with joy again. Xia Yan stood nearby watching the scene, a pang of bitterness in his heart. When he had completed a month of stance, the master had taught him boxing. Chunlan completed a month and was taught to run. He couldn't help but say, Master, that's unfair. Xiaoyi glanced at him. How is it unfair? Xia Yan replied, she learns to run, I learned boxing. Running is much easier than boxing. Xiaoyi said she lacks strength and can't defeat others. Running is a survival skill. You have strength, learning boxing allows you to protect others. Is it the same? Xia Yan thought for a moment and nodded. It's different. Xiaoyi said, then stop talking nonsense. Xia Yan chuckled twice and ran back to his stance practice. Chunlan stood under the date tree looking at Xiaoyi and suddenly said, Prince Consort, thank you. Xiaoyi looked at her. For what? Chunlan said, thank you for teaching me. Xiaoyi didn't reply. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. The tea was warm just right. Chunlan stood there and smiled. Her smile curved her eyes into crescent moons. In the distance Li Xiaozhua stood behind the moon gate watching the scene, a faint smile touching her lips. She lingered for a moment, then turned and walked away. Halfway along she suddenly laughed, a very soft laugh, here and gone in an instant. As more and more disciples gathered in the Tianwu pavilion, Yu Ting's heart grew increasingly restless. Every day he watched the newcomers practice their stances and drills, watched Xia Yan grow steadier with each passing day, and watched Zhou Huai, Zhanyang, Chen Qi and Old Lu undergo a complete transformation. A clawing sensation gnawed at his chest. Though he was the general of the northern frontier, having fought for over a decade in the north, his strength had always relied on brute force and accumulated experience. Only after following Xiaoyi did he understand what true martial arts meant. Yet he had never had the chance to test his own skills. That afternoon the disciples had all dispersed. Only Xiaoyi remained sitting under the jujube tree drinking tea while Xia Yan packed up his belongings and Chunlan carried a teapot past the corridor. Yu Ting stood at the entrance hesitating for a long while before finally stepping inside. Master, he said, clasping his fists in salute. Xiaoyi looked up and met his gaze. Yu Ting rubbed his hands together, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Master, I wish to spar with you. Xiaoyi's hand holding the teacup paused. Xia Yan overheard and his eyes lit up. He leaned in. General, you want to fight the master? Yu Ting shot him a glare. What do you mean fight? Spar. Do you understand the word spar? Xia Yan chuckled twice and quickly stepped back, clearing the space. Chunlan, holding the teapot, also halted, her eyes wide open. She wanted to watch but dared not get too close. Xiaoyi set down his teacup, stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard. Come, he said. Yu Ting took a deep breath, walked to face him and planted his feet firmly. He assumed a stance, not the wide forceful style he had used on the battlefield, but the one Xiaoyi had taught him. Feet neither parallel nor angled, fists one forward and one back, waist slightly lowered, his entire body like a drawn bow. He had practiced for so long, yet today was the first time he would strike before his master. A trace of nervousness lingered in his heart, but he took a deep breath and suppressed the Master, forgive my impertinence. He threw a punch. It was fast and fierce, carrying a whistling wind. 4 months he had trained, starting from stance practice to power generation to integrated force, every move following Xiaoyi's teachings. This punch felt different from before. When he used to strike, it was all arm strength and the force scattered. Now he struck with his waist and his arm followed the power unified. Xiao did not dodge. He raised a hand and struck Yu Ting's fist with his palm. Yu Ting felt as if his fist had hit a wall, his arm numbing from the impact. He froze for a moment, but his second punch was already on its way, aimed at Xiao's chest. Xiao sidestepped his hand, brushing against Yu Ting's arm, gently guiding it aside. Yu Ting felt his body tilt, pitching forward. He struggled to steady himself, but Xiao's hand had already landed on his shoulder. Again, said Xiao. Yu Ting gritted his teeth and spun around, throwing a punch with all his strength, veins bulging on his arm. Xiao did not dodge. He stepped forward and pressed his palm against Yu Ting's chest. It was not heavy, but Yu Ting felt a tightness in his chest, his breath catching. He staggered back 3 steps and fell to the ground with a thud. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Xia Yan stood nearby, his mouth agape, unable to close it. Xunlan, teapot in hand, had forgotten to set it down. Yu Ting sat on the ground, panting heavily, staring at his own fist, then at Xiao, his face a mask of shock. 3 moves. Just 3. He had trained so long thinking he could at least withstand 10 or 8 moves, yet he had fallen in 3. Xiao had barely moved, just a pat, a guide, a press, and he was on the ground. Xiao walked over and extended his hand. Yu Ting hesitated, then grasped it and was pulled to his feet. Master, Yu Ting's voice was hoarse. Xiao looked at him. Your foundation is excellent. Better than any of them. Yu Ting was stunned. Xiao continued, you fought for over a decade in the northern frontier, rich in combat experience. That is something they cannot match. What you lack is transforming brute force into integrated power. In those 3 punches, the first was the best. Your waist moved, your arm followed, and the force was unified. The second was too hasty. Your waist failed to move and your arm went out first, the force scattered. The third was even more rushed. Your entire structure collapsed. Yu Ting stood there, turning the words over in his mind, then nodded. Master, I understand. Xiao patted his shoulder. In time you will surely achieve greatness. Yu Ting's eyes reddened. He had fought for over a decade, rising from a common soldier to the general of the northern frontier, yet no one had ever told him you will surely achieve greatness. The civil officials looked at him as if he were a coarse brute. His peers were polite on the surface but called him a barbarian behind his back. Only Xiao taught him martial arts, pointed out his flaws and praised his strengths. Master, he clasped his fists and bowed deeply. Thank you. Xiao waved his hand, walked back to the jujube tree, sat down and picked up his teacup. The tea had gone cold. He took a sip and set it down. Xia Yan sidled up, his eyes shining. Master, when can I spar with you? Xiao glanced at him. First, perfect your stance. Xia Yan let out an "oh" and shrank back. But he was calculating in his mind. He had been practicing the stance for nearly 2 months, and the master had said that after 1 month he could move on. He had already surpassed that. But the master had not taught him anything new. He stole a glance at Xiao but dared not ask. Yu Ting stood in the courtyard, stretching his arms. That palm strike had landed on his chest, not painful, but the force had penetrated deep. His chest still felt a bit tight. He took a deep breath and exhaled, feeling much more comfortable. Master, which of my 3 punches was the best? He asked. Xiao said the first. Yu Ting thought for a moment and nodded. He walked to the center of the courtyard, assumed his stance and threw a punch, slowly, not for Xiao to see but for himself. As his fist extended, he felt his waist move, first his arm, following the power rising from the soles of his feet, traveling through his legs, waist back, and finally reaching his fist. This punch was better than any of the 3 he had thrown before. Xiao saw it but said nothing, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Xunlan stood nearby with the teapot, having watched the entire sparring session. She did not understand about integrated force or scattered power, but she understood this: the Prince Consort was formidable in general. Yu was formidable too, but the Prince Consort was even more so. She poured tea for Xiao then for Yu Ting. General, have some tea, she said. Yu Ting took it, downed it in 1 gulp, and handed the cup back. Thank you, Miss Xunlan. Xunlan smiled and scurried away with the teapot. Xia Yan stood under the jujube tree watching Yu Ting practice, an itch in his heart. He could not help but ask, General, how did you throw that punch just now? Yu Ting thought for a moment. The waist moves first, the arm follows. The power rises from the soles of the feet and travels all the way to the fist. Xia Yan tried to imitate it, throwing a punch, but it was limp and weak, even he could tell it was wrong. He scratched his head. Why can't I do it? Yu Ting said you haven't practiced the stance long enough. The power in your waist hasn't been developed yet. Xia Yan let out an "oh" and fell silent. He walked back under the jujube tree, took his stance and resumed his practice. Xiao sat in his chair watching the courtyard full of people. Yu Ting practiced his punches. Xia Yan stood in his stance. Xunlan tidied the tea set in the corridor, and Gongshu Qing tinkered with something in the workshop. The wind blew rustling the jujube leaves and the sun shone warm in the courtyard. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. The tea was warm just right. In the distance behind the moon gate, Li Xiaozui stood watching for a while. She saw Yuting practicing his punches, Xia Yan standing in his stance, Chulan bustling about, and Xiaoyi drinking tea under the jujube tree. She stood there for a long time until the sun began to dip westward before turning and walking away. The lamp in Xia Daoan's study burned late into the night. He sat behind his desk, a cup of tea in his hand, sipping slowly. The tea was this year's new harvest, Mingqian Longjing, a gift from the emperor, clear in color, delicate in flavor, with a lingering sweetness. He took a sip, set down the cup, and gazed at the three men standing before him. Secretary Qian, Director Wang, and Censor Liu. The same three men at the same hour in the same positions. They had been standing for nearly an hour, their legs numb, yet none dared to move. Secretary Qian spoke first, recounting in detail the recent events at Tianwu Pavilion. Over 500 disciples with people queuing before dawn every day, Yuting sparring with Xiaoyi and losing in 3 moves, Gong Shuqing crafting a wooden figure that could assist in training. Even Spring Orchid, the little maidservant from the princess mansion, had begun learning martial arts. He reported meticulously who came, who left, how long each stood, how many punches each threw, leaving nothing out. Xia Daoan listened, his face expressionless, his fingers tapping lightly on the table once, twice, thrice. Secretary Qian finished and waited. The room fell silent for a long moment. Xia Daoan lifted his teacup, took a small sip. The tea had gone cold, its bitterness growing more pronounced. He frowned slightly, then set it down slowly. This Xiaoyi, he said softly, his voice unhurried, is like a sharp blade. The three men exchanged glances, remaining silent. Xia Daoan rose, walked to the window, and gently pushed it open. The night wind rushed in like a cold arrow, carrying a refreshing scent of osmanthus flowers. He stood there for a moment, then turned back. Yet a blade too sharp is prone to wound its master. Director Wang asked timidly, Master, your meaning is? Xia Daoan did not reply, but paced back to his desk and sat down calmly. His fingers began tapping the table again in a steady rhythm, tap, tap, tap. Tianwu Pavilion now has over 500 members. In a few months it will number 1,000. 1,000 martial arts disciples, all looking to Xiaoyi as their leader. What do you think the emperor will feel? The three men stared dumbfounded. Xia Daoan fixed his gaze on them, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The emperor certainly needs Xiaoyi as his blade, but he will also fear being cut by it. What we must do is not confront Xiaoyi hidden, but make the emperor realize that this blade needs to be sheathed. Secretary Qian's eyes lit up. Master, that is brilliant. Xia Daoan waved a hand. Not yet. He picked up his teacup, found it already cold, and set it down again. What of Zhang Yulong? Censor Liu stepped forward, lowering his voice. We have already made contact. He hates Xiaoyi to the bone, easily stirred. Xia Daoan nodded. Tell him to wait. Now is not the time. Censor Liu acknowledged and stepped back. Xia Daoan stood up, walked to the bookshelf, took down a book, flipped through a few pages, then returned it. He turned to face the three men. Forget about Tianwu Pavilion for now. I have my own plans. What you need to do is watch the movements at court. Note down whoever speaks up for Xiaoyi, whoever gets too close to Tianwu Pavilion. The three replied in unison, yes. Xia Daoan waved his hand. All right, you may go. The three withdrew, leaving Xia Daoan alone in the room. He sat behind his desk, staring at the lamp. The wick crackled, the flame flickering. He reached out and adjusted the wick. The flame grew larger, casting a bright glow across the room. He recalled the sight of Xiaoyi standing in the center of the great hall, repelling Wan Yanlai with a single punch, his face utterly impassive. He also remembered Xiaoyi kneeling in the hall, raising the confession above his head and saying, Please, your majesty, have a look. His eyes were as bright as a blade's edge, unflinching. Xia Daoan suddenly smiled, a faint smile squeezed from his throat, sounding almost like a sigh. Xiaoyi, he said, you are a worthy opponent. But in this court it's not about who has the strongest fist. He rose, walked to the window, and looked at the moon outside. The moon was full and bright, casting a silvery glow over the courtyard. The shadow of the pomegranate tree lay on the ground like a great blot of ink. He stood there for a long time before turning back to his desk and sitting down. Outside the window the moon slowly drifted westward. Xia Daoan sat there motionless like a stone statue. The next morning during court the emperor sat on the dragon throne, his expression not looking well. He heard nothing of what was said below. All that occupied his mind were matters concerning the Tianwu Pavilion. More than 500 disciples practiced martial arts daily in the princess residence. Yuting was there, Zhou Huai was there, even his sister's maid had begun learning martial arts. In a few months the Tianwu Pavilion would have 1,000 people. 1,000 disciples practicing martial arts, all listening to Xiaoyi. The emperor rubbed his temples. He recalled what Xia Daoan had said, Xiaoyi is now a hero in the hearts of the military. If you move against him, you move against all the generals. At that time he thought Xia Daoan was protecting Xiaoyi. Now he realized Xia Daoan was warning him. Xiaoyi was not someone to be trifled with. After court, the emperor did not return to the harem but went straight to the study. He sat behind the dragon desk, picked up a memorial, glanced at it, and set it down. He picked up another memorial, glanced at it, and again put it down. Nothing seemed to register in his mind. Eunuch Huang brought in a cup of tea and carefully said, "Your Majesty, please have some tea." The emperor ignored him, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside was the imperial garden, flowers blooming in vibrant reds and greens, looking quite beautiful. But he had no heart to admire it. "Tell me," he suddenly spoke, "is Xiaoyi someone we can use?" Eunuch Huang was taken aback, unsure how to answer. He lowered his head and cautiously said, "Your Majesty, this old servant does not understand court affairs and dares not speak recklessly." The emperor glanced at him and did not pursue the matter. He knew Eunuch Huang dared not speak up or ask questions. Everyone in the palace was like this. Whatever he asked, they all claimed they dared not say or didn't know. Standing alone, he had no one to converse with. He remembered what Xiaoyi had said in the study that day, "I teach them because I want to provide more capable soldiers for Dash. The borders are in constant peril, generals are dying and getting injured. If I can teach one, I will." His words were quite earnest. Yet earnest as they were, having more than 500 disciples solely listening to him was not realistic. The emperor returned to the dragon desk and sat down. He picked up a memorial from the Ministry of War which reported that the northern border was recently unstable and that Wan Yanlai had been training troops for revenge since his return. He set the memorial down and rubbed his temples. If the northern barbarians attacked, they would still depend on Xiaoyi. But what if Xiaoyi couldn't be relied upon? He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Two voices were clashing in his mind. One said, "Xiaoyi has served the country well, pacifying Qingzhou and repelling Wan Yanlai with a single punch. How could such a person not be used?" The other voice argued, "High achievements can overwhelm the ruler. When he has grown powerful, it will be too late." He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling where colorful beams and golden dragons were painted. But looking at it made him uneasy. "Go summon Xia Daoan." Eunuch Huang responded and hurried out. Shortly after, Xia Daoan arrived. He wore a purple robe and a Jinshan crown, walking neither too fast nor too slow, each step measured. Upon reaching the center of the study, he stood still and bowed. "Your Majesty." The emperor looked at him. His face still wore that familiar smiling expression, just as usual. The emperor stared at him for a long time, and he did not shy away, standing there. "Minister Xia," the emperor began, "what do you think of the matters concerning the Tianwu pavilion?" Xia Daoan raised his head to look at the emperor. His eyes narrowed, lips curling up, appearing very amiable. "Your Majesty," he said, "the Tianwu pavilion is a blessing for Daxia. Xiao Pojun cultivates talent for the nation. His contributions are significant to the state." The emperor frowned slightly. "I am not asking you that. I am asking you, with more than 500 disciples in the Tianwu pavilion only listening to Xiaoyi, what do you think?" Xia Daoan fell silent for a moment, lowering his head as if pondering something. After quite a while he finally spoke. "Your Majesty, Xiao Pojun is a loyal minister. He would not do anything out of line." The emperor stared at him. "Are you certain?" Xia Daoan raised his head and looked at the emperor. His eyes held no expression, but the depth of his gaze was inscrutable. "Your Majesty," he said, "if Xiao Pojun had any treasonous intentions after pacifying Qingzhou, he could have amassed a military force and not returned to the capital. If he wanted to rebel, the 500 disciples of the Tianwu pavilion would not compare to the 100,000 troops in the capital." The emperor was taken aback. Xia Daoan continued, "Your Majesty, Xiao Pojun is not a threat. What we should truly worry about are those who wish to use him." The emperor's brows furrowed. "What do you mean?" Xia Daoan smiled faintly, offering no explanation. "Your Majesty, I am merely speaking casually. Your Majesty is wise and will make your own judgment." He bowed and took a step back. The emperor watched him silent for a long while. Though Xia Daoan's words seemed to protect Xiaoyi, a closer examination revealed they were not entirely so. What did he mean by those who wished to use him? What was he hinting at? The emperor thought for a while but could not comprehend. "All right, you may leave." Xia Daoan bowed and exited. The study fell quiet again. The emperor sat behind the dragon desk, staring at the closed door, motionless for a long time. He understood Xia Daoan's words. Xiaoyi had no treasonous intentions, but some wished to use him. Who wished to use him? The generals. Or Xia Daoan himself. He rubbed his temples and sighed. This Xiaoyi truly gave him a headache. The night was deep, yet the lamp in the main courtyard still burned. Li Xiaoyue sat by the window, a scroll in hand, but not a single word could she observe. Outside, the moon hung full and round, casting a silver-white glow over the courtyard. The shadow of the pomegranate tree lay on the ground like a massive ink blot. She stared at that shadow for a long time, her mind consumed by the events of the day. She stood behind the moon gate watching Xiao Yi teach Chunlan the standing posture. Chunlan's legs trembled, yet she gritted her teeth and remained silent. Xiao Yi stood nearby, occasionally uttering a word or two. Keep your back straight, don't bend your knees, his voice soft but steady. She stood there for a long time until her legs grew numb, then turned and left. She recalled Chunlan's words, I want to protect the young master. Protect. No one had ever taught her that word, not since she was a child. Her mother, the empress, taught her etiquette, how to conduct herself, how to manage the inner household. Her imperial brother taught her to be obedient to avoid causing trouble, how to be a proper princess. No one had ever asked her what she wanted to do or what kind of person she wished to become. She rose, paced a few steps in the room, then sat down again. After a moment she stood once more, walked to the dressing table and sat. The bronze mirror reflected her face, blurred and indistinct. She stared at that face for a long time. I don't want to be a bargaining chip anymore, she whispered, her voice so faint only she could hear it. She stood up, walked to the door, and placed her hand on it. She wanted to push it open but hesitated. If she opened it, what would she say? I want to learn martial arts. What would he think? A princess going to the prince consort in the middle of the night asking to learn martial arts, how improper would that be? She stood there for a long time, her hand on the door, motionless. The moon outside the window gradually drifted westward. She took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and stepped out. The rear courtyard was still lit. Xiao Yi sat beneath the jujube tree, a teacup in hand, still awake. He looked up, startled, and rose to his feet. Princess. Li Xiaoyue stood before him, head bowed, silent. Her hands clutched her sleeves, her knuckles white. Xiao Yi watched her without urging, simply waiting. After a long pause she lifted her head and met his eyes. I want to learn martial arts. Xiao Yi was taken aback. Why? Li Xiaoyue lowered her head, her voice barely audible. I don't want to be a bargaining chip anymore. The courtyard was utterly silent. A breeze rustled the jujube leaves. Xiao Yi gazed at her for a long, long moment. Her face appeared soft in the moonlight, not at all like the cold, distant princess of usual. She looked like an ordinary girl, a little aggrieved, a little stubborn, a little lost. All right, he said. Li Xiaoyue looked up at him. Xiao Yi continued, starting tomorrow you'll practice the standing posture with Chunlan. Li Xiaoyue paused, then nodded. She turned to leave, took 2 steps, then stopped and looked back. Thank you. Xiao Yi watched her, saying nothing. Li Xiaoyue departed. Xiao Yi stood beneath the jujube tree, watching her silhouette disappear behind the moon gate. A breeze carried the fragrance of osmanthus. He smiled faintly, turned and sat down, picking up his teacup. The tea had gone cold. He took a sip, then set it down. In the distance beyond the moon gate, Li Xiaoyue stood watching Xiao Yi's back. She remained there for a long time before finally turning away. Halfway along the path she suddenly smiled, a fleeting, barely noticeable smile. The next day before dawn Li Xiaoyue arrived. She had changed into a short tunic, her hair tied tightly, looking quite different from usual. Ordinarily she wore court robes and jewels, moving with measured grace. But today in this attire she seemed light and free. Chunlan stood beneath the jujube tree and seeing her enter jumped in surprise. Princess. What brings you here? Li Xiaoyue said, I'm here to learn martial arts. Chunlan's mouth hung open, unable to close. She looked at Li Xiaoyue, then at Xiao Yi, at a loss for words. Xiao Yi sat under the jujube tree drinking tea. He glanced at Li Xiaoyue and pointed to the spot beside Chunlan. Stand here. Li Xiaoyue walked over and took her position. Chunlan quickly shuffled aside to make room. Xiao Yi stood up, approached her and taught her the stance, how to place her feet, bend her knees, straighten her back and position her hands. He spoke and she followed each instruction earnestly, not uttering a single extra word. Chunlan, standing beside her, stole several glances at her. The princess's face was taut, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her legs trembled, but she gritted her teeth without a sound. Chunlan felt a sudden admiration. The princess was not what she had imagined. After half an hour Li Xiaoyue's legs were shaking like a sieve. Xiao Yi said, take a rest. Li Xiaoyue shook her head, no rest. Xiao Yi looked at her. On the first day standing too long will hurt your body. Li Xiaoyue hesitated, then nodded. She walked to a nearby stone bench and sat down. Chunlan quickly brought her a cup of tea. She took a sip and set it down. Glancing at Chunlan she suddenly asked, how long have you been practicing? Chunlan replied, over a month. Li Xiaoyue nodded and asked no more. In the days that followed she arrived every day before dawn to practice the standing posture. She spoke to no one, looked at no one, simply fixed her gaze on the ground before her, standing through the entire morning. Her legs trembled, yet she gritted her teeth, and endured her backache, yet she kept it straight. Chunlan sometimes glanced at her, secretly admiring her resolve. Xia Yan also learned that the princess was training in martial arts. He dared not look too much or ask too many questions each day. During practice he kept a distance, fearful of offending her. But one day he couldn't help himself and whispered to Chunlan, "Why is the princess here?" Chunlan replied, "To learn martial arts." Xia Yan was stunned. "What does the princess need martial arts for?" Chunlan shot him a glare. "None of your business." Xia Yan fell silent. Half a month later, late one night, Xiaoyi was sitting under the jujube tree drinking tea when Li Xiaoyue suddenly appeared. She wore a short tunic, her hair tightly bound, her face still glistening with sweat. She stood before Xiaoyi and said, "I want to learn boxing." Xiaoyi looked at her. "You haven't finished the standing posture yet." Li Xiaoyue said, "I know. But I don't have time during the day. I have to practice the stance, handle household affairs, and also..." She paused, not finishing. Xiaoyi regarded her silently for a moment, then rose and walked to the center of the courtyard. "Come." Li Xiaoyue walked over and stood opposite him. Xiaoyi taught her the opening stance, how to move her feet, position her hands, and twist her waist. He demonstrated once and she followed. She learned slowly, but every move was made with earnest effort. If she made a mistake, she started over without complaint. Moonlight flooded the courtyard, stretching their shadows long. Xiaoyi stood in front, moving slowly through each posture. Li Xiaoyue followed behind, equally slow and deliberate. Chunlan stood by the corridor, teapot in hand, watching the scene. A wave of emotion washed over her. The prince consort and the princess, one teaching, one learning, neither speaking, yet the atmosphere was so harmonious it warmed the heart. They practiced for an hour. Li Xiaoyue was drenched in sweat, her clothes soaked through. Xiaoyi said, "That's enough for today." Li Xiaoyue nodded and turned to leave. When she reached the moon gate, she suddenly stopped and looked back. Xiaoyi was still standing in the middle of the courtyard, the moonlight casting a long shadow of him. She watched for a moment, then turned and walked away. Chunlan, holding the teapot, murmured, "Prince consort, the princess is improving so fast." Xiaoyi said nothing, simply picked up his teacup and took a sip. The tea was warm just right. In the distance beyond the moon gate, Li Xiaoyue stood examining the calluses on her hands. Her hands had once been pale and delicate, never having done rough work. Now calluses had formed on her palms, hard and coarse. She looked at them for a long time, then suddenly smiled. This was her own choice. The prestige of Tianwu Pavilion swelled, and Xiaoyi's reputation grew ever louder. Within the court, officials began to actively seek his acquaintance. Zhou Mingyuan, the vice minister of war, not the one from Qingzhou, sent a lavish gift claiming it was an expression of admiration for the prince consort's unparalleled martial prowess. The minister of rites also dispatched a scroll inscribed with the words "Martial Arts Grandmaster, gilded and exquisitely mounted." Even several princes sent inquiries about whether they could enroll their sons in Tianwu Pavilion for training. Xiaoyi gazed at the pile of gift lists on the table, saying nothing. Yu Ting stood beside him, grinning from ear to ear. "Master, you are now a rising star at court," he said. "These people never deigned to look at you before, but now they swarm around desperately. How amusing." He flipped through the list and clicked his tongue. Vice Minister Zhou sent a Duan inkstone, a fine piece worth at least 300 taels, on the market. The Minister of Rites sent the calligraphy commission from an old scholar of the Hanlin Academy. The mounting alone must have cost dozens of taels. And these princes, even more generous, sending silver outright. Xiaoyi glanced at him. "Do you think this is a good thing?" Yu Ting paused, then set the list down. "Is it not?" Xiaoyi pushed the list aside and picked up his teacup. "They are not coming for me, but for Tianwu Pavilion. With 500 disciples and the emperor's personally inscribed name, they see a chance to profit. They send gifts today, and tomorrow they will demand favors. If we fail to deliver, they will turn hostile." Yu Ting's smile faded. He had fought for over a decade on the northern frontier and had witnessed such behavior countless times. When border generals won victory, civil officials would swarm with congratulatory gifts and flattery, only to later demand favors and official positions. Refuse them. They would turn hostile faster than turning a page. He nodded. "Master is right. What should we do with these gifts?" Xiaoyi said, "Return them all. Not a single one kept." Yu Ting acknowledged and went to carry out the order. He meticulously inventoried each item on the gift lists and had Zhou Huai lead men to return them one by one. The men from Vice Minister Zhou's residence had been all smiles when delivering the gifts, but their faces darkened when the gifts were sent back. The Minister of Rites men were even more displeased, saying our master offered his sincere regards, yet the prince consort shows such disrespect. Zhou Huai offered no further words, set down the items and left. Xia Yan stood beside Xiaoyi watching Yu Ting's retreating figure, then suddenly spoke. Master, there is another matter. Xiaoyi looked at him. Xia Yan said someone has been trying to poach our people. Xiaoyi's brow furrowed slightly. Xia Yan continued. A new disciple named Li Si had only been practicing stance training for 10 days. Last night someone approached him offering 100 taels of silver to steal Tianwu Pavilion's fist technique manual. The man said there would be another 500 taels after the manual was obtained. He also claimed that the person behind him wielded great influence and that if Li Si cooperated he would enjoy a life of luxury instead of suffering through stance training. Xiaoyi said nothing. Xia Yan said Li Si refused. He came to me this morning and told me everything. I asked who approached him, but he said he didn't know, a middle-aged man plainly dressed with a Beijing accent. He described the man a lean long face, a small mustache, around 40 years old, looking like an accountant. Xiaoyi nodded. I see. Xia Yan grew anxious. Master, aren't you going to investigate? It must be Xia Daoan's people. He wants to steal the manual, bribe our disciples, and bring down Tianwu Pavilion. Xiaoyi looked at him and suddenly smiled. He cannot bring down Tianwu Pavilion. Xia Yan was stunned. Xiaoyi said the manual in his hands is just a pile of paper. Without my instruction he cannot master it. Buying off 1 or 2 disciples will not shake Tianwu Pavilion's foundation. What he wants is not the manual, it is chaos. He wants us to become suspicious of each other, to fall into disarray. See? You are already impatient. Xia Yan stood there mulling over the words, his face flushing. He lowered his head and murmured, Master, I was wrong. I should not have been so hasty. Xiaoyi waved his hand. Being hasty is not wrong. It shows you care about Tianwu Pavilion. But haste alone is useless. You must think. He paused, then added, keep an eye on them. Do not alert the enemy. Tell Li Si to act as usual and do not let them know we are aware. Let them reveal themselves and then we will catch them all at once. Xia Yan acknowledged and turned to leave. Xiaoyi called him back. Also, Li Si did the right thing. He was not tempted by 100 taels or 500 taels. Such a man is worth cultivating. Let him focus on his training and not worry about other matters. Xia Yan smiled. Master, I will remember. He ran off. At the doorway he stopped and turned back. Master, rest assured, I will find the culprit. Then he vanished. Chunlan, standing nearby with a teapot, had overheard everything. She said softly, Prince Consort, young Master Xia is becoming more capable every day. Xiaoyi nodded, picked up his teacup and took a sip. The tea was warm just right. Beyond the moon gate in the distance, Li Xiaozue stood watching Xiaoyi. She could not hear what they were saying, but she saw Xiaoyi smile and the expression on Xia Yan's face as he ran out. She stood for a moment, then looked down at her own hands. The calluses had grown thicker. She clenched her fists, feeling strength within. She smiled, turned and walked away. Instead of returning to her room, she went to the courtyard, stood and began her stance training. Even without anyone watching, she stood straight as a ramrod. The moon rose, casting her long shadow across the ground. News reached the Xia mansion by evening. Xia Daoan sat in his study, a cup of tea in hand, sipping slowly. Shen Langzhong stood opposite him, recounting the events at Tianwu Pavilion in detail, how Xiaoyi had returned all the gifts, how the attempt to poach disciples had failed, and how Xiaoyi had remained utterly unperturbed, drinking tea and teaching martial arts as usual. Xia Daoan listened without speaking. He set down his teacup, tapping his fingers on the table, once, twice, thrice. He returned everything. Shen Langzhong nodded. Not a single item was kept. Vice Minister Zhou's men returned with dark faces, saying the Prince Consort had shown them no respect. The Minister of Right's men were even angrier, claiming that their kindness had been repaid with ingratitude. Xia Daoan laughed, a soft throaty sound that resembled a sigh. If he had accepted, he would not be Xiaoyi. He rose, walked to the window and pushed it open. The night breeze blew in, cool and fragrant with osmanthus. He stood there for a moment, then turned around. What about the poaching attempt? Shen Langzhong said Li Si refused. He reported it the next day. Our man dared not stay and withdrew. Xia Daoan nodded, walked back to his desk and sat down. His fingers began tapping again, tap, tap, tap. Xiaoyi is not easy to deal with. He is not greedy, not impatient, and does not take the bait. Send him gifts and he returns them. Poach his people and he remains unfazed. Such a man is the most troublesome. Shen Langzhong asked cautiously, Master, what should we do? Xia Daoan was silent for a moment, then said, do not rush. Take it slowly. The steadier he is, the more suspicious he will appear. A prince consort who covets neither wealth, power, gifts, nor factions, what does he intend? The emperor will wonder, and so will every official in the court. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. The tea had gone cold bitter, and he frowned before setting it down. Let him stay steady. Steady until everyone finds him abnormal. Then without us lifting a finger, the emperor will grow restless first. Qian Langshon's eyes lit up. Master, you are brilliant. Xia Daoan waved his hand. Enough. Go back. Keep an eye on Zhang Yulong and don't let him act rashly. The time is not yet right. Qian Longzhong acknowledged and withdrew. Only Xia Daoan remained in the room. He sat behind the desk staring at the oil lamp. The wick crackled, the flame flickering. He reached out and adjusted the wick. The flame grew brighter, illuminating the room. Xiaoyi, he said, you are a worthy opponent. Outside the window the moon climbed slowly, casting a silver-white glow over the courtyard. Xia Daoan sat motionless like a stone statue. Not many days had passed since Li Si's incident before another trouble arose. This time it wasn't someone being bribed, it was someone who had already been bribed. When Xia Yan rushed in, his face was ashen, a scroll clutched in his hand, his whole body trembling with rage. He had been running too fast, tripped over the threshold, stumbled a few steps before steadying himself, and the scroll in his hand nearly flew out. He hugged it tightly just in time. Master! I caught him. Xiaoyi was drinking tea under the jujube tree, glancing at him. Xia Yan slapped the scroll onto the table, his voice distorted. Zhou Ping. He stole the fist technique manual. This morning I saw him sneaking out of the study, something tucked under his arm. When I stopped him, his face went pale and he tried to run. I chased him and searched him. Sure enough, it was the manual. Xiaoyi set down his teacup, picked up the scroll and flipped through it. It was a handwritten copy of the first volume of his Wu Jing, not yet engraved, the only existing copy. The paper was fresh, the ink still wet, with a few pages clumsily copied, several errors here and there. He glanced at it a few times, then set it down. Where is he? Xia Yan sat outside. Zhou Huai's watching him. He tried to run, but Zhou Huai pinned him down. Xiaoyi stood up and walked to the door. A man stood in the courtyard. A little over 20, fair-skinned, dressed in new clothes, looking quite spirited. It was Zhou Ping, from a family that ran a small business. He had pulled strings to get into Tianwu Pavilion. Usually he smiled at everyone, had a sweet tongue, calling everyone senior brother, getting along with all. Now his face was as white as paper, his legs trembling, barely able to stand. Zhou Huai stood beside him, hand on the hilt of his blade, expressionless. A crowd of disciples had already gathered, craning their necks to see, whispering among themselves. Xiaoyi walked up to him and stopped. You are Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes. Who told you to steal? Zhou Ping said nothing, his shoulders shaking. His hands twisted the hem of his clothes, knuckles turning white. Xiaoyi waited a moment, then asked again, who told you to steal? Zhou Ping's voice squeezed out from his throat, as faint as a mosquito's buzz. No one told me. I just wanted to see for myself. Xia Yan couldn't hold back from behind bullshit. If no one told you, why steal the fist technique manual? Can you even practice it yourself? You haven't even completed your stance training. And besides, if you wanted to read it, why sneak it under your clothes and run outside? Zhou Ping's body trembled even harder, his lips quivering, unable to speak. Xiaoyi raised his hand and Xia Yan stepped back. He looked at Zhou Ping, his voice not loud, but every word was clear. I'll ask you one more time. Who told you to steal? Zhou Ping fell to his knees with a thud, his kneecap striking the stone plate, pain making him grimace, but he couldn't care. He prostrated himself on the ground, voice trembling. Imperial son-in-law, I was wrong. I shouldn't have stolen. Please forgive me. I was forced. Forced by whom? Zhou Ping hesitated for a long time, lying on the ground without speaking. The disciples around began whispering, their voices growing louder. Xia Yan turned back and glared at them, and they immediately shut up. Zhou Ping finally spoke, his voice as low as a mosquito's buzzet. It was someone from the Xia mansion. They said they'd give me 500 taels of silver to steal the fist technique manual. They also said if I did it, there would be plenty of rewards later. I was momentarily foolish. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. The Xia mansion. Again the Xia mansion. Xia Yan stood behind, his face pale. He recalled his grandfather's beaming face, recalled how he said, I congratulate Pavilion Master Xiao at that time. So while he was offering congratulations, he was also sending people to poach disciples and steal the fist technique manual. Xiaoyi looked at Zhou Ping kneeling on the ground, silent for a long time. Everyone around watched him, waiting for him to speak. Chunlan stood under the eaves holding a teapot, not daring to breathe. Gongshu Qing had somehow run out of the workshop, crouching in the corner, clutching a crossbow, her eyes wide open. How long have you been in Tianwu Pavilion? Xiaoyi suddenly asked. Zhou Ping was startled to months. Have you completed your stance training? Yes, I have. How many techniques have you learned? 3. The master taught them and I remember them all. Xiao nodded silent for a moment. Then he said you may leave. Zhou Ping looked up stunned. Everyone around was stunned too. Xiao opened his mouth to say something but was stopped by a single look from Xiao. Xiao said from today on you are no longer a member of Tianwu Pavilion. Zhou Ping's face collapsed. He knelt on the ground, tears streaming down. Imperial son-in-law, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I'll never dare to do it again. I have an old mother at home. If she finds out I was expelled, she'll die of grief. Xiao looked at him. The third rule of Tianwu Pavilion, fighting among fellow disciples leads to expulsion. You didn't fight among fellow disciples, you betrayed from within. Zhou Ping could no longer speak. He lay on the ground, shoulders heaving. Xiao said you may leave. Live well and don't do such things again. Zhou Ping knelt on the ground stunned for a long while, then got up. He bowed to Xiao, turned and walked away. When he reached the gate he suddenly stopped and looked back. Hundreds of eyes in the courtyard stared at him, some angry, some sympathetic, some scornful. He lowered his head and left. The courtyard was quiet for a long time. Xiao stood behind watching Zhou Ping's figure disappear through the gate, a stone lodged in his heart. He walked up to Xiao and said in a low voice, Master, are we just letting him go like that? He stole from Tianwu Pavilion, should we just forget it? Xiao looked at him otherwise. Kill him. Or hand him over to the authorities. Xiao fell silent. Xiao said he made a mistake and deserves punishment. But his crime doesn't warrant death. Letting him go gives him a chance at life. If we sent him to the authorities his life would be ruined. He's still young and he has an old mother to support. Xiao stood there thinking for a long time, then nodded. Master, I understand. But what about the 500 taels of silver in the Xia mansion? Xiao said no rush. Well, settle accounts one by one. Well, keep a record for now. Xiao nodded and said no more. Xiao turned and walked back under the jujube tree, sat down and picked up his teacup. The tea had gone cold. He took a sip, then set it down. Xunlan stood under the eaves with the teapot watching this scene, a pang of sadness in her heart. She knew Zhou Ping, they had greeted each other before and he was sweet-tongued. She never expected him to do such a thing. She sidewalked over with the teapot to refill Xiao's cup and said softly, Imperial son-in-law, please don't be angry. Xiao glanced at her and not angry. Xunlan was startled. Xiao picked up the teacup, took a sip, would use his anger. What must come will come. Can't avoid it, then face it. Xunlan nodded and said nothing. Far behind the moon gate, Li Xiaozhui stood watching. She saw Zhou Ping kneeling on the ground, saw Xiao let him go, saw Xiao's unwillingness and reluctant acceptance. She stood there for a long time, then turned and left. Halfway she stopped, lowered her head and looked at her own hands. The calluses had grown another layer. She clenched her fists, feeling the strength. She smiled and walked away. The news of Zhou Ping's expulsion from the Tianwu Pavilion spread throughout the princess mansion on the very same day. Early the next morning, Xiao stood at the entrance recounting Zhou Ping's deeds before hundreds of disciples. He revealed everything, who instigated it, what was stolen, and how it was discovered. The listeners below varied in their reactions. Some were astonished, others indignant, while a few remained silent with heads bowed. The wind rustled through the jujube tree, causing its leaves to whisper, yet no one stirred. After finishing his account, Xiao surveyed the sea of faces before him. His gaze swept over each person, and though his voice was not loud, every word rang clear and distinct. The master stated that the Tianwu Pavilion has only 3 rules. Violating any one of them results in expulsion with no chance of ever stepping foot in here again. Zhou Ping broke the rules, so he is gone. If any of you also intend to betray the trust, leave now. Don't wait until you are caught and disgraced. A profound silence fell over the crowd. Some swallowed hard, some clenched their fists, and others stole glances at their neighbors. Xiao stood there for a moment before adding, the master also said that Zhou Ping's matter ends here. The boxing manual he stole was a transcribed copy of the first volume of the martial scripture. It had not yet been engraved. From now on the manual will be printed and distributed to everyone, no need to steal. A few people in the crowd chuckled softly. Xiao shot them a glare and they quickly fell silent. Moreover, he raised his voice, listen well, you schemers pulling strings behind the scenes. The Tianwu Pavilion is not afraid of you. You may try to steal, but you will not succeed. You may try to undermine, but you will not shake it. The disciples of the Tianwu Pavilion cannot be bought with a few hundred taels of silver. He turned and walked away. The crowd lingered for a while before gradually dispersing. Zhao Taizhu stood among them watching Xia Yan's retreating figure, a warmth swelling in his heart. He had traveled from Qingzhou, his home, having been plundered twice by bandits and his father's leg broken. He had joined the Tianwu Pavilion to learn skills and fight the bandits. Someone stealing the manual. Turning traitor. He spat disdainfully, walked to the jujube tree, assumed his stance, and began to practice. A person nearby sidled up and whispered, "Tiezhu, how much silver do you think Zhou Ping got?" Without turning his head, Zhao Taizhu replied, "Whatever it was, it's none of my business. I joined the Tianwu Pavilion not for silver." The man shrank back awkwardly. The news reached the Xia mansion by afternoon. Xia Dawan sat in his study, slowly sipping tea from a cup. Physician Xian stood opposite him, recounting every detail of the Tianwu Pavilion affair. Zhou Ping had been caught and expelled, and Xiaoyi had laid everything out before hundreds of disciples, leaving no room for face-saving. Xia Dawan listened without a word. He set down his teacup, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, once, twice, thrice. "What about that Zhou Ping? How is he now?" Physician Xian replied, "He went home. His mother wept and scolded him for being worthless." No other commotion. Xia Dawan nodded. "Did Xiaoyi turn him over to the authorities?" Physician Xian shook his head. "No. He let him go." Xia Daowen's fingers paused. He picked up the teacup, took another sip, and set it down. The tea had gone cold, its bitterness intensifying, and he frowned. "This man is not easy to deal with," he murmured, almost to himself. He rose, walked to the window, and pushed it open. In the courtyard outside, the pomegranate tree was in bloom, vivid red blossoms dazzling under the sunlight. He stood there for a while, then turned around. "Let Zhou Ping's matter end here. Do not mention it again. And do not send anyone else." Physician Xian hesitated. "Master, should we stop digging?" Xia Dawan gave him a look. "Can you still dig? After Zhou Ping's incident, everyone in the Tianwu Pavilion knows someone is trying to poach. Going now would be walking into a trap. Xiao Yi is waiting." Physician Xian acknowledged and withdrew. The room was left with only Xia Dawan. He sat behind his desk, staring at the lamp. The wick crackled, flames dancing. He reached out and adjusted the wick, making the flame larger and illuminating the room brightly. "Xiaoyi," he said, "you are even more formidable than I anticipated." He smiled, a faint throaty sound that resembled a... Outside the window, the moon slowly rose, casting a silvery light over the courtyard. Xia Dawan sat motionless like a stone statue. In the Tianwu Pavilion, hundreds of disciples stood in perfect order, equally still. Xia Yan stood at the front looking at them and suddenly spoke. "The master said that today's events are not meant to frighten you. They are to show you that the rules of the Tianwu Pavilion are not mere words. You have come here to learn true skills. Once you master them, you will protect yourselves, your families, and the great Xia. You are not here to become someone's lackey." Someone shouted from the crowd, "Senior brother Xia, we remember." Another voice called out, "We will abide by the rules of the Tianwu Pavilion." Xia Yan nodded. "Take your stance." Hundreds of people stood in unison, utterly still. The wind rustled the jujube leaves, their sound like a song. Xiaoyi, seated beneath the jujube tree, watched the full courtyard and suddenly smiled. Chulan stood nearby holding a teapot. Seeing him smile, she asked, "Your Highness, what are you smiling about?" Xiaoyi said nothing. Chulan stood for a moment, then smiled too. She didn't know why she smiled, but seeing the Prince Consort happy made her happy. The urgent report from the border was delivered to the palace in the middle of the night. Eunuch Huang held the memorial, hesitating for quite a while before daring to knock on the door. Having served the emperor for 20 years, he knew what to say and what not to say, as well as when to enter and when not to. At this moment he felt it was inappropriate to enter, but the memorial had to be delivered. A voice from inside called out, "Come in." He pushed the door open, lowered his head, walked in, and placed the memorial on the dragon table. "Your Majesty, an urgent report from the border 800 li away." The emperor was reviewing the memorials and paused for a moment. An urgent report from 800 li away meant either war or rebellion. He set his pen down, picked up the memorial, and unfolded it. After reading the first line, his brow furrowed. By the time he reached the end, he slammed the memorial on the table, his face turning pale with anger. "Bayron," he gritted his teeth and uttered 2 words. The memorial stated, "The great Khan of Bayron has passed away and Wan Yanlai has ascended to the throne, declaring himself Khan. He has united the various tribes of the grasslands, sharpened his weapons, gathered 200,000 cavalry, and vowed to avenge the humiliation from the last state banquet by flattening Daxia." The border guard sent 3 urgent reports in a row, requesting the court to send reinforcements. The emperor sat behind the dragon table motionless for a long time. He recalled last year's state banquet, where Wan Yanlai stood in the center of the main hall, effortlessly pushing back 3 Daxia generals with a single punch, laughing maniacally as he declared, "The men of Daxia have soft bones. Then Xiao stepped forward and sent him back 7 steps with one punch. At that time he thought Wan Yanlai would behave for a while. Now it seemed he wasn't being obedient, rather he had gone back to sharpen his knives. The next morning before dawn the Golden Luan Hall was already filled with people. The emperor threw down the urgent report and had the eunuch read it aloud. When the eunuch read 200,000 cavalry, the hall erupted with a buzz. 200,000. Where did Barong get so many people? Having unified the various tribes of the grasslands, it is only natural for them to have such numbers. This is troublesome. How many people are stationed at the border? At most we barely have 50,000. How can we fight? What about a marriage alliance? Marriage alliance. They have already stated their intent for revenge. If you send a princess, will they even want her? The emperor sat on the dragon throne, his face ashen, listening to the chaotic discussions below without uttering a word. His gaze swept over the civil officials and then landed on the military generals. The civil officials bowed their heads, whispering among themselves, none daring to step forward to speak. The military generals also looked grim, clenching their fists, but no one dared to speak up. The emperor's gaze fixed on one person. Xiao stood among the military ranks, his expression unchanged, just like usual. Dressed in a deep blue court robe, he stood straight, his eyes focused ahead, unwavering. The emperor observed him for quite a while, but he did not move. After court was dismissed, Xiao walked out of the palace gates. Xia Yan was waiting at the entrance and approached him upon seeing him come out. Master, how did it go? Wan Yanlai has declared himself Khan. 200,000 cavalry are coming to invade. Xia Yan's face turned pale. 200,000. He had heard his grandfather mention that Beirong cavalry arrived and departed like the wind, and Daxia's infantry could not withstand them. Previously the tribes of Beirong were disunited, and when they attacked it was merely for plunder and they would leave afterward. Now that Wan Yanlai has unified the grasslands with 200,000 men marching together, how long could the few men at the border hold out? Master, what should we do? Xiao remained silent, mounted his horse and headed north. Xia Yan followed behind, unsure of what he intended to do. The two rode through the main streets of the capital, reaching the city gate. Xiao dismounted and walked up the city wall. The wind on the city wall was strong, rustling the edges of his robe. He stood on the city tower, gazing northward. The sky was very blue, the clouds very white, and the distant mountains were layered and unclear. Beyond that lay the grasslands. The boundless grasslands were the home of the Beirong people. They grew up there, trained there, and sharpened their blades there. Xia Yan stood beside him, looking north along his gaze, seeing nothing. Yet he felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on his heart. He recalled Wan Yanlai standing in the Golden Luan Hall, his towering figure and wolf-like eyes pushing back one after another with a punch, his laughter echoing throughout the hall. Xiao stood for a long time without speaking. The wind tousled his hair, but he paid no heed. Xia Yan stood behind him, afraid to say anything. After a long while Xiao finally spoke. His voice was very soft, nearly inaudible in the wind. What is meant to come will eventually come. Xia Yan was taken aback for a moment, wanting to say something but swallowed it back down. He looked at Xiao's silhouette, suddenly feeling that his master seemed taller than before. Not in height, but in some other way he couldn't quite articulate. Xiao turned around and walked down the city wall. Xia Yan followed behind and couldn't help but ask, Master, if Beirong invades, what shall we do? Xiao mounted his horse, looking ahead, fight. Xia Yan was stunned, just one word. Xiao ignored him and spurred his horse onward. Xia Yan stood there for a moment, then hurriedly followed. By the time the news reached the princess' residence, it was already afternoon. Chunlan rushed in with a teapot, her face tense. Prince Consort, I've heard that Beirong is invading. 200,000. Xiao sat under the jujube tree drinking tea and nodded. Chunlan's face turned pale. What should we do? Can the border hold? Xiao remained silent. Chunlan stood for a moment, not daring to ask again, and walked away with the teapot. As she reached the corridor, she saw Gongshu Qing squatting in the corner holding a crossbow, lost in thought. Miss Gongshu, have you heard? Gongshu Qing nodded. I've heard. 200,000. What should we do? Chunlan sighed. Gongshu Qing lowered her head, looking at the crossbow in her arm, suddenly saying, my crossbow can shoot 240 steps. That's twice the range of ordinary bows and arrows. If I could make a few more and send them to the border. Chunlan looked at her and suddenly felt that this girl was different from usual. Usually she squatted in the corner like a mad girl, her eyes only on her blueprints and wood. Now there was something else in her eyes. How many can you make? Chunlan asked. Gongshu Qing thought for a moment. In a month I can make 10. If someone helps I can make 20. Chunlan nodded and ran off. She went to find Xia Yan asking him to gather more people to help. Xia Yan agreed, saying he would go check the workshop later. That night Xiaoyi sat alone under the jujube tree. The moon had risen, illuminating the courtyard in a silvery glow. The wind rustled through the jujube leaves. He held the teacup, not drinking, gazing northward. The sky was dark and nothing could be seen. But he knew that at the end of that darkness someone was sharpening a knife, staring at Daxia. Wan Yanlai. He had been defeated at the state banquet, but he did not concede. He returned to the grasslands, unified the tribes, and gathered 200,000. He was not here for a marriage alliance, nor was he here to demand silver. He came for revenge. Xiaoyi set down the teacup, stood up, and walked to the center of the courtyard. He began to practice his martial arts slowly, with each move clear and precise. The moonlight shone upon him, stretching his shadow long. He practiced once, then again. On the third round, Xia Yan stood behind the moon gate, watching his silhouette without daring to make a sound. He stood there for a long time before turning to leave. Half a month passed and the disciples of the Tianwu Pavilion trained with even greater intensity. No one spoke of the reason, yet all knew the Beirong forces were coming. Xia Yan arrived before dawn and did not leave until nightfall. His usual light-hearted banter had vanished during cultivation practice. He remained utterly silent, pushing himself to the brink with every movement, every strike. Yu Ting came more frequently as well. During sparring sessions with Xiaoyi, he would fall, rise, fall again, and rise once more, never uttering a word. In Gongxu Qing's workshop, the lamp burned deep into the night. She led several disciples in tirelessly crafting repeating crossbows. Components littered the worktable, shavings and sawdust piled high upon the floor. Her eyes were bloodshot, her hands scarred and calloused, yet she uttered not a single complaint. Chulan delivered tea and meals each day, watching everyone train with desperate fervor. Her heart ached, though she found no words to voice it, so she simply brewed stronger tea and prepared richer meals, ensuring they ate well. That evening the disciples dispersed. Only Xiaoyi remained in the courtyard, seated beneath the jujube tree, sipping tea as the moon rose, bathing the yard in silvery light. A breeze drifted in, carrying the delicate fragrance of osmanthus. He held his teacup untouched, gazing northward. For days he had sat thus each night, silent, watchful, lost in thought. Footsteps approached softly from beyond the moon gate. He did not need to turn to know who it was. Li Xiaoyue stepped beside him and stood still. She wore simple training attire, her hair tightly bound, her face still damp with sweat. Freshly finished with her regimen, her palms bore hardened calluses, her arms carried newfound strength, and her spine stood straight and resolute. She was unrecognizable from the aloof, frost-cold princess of half a year ago. "You're still awake?" she asked. "I can't sleep," Xiaoyi replied. Li Xiaoyue sat beside him, her gaze lifting to the moon above. They sat side by side in silence. The wind stirred the jujube leaves, rustling like a quiet, tender song. After a long while, Li Xiaoyue finally spoke. Her voice was barely a whisper, as if murmuring to herself. "Are you truly just Xiaoyi?" His hand holding the teacup paused midair. He turned to look at her. She did not meet his gaze, her eyes fixed upon the moon. Its silver light softened the contours of her face. Her eyes gleamed different from usual. "Why do you ask?" he said. She fell silent for a moment, her fingers tapping lightly against her knee as though searching for the right words. 3 years ago I saw him once. He stood in that broken-down courtyard. When he saw me, his eyes lit up, his mouth opened as if to speak, then closed again, hesitant, almost foolish. She paused, her voice dropping lower. "But you are not him." He possessed no martial skill, dared not meet anyone's gaze, endured 3 years of humiliation without uttering a single protest. Yet you struck down Wan Yanlai with a single fist, eradicated the bandits plaguing Qingzhou, and taught hundreds to cultivate. You stand in the imperial court, and even Xia Dawen dares not underestimate you. She turned to meet his eyes. "You are not him." Xiaoyi gazed back at her, silent for a long time. Moonlight bathed her face and something shimmered in her eyes, not tears, but something deeper, brighter. "Who I am matters little," he said softly, yet with crystalline clarity. "What matters is that I am here, with you." Li Xiaoyue froze, staring at him for a long while. His expression remained unchanged, calm, familiar, but his eyes held something entirely new. Not tenderness, not pity, something ineffable like moonlight itself, gentle, distant, yet unwavering. Her eyes reddened, but she did not weep. She looked down at her hands. Her calluses had thickened again, rough, hardened. Once her hands had been pale and soft, untouched by labor. Now these hands could hold stance, throw punches, and defend themselves. "When will you leave?" she asked suddenly. Xiaoyi looked at her. Li Xiaoyue said, "The Beirong are coming. You'll go, won't you?" Xiaoyi remained silent. She lifted her gaze to meet his eyes. "I know you will. If you don't go, you wouldn't be you." Her voice trembled slightly, yet each word rang clear and deliberate. "Go. I'll wait for you." Xiaoyi looked at her for a long time. Though no tears fell, something shimmered in her eyes. "All right," he said. Li Xiaoyue rose and walked away. At the moon gate she paused and glanced back. Xiaoyi still sat beneath the jujube tree, moonlight casting his shadow long and still across the ground. He held his teacup, gazing northward. She stood there for a long moment, then turned and entered the courtyard, assuming her stance. The rising moon bathed her in light, stretching her shadow long and steady. She glanced at her hands, the calluses thicker than before. She clenched her fists, feeling strength coiled within. A faint smile touched her lips, and she continued her stance. The wind stirred the jujube leaves, rustling like a quiet ancient song. Far away, Xiaoyi sat beneath the jujube tree, still gazing north. His teacup had long grown cold, yet he held it motionless. Slowly the moon drifted westward, and still he sat. He recalled her words, "You are not him." She had seen through him. Since when? Since the imperial banquet. Since he moved into the main residence. Since returning from Qingzhou. He did not know, but she had seen it. "Who I am matters little," he whispered to himself. "What matters is that I am here, with you." He smiled faintly, set down the teacup and rose. To the north the horizon lay pitch black, empty, impenetrable. Yet he knew beyond the darkness someone waited for him. "Wan Yanlai, you have come." Volume 2, The Hidden Dragon emerges. The influence of the Tianwu Pavilion was growing stronger, and Xie Daoan could no longer sit still. It wasn't fear, but rather a sense that it was time to take action. Xiaoyi's blade was sharpening too quickly. If he didn't rein it in, it would truly harm its master. He sat in his study holding a cup of tea, pondering for an entire afternoon. The tea grew cold, and he changed it again and again until he finally set down the cup and called for the steward. "Prepare a generous gift to send to the princess residence." The steward was taken aback. "Master, who should I send it to?" "Xiaoyi." The steward's expression changed, wanting to ask why, but looking at Xie Daoan's smiling face he dared not question further. He responded and went out to prepare. Early the next morning the steward took a group of people to the princess residence. The gifts filled 3 carriages, with the first being a statue of Guanyin made of white jade about a foot tall, its entire body glistening, something that had been placed in Xie Daoan's study for decades. Following behind were 2 carriages filled with silk and satin, gold and silver utensils, along with a famous calligraphy piece from a previous dynasty, the framing of which alone cost over 100 taels of silver. The steward stood at the entrance of the princess residence, straightening his attire and asking the doorman to announce his presence. He wore a smile on his face, but it was forced, as if it were pasted on, ready to fall off with the slightest breeze. Xiaoyi was drinking tea under a jujube tree when he heard that someone from the Xia residence had arrived. His brow furrowed slightly. Xia Yan stood beside him, his face going pale. "Master, what does he want?" Xiaoyi did not respond. Setting down the teacup, let him in. The steward was led in, followed by 2 young servants carrying a redwood box. He approached Xiaoyi respectfully and bowed deeply. "Your Highness, I was sent by my master to deliver a modest gift which is not meant as a formality." With a wave of his hand the servant opened the box. Inside was the white jade Guanyin wrapped in yellow silk, radiating a warm glow under the sun. The people behind him presented a gift list densely written on 2 pages, the characters neat and tidy, clearly prepared with great care. Xia Yan stood beside them looking at the Guanyin and then at the gift list, his expression growing even more grim. He recognized this Guanyin, which had been placed in his grandfather's study since he was a child, one of his grandfather's favorite possessions, usually not even allowed to be touched. Now to take it out and give it to his master, what kind of play was this? Xiaoyi glanced at the contents of the box but did not move. The steward held the gift list above his head, smiling. "Your Highness, my master said that your martial arts are unparalleled and the Tianwu Pavilion is thriving, truly a great fortune for the great Xia. My master wishes to invite your esteemed self to serve as a guest elder of the Xia residence. As long as you nod in agreement, the Xia residence will support the Tianwu Pavilion wholeheartedly in the future. They will provide whatever you need, be it people or silver, without any hesitation." The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Xia Yan's face turned even whiter, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Chunlan stood under the corridor with a teapot in hand, her mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. Gongsu Qing had unexpectedly run out from the workshop, crouched in the corner with a crossbow, her eyes wide with shock. Xiaoyi looked at the steward without saying a word. The steward holding the gift list felt his hands beginning to tremble. He waited for a while, but without a response the smile on his face faltered. "Your Highness," he tentatively called out. Xiaoyi finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. "Go back and tell Lord Xia that Xiao is grateful for his kind intentions. As for the matter of being a guest elder, I must decline." The steward's face fell instantly. He opened his mouth to say something but swallowed it back. He put away the gift list and waved his hand for the servants to close the box. His movements were much slower than when he came, as if he were reluctant yet dared not linger. "Your Highness, won't you reconsider? My master is truly sincere." This guanine has been in my master's possession for 20 years and has never been given away. Who else in the court has such sincerity? His voice dropped, carrying a hint of pleading. Xiao waved his hand. The steward dared not say more and left with his people tail between their legs. When they reached the door, he glanced back, his expression as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. The guanine was heavy in the box, weighing down the shoulders of the two young servants. Xia Yan stood beneath the jujube tree watching the steward's back disappear at the door, unable to speak for a long time. He walked up to Xiao and whispered, "Master, what exactly does my grandfather want to do?" Xiao lifted his teacup and took a sip. He wants to turn the Tianwu Pavilion into the property of the Xia residence. Xia Yan was stunned. Xiao continued, "If I accept the position of guest elder, the Tianwu Pavilion will belong to the Xia residence. In the future, whatever martial arts I teach and whoever I accept will have to heed Xia Daoan's commands. The disciples of the Tianwu Pavilion will also have to call him master." Is this still the Tianwu Pavilion? Xia Yan's face turned pale as he clenched his fists, remaining silent. He recalled how his grandfather had smiled benignly while sending gifts and courting people when he was young. Those who accepted the gifts became his grandfather's people, doing whatever he commanded. His master did not accept, but would his grandfather let it go? "Master," he raised his head, hesitating for a moment. "I fear he will not let it go easily." Xiao nodded. "You are right. He will not let it go easily." He set down the teacup, gazing toward the north. A few clouds drifted in the sky, white and leisurely moving. The wind rustled through the leaves of the jujube tree. What is meant to come will eventually come. Xunlan stood under the corridor looking at Xiao and then at Xia Yan, unsure of what to say. She filled Xiao's cup with more tea and quietly said, "Your Highness, I find that guanine quite nice. Why don't you accept it?" Xiao glanced at her. "If you take someone else's things, you must do things for them." Xunlan responded with a no and fell silent. She walked away with the teapot, glancing back one last time. Xiao remained seated under the jujube tree, holding the teacup and gazing northward. As the wind blew, the corners of his clothes fluttered gently. News reached the Xia residence and the steward stood in the study, head lowered, not daring to breathe. Xia Daoan sat behind the desk holding a cup of tea and sipping it slowly. After listening to the steward's report, he remained silent and set down the teacup. What did he say? The steward cautiously repeated, "Go back and tell Lord Xia that Xiao is grateful for his kind intention. As for the matter of being a guest elder, I must decline. Not a word more, not a word less." Xia Daoan nodded, his fingers gently tapping on the table once, twice, thrice. The room was very quiet, only the sound of the tapping echoed, thud, thud, thud. After a while he stopped and waved his hand. "You may leave." The steward felt like he had received a great reprieve and quickly retreated. When he reached the door, he dared to raise his hand to wipe his sweat. Xia Daoan stood up, walked to the window and pushed it open. Outside in the courtyard, the pomegranate tree was in bloom, vibrant red, dazzling in the sunlight. He stood for a long time, suddenly laughing, a light laugh that squeezed out from his throat, sounding almost like a sigh. "Xiao, the more you act like this, the less I can keep you." He turned around, walked back behind the desk and picked up a pen, writing a few characters on the paper. After finishing, he looked at it, crumpled it into a ball and tossed it away. Outside the window, the sun slowly moved to the west. Xia Daoan sat there motionless like a stone statue.